Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 201, Development of the Spirit Hall. Several days later. How is he? Asked BBDong as she looked at Ajuka Beelzebub. Stable, he suffered serious backslash from using some technique, but he seems to be okay. He should wake up within the next several weeks. For now, we will proceed according to the plan and gather our power. This universe and this eternal alliance are crucial to the development of the Baator, and we need to act fast. Stated Ajuka as he looked at the Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall. Lord Captain General helped me to subjugate several Spirit Hall elders that are part of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, that could be a threat, and all of them were forced to sign Solgius. Namely, Qian Jun, Ci Shui, and Shi Long. The rest of the titled Doluos in the Pontiff Palace are my followers. Stated BBDong her progress. What about the Reformation plan after everything is over? Asked Ajuka, as they have talked about the reformation of Spirit Hall to give it a more efficient structure. It will be divided as we have talked before and would be reformed into 3 suborganizations. On the top would be Supreme Pontiff Throne, and below them would be 3 suborganizations, namely Ecclesiarchy, Hall of Elders, and Holy Templar Order. The current Supreme Pontiff Palace would be reformed into the Ecclesiarchy. Elders Palace would be reformed into the Hall of Elders with some adjunctions, and 3 military branches of Temple Knights, Dolua Warriors, and Holy Emperor Warriors would be merged together into the Holy Templar Order. Explained BBDong as Ajuka nodded in agreement. Who will lead the order? I have chosen Guei the Ghost Dolua for the role of Paladin, as he already reached Spirit rank 96, and with enough time, he would reach even higher levels. He is my most loyal subordinate. While Yuguan the Chrysanthemum Dolua will be named as one of 4 Archcardinals of Ecclesiarchy. Both Ghost and Chrysanthemum Doluos were her most loyal subordinates, and after they formed 2 soul cores each, several days later, they entered Spirit rank 96 and now had an excellent chance to progress once again. With enough time, those 2 would become Limit Dolua. On top of that, she already reached the Spirit Emperor stage, as she started every available resource to increase her own power and gave similar order for her most loyal followers or those who already signed the Solgius, as there was no chance of the betrayal due to the Solgius. Additionally, Ajuka helped create something called Spirit Formation, which allowed faster cultivation speed for anyone who entered it. And how is the recruitment process going on? There were several people I have got information about that are not affiliated with any force and could be easily absorbed into the Spirit Hall. He was talking mainly about the Poison Dolua Dugubo, with a spirit rank of 92. He was the #1 poison spirit master in the world. Among titled Dolua, his power in group attacks is unmatched, however, his one-on-one combat skills are lacking as a result. He had a very problematic spirit called Jade Phosphor Serpent, and often he could not handle his own poison, causing him to poison and kill people close to him. Ajuka proposed to recruit him into the Spirit Hall in exchange for help to control his ability, which could be done quickly by his intellect. BBDong agreed, as this would be a great chance to recruit another very loyal subordinate. She even heard rumors that his son Dugu Xin was greatly suffering due to his father's spirit and was poisoned. Ajuka proposed to cure his son, which he had already found a solution for, and even control the poison of the Dugubo. Captain General Diablo already went to contact Dugubo together with Ghost Dolua, and after some negotiations, he agreed, if we could cure his son and help him control his martial spirit. Additionally, my people have recruited the entire Elephant Armored clan to join the Spirit Hall, as their patriarch Huyenjin was easily convinced this would make Heaven Do Empire weaker, as one of their great sects has joined Spirit Hall. Though I forced him to sign the Solgius, he is rather a greedy person, so it would be good to keep him in check. If he could reach titled Dolua with the help of Spirit Hall, then we will grow once again stronger. Same thing with Tao Bashi and his Sacred Dragon sect, though he joined not for power, but rather for more personal reasons, his loyalty could be guaranteed. Spirit Hall was growing at an astonishing speed for the past months, thanks to BBDong's wisdom and brute force that Samuel Zentor brought with him to the Dolua Plain. After His Majesty waked up, we will make a move on the Worship Elders, and then the entire Spirit Hall would be firmly in your hands, and our plans could start. Said Ajuka as BBDong nodded. Coupled with advanced battle armors that her subordinates had, for example, Ghost Dolua, who was Spirit rank 96, could easily fight rank 97 and win. Actually, 2 Worship Elders, namely the 6th Worship Elder 15-ton Dolua Qian Jun and 7th Worship Elder Falling Devil Dolua Jiang Long, are my secret supporters in the Elder Palace. Problems are the other 5 Worship Elders and, most important, the Grand Priest Qian Daoliu. For a very long time, Qian family has controlled Spirit Hall in every aspect, and I don't think he would voluntarily surrender his power to me, especially as he knows what happened between me and his son and his death at Mercurius's hand. If possible, I would like to come to a compromise with him, even though I will insist on signing Solgius. said BBDong. She knew that Qian Daoliu was a complicated person and was aware of what his son wanted to do, and for him, the future of the Spirit Hall was more important than his personal feelings. Chapter 202, Change of the Fate 4. The problem was that, even though he supported BBDong in being the supreme pontiff of the Spirit Hall, there was still a lot of tension between her and Elder's Palace, as they had their own agenda, and often she could not do things in her way, as elders have a different opinion. What she wanted absolute control over the Spirit Hall, and that could not be done until her problems with Qian Daoliu are not resolved entirely. Unfortunately for her, she is too weak, as even though Qian Daoliu ignored the fact that his son was killed by someone from BBDong's side and didn't harbor much hatred for her, it was still complicated, and for her to implement all of her plans, this situation needs to be resolved as soon as possible, or this would become ticking bomb. What about that thing you are researching? Asked BBDong. Progress is steady. The problem is, to create a perfect artificial spirit soul that would be able to replicate all spirit souls of the spirit beasts, which would practically make hunting spirit beasts for soul rings useless, is needed for the original genome of primogenitor of all spirit beasts. Without it, creation even with the most advanced technology of Empire is impossible. Explained Ajuka. There were legends that all spirit beasts originated from Dragon God. If he could get his hands on the original genome of the Dragon God, then he would be able to perfectly replicate every species of the spirit beasts, creating artificial spirit souls, so spirit masters won't need to hunt for the real spirit beasts for the rings, meaning it would end great enmity between them, or even if it did not end it, it would create another scenario and failsafe in case if the spirit beasts went extinct. Unfortunately, the Dragon God was long dead, so the only way to obtain the original genome would be to resource the Dragon God, a task seemingly impossible, as it would equal reviving the Lord-class entity, which is currently out of their reach. For that, we have enough time, though there is someone who could help, negotiating with him would be almost impossible. Stated BBDong after several seconds of silence. Who? Asked Ajuka Beelzebub slowly. Dion, he is publicly known strongest spirit beast and the beast god of the spirit beasts that live in the Star Doe forest in its core are, together with several other beasts of similar level. He is golden-eyed black dragon. Negotiating with him would be nigh impossible, as he hates humans to the bone, but you are not humans. She said with a slight smile. Indeed, after His Majesty wakes up, we need to inform him about this development. If this Dion has the ability to help us in this regard, then it would be excellent. An additional resurrection of the Dragon God would greatly benefit the spirit beasts as a whole, though it would also result in all spirit beasts leaving Dolua planet for certain. Theoretized Ajuka about some things. Damn, that hurt. I groaned as I woke up and appeared to be in an unfamiliar room. Clear Sky Clan. I muttered as I breathed the air. That hurt as hell, damn. I need to warn her. I sat on the bed as I woke up. I instantly knew what had happened during the time when I lost my consciousness. When I entered this universe, my presence here, coupled with me being the Fateless One, started affecting natives around me who were my allies, meaning that directly or indirectly, my presence started altering their fate. When the universe sensed me, its basic reaction was to create a fate for me in this universe, based on my ties to natives whom I have influenced. But alas, Fateless One cannot be tied to any kind of fate, as they create it for themselves. When the Universal Will started forcing fate upon me, my constitution resisted violently before fending it off. If not for me being rather weak, I wouldn't have suffered such violent backslash from resisting the Universal Will. I, at that moment, activated the fate algorithm subconsciously, and I saw the possible fate of the Spirit Hall that would happen if not for my presence here. If I never entered the Dolua universe, or if BBDong was never invited to the Longinus Drazian Orden, then she would die, and Spirit Hall would be destroyed by someone named Tang San from the Clear Sky Clan several decades later. Now when I used fate algorithm to see the fate, it was a blur, similar to mine, meaning BBDong and, by extension Spirit Hall, has been getting rid of their original fate, and their fate is now constantly changing, with some ends have a higher percentage of happening and some lesser, while the most foreseeable thing is nothing. Fateless One is really terrifying thing. Just my presence here has completely changed the entire fate of the Dolua planet, apparently. Hopefully, the gods that are still alive in the divine realm won't descend to destroy me, but that is not likely to happen. Even though fate has changed, it didn't affect crucial things such as the existence of the Dolua planet, humanity, or spirit beasts, even though there are some differences. I muttered as several custodians that were together in the room with me kneeled. I used the fate algorithm to calculate things that my presence here has changed, and the most crucial things weren't changed, though the planet's fate has been largely adjusted. Inform Ajuka, Diablo, and BBDong that I have woken up and I need to immediately talk with them. I ordered, as one custodian ran out of the room, to carry out my orders. Bring me something to drink and eat. I was hungry and thirsty. Chapter 203, BBDong's Power Up. After I woke up, fortunately, I didn't wait a long time for them to arrive, and soon BBDong arrived together with Ajuka. Find any information about the Clear Sky Clan and someone named Tang San. If there isn't a person with that name, then that person shouldn't be born yet, which is for better. I have a prediction that Tang San from the Clear Sky clan would be responsible for the destruction of the Spirit Hall and your death. I stated as BBDong had a shocked and mortified look on her face, while Azura was intrigued but didn't say anything. That would be problematic. Clear Sky clan is the strongest of the 3 upper clans of the Heaven Do Empire and has more than 7 titled Dolua, and several of them are hyper Doluos with rank 95 and higher. The most troublesome thing is that they are currently in hiding, and their location is secret. Explained BBDong as I frowned hearing this. Indeed they were strong, but my forces together with forces of the Spirit Hall are strong enough to annihilate them, and with the right plan, without any casualties. Is there anyone who could have clues about their location? I asked. Yes. Current Grand Priest of the Dolua Palace, Qian Daoliu. He should be aware of their location. Now that would solve one problem. If we attack them, we need to annihilate them as soon as fast, if not, how are chances of them getting reinforcements and from whom? This was crucial. I had some knowledge about the political landscape of the Dolua planet, but it was not as good as compared to BBDong, who was Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall. Indeed though, I don't know how big they are, more to be precise from other 2 of upper great clans, namely Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan if we are taking time. Not so surprising. The current situation isn't good for them. One could say that Heaven Do Empire isn't completely controlled by the Spirit Hall is due to the existence of the 3 upper great sects that are resisting Spirit Hall's advance in the shadows. If they fall, then there won't be anyone who would resist Spirit Hall is slowly taking over the Heaven Do Empire. Then we need to plan this carefully. Azura, you can go and prepare some things we talked about. Order custodians to help Spirit Hall. I ordered as he bowed slightly before leaving the room. I have something for you. A gift from Mercurius. I said as I took out a little shining crystal that I gave her. This is something Mercurius refined from the corpse of the Qian Xuanji after he killed him. He didn't tell me what it does, but he told if you refine this you will gain many benefits from it. Do it now, I can guard, I am already recovered perfectly. I wasn't lying that I have perfectly recovered. On the other hand, BBDong has progressed extremely fast after she joined the Longinus Dracian Orden, as she surely got help from one of the senior members, just like I did. If not, it wouldn't be possible for her to be Spirit Emperor, Spirit rank, 70 at the age of 17. Soon after, she did as I instructed and started refining the crystal Mercurius created out of Qian Xuanji's corpse. Soon enough, her spirit rank started surging at lightning speed. Spirit rank, 71. Spirit Saint reached. Now she was comparable to the legendary class, but it didn't stop right here, as her spirit rank still kept climbing. Spirit rank, 72. Spirit rank, 73. Spirit rank, 74. Spirit rank, 76. Spirit rank, 78. Spirit rank, 79. Spirit rank, 80. Spirit rank, 81. Spirit Dolua. Spirit rank, 82. And finally, it stopped at the spirit rank, 83. In one swoop, she reached power comparable to the Satan class in the astral boundary, thanks to the help from Mercurius. Apparently, her universe was getting great investment from the Longinus Dracian Orden. There are many universes in existence, and the Dolua universe was rather specific in one way. It had great potential and lacked someone on the level of even Exarch right now. Meaning this universe, if under the control of a member of the Longinus Dracian Orden, could greatly benefit all members through military power, rare resources, or trade. By absorbing this crystal refined by Mercurius, BBDong saved several years' worth of cultivation, as she could now focus on reaching titled Dolua and then ascending as god. Only by reaching the God King stage, she would be in control of a significant part of the Dolua universe. Mercurius said to me that currently, Divine Realm didn't have many God Kings who were compatible to Lord class, but alas, there were several notable mortals that had a great chance ascending as gods right now in different realms of this universe that I have rather decided to call Shao Universe to not misinterpret with Dolua Plane and Dolua Divine Realm, as in the universe there were several divine realms and many mortal planes connected to their respective divine realms. How are you feeling? I asked her after she was done with the cultivation. I feel great, more than great. This saved me several years of the worth of time of cultivation. She said happily now that she reached Spirit Dolua from the Spirit Emperor, jumping through one entire stage. Prepare everything, we are going to make a move on them and be done with it. I said, as I wanted to resolve the issue between BBDong's faction and a faction of worship elders already, as I felt that my breakthrough is nearing. When I was asleep, I felt that enlightenment is near. Chapter 204, Sun Moon. On the road to the Spirit City. I heard that you have found a new continent. I asked as I was sitting in the luxurious carriage with BBDong, Diablo, and Azura, while we were going to the Spirit City. Yes, the natives there call it the Sun Moon continent. It has wealthy mineral deposits, and to my surprise, it is creating something akin to spirit weapons. Currently, it is divided into countless kingdoms that are warring against each other, but there is one kingdom called the Sun-Moon Kingdom that has the upper hand and would soon conquer the entire Sun-Moon continent, probably within the next several centuries as they are advancing slowly in their conquest. Explained BBDong as I was genuinely intrigued by this. I was aware that several continents existed in the Dolua planet, and most of them had some sort of civilized society. How strong is the Sun-Moon continent compared to the Dolua continent? I asked. Martially wise, Dolua continent is far superior, but technologically, they are far ahead. Thanks to their rich mineral deposits and natural resources, they have developed a fascinating level of blacksmithing and are slowly moving to technology. I predict that while right now Dolua continent is stronger, in the future, if it is left alone, and they gain more titled Doluos and more powerhouses, then the entirety of the Dolua continent would be needed to fight them due to the presence of their spirit technology. It tends to end that way. For example, if both sides have each equal number of titled Doluos and other powerhouses, then it would be other factors that would decide the winner of the war. And one such factor, for example, was the technological level and quality of weapons and armors and other things. Something that the Sun-Moon Kingdom was soon to have and Dolua continent lacked at the moment. How do you wish to deal with them? I wondered what she had prepared. Apparently, they found the existence of the Sun-Moon continent only several months ago, and yet Spirit Hall already had ears and eyes everywhere there. After the Spirit Hall is reunited into the single entity and my authority is unquestioned, I plan to send several worship elders, some of your custodians if you allow and some of my other people, to gain control over the strongest faction there, the Sun-Moon Kingdom. From what I know that people backing the Sun-Moon Empire, which currently controls over 20% of the entire continent, are not many, about 5, from which only their protector is Hyper-Dolua Spirit Rank, 97, rest of them are Spirit Ranks 96 or 95. If possible, they would sign the same Soul Geas as worship elders to join the Spirit Hall, if not, they will die. I have already created branches of the Spirit Hall in several important locations, though currently they are weak and are keeping low. With our more advanced martial techniques, we will soon lure to our side independent titled Doluos and establish ourselves in the Sun-Moon continent. This was a good plan she had formed. And if she gained common people on her side, she could cultivate many geniuses from nothing. Apparently, contrary to the Dolua continent, where spirit awakening ceremony was something akin to a commonplace, in the Sun-Moon continent, it wasn't, and thus the ratio of spirit masters compared to the Dolua continent was lower. Okay, as per our alliance, I will do everything that helps you, or rather it helps even me in return. I smiled as we continued talking about various things while Ajuka started doing something on Holobrain, while Diablo left the carriage and went to join his fellow custodians in the guard duty. How far is the Spirit City? I asked, already annoyed that we cannot take a void ship but must use a carriage. The technological disparity was already going on my nerves. Soon, the Spirit City is located in the territory of the Balik Kingdom, a small kingdom between borders of Star Luo Empire and Heaven Do Empire. After we arrive there, we can immediately go to the Supreme Pontiff Palace, and I can call 2 worship elders that are on my side to start the plan. I nodded. I was confident that this would end fast, as I was currently as strong as someone with Spirit Rank 100, God official thanks to my comprehension of laws, and once I ascend to the Apocalypse class, I would be as strong as first-class God instantly. While I was more concerned about the development of the mortal plane to hold so-called wild gods, the gods without a god position and immortal chi, but with spirit rank comparable to those of Genu gods. Why, one could ask, the answer was rather simple. Dolua mortal plane was created from several galaxies, and some galaxies were stronger and could hold wild gods easily. If somehow, they found their way to this galaxy, then, it would be catastrophic, and gods from the divine realm cannot quickly intervene in matters of mortals, not to mention directly descend and protect their factions when they were still mortals. But when I thought about all resources I could get, I was almost salivating about it. After that, we talked about many things, while BBDong mainly spoke about her experiences in the Spirit Hall, while I spoke about mine in the Empire. We talked a bit about some things like hobbies and even favorite food. Some part of me little pitied her for what she went through as I got some information from Mercurius. Some were sad, and some were outraging. While she seemed cold and distant, she was a nice person when I talked with her for a longer time, and she started relaxing around me. First, she was almost raped by her master, then abandoned by her lover, who in the meantime found another lover. While I had 3 wives, I never experienced any kind of drama, something I was thankful for. Chapter 205, Resolving Some Matters. We have finally arrived at the Spirit City. I must admit that while not comparable to the cities of Baator, it was a magnificent city, with its architecture similar to the August Guard. So that is the Supreme Pontiff Palace? I ask. Yes. BBDong nodded at my question. Is everything prepared? The only thing that remained for me to do currently was to help subjugate 5 worship elders, including the Grand Elder, and help resolve some things between BBDong and Qian Daoliu. The real reason for that was the Soul Geas would not result in unconditional obedience. The Soul Geases were done by me, and truth to be told, I wasn't so skilled to make an unconditional obedient soul geas. That could be done only by someone who comprehended law of soul, which was extremely hard law to comprehend. Soul geases that were made by me were mainly about loyalty, not betraying or not scheming, and similar things. Absolute obedient soul geas was out of my expertise, and I heard that many of them were rather dangerous as side effects would often affect the reasoning of a person under such geas. And thus, we have arrived at the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Dolua Palace. Things aren't looking good. Qian Daoliu looked only 30 or 40 years old, very handsome, with a faint smile on his face. He was dressed in a plain grey robe, with long black hair scattered behind his head, neatly combed. Although his clothes are so simple, he just stood there, giving people a feeling of worshipping. "She is coming," said another old man with white hair and a white beard. He was the golden crocodile Dolua Jin Ayu, titled Dolua of Spirit rank 98, almost nearing Spirit rank 99. Soon enough, BBDong arrived at the Dolua Palace, and everyone could see that she didn't arrive alone, but together with the other 3 people. 2 of them were Ghost Dolua Guei clad in his pitch-black battle armor. The second was Yuguan the Chrysanthemum Dolua, while the last person was Jiang Long. All 3 of them were Spirit rank 96, and together with their battle armors, they could contend against Spirit rank 97 very easily, and most of the worship elders were Spirit rank 96, while only Jin I was Spirit rank 96. This is an impressive lineup, for such a short time, but to kill me, I fear it is not enough, Supreme Pontiff," said Qian Daoliu in a calm voice as he eyed 3 Spirit rank 96 clad in their battle armors. While he felt that they were able to contend against Spirit rank 97, but with him and Jin Ayu, they didn't have anything to fear. 2 mistakes. One is that I didn't come to kill you. Second, I am not alone, just with 3 of them. Suddenly 3 other figures appeared out of nowhere. One was clad in shining golden armor, bearing a silver halberd in his hand. The second one with green hair had an indifferent look over his face, while the last one was clad in clothes befitting the ruler, emperor of the nation, as he looked at everyone like they were bugs. While none of the worship elders can't sense spirit energy from them, but 2 of them were having an enormous amount of foreign energy, far eclipsing them, while the last man in the regal clothes and crimson silver hair looked like an ordinary mortal, something that made him even more dangerous in their eyes. "So the cards have been reversed," muttered Qian Daoliu. "Not entirely," said BBDong with a grin, as suddenly 15-ton Dolua and Falling Devil Dolua distanced from the group, while 15-ton Dolua said, "We will remain neutral in this." They were brothers, and truth to be told, they didn't care too much about the grudge between BBDong and Dolua Palace. "You must have planned this for a long time," stated BBDong, as right now they were in absolute disadvantage. They were just 5 of them, and Qian Daoliu sensed extreme danger coming from 3 strangers that BBDong brought with her. His instincts as titled Dolua at the Spirit rank 99, a demigod, were very accurate, and he could tell that all 3 people had strength, same as him. Especially the regal-looking man in the middle, he was sending shivers through his back. In truth, he was aware that BBDong didn't come to kill them, as that would severely hurt the foundation of the Spirit Hall, and he decided to end this thing peacefully. He felt that if he decided to fight, he would die. "Let's talk," said Qian Daoliu after a short time, and BBDong nodded. We were sitting around the table. I, BBDong, Qian Daoliu, Jin Ayu and Ajuka. While the rest of the people were standing around us, while Diablo stood close to me. Now that we are all here and prepared to talk, allow me to introduce myself. Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer, Emperor of the Baator. An ally of BBDong, from a very far place. I introduced myself as Qian Daoliu nodded and then proceeded to look at BBDong. "Let's go straight to the point. I want you to sign this, and we can be even," she said as she passed him Soul Geas with all conditions and things. It was similar Soul Geas that was used and signed by all officers and members of the Baator, though this was one that was signed by high-ranking personnel of the Baator and nobility. With this, I would have absolute control over every aspect of the Spirit Hall. It would be restructuralized. You will not scheme against me, not betray me and help me achieve absolute dominance of the Spirit Hall over the Dolua planet and eventually the entire mortal plane and then the universe. Dolua Palace would be restructuralized as Hall of Elders and all members of it would be under the direct control of the Holy Throne of Pontiff and actively participating in expansion and development of the Spirit Hall. Aside from that, Holy Templar Order would be formed by merging Temple Knights, Dolua Warriors, and Holy Emperor Warriors. Supreme Pontiff Palace would be renamed as Ecclesiarchy, thus creating the Holy Trinity of the Spirit Hall, all under the control of the Holy Throne of Supreme Pontiff. Also, Spirit Hall will worship gods, not only angel gods, but also other gods, that will ascend among our members, giving us grip over the mortal plane in more ways. Chapter 206, Qian Daoliu's Decision and after that, BBDong explained some things to them. Mainly her plans for future development of the Spirit Hall, such as battle armors, spirit technology and weapons, and many others. I agree, said Qian Daoliu after a long time of thought. While some conditions may sound severe, and they would be losing some of their political power. The potential of this was immense. Submitting their former power meant alliance with the Empire, and while Qian Daoliu didn't know who they were exactly, he felt that death would be the only outcome if he were to refuse. All the time he looked at me, I knew he felt extremely uncomfortable for several reasons. They would get out genius. Azura was working on creating many wondrous things that seemed incomprehensible for them, such as the creation of artificial spirit soul that would replace spirit rings, or rather could create an artificial spirit rings, essentially will stop people relying on hunting spirit beasts, and maybe in the future, the animosities between two species would resolve. Azura told me several interesting things, and as I understood some basic rules of the universe, if humanity annihilated spirit beasts, then humanity would get annihilated too. There was one fundamental rule, or rather it was aspect. Life will always find a way. The universe itself won't stand one species breaking the equilibrium of the universe. It will exterminate it, properly and to the last one. Excellent. Then after all of you sign this, you will still remain Grand Priest, or rather now, Grand Elder of the Hall of Elders. Golden Crocodile Dolua Eevee and I will be named as Judgment Elder, and his first task would be going through all branches of the Spirit Hall and rooting out traitors or people abusing their position. For what is to come, we need Spirit Hall as a single united entity without dangerous elements within our midst. Stated BBDong, as both Qian Daoliu and Eevee and I nodded, as this was something that needed to be done if all things that she planned were to be implemented in reality. Also, after this, you will all follow Lord Beelzebub to get measured for the custom-made battle armor and things needed to condense soul cores. Said BBDong shortly after, as several elders beamed with joy. All of them were stuck at their spirit ranks for a very long time, without the perspective of either breaking through or enhancing their combat prowess. Now, those who were still unconvinced were swayed to her side. With this, Spirit Hall, which was probably already the most powerful faction in the Dolua continent and probably even the entire Dolua planet aside from certain entities and spirit beasts, became even more terrifying. Not thanks to upgrades, but rather thanks to the proper unification of the faction and merging of all sub-factions that were here. Now that this has been resolved, I would ask something of you, Grand Elder. I said as I looked at the Grand Elder Qian Daoliu. What, Your Excellency? He asked back in a polite tone. Location of the Clear Sky Clan. I said as he frowned, hearing this due to he had some past with them apparently. May I ask why? I can for sure say that the Clear Sky Clan would give birth to a man named Tang San, someone who will in the future be responsible either directly or indirectly for the destruction of the Spirit Hall and the death of all its members. I said as all elders froze in shock, and mainly Qian Daoliu. In the past, I had a close friend named Tang Chen. Like me, he is titled Dolua of Extreme Limit Spirit Rank 99, a demigod. I promised him that Spirit Hall would never set foot on the mountain where the Clear Sky Clan is located unless I could defeat him. I still intend to carry out my promise, but in the face of grave danger, but I think I never promised to not reveal their location. I believe finding this place would be easy. After I heard that, I, in truth, admired him for carrying out his promise, even though he revealed the location, but alas, this was something we devils did all the time when entering into the contract with mortals, especially humans. Finding weaknesses in the contract and exploiting them for our benefit. After getting to the location, Diablo stood up and vanished from the place. Where did your guard go? Asked Qian Daoliu as he saw Diablo disappear. To do what is necessary. With the existence of the Clear Sky Clan, the Spirit Hall is threatened and must be resolved for the next progress. As I finished the sentence, I activated the fate algorithm and used all of my power to see fate. While it was still blurry and unclear, due to my constitution of the Fateless One, I could see it, the extermination of the Clear Sky Clan. It is done. I said grimly as I coughed blood, and Azura started casting spells to stabilize my state. From the words, all could deduce that Diablo would be successful in his mission, as I felt that the fate that was destined for the Spirit Hall and its members have been shifted. Not only that, the weird destiny, the odd feeling I had, has completely disappeared. It was here, something telling me that I would be in danger in the future if I continued meddling in the Dolua continent due to someone named Tang San. While the constitution of the Fateless One forbid me from being tied with one fate, it didn't cancel fate for the Dolua completely, but now it was gone entirely. After the incident when Universal Fate tried to tie to me itself, Spirit Hall has been gotten rid of its original fate by a great amount, but only now when Diablo departed to exterminate Clear Sky Clan it was entirely gone, and my aura of the Fateless One has been affecting little people here, meaning not even I can now see their fate. This meant that Diablo's mission would be successful and no one named Tang San would be born in the universe. Chapter 207, Being of Law, 1. Several days later. As expected, the mission performed by Diablo went very well, and they have managed to exterminate the entire Clear Sky Clan to the last member. Ironically, as they were hiding as turtles, nobody yet knew that the entire Clear Sky Clan had been slaughtered, which was good for the Spirit Hall, as many things could be done. I was currently located at a faraway island from the Dolua continent, where I was preparing to reach the Apocalypse class, the Being of Law. My comprehension of the law of devour has already reached 100%, and now I am just holding it back and waiting for a perfect moment to reach the fabled level of laws. After I advance to the being of law level, I would be strong enough to contend against beings like Ophis or Great Red very soon, and even against the civilization of Eevee Atold, which either would be conquered or annihilated, or rather I only cared about machine race there, as they could be beneficial, especially for Architect. Those spirit gods, or what they were called, their only use was their divine sparks. Maybe I should really conquer their civilization and plunder their resources. They should be pretty rich, and that loot would be a great boost for the Empire. Architect, activate the formation around this island. This would be destructive, probably. I said to Architect as I started releasing everything that I had held back and heard Architect speaking. As you wish. Formations activated. Detecting, special effect on the Dolua planet has been detected, current effects unknown. Instantly entire island was enveloped in huge runic magical formations that would prevent my aura from leaking and luring here possible enemies. Apocalypse class was comparable to the gods of the Dolua universe. Due to law comprehension, I would be powerful from somewhere between 3rd class god to 1st class god. Dimensional class was comparable to the rank 130 to 139, half god king, and rank 140 to 149, quasi god king, while lord class was comparable to the god king, which was spirit rank, 150 plus. Apparently, there were only several of such individuals, and by some accident one of them, or rather its inheritor, was in the Dolua continent, while several others had inheritance tests spread across the Dolua continent. One of the most powerful gods was the Azura god, whom inheritance trail was located at something called Slaughter City, and BBDong decided that she would take over its position, as it would help her greatly. Also, I would accompany her. She asked for it. About the inheritor, it was Silver Dragon King, part of the Dragon God, by what Diablo has been able to find out, and after I visit the Slaughter City with BBDong, I would be heading to the Great Star Duo Forest to find it, and also, Dion, as there were many things that I wished to discuss with them. Maybe someone would be worthy to join the Longinus Dracian Orden. It would be good to have 2 members at the Shao universe. Comprehension of the law of devour has reached 100%. Starting Ascension project. I then felt something that cannot be explained by words. The feeling was weird yet so comfortable, and I felt that how my body was completely being reforged from the zero. My body was being reconstructed to ascend as a higher form of life, the being of laws. Demonic energy reserves are being purified and are expanding at tremendous speed. My demonic energy reserves were being purified and converted to the new level of density and purity, which was far more superior compared to when I was at the Super Devil class. I now felt extremely powerful and could cast forbidden tier spells for hours without even noticing energy loss for them. That was the advantage of the being of law. For example, if I didn't use laws when casting spells, then my energy usage was minuscule. Physique is being strengthened to the standard Apocalypse class level of physical strength. After my demonic energy had been purified and was still expanding, my body was also being strengthened at the same time, and it was a wondrous feeling. The energy of laws was reshaping and strengthening my body by a tremendous amount. Usually, Arcanists don't have strong bodies, as they don't focus on strengthening their physiques, aside from those who transplant some bloodline into them or those who are filthy rich and don't care about what they invest. Reaching the Apocalypse class was a whole new start that opened countless new possibilities. The real world could be explored only from this rank and higher. Beings on this level or its equivalent like Warlock Monarch or Arch-Arcanist as only from that stage 1 is basically entitled to have his own faction or explore wonders of the universe. My new true name didn't awaken as it would only when I would return to the astral boundary to the underworld, as I did all my true names from the will of the underworld itself, so I predict that I would get 2 ones. One for the legendary class and one for the Apocalypse class. My true names were mainly passive abilities, which gave me massive benefits, like Dismison name that increased his soul aptitude, Pride Guard which basically made me unmatched if I fought in the underworld against someone of the same element, and even weakened attacks of neutral ones, or Nirvana that boosted up my regeneration in the underworld tremendously and allowed him to be killed and reborn once in a while. As they were given by the will of the underworld itself, their effect was either limited only to the underworld or gave him some passive ability, which was okay with me. Ascension to the being of law has been successful. The host is now an Apocalypse class entity. Demonic energy levels are stabilizing. Soon enough, I heard Architect's voice, saying that everything was okay and I had successfully broken through to the Apocalypse class. It was called Apocalypse class because beings of law were like an apocalypse. While Dimensional class were called like that as they had the ability to freely traverse across the entire universe due to their strength. While Lord class was termed as Lord, due to the fact that they were unmatched by anyone below and ruled enormous parts of the universe, aside from Eternals/Exarchs and more ancient beings, but those were different. Chapter 208, Being of Law, 2. Analysis. Class, Apocalypse class. Soul aptitude, level 9, superior. Laws, Devour, 100%, Dark Light, 38%. Demonic energy, 240,984. Strength, 145,165. Agility, 131,123. Vitality, 120,146. Damn, so high increase, I need to convert those numbers for scale corresponding beings of laws. Architect used data that I got from the corpse of the Golden Horned Fiend at the Abyssal King level. Unable, data incomplete. Golden Horned Fiend Abyssal King was too heavily wounded, and data are incomplete. Supplementing information obtained from Weissman and Astral Boundary about power systems. Calculating. Cultivation complete. Conversion from Weissman Lifeform Scale Level 1 to the Weissman Lifeform Scale Level 2, Tier 1, Designation Mortal to Being of Law complete. Weissman Lifeform Scale Level was the creation of Kazikla Bay, Adolf K. Weissman to categorize lifeform based on their form, from the regard of closeness to the laws of the universe. Level 1 of the Weissman scale was basically everyone who didn't comprehend any laws and was designed as mortal. Level 2 of the Weissman scale were beings of laws. People who comprehended laws were divided into Tiers 1 to 3, Tier 1 for Archarcanist/Apocalypse class, Tier 2 for Magister Arcanist/Dimensional class, and Tier 3 for Arcane Lord/Lord class. Level 3 of the Weissman scale was for Eternals and Exarchs. Level 4 of the Weissman scale was for Great Old Ones. For example, a Warlock at the Warlock Monarch realm, that had power comparable to the Apocalypse class if he was strong, would still be the only Level 1 life form of the Weissman scale if he had not comprehended any law, as comprehension of laws signified transition to something new, something higher and more powerful. Name, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. True name, Dismason, Devil Talent, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana. Race, Trans-Devil Fiend, Pure Blood. Bloodline, Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horned Fiend. Age, 341. Class, Apocalypse class. Life form level, 2, Tier 1. Soul aptitude, level 9, Superior. Laws, Devour, 100%, Dark Light, 38%. Demonic Energy, 240. Strength, 145. Agility, 131. Vitality, 120. Underworld Command Sequence, 75%. Law Control. Devour, Advanced. Clan Trait. Dark Light, Forbidden. The Devourer, Law. Holy Flame, Adept. Magic Systems. Tier Magic, Forbidden. Devil Magic, Forbidden. Norse Runic Magic, Grandmaster. Abyssal Runic Magic, Grandmaster. Human Magic, Grandmaster. Mysticism, Adept. Secret Method, Fate Algorithm, February 6th. I was surprised to see that instantly after my breakthrough to the being of law, I wasn't weakest of the rank but had some power, as my demonic energy reserves were way higher than they should be. Additionally, the best thing of this all, my law control was already on the advanced level. Comprehension of laws was one thing, but the control over what you have comprehended was way harder. For example, if Arcanist wanted to reach Magister rank, which could be done by comprehending various laws together, each law needed to be at least at advanced level of control, so they won't go out of control during the process. And to reach Arcane Lord level or Lord class where one must find his own path by fusing the laws, one needed to have perfect control in each law, because one simple mistake during the process could lead to instant and gruesome death. Manipulating with laws was a very delicate thing, and even if the laws were compatible together, everything could happen, and one could suffer serious backslash due to his lack of control over the law. That was why control was essential. Architect, based on information from Mercurius, how strong am I compared to the gods of this universe? I ask. First class god spirit rank 120. Since you have comprehended law, only Genu gods of Shao universe can threaten you. Answered Architect in my head as I nodded. Have you finished analysis effect of this on this mortal plane? I asked. This plane seems to be evolving and started absorbing leaks of energy during your breakthrough, which allowed it to recover its lost life force, we could say. Within 1 year, it will recover to the point where it could hold god officials and wild gods up to spirit rank 109. I was delighted and scared at the same time. This would create a lot of new powerhouses. Fortunately, Chien Deolia said that this mortal plane had only 3 limit Doluos at spirit rank 99, him included, and one of them would soon die, while the remaining one is not any threat, but rather ally from what I understood. This would create new powerhouses and help even some people to ascend as gods. Fortunately now, even if the old man reached godhood, it would be only beneficial for me, so I don't care too much. If it was before he signed the Solgius, then I would be worried a bit, but not for much, as I would be able to kill him if needed. Not to mention that BBDong would soon reach Tittle Doluo and could become the inheritor of the Azura god, the strongest god king of the Doluo realm. Now, I need to inform Spirit Hall about the recent development. When the plane would be recovered enough so the cultivators here could see changed. This was a pretty important question right now. At shortest 10, probably 20, or more. This plane has lost too much life force before, and now every ounce of energy it gains is used to heal the planar core. Only after some time would the energy density start increasing, but not so soon. Still, it would be good to prepare for it. I predict that after 20 years, spirit energy density will start increasing relatively fast, and cultivation will become much easier. Stated Architect. I know. Spirit Hall needs to expand and cultivate several wild gods that could protect it from the shadows, and if possible maybe some gods with god position. Right now Spirit Hall would have a unique advantage. Only they would know what has happened and that spirit energy density would increase. This was the best opportunity to recruit as many talented people as possible and create a robust foundation for the future. Chapter 209, Being of Law, 3. Active the suppression seals. We don't want to break this plane with my presence alone, it would be a terrible thing, as just now it started recovering. I said to Architect. Suppression seals activated. My aura alone was too strong for this world and could cause a lot of damage to the world that has just started recovering. In the first place, it was in this state because beings like me fought here, and the fight between such powerhouses is always highly destructive, even in the areas where space was extremely stable. For example, in the astral boundary, in some grade 1 planes, the space was so stable that people under ultimate class won't be able to damage even trees. To teleport, one would need to reach at least super devil class and be proficient in magic. Underworld was due to my machinations getting stronger, and space was getting more and more stable, as the grade of the plane was climbing and soon would become grade 3 plane. Thanks to the energy density that was increasing due to some spells and help from Mercurius and Kazikla, I was able to construct magical spell formation that is used to nourish planes for them to evolve. Even now, it was impossible to teleport for one unless he was high class, and I predict that by the time the underworld would become grade 3 plane, then only ultimate class and above could teleport. In one regard, it was good, as it was already troublesome to watch for everyone teleporting here and there, but that was due to the fact that space was somewhat loose in the underworld before I did the method that Mercurius and Kazikla told me. To reach dimensional class, I needed to comprehend multiple laws. I planned it to reach by comprehending laws of dark light and then to comprehend laws of destruction and slaughter as they would be close to me in nature. Before reaching Apocalypse class, my senses couldn't cover even 1/8 of the Dolua continent, as this place was huge, bigger than the underworld, but that was logical. Dolua planet was far older, while underworld was a relatively new plane and was still expanding. Now that I have become being of law, I could cover the entire Dolua continent without any problem, and if I used laws to help me, then I could cover around the majority of the whole planet if pushed to limits. I then returned to the Spirit Hall, which I reached within 10 minutes. Now that as an Apocalypse class, as a being of law, no matter universe, all of them had laws, and they were rather similar in its patterns, so I could easily use laws of the Shao universe to my benefit, thus using the environment to travel instantaneously. After I returned to the Spirit Hall, I went to the Holy Throne, where BBDong was attending her duties as the Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall. She is really hard-working. I thought as I looked at her. Call Grand Elder, Ajuka, Diablo, and other high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall, I have something very important to announce. I told her with a solemn voice as she nodded, and after several minutes, several people arrived at the throne room. Among them was also a newcomer, Dugubo the Poison Dolua, who reached already spirit rank 93 and was one of the 4 cardinals of the ecclesiarchy. When Diablo and Ajuka saw me, both of them bowed deeply, congratulating me for my breakthrough, which surprised everyone here. You have broken through? Asked BBDong, a bit shaken as she looked at me. Indeed, now I am Genu being of law. My power should be right now comparable to the first-class god with god position of spirit rank 120. I said as everyone froze in the spot, especially Chen Deoliu, as he knew how strong that was. He was an inheritor of the angel gods due to his seraphim martial spirit, but he didn't ascend as god as he was stuck in his current rank. Angel goddess was first-class god, and right now, someone as strong as goddess who was his patron was standing before him. It felt surreal. When I broke through, this entire plane has started absorbing residual energy of law, and especially Dolua planet has started recuperating from the damage it suffered. Soon enough, at fastest after 20 years, spirit energy density in the planet will start increasing. I think everyone among you knows what this means. Additionally, after several years, this planet would have recovered to point where it could once again hold gods and cultivators could become wild gods. I stated sternly as everyone grimaced. While this sounded like bad news, it wasn't as bad, but it could lead to disaster if mismanaged. Golden Crocodile Dolua will lead a group of elders to the Sun Moon continent to speed up the development of the Spirit Hall. Within 5 years, we need to have the entire continent under control of the Spirit Hall. Secondly, start recruiting more people into the Spirit Hall, even those with trash martial spirits, who knows what encounter they could have and could become powerhouses. Let them be reserve members and do missions for the Spirit Hall in exchange for resources. This would increase friction between nobles of Heaven Do Empire and clans. Also, prepare to send the first batch of resources to the Baator. Zeoticus, can we await more of those positions allowing people above 40 years old to form soul cores? Currently, only several people in the spirit halls that were above the age limit have formed soul cores, including Ghost and Chrysanthemum Duluos, and aside from them, I used last for Chien Deolio and Jean Ayu, as they were strong, and especially it would be good if Golden Crocodile Dulu reached limit Dulua spirit rank 99, as he was spirit rank 98 for a very long time. Yes, there would be enough if you supply us with the right resources. We have only started breeding magical plants that were imported from this universe to ours, so we don't have enough for everyone, but we will have. I answered swiftly. Chapter 210, Slaughter City. Several days later. After finishing everything at the Spirit Hall, I went with BBDong to the Slaughter City to take the Azura God's inheritance test. Azura God was the strongest God King of the Dolua Divine Realm, who acted as the primary enforcer of Dolua Divine Realm. His spirit rank was apparently a way above rank 150. It would be ideal if BBDong could inherit his God position and become the new Azura God. That would create a practically unshakable foundation for her and their cooperation. Especially the Longinus Drazian Orden would have another powerhouse among their ranks. Soon enough, after several days of traveling, as I wanted to enjoy the scenery, we have arrived at Slaughter City. Truth to be told, it looked like shit, and it was. Slaughter City is a place where there are no laws. It is a place where murder, rape, stealing, and all sorts of criminal activities occur. As long as you have the ability, you can do whatever you want. Slaughter City is a black city with a purple moon hanging right over it with a dark sky. The city is divided into inner and outer cities. The inner city is a genuinely lawless place. In the outer city, casual murder is not allowed. Only those who have survived the Hell Slaughter Arena have the qualifications to live in the inner city. So inside the city, you can't use your Spirit Master abilities. I asked BBDong as we observed the Slaughter City from a distance. No, only your physical strength and instincts. You can also use spirit power as a source of strength, but not any abilities of your martial spirits or spirit rings. It was created by Azura God to serve as a testing ground to find his inheritor, so the entire city is just one huge test. Of course, I wasn't a spirit master, and my strength has already reached first-class God according to the classification of the Dolua. So, that means I can kill everyone here? I asked with a bloodthirsty grin. This city was full of criminals, murderers, rapists, terrorists, or evil spirit masters across the entire Dolua continent. In truth, I would be doing this continent and Spirit Hall a great service. Yes. It would be faster that way. Based on available information, the city is ruled by Slaughter King, limit Dolua rank 99, and there should be 1 or 2 titled Doluos serving him. Our target is the Hell Road, which is the first trail of the Azura God. It is located at the Hell Slaughter Arena. Explained BBDong to me as I used my senses to scan the area. Actually, this city was just a city, and the thing that prevented Soul Masters from using their abilities was some kind of domain that enveloped the entire area around the city, which was probably created by the Azura God. In the Slaughter City, only a small part was truly indestructible, and that was the Hell Road, which was personally constructed by the Azura God that he infused with his immortal chi, making it indestructible anyone below his power. This place has more than 20,000 people. It will be a good test for my new ability. I said as I spread my 12 wings, my 4 horns and tail appeared, and I targeted everyone under the titled Dolua level of power. Devour. Suddenly a black wave of energy rushed out of my body, as I used Devour ability that was powered by Law of Devour, and it swept across the entity city, as every person suddenly fell to the ground, dead. Converting spirit power to the demonic energy. Demonic energy increased by 1 point. 1 point of energy for beings of law was around 10,000. I was surprised by how small gain from devouring more than 20,000 people, from which almost all were at or above Spirit Elder. But that was understandable, their energy wasn't pure and dense enough. Only 2 people remained alive. One of them should be Slaughter King, and another should be captain of his enforcer team. I said as I flew down next to the BBDong, and we have walked to the city. In front of the city, 2 people were waiting, or rather looking around. One of them was a man, covered in black knight armor with a lance, while another one tall and slim and wearing a scarlet coat with pale face and blood-red eyes. Interestingly, he had 1 pair of leathery wings, and his power was at the limit Dolua. He should be the Slaughter King. I instantly used Devour on the knight, and he dropped to the ground dead, but the increase in power was minuscule. Now that I was at the Apocalypse class, with the usage of laws directly, nobody under the same level could resist my power, and even using it on living targets from a distance was no problem, as long as they were significantly weaker than me. BBDong stood behind me and cautiously looked at the Slaughter King before she relaxed as I was with her, so she was in no danger. How did God descend into the mortal plane? He asked calmly, not fitting the situation he was in. I didn't bother answering him as it was unnecessary. I instantly appeared behind him and pierced his heart with my hand as I used Devour on him. Foreign energy detected. Energy identified as Law of Slaughter. Devouring Law of Slaughter. Comprehension of the Law of Slaughter is at 10%. I was shocked that something as good as this would come from devouring the Slaughter King. Apparently as inheritor for Azura god or should be inheritor, he got something good and that was some comprehension of laws. Probably all inheritors would get something like this. I then searched his withered corpse to find the most beautiful sword that I have ever seen. It was a blood-colored sword with an extremely oppressive aura that even I felt threatened by a great deal. Empyrean Grade. Chapter 211, Visit. He was corrupted, by God that was at least if not stronger than me, meaning at least first-class god of spirit rank 121+. I thought as I observed the corpse of Tang Chen and weird black energy that was still in his body until the energy went to my body. Unknown energy is trying to corrupt the host. I heard Architect's voice in my head as I used laws of devour to absorb the energy. Unknown energy devoured. Demonic energy reserved increased by 4 units. This was better than all mortals in the Slaughter City, but that was understandable, as this energy belonged to an entity on the same level as me. Even though it was very little of it, it still gave me a lot of benefits. Come, we need to complete the Hell Road so you can initiate Inheritance Trail. I said as BBDong followed me to the Slaughter City. Don't forget to send some people here to clean this place up, they should have hoarded a lot of treasures during its existence. Slaughter City existed more than 100,000 apparently, so the number of things it hoarded should be enormous, not including personal possession of its residents. Some of them were very, very rich people. It would be a shame to leave everything here just gathering dust. It would be suitable for BBDong to take it, and it was somewhat a gift from me. As we walked the desolate streets of the Slaughter City, we have arrived at the Hell Slaughter Arena, where the entrance to Hell Road was located, and it was opened already. Here, take this. This should protect you in case you get attacked by that god during your trial. I said to BBDong while I passed her magic seal, as she nodded and entered the Hell Road, which closed immediately after she entered. I sat cross-legged in the slaughter arena and started comprehending the law of slaughter. This place is basically saturated in the killing intent, and laws were easier to comprehend in areas where they were strong. Meaning, Slaughter Arena was the best place to comprehend the law of slaughter. I have been comprehending law of slaughter for several hours, and my comprehension rate quickly reached 14%. Law of slaughter, contrary to the law of devour, was combat-oriented and gave a massive boost to my offensive capabilities. Unknown POV. It has been a long time since I have descended onto the mortal plane of the Dolua planet. I only went down here because my successor was killed, unfortunately for him, being corrupted by Rakshasa gods made him unable to inherit my god position. The girl who entered Hell Road seemed to have good potential to make a suitable successor. But what interested me more right now was the foreigner that came with her. It was a very long time since I have encountered one, and all of them were extremely strong, but last needed. To traverse the dark, cold depths of the void between universes and even survive encounters with void beasts was an achievement on its own. He already started comprehending law of slaughter on his own, his power system must be attuned to it, but even then, comprehension of laws without any outside help is astounding, and his speed is tremendous. I thought as I observed a crimson silver-haired man who was comprehending law of slaughter at tremendous speed. Gods of Dolua Divine Realm also comprehended laws, but that was not the correct term to say. God's position was basically a special condensation of laws that gave its user, or its host, for better terms, control over the laws themselves. In my case, my God position gave me laws of slaughter, murder, order, and special authority of judgment. If I pass my God position to a new successor and he would become a new Azura god, then I would also lose access to the laws in the God position. Due to that, I have spent millennials comprehending those laws on my own, making them my own, as other god kings did. Having a god position greatly lessened the required effort to comprehend laws, it made everything easier. Though authority cannot be obtained from it. Universal law is still silent about this one, meaning his presence here didn't endanger the existence of the Shao universe or any other dimensional realm within the universe. Suppose I pass the god position to successor. In that case, it may be dangerous for me, as God King without God realm or anchored to any, probably the universal law would choose to dispose of me, unless. I thought in my head about several possible outcomes. The universal law is the origin of everything in the Shao universe and also where everything originates from, including the multidimensional space. It's beyond the normal three-dimensional universe of mortals, with the universal law being above the rules of every multidimensional universe and with them being only parts of it. The universal law is formless, it cannot be seen or touched, and it's considered an irreversible existence in the Dolua Dali universe and is what balances the entire universe. The universal law is hostile to all thing that it considers a threat, it will destroy all god kings that is not in a god realm or with a positioning anchor to a god realm. Maybe in another universe, I could reach a higher level of power. My level and understanding are high enough to the point where I can forge my own power system rather easily, something that cannot be done here due to universal law. I could imitate his power system and combine it with mine to create a new path. Also, from what I know, divine power is one of most common energy types in existence right behind chi and magical power. I thought, and soon I have decided on the next course of action. I went to the man and slowly revealed my presence until he opened his eyes and looked at me with a calm yet wary expression. Hello, a foreigner. I am Azura, the Azura god of this realm. Chapter 212, Azura. POV-MC. I knew that the man before me was a god when I opened my eyes. It was clear as the sky. He was a bit slender and rather tall, with long silver hair and blood-red eyes that gave feeling like they pierced through your soul. While he didn't radiate any kind of power, he had around him substantive murderous aura condensed into an icy atmosphere, and the whole body is wrapped in the dark red magic pattern. Hello, a foreigner. I am Azura, the Azura god of this realm. Okay, this was surprising and yet something that I have awaited to happen. It was just a matter of time until some god noticed my existence here, especially after I had become being of law. I have waited when someone from up there will notice my existence. I stated plainly as Azura nodded. Do you want some tea? I asked him as I conjured one small tea table and 2 mats to sit on. Then I started brewing tea. It would be nice. He sat opposite me. Now, what is the reason for you to descend to the mortal plane? I asked as I gave him a cup of my best tea. It was a very long time since I have encountered a foreigner to our universe. Usually, they can't enter this universe due to some special circumstances, but somehow another foreigner arrived, and this one arrived with the most unconventional method, two-way universal gate, meaning that this foreigner has a background far above what the current universe can handle. Stated Azura as he looked at me and sipped his tea. In one sense, he was right. In that one, he was right. My backing was Longinus Drazian Orden, which had several people that could either wipe out everyone in this universe or be considered an absolute threat to natives. Not counting Mercurius, who was half-step Great Old One, but there were Khaziklibe and Exarch, Deus Ex Machina whose true body was Autarch Realm Cultivator same as Exarch, Christoph Lohengrin who was true Ancestor or Rotspin who was as strong as Lord Class. So, what do you wish for? I asked directly, as I knew that he didn't come here to kill me or something or else I would be already dead. Additionally, if he killed me, probably Mercurius could resurrect me, and they would come here for revenge for killing a member of the Orden. So only logical conclusion was he wanted something from me. It is a good tea. Azura said after a while as he looked at me. In this universe, there is the absolute form of control in the so-called universal law. A god king cannot survive without being tied to the god position or the god realm. Suppose we pass it to inheritor and decide to leave our dimensional layer. In that case, there is a high chance that the universal law would consider us a threat and decide to kill the god king. He said as I perked immediately. This could be significantly used for my benefit. So you want the safe pass for my universe, where you can live without fear of universal law killing you and perhaps to advance even further. I stated as Azura nodded in agreement. Indeed. That is doable, but there is one major condition to it. I said. Allowing Azura to pass to the astral boundary universe wasn't something impossible to do, but I want something in return. What condition? Asked Azura expressionlessly. You will join my faction in the astral boundary and become Elder of the Baator. If I could gain Azura to become Elder of the Baator, then survival of my faction would be basically guaranteed, as someone on the Lord class would be the best trump card. Not even Warlock Imperial Courts had active backing of their Warlock Emperor, as 6 Warlock Emperors were in a deep slumber for a very long time, and they didn't awaken yet. Having such a powerhouse backing Baator from the start would practically shelter our growth. What would I from the position of the Elder be required to do? He asked calmly, not much surprised by my condition. Basically nothing aside from protecting Baator, if someone invaded that our ordinary forces cannot handle. As you would be a Lord-class powerhouse, it would be best if we kept your existence of an utmost secret before we have enough strength. As an enforcer of the Dolua Divine Realm, you can do the same thing in the Baator. Basically, elders have a free hand on what to do, they are hidden guardians and protectors, and often they discuss and decide the most important matter of the Empire together with Emperor, who is currently me, but that is only on rare occasions if Senatorum Imperials cannot decide something, or the decision required attention of elders and Emperor directly. Elders in Baator didn't really have many things to do, aside from training and getting stronger, as they were the final protectors of the Baator. Zekrom didn't have any official duties, and he spent all of his time training. Crom Crutch was the same, while Azrael spent some time in integrating fallen angels better into the Baator, but overall he was the same as Zekrom and Crom Crutch. That seems fair. Must I remain in the Baator all the time, or can I go explore universe on my own? Asked Azura after some time of consideration. Basically, you can do whatever you want as long as it doesn't harm the interests of the Baator. Additional information will be provided as long as you become an elder. Your only responsibility would be protecting Baator, and if you wish, you can perform additional duties you chose. I stated. Elders were free to live as hermits or to do some things they wish to do. Then, as long as you can provide me passage to your universe, I will join your faction, but I want information about power systems in your universe, not a conventional one. Azura said, and I was overwhelmed by happiness. Please support me on my Patreon, https://www.pater*on.com/Trafford and read ahead 50 chapters. I thank everyone for their support as it helps me to write and publish this novel. Chapter 213, Successful Inheritance. I instantly knew what the term, not conventional knowledge, meant. There were people who studied cultivation systems and power systems from a more scientific point of view and knew many things about them. I could effortlessly obtain those data from Cassicle or Mercurius, and it would be a good trade to exchange them for Azura joining Vader. That is doable. I can predict that you will leave for the astral boundary when your inheritor ascends as God. I stated. It would be good if BBDong could ascend as God as soon as possible, so Azura would become elder of the Vader. With time lapse between two universes, it would be a long centuries in the astral boundary before Azura will arrive. As soon as she inherits my God position, I will leave through the universal gate. Said Azura to me. Last question. You should be aware of the fact that I am currently trying to find a way to perfectly create artificial spirit souls, but the thing to achieve that is the genome of the primogenitor of them, the Dragon God. What can you tell me about that? I heard that there is the possibility of him returning. I asked. Dragon God was one of the ancient gods born very long ago, and as you already said, he is the originator of all spirit beasts. In ancient times, he rampaged through the Dolua divine realm as he wanted to create a new divine realm solely for the spirit beasts that would ascend as gods. Due to my short-sightedness or foolishness, I killed him and divided his godhood into two parts, namely Silver Dragon King and Golden Dragon King. This war was because spirit beasts were oppressed by humans, and it was supported by human gods, especially by 5 god kings. Only after a long time, we have realized that it was a grave mistake. Humans in the mortal plane or planes under the Dolua divine realm were dependent on spirit beasts to advance. Without them, they won't be able to advance effectively. If they annihilate them, they would also cut their own path to godhood. Something that the gods of the Dolua divine realm realized too late, and probably Dragon God was too arrogant a fellow to reason with. Status of the Golden Dragon King is unknown, but I know that Silver Dragon King is alive and slumbering in the Star Duo forest, protected by strongest spirit beasts. You will find what you want up there. Your best chance to get what you want would be to help the Silver Dragon King absorb Golden Dragon King and become a new Dragon God. Golden Dragon King is mad and only cares about the destruction of everything and vengeance. Silver Dragon King should be probably more reasonable. Said Azura after a short time, as I nodded and frowned at the same time. That seems doable. Fortunately, Silver Dragon King would be reasonable enough to negotiate. I answered as we talked about various topics, mainly asked about this universe and some notable factions and gods, as the Azura was very knowledgeable about many things that happened in the Shao universe. She has succeeded. Stated Azura plainly after several hours, apparently BBDong finished and passed the trials. Now the influence of the Rakshasa gods has been destroyed from my inheritance trial, that little girl is now the successor of the Azura god. Hopefully, she will ascend as god as soon as possible, so I can be freed from my duty. He continued as I looked at the Hell Road, where BBDong soon emerged from as Azura disappeared from the mortal plane. I take it that you have finished. I stated as BBDong nodded her head in agreement, proud that she became an inheritor and successor of the Azura god. Yes, I have obtained Death God domain, and my spirit rank has reached 84, once again closer to the titled Dolua. She would be the youngest person to become titled Dolua. With the tempo, it would take her maybe several years to reach titled Dolua and another decade to reach the pinnacle, and then she could ascend as god. Azura god told me your deal with him, how lucky. She said teasingly, as I was surprised to see such behavior in her this time. Yeah, his presence would be very beneficial to the Baator. I answered as I stood up. Shall we go? This place is no longer of use to me. I have already used all slaughter aura to boost up my comprehension rate of the law of slaughter, so staying in the slaughter city any longer would be totally useless at this point. After we return to the spirit hall, I will depart to the Star Doe forest to settle some things. If the project of artificial spirit rings is successful, then humanity won't be dependent on the spirit beasts, and this conflict could be resolved. Azura God himself said that killing Dragon God was a mistake in certain parts. Additionally, inform Ajuka that he could start Project Spirit Ring Evolution. I said as we walked out of the slaughter city. Spirit Ring Evolution. Titled her head, BBDong, at this term. Another reason why humanity is dependent on spirit beasts is to obtain older spirit rings, but to achieve that, you need to kill older spirit beasts to advance the age of the spirit ring. I have theorized that one could age his own spirit ring by using divine power on the spirit ring to age it. Ajuka has tested it by using divine crystal, and it seemed to work. Ordinary spirit master wouldn't have a chance to use this method as it would require one of two possible ways. One would be to find a divine crystal and use its divine power to age his spirit rings, but divine crystals were almost non-existent in the Dolua planet or probably this entire mortal realm. Divine crystals are a condensation of divine power or are created from refining the power of faith. Please support me on my Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/Trafford and read ahead 50 chapters. I thank everyone for their support as it helps me to write and publish this novel. Chapter 214, Return and Next Step. The second way was to get divine power from God, but that was even more problematic in a certain sense for the current generation of spirit masters, as this could be done only by spirit master who is worshipping a god that is still alive and want to pass some divine power to said worshipper for such purpose. But this was not a problem for Spirit Hall currently. With the alliance with Vader, I could easily supply low-grade and mid-grade divine crystals to Spirit Hall. Most of the divine crystals that Vader nowadays had were made by the special method by refining souls of mortals into power of faith and subsequently into the divine crystal. These souls were obtained by devils by entering into the contract with humans and other weak races. This method was very good and yielded countless low-grade divine crystals and even many mid-grade crystals. Unfortunately, as the souls of humans were too weak because they were just ordinary humans or occasionally some magicians, we cannot produce high-grade divine crystals. That would be possible only in the astral boundary or here. Souls of the spirit masters were good and could be used as material. Donger, I will send some devils from Baator to collect souls of spirit masters here so their souls could be made into the divine crystals. I said as she nodded, not really minding me calling her in a more intimate way. Additionally, she was several centuries younger than me, so it didn't feel weird, maybe a little bit. Spirit Hall, several weeks later. I have stayed at the Spirit Hall much longer than I thought before departing for the Star Duo Forest. The main reason was I was engrossed with the Juka in research, as we started an experiment with aging of Spirit Ring with divine crystals. Our test subjects were BBDong and other titled Doluos of 3 branches of the Spirit Hall. The current Spirit Hall was very different from the past. Now entire restructuralization of the organization was finished, supplemented by an especially bloody and brutal purge, conducted by Golden Crocodile Dolua, who was named Judgment Elder, and Holy Templar Order, who were helping him. Hundreds of lesser clergy were executed by colluding with Heaven Do Empire or Star Luo Empire, corruption, misusing their authority, hoarding resources for their own gain, and the list could go on. Those who were killed were swiftly replaced by new priests. Now all clergy fell under the ecclesiarchy branch, which was responsible for spreading influence of the Spirit Hall, worship of angel gods, whom Chien Deolia was inheritor and would be one god of Spirit Hall, and also newly even worship of the Azura god, as BBDong would ascend as Azura god, and a steady supply of the power of faith would be very good. I even helped Golden Crocodile Dolua Jean I rank up, and he became second extreme Dolua of Spirit rank 99. It would be good if he could obtain a god position, but if not, then at least he would become a wild god that would be a pillar of the Spirit Hall. Holy Templar Order was successfully formed and was being trained by custodians in battle formation and coordinated attacks. While custodes were only ultimate class, aside from those in the Shao universe right now that reached legendary class, a battle formation of custodians could easily kill even Satan class entity without any losses. Custodians trained their entire life, all day when they were not on duty. That was the reason how they could achieve such perfect harmony and synergy in their battle formation. Additionally, they had the best equipment Empire could provide, ate the best food from the highest ranked monsters and magical bests Empire caught, enjoyed a supply of free magical rituals, potions, alchemy pills, healing, and basically everything one could imagine. Of course, there was no free lunch in life, and when one becomes a member of the Adeptus Custodes, it is almost impossible to leave. If one wants to retire, it could be either for health issues that are of extreme importance. Other reasons, namely personal reasons, one needs permission from Captain General and Emperor cumulatively, reason needs to be objective, and the member needs to have at least several centuries of service and significant merits for that. That was the reason why many children of nobles that had practically no chance to inherit the title strived to become members of Adeptus Custodes, and often even heirs themselves that sought ways to improve their strength. One of the tribunes of the Adeptus Custodes aside from Surzex were Dihazar Belial and Rival Phoenix. Both of them were heirs to their respective houses, but in the end, they joined custodians in the vision of more potential for growth, as their firstborn would inherit the title, as custodians were allowed to marry and have families, though even there existed some conditions to it, and main was to reach the rank of prefect. I should be going to the Star Duo Forest. I have been here in the Shao universe for around 6 months, meaning around 50 years have passed in the astral boundary. This time lapse is problematic as hell, maybe Mercurius would have a method to deal with it. I muttered to myself as I stood up in my room, where I have been comprehending Law of Dark Light, but my success was null, unfortunately. Ajuka was currently doing his research as we were nearly done with the project Spirit Ring Aging, and BBDong was attending her official duties as the Supreme Pontiff of Holy Throne of the Spirit Hall. So I spread my wings and flew directly to the Star Duo Forest. Please support me on my Patreon, https://www.pater*.com/Trafford and read ahead 50 chapters. I thank everyone for their support as it helps me to write and publish this novel. Chapter 215, Star Duo Forest. Star Duo Forest. Star Duo Forest is one of the Dolua continent's most famous great spirit beast habitats. It's located southeast of Balak Kingdom. Its area is huge, practically equal to Balak Kingdom's territory, spanning the border of Heaven Do Empire and Star Luo Empire. Within it, 2/5 of the area is in Heaven Do Empire while the other 3/5 are in Star Luo Empire. It's an immense primeval forest. The forest's interior terrain is complicated, with wetlands, swamps, and so on. The spirit beasts there are known for their viciousness and killing intent. The closer to the center of the forest, the more powerful the spirit beasts. Inside the core area of the Star Do Forest, there are many 100,000 years old and even older spirit beasts. I watched the Star Do Forest for a bit, before I entered, after casting several concealment spells on myself. After I walked here for several hours, as I was not careful to not get lost, as this place was problematic to navigate in, I realized that I needed to find some guides. Thus I have decided to look for some 100,000 years old spirit beasts that could communicate and whom I could coerce or negotiate with to bring me to the core layer. Of course, I could use my spiritual sense to scan the entire area of the Star Do Forest, but that would probably cause Silver Dragon King to wake up and attack me instantly. Even when weakened significantly, it still had apparently a great deal of power, and I don't want unnecessary fights. A peaceful solution to this would be best by coming into agreement with Dion, who was the current beast god. Fortunately, finding some 100,000 years old spirit beasts with my abilities wasn't that hard, and soon enough, I found 2 of them, close to the inner layer of the Star Do Forest. One of them was Sky Azure Bull Python. It had a head in the shape of a bull that is at least 4 meters in diameter, eyes the size of lanterns, and a dark cyan enormous snake body that is thicker than water barrels. Another one was Titan Ape. It had black fur all over its body. The height of its shoulders at least outstripped 7 meters. Not only was its body enormous, but all over its entire body was covered with muscles protruding like little hills. I could instantly identify them, as I have copied the entire library of Spirit Hall inside Architect, so I was currently the most knowledgeable being in the entire Dolua planet. Both of them were 100,000 years old spirit beasts. "Hello there," I said as both of them instantly got into a combat stance as they looked at me warily. "What do you want, non-human?" asked the Titan Ape. Not surprisingly, they knew that I wasn't human, but alas, spirit beasts had far superior senses to humans and could discern that I am something else based on my scent alone. "Show me the path to the core area of the Star Do Forest, where I can find the beast god. In return, I will give you something very good that will increase your strength tremendously," I said as both spirit beasts looked at each other before looking back at me as they nodded in agreement. "What is your name, non-human?" asked the Sky Azure Bull Python. "Samuel Zentor, and yours?" I stated my code name. "Deming," said Sky Azure Bull Python. "Air Ming," was the name of the Titan Ape. "Air Ming and Deming, are you brothers?" I asked. "Not thought the blood, but we are as close as brothers in everything else," said Deming. Let's keep going." We kept going on for more than an hour until we stopped for a small pause. "Why are you searching for the beast god, Samuel Zentor?" asked Air Ming as we were resting at the local lake. "You could say that I am bringing salvation to the spirit beast species." I chuckled as I said that, while both of them didn't say a word to retort it. After resting for some time, we went to move once again, and I was using my aura to scare away other spirit beasts that even Air Ming and Deming found especially threatening. Soon enough, we have arrived at the entrance to the core layer. This is where we will stop. Inside the core area of the forest, there are many spirit beasts way above 100,000 years of age, so we will remain here," said Deming as he looked at the entrance to the core area, while I nodded and took out 2 superior-grade divine crystals. "Take this as the token of my gratitude," I said as they both were shocked by this as they felt divine power inside the crystals as they quickly bowed and thanked me for that. Absorbing such crystal could tremendously increase their cultivation, probably even multiply it. After entering the core area, I felt someone was watching me. As the Apocalypse class, my senses were comparable to gods of this universe, so feeling some spirit beasts that were still mortal was observing me was easy to find. "Come out, Dion, I know that you are watching, and I mean no harm to you or to spirit beasts or to her," I shouted as I released some of my aura, which was comparable to the first-class god. Soon enough Dion appeared out of shadows. In human form, he is a handsome middle-aged man in a black robe with golden lines who possesses black hair with one golden strand hanging, sharp deep golden pupil eyes, with an at least 2-meter height body and broad shoulders. "What are you? You are certainly no god and no human or spirit beast. Please support me on my Patreon, https://www.pater*.com/Trafford and read ahead 50 chapters. I thank everyone for their support as it helps me to write and publish this novel. Chapter 216, Dion. You can say that I am a foreigner to your universe. My race is called Devil," I said as I showed him my true form, with my 12 wings fully spread, my 2 tails were dancing behind me and with my 4 horns sprouting proudly from my head. I intentionally released my aura, letting him feel my full power. What do you want with my lord? Asked Dion warily, as he knew that he wasn't a match for me, but his duty ordered him to guard the Silver Dragon King. I came here to propose a deal. I don't mean any harm, and I bring the gift of my intention. I took out a divine crystal and passed it to Dion, who froze on the spot as he caught it. It wasn't an ordinary divine crystal but rather one of few monarch-grade divine crystals that I had. Vader obtained quite a few of them, mainly by trading with heaven, as they had countless of them, but unfortunately, they could not use divine crystals to enhance their strength as Yahweh placed numerous restrictions on his angels. So they started trading secretly divine crystals with Baator for some resources. We had a ceasefire as peace was never officially signed, but they needed many more resources than Baator possessed. And we overpriced everything, as any proper devil would in that situation. Unfortunately for heaven, no other pantheon wanted to trade with them, as all of them bore a great deal of hatred for Yahweh, and also, they could not let anybody find out that Yahweh died. Because of that, I got some monarch-grade divine crystals, while they were mostly hidden in our vault, deep within dungeons of the Imperial Palace. I took some with me. Rest would be used by Hela when she reached mighty stage god. She was already a pinnacle greater god but lacked some things to advance aside from divine power, which she had in the form of divine crystals, and that was to upgrade her divine authority to a higher level. Divine crystals were peerless treasures in the entire Shao universe, as gods were scarce. In other universes, even in the astral boundary, while not so rare, they were not so common, they were something in the middle. Dion currently had a cultivation of 890,000 years old spirit beast, and he immediately absorbed the monarch-grade divine crystal, and his cultivation started rising at the tremendous speed and soon crossed 900,000 years old where he started undergoing a tribulation, which he passed easily, and his cultivation still keeps climbing. 910,000 years old. 930,000 years old. 950,000 years old. 970,000 years old. 980,000 years old. 990,000 years old. 999,999 years old. Then he progresses slowed down a bit after his body exploded with enormous power, and he reverted to his original dragon form. His entire body was covered with pitch-black scales, but it shone with dark purple colors within those dark clouds. It's more than 3,000 meters in length. Then even bigger clouds started gathering around him, and an enormous thunderbolt struck down at Dion. I instantly sat cross-legged and started comprehending the law of lightning. Tribulations such as these were basically an amalgamation of various laws, with the most dominant law being the law of lightning. It would be a shame to pass such a good opportunity to comprehend laws, as law of lightning was considered as most destructive element and would significantly increase my offensive capabilities. Law of lightning has been detected. Comprehension of the law of lightning has reached 8%. I heard Architect's voice in my head as I kept comprehending the law of lightning as Dion was undergoing probably the most dangerous tribulation, as he was attempting to cross to be a 1 million years old spirit beast. Soon enough, Dion's tribulation has ended, and my comprehension of the law of lightning has reached 11%, which was an exceptional result for such a short time. Alas, my talent was supreme thanks to baptism from the underworld itself, and this place was extremely rich and suitable to comprehend the law of lightning. And then he reached 1 million years old. After reaching 1 million years, Dion walked to me and bowed deeply, as I was surprised by his gesture. I thank Senior very much for granting me this opportunity. He said sincerely, as it was all thanks to me he could reach such a high level of cultivation as I gave him monarch-grade divine crystal. The only thing I want is a drop of blood from the dragon god, that is all I will ask. That will resolve all animosities between spirit beasts and humans. Additionally, after my partner becomes a god king in the divine realm, I will guarantee you that spirit beasts could create their own divine realm and leave Dolua planet for another planet. I stated as Dion's eyes widened in shock hearing all of that. If I may ask, how do you wish to achieve all of that from one drop of the dragon god's blood? Asked he skeptically. Artificial spirit souls that will replace real ones in the creation of spirit rings. Dragon God is the originator of all spirit beasts in the Dolua dimension. With advanced genetical technology, I and my subordinate could create artificial spirit souls with abilities as real ones, based on the genome of Dragon God. His blood is needed, or else the artificial spirit souls won't be perfect and complete, which would cause humans once again to hunt spirit beasts. These artificial spirit souls won't be alive, but they would be like clones without life or consciousness. In regard to aging spirit rings, that could be created by aging them with divine crystals and divine power which already has been solved. I explained it all as Dion listened to all this and was processing it in wonder. If it is true, then it should work. I only ask one question, who is your associate among humans? He asked slowly. BBDong. Please support me on my Patreon, https://www.pater*on.com/Trafford and read ahead 50 chapters. I thank everyone for their support as it helps me to write and publish this novel. Chapter 217, Meeting by G and ZG. So the young pontiff has regained complete control over the spirit hall, then it should be possible to achieve what you want with her help. Commented Dion. I had to admit that he was pretty smart to figure things out just by me stating the name of my associate. He instantly knew that with my strength, I would force every disobedient element to follow her orders, so the entire spirit hall has fallen directly under her control. Our organization places a great value on the development of certain factions in this universe. Shall you agree to several of my conditions, my associates, and I will help you in return for some resources and territory? I said lightly as Dion started considering my words. He could easily guess by my words that I wasn't native of this universe, and that was okay. I never intended to hide it, and he would find about it sooner or later, as he had some inheritance from the dragon god. Hence, his information about this universe was very high. Additionally, he could clearly see that BBDong has got some outside help. If not, it wouldn't be possible for someone so young to reach such a high cultivation level and even get absolute control over the entire spirit hall. The final decision is up to my lord when she wakes up. Even then, it would be impossible to do so, as currently Golden Dragon King is sealed inside the divine realm, and my lord would need to recover first and absorb Dragon God. He stated as I nodded. Everything just needed some time. Sooner or later, BBDong would become the new Azura god, and then disposing of Golden Dragon King would be easy. Azura told me if I can reach consent with Silver Dragon King, other God King won't prevent Silver Dragon King from absorbing Golden Dragon King to ascend as a new dragon god. It would be beneficial for all parties. If everything goes according to the plan, then soon enough spirit beasts would have their own living space and even divine realm. I said as Dion nodded and signed me to follow after him to meet his lord. We went to the central area of the core layer of the Stardow Forest, where there were two females waiting for us already. One of them had her entire body was covered in purple-black scales. She had a slender figure with perfect, round breasts and long legs. The upper part of her chest was bared to reveal her snowy white skin and a deep cleavage between her breasts. Her long purple-black hair hung down loosely behind her back and away from her body even without the wind blowing. Her exquisite face was exceedingly charming with her deep purple eyes. Her lips, on the other hand, were a bright purple. An ink-black scale on her forehead rippled with layers of purple radiance streaming forth to the top of her head. She was outstandingly beautiful, had light purple eyes, deep purple lips, purple hair, and a big round chest. Another one had jade green hair that flowed down behind her back, and her eyes were jade green, too. Her figure was slender, and her light green dress outlined it perfectly. Her snowy white and slender arms were exposed. The strangest thing was that she had a pair of wings behind her, which seemed to be sculpted from gems. This pair of wings was jade green, and every feather looked extremely dazzling. The bright green wings were filled with a captivating aura of life and made her look like a natural goddess. She is ZG, one of the great fierce beast, Abyss Demon Dragon. He said as he looked at the purple-haired woman somewhat affectionately. And she is by G, also one of the great fierce beast, Emerald Swan. And he introduced another woman, and then it probably hit me, they were his mates. I then took out several superior grade divine crystals and gave divine crystals to them. It is my pleasure, honored ladies. Here please accept my small gift to commemorate our first meeting. I greeted them as I gave them each 5 superior grade divine crystals that should help them greatly promote their cultivation to higher levels. We thank Senior for his generousness. Said by G for them as she gave a short bow as thanks. They were aware that the divine crystals were priceless and the person who could give them away like nothing should be really someone far out of their categories and most probably a god. As I controlled my aura, now I appeared like an ordinary mortal to those who saw me. Then shall we proceed? I asked as Dion nodded and we continued to the resting place of the Silver Dragon King. Please support me on my Patreon, https://www.pater*on.com/Trafford and read ahead 50 chapters. I thank everyone for their support as it helps me to write and publish this novel. Chapter 218, Silver Dragon King. My lord is still sleeping, so you need to wake her up. Said Dion as we came to the resting place of the Silver Dragon King, where she was slumbering. I nodded my head and quickly located the precise place where the Silver Dragon King was sleeping. She is gravely injured. Even though she was originally a quasi-god king spirit rank 149, right now, her power is greatly reduced, she is probably even weaker than me. Her injuries are pretty severe, she would need at least more than 20,000 years to recover, as she is very slowly recuperating. I thought in my head as I was analyzing the injuries of the Silver Dragon King. She was in a very deep slumber, so she could not detect me scanning her. I took out a small vial of blood that was radiating an enormous amount of power and gave even me some pressure. It was blood essence from Primordial Dragon from the astral boundary that I have obtained from Kazikla Bay exactly for this purpose. Primordial dragons in the astral boundary were far stronger than Dragon God here. In the astral boundary, dragons were the strongest race. Though nobody knew how many powerhouses they had, as they were highly reclusive, it was confirmed that they had at least one primogenitor, who was noted to be extremely close to becoming a half-step great old one. Arcanists had a great relationship with dragons and often traded treasures for knowledge with them. Races in the astral boundary sometimes allied with each other or divided themselves based on their occupation, just like humans divided themselves based on their cultivation systems into warlocks, arcanists, and knights. Arcanists were allied with dragons and secretly associated with devils of Baator, as our path was extremely similar. Knights were paths created by arcanists, and they usually acted as servants for high-ranking arcanists. While warlocks followed the mindset of cultivators in the cultivation universes and created their own dominion where they fought against each other for resources. Elves in the astral boundary were divided by their subspecies into dark elves, ordinary elves, high elves, and most powerful Silvermoon elves. Elven Queen Kohinum was one of the Silvermoon queens and wife of extremely mighty Silvermoon Elven King. As I cast a special spell on the bottle and teleported it to the body of the Silver Dragon King and activated a magical spell that started draining divine power from the Monarch Grade Divine Crystal and together with the blood of the primordial dragon started entering the mouth of the Silver Dragon King. I could see that it had a great effect and Silver Dragon King started recuperating probably 100 times faster compared to what it was before. I waited for several hours until I saw that the Silver Dragon King had recuperated around 20% of her injuries. It was a good result as her injuries were too severe for me to heal with one batch of resources. The most problematic was the fact that most of them were caused by Azura God himself, meaning there were laws in the game. Thus it was difficult to resolve in a short time or with a small number of precious resources. I was sitting here and meditating and absorbing residual energy with laws of devour to increase my demonic energy reserves, as this place was good for it, as energy density increased several times in this small area from since the Silver Dragon King started healing and waking up. Soon enough, I was woken up by an enormous dragon roar that was heard across the entire Stardow forest, as all spirit beasts prostrated themselves in the direction of the roar. The Silver Dragon King has woken up. Very soon, she arrived before me. She had long silver hair, similar to Graphia, but hers were shinier and violet eyes with a mature look. She had exquisite beauty and an alluring figure. The most notable feature about her was a pair of silver-purplish dragon wings sprouting from her back and 2 silver horns on her head. "I thank you, foreigner, for healing my injuries," she said as she looked at me indifferently. Fortunately, she knew that I wasn't human, or she would have attacked me probably, though not that I feared here in this state, even if some injuries of her were healed by me. "How long would it take for you to completely recuperate?" I asked as we sat down. "Several decades at most. That blood you gave me was of an even higher grade than the original dragon god," stated Silver Dragon King. "Also, what is your name, foreigner? I can feel the mighty aura of your and bearing of the monarch," she asked subsequently after. "Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer, Emperor of the Baator and Supreme Ruler of all devils," I said with a small bow. "My name is Guyuna, Silver Dragon King and ruler of the spirit beasts." She introduced herself. "It has been a very, very long time since a foreigner has entered this realm. Especially stronger ones, so what is your goal, what you want here?" asked Guyuna. "Cultivation resources such as immortal herbs, precious ores, and metals, or human souls," I stated plainly. "I propose an agreement between 3 sides. Pactum Spiritus Imperialis, an agreement solgius between you, Pontiff of the Spirit Hall, and future Azura God and me as the third party." I had already told a Dion about this, but with these inventions, enmities between spirit beasts and humans can be resolved. I said as I explained things, in the same way I have to Dion. Please support me on my Patreon, https://www.pater*.com/Trafford and read ahead 50 chapters. I thank everyone for their support as it helps me to write and publish this novel. Chapter 219, Agreement with Silver Dragon King Guyuna. "So in the end, the death of the dragon god wasn't in vain," muttered Guyuna as she heard everything I said to her. Dragon God, with his rampage, did severe damage to the divine realm of Dolua. Indeed, the death of the dragon god showed the resolve of the spirit beasts as species, and soon after, Azura realized that if spirit beasts were to be annihilated, it could easily cut a path of spirit masters, and he admitted that killing dragon god was a mistake, or rather not allowing any spirit beasts to ascend as god was a mistake. Right now, the only thing I need to obtain is the original genome of the dragon god, but that cannot be done right now. The only way to ascend as dragon god is for one of the halves to devour each other, I said to her as Guyuna nodded and looked at me. "What about the Golden Dragon King?" she asked me, as while she shared some sense of camaraderie with the Golden Dragon King, if ascending as dragon god and preserving the lineage of the spirit beasts, one of them needed to die, it was perfectly acceptable. Based on what Azura said to me, Golden Dragon King was consumed by madness and is currently sealed within the Dolua divine realm. So after you recuperate, you can easily devour the Golden Dragon King and become a new dragon god. After you give me the genome, I can create a perfectly artificial spirit soul, and finally, there could be some form of peace between humanity and spirit beasts. Don't forget that Doluo realm could be invaded any time. I stated as Silver Dragon King nodded grimly. Before I came here, Mercurius warned me that void insects were sniffling around the Shao universe. Void insects were serious trouble. They were another carnage for countless universes, just like fiends of the infinite abyss. Void insects lived in the void between universes and were extremely powerful species, where even the weakest creature was comparable to the Grand Class/Starry Sky Warlock. And those were just workers. Warrior insects were standardly at the ultimate class, and they were just cannon fodder. Usually, void insects behaved like fiends and invaded universes with high enough energy level for resources, but for them, the most precious resources were corpses of powerful beings so they could reproduce endlessly. They were extremely troublesome to deal with, and usually, dealing with void insect swarm required a lot of effort, and many sacrifices needed to be made in order to defeat single and sometimes weaker swarm. Gu Yuna, as the Silver Dragon King, inherited a lot of knowledge from Dragon God and knew how much a threat the void insect swarm actually represented. The real threat was that every swarm was under the command of the hive mind, and each hive mind was an eternal ranked powerhouse. From inherent memories, she knew that the entire Shao universe didn't have even a single eternal ranked powerhouse, so the presence of the void insect swarm was a grave threat. She could only hope that the swarm that was around was one of the weaker swarms, meaning its hive mind would be in only the early stage of its ranks, and it won't have a large number of top-level bugs. I will focus on healing my injuries. I should be fully healed up within the next decades. Afterward, we could sign the contract. She said as I nodded. That seems fair, and at least give me a drop of your blood. While your genome won't be enough for the creation of perfect artificless spirit souls, it should be enough to create incomplete that would serve good for 10 to 20 years. Incomplete artificial spirit souls had one great defect, which was their lifespan. They cannot be preserved for a longer period of time as their foundation is not stable enough for such a task. She nodded and gave me several drops of her blood. This will allow me and Ajuka to create incomplete artificial spirit souls that, while not perfect, could replace spirit rings for spirit masters. I hope that you recuperate as soon as possible, Your Highness Gu Yuna, so we can complete our agreement. I said to her as I prepared to leave the Star Doe Forest and go back to the Spirit Hall. I will, Your Majesty Lucifer, may our cooperation bring us great benefits. She said with an elegant small bow. I then teleported out from the Star Doe Forest. Third POV. Gu Yuna stared at the place where Lucifer had teleported out before she let out a long sigh. My lord. Sounded the voice of Dion, who knelt as he arrived before the Silver Dragon King. You have broken through. It shall not take a long before you can ascend as God, and with your age, it should be not a problem to reach pinnacle first-class God or even half-God King. Stated Gu Yuna as she looked at Dion. It was thanks to Senior Lucifer, he gave me divine crystal with the energy of pinnacle first-class God. Answered Dion swiftly. He used same on me to help me heal. He also said he had a great interest in collecting human souls, meaning he and his faction have a method on how to refine souls into the divine crystals. Divine crystals in Baator were mainly used in two ways. One of them was their usage in arcanotechnology and the other in mysticism rituals to enhance physique. Of course, only the wealthy and powerful could use divine crystals in such rituals to enhance their physique as it consumed a lot of divine crystals. Still, since devils were good at harvesting souls, they had a stable income of low-grade and mid-grade divine crystals that could be used mainly by ultimate class and Satan class beings to enhance their physiques. Additionally, dragons in Baator used divine crystals in their training as divine power was good for them to increase their strength. Please support me on my Patreon, https://www.pater*on.com/Trafford and read ahead 50 chapters. I thank everyone for their support as it helps me to write and publish this novel. Chapter 220, Passing Time. What do you think about his proposal, Dion? Asked Gu Yuna, her most loyal follower. It is good, and the agenda behind him is terrifying. If he truly wanted, he could call someone stronger than even Dragon God from his organization to force our compliance, so it would be good to remain friends with him, not that we will lose anything, but instead, we could gain a lot. Additionally, the fact that he already has some form of agreement with the Azura God is even more terrifying, that even Azura God is not willing to offend him over relatively outrageous demands from the point of view of gods. Explained Dion, and he was basically correct. The fact remained that even the most powerful god of the Doluo divine realm, the Azura God, didn't want to offend the foreigner, which meant he was aware that the organization behind him was terrifying to the extent that even he didn't want to become their enemy. Organizations that could send their members with a larger amount of people across the universe and even the universe, such as Shao Universe, was an extremely frightening thought. While Dion was unaware of it, Shao Universe had an extremely powerful seal around it, preventing anyone from the outside from entering it and requiring a terrifying entity to bypass that seal. And yet someone arrived. Additionally, she didn't have anything to lose from this deal, instead, it would only benefit her and spirit beats as a whole. Also, she was wary of void insect scouts around the Shao universe, as this could be a grave threat to the entire Shao universe if the void insects somehow enter the Shao universe. Go and organize all spirit beasts and focus on cultivation. We need to cultivate as many spirit beasts that could ascend as gods as possible. Ordered Guyuna as Dion bowed and left. Sometime later. It was already around 3 years since I have arrived at the Shao universe, as there were many things to do here. Around 300 years have passed in the astral boundary, hopefully, everything should be okay there. Time lapse between two universes would adjust to 1:1 more. The universal gate would be used. Ajuka and I have managed to create incomplete artificial spirit souls, while their life expectancy was only several days or weeks. It was enough to need spirit masters currently. Spirit Hall has also undergone tremendous development after 2 years of rapid advancement. Golden Crocodile Dolua Eevee and I has reached limit Dolu level spirit rank 99, and Archcardinal Dugubo has reached spirit rank 95, becoming another Hyper Dolua of the Spirit Hall. Most importantly, BBDong has reached titled Dolua level, as she was advancing at tremendous speed and currently was at spirit rank 94, only a step away from the Hyper Dolua level, as her fast period of training has ended. In the end, the relationship between Qian Daoliu and BBDong has mended over the years, as he acknowledged that under her leadership, the Spirit Hall has reached an immense high, as the number of titled Doluos has increased significantly, and after dividing Spirit Hall into 3 branches of ecclesiarchy, Hall of Elder and Holy Templar Order all under control of the Holy Throne of Supreme Pontiff. All branches work together as one machine, making use of its immense influence and power. I have also talked to Qian Daoliu and informed him about certain things that he needed to know, and also with Jin Ayu, as those two were basically guaranteed to ascend as gods, creating a pantheon of the Spirit Hall. Even now, Spirit Hall and all churches had an additional god statue that they worshipped, and it belonged to the Azura god. Qian Daoliu was guaranteed to ascend as the angel god. At the same time, Jin Ayu would need to find a suitable god position for himself if he didn't want to become a wild god. Still, even those were needed, but someone of his potential would be a waste for him to become a wild god. Currently, aside from those two, there was only one limit Dolua on the entire Dolua planet named Bosaishi, who was high priestess of the sea god. The situation in the Sun-Moon continent is also developing well. After 2 years, supported by the Hall of Elders, Spirit Hall has become a deeply rooted organization in the Sun-Moon Kingdom. While on the surface, it isn't any kind of strong organization, but in the shadows, there were 5 elders stationed there, together with 3 cardinals on the surface acting as faces of the organization. Now the Spirit Hall has started taking over important nobles in the Sun-Moon Kingdom and gaining their allegiance. After 20 years, the Dolua planet would recuperate enough to the point where it could once again hold gods on it, and spirit energy density would be rising, so during this period of time, Spirit Hall needed to develop as much as possible. On the Dolua continent, things were the same, as the political situation was mainly the same, just with the Spirit Hall was investing more time and resources into secretly subjugating smaller nations. Aside from 2 hegemons, Star Luo Empire and Heaven Do Empire, there existed many kingdoms, principalities, and duchies independently from 2 empires, or some were vassals to one of the 2 empires. Usually, these nations, if you can call them like that, were weak and lacked any kind of higher-end powerhouses. Only some kingdoms may have one titled Dolua, but that was rather rare. This made them a perfect target for the Spirit Hall to subjugate in the shadows and secretly cultivate their soldiers into component armies that could be used against 2 empires. Currently, even though Spirit Hall was far ahead in terms of powerhouses, and with the addition of spirit technology and the creation of the Holy Templar Order gave them more confidence, the development time was still too short. Please support me on my Patreon, https://www.pater*on.com/Trafford and read ahead 50 chapters. I thank everyone for their support as it helps me to write and publish this novel. Chapter 221, Departing Drink. But that was good. Slowly but steadily, Spirit Hall has taken over every major kingdom and principality, while it started even obtaining loyalty from the prominent generals of the Heaven Do Empire and even some clans from the Heaven Do Empire. During these years, the news that the Clear Sky clan has been wiped out has shaken the entire continent, as several titled Doluos have fallen without anyone noticing a single thing. 7 Treasure Glaze clan and Blue Dragon Lightning clan have chosen to seclude themselves in their ancestral homes, fortified and gathering strength, while only the other 4 clans remained active. Still, they lacked any titled Dolua, so 2 of them willingly secretly joined Spirit Hall. In contrast, the other 2 already had a great influence from the Spirit Hall inside them. After I with my entourage leave, I came into agreement with BBDong that I would send some scientists and researchers to the Spirit Hall so they could help to research and perfect the spirit technology while also having here permanently stationed a squad of Adeptus Custodes that would oversee the Universal Gate under the watch of one Tribune. Also, I will send some devils to start contracting mortals for their souls, so Baator can gather more divine crystals from the refinement of the souls. Meanwhile, the situation with spirit beasts was also getting better, as spirit beasts stopped randomly attacking human territories, and spirit masters, or at least those from the Spirit Hall, stopped hunting them for spirit rings. The introducement of the artificial spirit souls to the Dolua continent and the construction of the Spirit Ascension platform elevated Spirit Hall to new unprecedented heights. Artificial spirit souls were instantly accepted by the heavy majority of spirit masters as a much safer and faster alternative to gaining the spirit ring. The only thing it required was money, but soon enough, after Guyuna ascended as the new dragon god, artificial spirit souls could be perfected, and their price would drop significantly, which would cause the end of hunting spirit beasts for spirit rings. Only ones causing problems were evil spirit masters that gathered under one banner of some hyperdolua old fossil that escaped the pursuit of the spirit hall and wanted to rob one of the cathedrals for the artificial spirit souls, but instead, what awaited them were a bunch of elders and several high-ranking members from the Holy Templar Order that captured them together, and soon enough entire evil spirit master organization was swiftly uprooted. In the Dolua Kanchan Spirit Hall was the only faction that hunted evil spirit masters. They were something akin to rogue onis or rogue devils, people overwhelmed by their desires when they became a slave to them and were causing evil where they go, so Spirit Hall was relentlessly hunting them down, something that nations didn't care about because as nobles saw it, evil spirit masters weren't their problem. In the Empire, every rogue devil was instantly put down by the executioners of the Execution Temple to prevent any kind of tragedy. I stood in the middle of the Spirit Hall's throne room, as tomorrow I would be departing back to my universe and be finally back home at the Baator. 3 centuries have passed up there, so many things have probably changed up there. What are you thinking about, Zeoticus? Asked me, BBDong, as she entered the throne room. I am happy to return home, even though for me it was just 3 years, for my family and friends, it was 3 centuries. I sighed as I said that. Do you want to drink something? She asked as she took a bottle of some unknown liqueur. This is the most prestigious liquor from the divine realm. I found it in the vaults of the Spirit Hall. She opened the bottle as we sat down in her garden in the inner courtyards. I sipped a bit from it as she poured me the liquor, and it tasted heavenly and even had an effect on me. Damn, this thing is good. I praised the liquor that BBDong gave me. Rarely some alcohol had some effect on me, as my physique could easily disperse negative aspects of drinking, meaning I could not get drunk, but strangely this alcohol had a great effect on me, which was a pleasant surprise as I had nothing like this in the Baator. I am glad that you like it, she said as she poured me another cup of the liquor. I drank it happily, as due to our contract and membership in the Longinus Dracian Orden, there was zero chance that it would be poisoned, as tarot cards that were fused with our souls forbade members of the Orden to act against each other in a harmful way. Please support me on my Patreon, https://www.pater*.com/Trafford and read ahead 50 chapters. I thank everyone for their support as it helps me to write and publish this novel. Chapter 222, Benefits from Return. Damned hell, my head hurts. I opened my eyes as I cursed everything around as my head hurt more than being kicked by Golden Horden Abyssal King Fiend. When I looked around, I realized that I wasn't in my room but in an unfamiliar environment, but I quickly recognized it as Pope's bedroom, which meant fuck. I cursed when I saw naked BBDong sleeping next to me, covered by a blanket. Not that my wives would be doing any drama from this, as she is indeed suitable to become my wife, but what happened was due to, either it was an accident or she wanted to seduce me for some other purpose, probably to secure even more support. Though it didn't matter right now. I will deal with it later. I thought in my head as I teleported out of the room and appeared far away, near the Universal Gate, where Diablo and Ajuka were already waiting for me. Right now, I didn't want to deal with this, as I already could predict some embarrassing moments, thus, I have decided to act like a proper coward and just leave. In the end, the situation will resolve itself after the real motive of BBDong's action comes to light. Your Imperial Majesty. Both of them bowed as custodians present knelt as they greeted me. Activate the Universal Gate. I commanded as several custodians exceptionally skilled in magic started activating the Universal Gate, as heavy Arcanotech armored vehicles lined up here in tens, all loaded full with countless precious resources, be it astral stones, precious ores and metals, herbs, and many others that were all collected by my forces and Spirit Hall for me during this period of 3 years. Soon enough, the Universal Gate was activated, and I entered, leaving the Shao universe, though I think that I would return here in the upcoming time soon. Astral Boundary, Dimensional Gap, Underworld, Baator. When I entered the Underworld from the Universal Gate, I felt 2 things that happened. The first was that my demonic energy reserve started expanding madly, as those 300 years that passed here all returned to me at once. The second was that my true name was going to be given to me by the Underworld's world will. Soon enough, I felt the will of the Underworld descend upon me as my entire body froze. Already a very familiar feeling. Sithis. 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 Said now familiar creepy voice in my head belonging to the will of the Underworld, exactly 3 times as always. Sithis, mental protection passive ability, that makes the mind shield impenetrable by anyone who isn't at least 1 realm higher than bearer and skilled in mental magic at forbidden level. That was my true name for the legendary class, and now even stronger power was being released by the Underworld's world will as it was going to grant me my true name for the Apocalypse class. Archerun. 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 Said now familiar creepy voice in my head belonging to the will of the Underworld once again, exactly 3 times as always. Archeron, full counter, while in the underworld bearer of this true name could reflect all magical attacks back at caster with doubles destructive power. Now, this was overpowered. While it once again was usable only in the underworld, it was still OP ability if I could lure my attackers to the underworld. What I have noticed is that the majority of abilities of my true names were effective only when I was physically present in the underworld. My theory was that, as my true names are personally granted by the world will of the underworld, they are very strong compared to the devils who awaken or obtain their true names on their own, but their strength is directly connected to the strength of the underworld as a whole. Even though the underworld was currently grade 3 plane, and based on my observation, it could be even higher, energy density and conditions are worse than in grade 5 planes and are comparable to only grade 6. Reason for that: connection with Earth and subsequently with countless dimensional pantheon worlds that are siphoning energy from the underworld for their own dimensions. My solution: severe that connection and make underworld its own plane without connection to others. That would cause recovery of the plane to the grade 3 within a few decades, but also cause that traveling between underworld and Earth would become extremely hard, and the entire underworld will change to a proper grade 3 plane, including the suppression. In Doluo mortal realm or even in the astral boundary, destructive power, for example of Super Devil which was in the dimensional gap around large continental to asteroid level would be lessened greatly. And only high class and above would be able to teleport in such plane and many others. Demonic energy reserves increased by 57 units. While the increase of 57 units for 300 may seem minimal, in truth, it was an astronomical increase, really benefiting my superior level 9 soul aptitude. Analysis. Name: Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. True name: Dismason, Devil Talent, Sithis, Mental Protection, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana, Archeron, Full Counter. Race: Trans-Devil Fiend, Pure Blood. Bloodline: Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horned Fiend. Age: 341. Class: Apocalypse Class. Life Form Level: 2, Tier 1. Soul Aptitude: Level 9, Superior. Laws: Devour, 100%, Dark Light, 38%, Slaughter, 14%, Lightning, 8%. Demonic Energy, 302. Strength, 145. Agility, 131. Vitality, 120. Chapter 223, Military Reform. Underworld, Vader, Aner Londo Capital, Imperial Palace, Sanctus Imperialis. It is good to be home, I said as I entered the Sanctus Imperialis, where custodians already welcomed me under the leadership of tribunes Belial and Phoenix. Father, welcome home. Greeted me Surzex, whom I have noticed has got a lot stronger during past centuries, already reaching late stages of the Super Devil, really talented even if he didn't train a lot as he was basically managing my little empire. You have gotten stronger, good. I said as I nodded my head, and we entered the Sanctus Imperialis. Where is everyone? I asked my eldest son. Mother is in the garden, while Aunt Hela has reached mighty stage God a not long time ago and is currently training with her divine domains. Aunt Graphia is attending to her duties as always. Hilda is currently stationed in Ishigard, and Sigmar has been given the order to pacify some advanced spacefaring civilization in nearby galaxy in Earth plane as they have developed some interesting gene-adjusting technology to produce a lot of mid-class genetic warriors. Summarized Surzex as I was surprised that Earth plane had some civilization that was this powerful that it required the attention of Legion. We have started looking for resources in other galaxies in the Earth plane. I asked. Last time it was decided that Vader would stop space exploration, as we have plundered all Milky Way galaxy and our gains weren't that good, as a proportion of precious ores was small from it. Yeah. Earth plane has only several galaxies, so Lord Admiral Orlok proposed it would be a waste to not at least explore them, and thus we started exploring them around a century ago. During that time, in some galaxy that was a bit far from the Milky Way, we found many precious resources, especially planets abundant with magical ores that would allow us exponentially increase our fleets. Unfortunately, we have clashed with another powerful civilization that was exploring and is currently competing with us, called Eevees, some mechanical life forms that have plenty of mighty stage gods. If not for Aunt Hela, we would lose a lot, but she killed several of their high-ranking mighty stage gods and even robbed their divinities, so they are now more careful. Their technology is not as advanced as ours, so we have long reverse-engineered it and added it to our arsenal. At the same time, I was surprised and not still within my expectations. Have you met their leader? Melvazoa. Or leader of their enemy spirit gods Resetoris? I asked as Surzex wasn't a bit surprised that I was already aware of them. We have not met them. Only some of their servants. Aunt Hela killed 3 mighty stage god Eevees, namely Bebevsu, Vardora, and Dermato, and their bodies are currently being researched by architect so he could build himself a perfect living mechanical body. Elder Azrael has successfully converted his path and reached Apocalypse class and slain some goddess called Jamun Chapati that serves Resetoris. They attempted to contact us and trick us into fighting Eevees with them, but they just wanted to use Vader and our empire for their squabble. So Azrael finally broke through and even escaped his fate. This would significantly enhance the power of the Vader in the future. To architect, I didn't have a main consciousness with me when I went to the Shao universe, but rather a copy of it. Fortunately, neither spirit gods nor Eevees could move their full power, as it would then leave them vulnerable against each other, so that was exposed by our powerhouses and dealt them severe damages. When spirit gods noticed that Hela had the power to kill 3 of Eevee's mighty stage gods, it meant that they deemed her a threat and, together with her entire Vader. But they wanted to use my wife to fight Eevees so she could kill as many of them possible and be killed by Eevees then, or spirit gods would kill them. Fortunately, Azrael broke through and killed those bastards from spirit gods. In terms of combat prowess, Hela was far superior to Great Red and many average beings on the same level, as she was innate god and had innate divinity over death, war, and slaughter. Good, very good. Now your time as acting emperor has ended, and you can return to your duty as tribune of the Adeptus Custodes. Sirzex bowed with a gleam as he was happy that he could spend his days leisurely without a deal with administrative duties and doing paperwork. It was like a heavenly sound to hear this from me. Also, call a meeting with all Lord Generals and Hela after she returns. We need to reform the military. As he departed, I went to find Venelana as Hela was training and Grafia was working. I planned to implement major military changes, mainly cutting down the size of the army. Current Imperialis Militarum had 1 billion soldiers. I planned to cut it down to 100 million and in the next 1,000 years to 10 million. The reason was simple. It was better to focus on quality than quantity. Unfortunately, till now, the state of Baator didn't really allow something like this. When I ascended to the throne, the majority of devils were either soldiers or in military-related occupations. Counted in, that all nobles had private armies, numbering several million smallest, and when it all got together, overall, there were around 1 billion active soldiers in the Baator. This was also a problem, as something like demilitarization of soldiers cannot be done in bulk, as it would create a great internal instability. Thus, while Imperialis Militarum functioned in the form of 10 armies, each numbering 100 million soldiers, only 10% of them were really cultivated to achieve high class. After the first demilitarization that would be carried out this year, I plan to carry out next after the next 200 years and stabilize Imperialis Militarum at 10 million, with each soldier being at least Grand Class, which would be up to elite standards of the astral boundary mightiest factions. Chapter 224, Reunion. Currently, altogether Thonian Empire had 3 Apocalypse-class powerhouses and more than 20 of those at the Super Devil class. From 3 Apocalypse class, one was me, and the other was Hela. Even though she was mighty stage god, her combat prowess was unrivaled. Among the Super Devil class powerhouses, 5 were of my family, 6 if I counted in Secrum. Due to the plan to prepare for the astral boundary, every resource found in Baator and acquired by Thonian Empire was instantly used. When someone looks into our vaults and reserves, they are mostly empty, as most of the resources obtained are suited to cultivate soldiers or talented people that are citizens to become stronger. The name Thonian Empire wasn't something that I invited, but rather a nation that lived in Baator was called that by other factions, and I just took fancy onto that as for now. Thonian Empire controlled the entire underworld, formerly Baator, with the exception of territory belonging to the Izanami, but that would soon change, as I would dispatch Hela to deal with her. After 300 years of development, the situation in the Thonian Empire has moved up drastically upwards. Now, all of the power was absolutely concentrated in the hands of the Imperial House of Lucifer and in the hands of its members. At the same time, nobles of old were just a decoration of the past. To perform even better, I have planned to implement some reforms to the nobility. While the current system was good with TML, I have found it could be better, and I would present it at the next meeting of the Senatorum Imperialis. The biggest flaw was that, even though TML and Commissariat were good at keeping nobles in check by directly forcing them to manage their territories, not all nobles were good at it naturally, and some territories were stagnating, and stagnation was something unacceptable in the Thonian Empire. I plan to make the noble position within the Thonian Empire something dependent on personal strength, while heads of houses won't be ruling their territories themselves but rather chose a person or people to act as governors of the territory to manage it in the most effective way. New noble positions would be Thonian Elector Lord, a special rank reserved only for elders of the Baator and Thonian Empire and their houses. Then Thonian High Lord, to be granted this title, head of the house needs to achieve Superdevil class. Thonian Lord, to be granted this title, head of the house needs to achieve Satan class. Thonian Viceroy, to be granted this title, head of the house needs to achieve Legendary class, and finally Thonian Ikez, to be granted this title, head of the house needs to achieve Ultimate class. This would make Thonian nobles to focus entirely on getting stronger as competition would be fierce. Additionally, I will make a rule that there would be only a limited amount of Thonian High Lords, and if all positions are full, then the only possible to achieve that rank would be to challenge someone and defeat him in combat. I walk through the Imperial Palace Sanctus Imperialis, as I have finally arrived at the garden, where Vina was taking care of the flowers here. Most of them were precious herbs collected across the entire Vader, or dimensional realms connected to the draconic dais, and some were from distant planets in the Earth plane. Slap. When Veena saw me, she instantly slapped me full force. While it didn't hurt too much, she used her full power of Super Devil, so I still felt it as I didn't defend against it. Okay, maybe I deserve it, I said in a silent voice. Indeed, but I am happy that you are back. She then hugged me tightly as I hugged her back. So, how were you doing? I asked as we sat down. Pretty well, even though it was sometimes lonely, but alas, that is something I need to get used to. I nodded. In the near future, I may comprehend laws for centuries, and soon enough, Veena may be the same, as she was already a Super Devil, and after hitting a peak of the Super Devil class, she could start comprehending laws to achieve Apocalypse class. I took care of the IMC and often cooperated with military in conquest or with Ajuka in researching and manufacturing new tech. IMC, short for the Interdimensional Manufacturing Corporation, was created by merging of all businesses I had before I became Thonian Emperor. Afterward, I passed it to Veena, as she was more talented and even more interested in business than me, so she managed it and made money. Now Thonian Empire and even the majority of Baator mostly use divine crystals or other types of energy crystals as currency. Even though soul coins were still used, now only by commoners that didn't have access to the higher forms of currency. That is good. You have already reached Super Devil and soon would hit peak. I praised her as she looked at me. And you have reached Apocalypse class, we will have at least finally another advantage over those bastards from EXE planet. With my advancement, Empire could finally be more offensive in relation to the EXE. Before we could only attack when being attacked, as they had a far higher number of the mighty stage gods, and some of those were extremely strong. Thonian Empire, which was situated in the Baator, could maximally dispatch Hela and only in direst situations. After Azrael broke through, then one of them could go out more often, but the second one needed to remain the Baator and guard the Thonian Empire from dangers. Don't worry. Now that I have returned, I am not planning to leave for a very long time, I said with a smile as I looked at my wife. Chapter 225, Situation with Eevee and I told. After spending some time with Venelana, I went to find Grafia, who was now as always attending her duties as High Chancellor. I also needed for Grafia to call for a meeting of the Senatorum Imperialis so I could announce new reforms for the Imperialis Militarum and territorial management and nobility of the Empire. Fortunately, FIA's office wasn't that far from the Imperial Palace. I sneaked around, to not let anyone notice me, as I looked around, to see that FIA was working on something. Her office was neatly clean, with everything in its place. Hello, my dear wife. I greeted her as she looked at me and nodded. Husband. She responded calmly. Contrary to Veena's reaction, FIA's was more typical, cold as always, but that was due to the fact that she was still in her work mode. Could you please call the emergency meeting of the Senatorum Imperialis within 1 day? I asked. With FIA, it was useless to talk about something intimate or not related to work right now, as she wouldn't pay attention to it, or she would scold me. Grafia was always so serious when she was working, so it wouldn't do me any good to talk casually with her right now, which could be left after she returned home. About what? She asked. It is time to finish the reforms I have started. Now that the political power of the nobles has been extinguished, I am going to reform the fundamental meaning of nobility in the Thonian Empire, as nobles would get their titles depending on their strength. Also, TML system would be upgraded, as nobles won't be managing their territories directly from now on, but rather their territories would be managed by qualified administrators and governors. At the same time, the base of the TML system would remain. This would greatly increase competition among noble houses to get stronger, which in turn would produce many more powerhouses for the empire. I explained as FIA nodded in agreement with my proposition. After the formation of the Empire of Baator, or rather as it was now named Thonian Empire, as Baator was a term for the underworld, something like this would be impossible. Even though the power of the nobles was greatly weakened directly after the Great War, many houses still had deep roots, but now, after more than 400 years of development, these roots have been systematically cut out by the Execution Temple and Commissariat. Also, there is time to complete the military reform. We need to focus more on the quality than the quantity, I said shortly after. FIA, what is the exact situation with the EXE? I asked as I sat down. As High Chancellor of the Senatorum Imperialis, she was one of the best informed people in the entire empire. As we had 2 Apocalypse-class entities and have caused great damage to the Eevees and I told, they have started to be wary of us, and currently in the Earth plane, they are avoiding our void fleets. They cannot attack us, as our Arcanotech fortifications could severely injure even Supreme God, as we tested one of those on Resetoris, and he was nearly killed, said Grafia proudly. Even I was surprised to what levels has Arcanotech developed during these 300 years that I was away. Arcanotech would be the greatest power in the astral boundary for the Baator. If it could reach the level where we could fortify every strategic city with such fortification that could severely injure even the great step of Holy Spirit warlocks and supreme gods, then it would be for the best. Unfortunately, even after the 300 years of collection of resources, only the capital of Rainir Londo and Gralia had such fortifications. Right now, as our void fleets are exploring the Earth plane and its galaxies, there are often skirmishes with fleets of Eevees. Even though they are mechanical lifeforms, their technology is actually inferior to ours. Our ships have better protection and stronger firepower. However, they have more powerhouses on the Super Devil level, so our forces are equal. Stated Graphia as I nodded. After I connected back to the Architect, I already got everything that I needed to know about how to deal with Eevees. Architect has a plan, I heard him say. What do you think about it? I asked as I looked at my wife. It could work if we could weaken Melvazoa by a great deal before that. If he managed to devour him, then practically controlling the rest of the Eevees won't be any problem or absorbing them. Architect had a plan to devour the source code of the leader of Eevees, Melvazoa, and ascend as a completely new life form. Based on his research, Eevees were fascinating creatures. They were pure mechanical beings that had grasped the path of God. As they were mechanical in nature, it meant somebody had created them, and by simple thinking, the answer is clear. They were created by their sworn enemies, the Eotold, spirit gods. In the end, they have evolved to a certain point, where they started devouring every resource they found and somehow grasped godhood. By my theory, they just found some divine sparks from deceased spirit gods and researched them. One could say that soul was a very broad term. After researching the divine sparks, depending on the spark itself, I think one or several of them should have divinity over souls, which should be able to create a soul. After the creation of the soul, they could fuse with the artificial soul and become real living beings. Afterward, fusing with the divine sparks to ascend as God was just a piece of cake. After they evolved to that point, probably spirit gods have realized the threat that Eevees represented and waged war on them, or Eevees wanted to devour spirit gods for their divine spark to create even more gods on their side. And thus they waged war to this day. But Eevees were smarter, they started exploring starts for resources, and just like my mechs, their cannon fodders were exactly like my mechs, meaning only some metals and energy source was needed to have a strong army. Chapter 226, Progressive Reforms. Several days later, Senatorum Imperialis. Now I start emergency meeting of the Senatorum Imperialis. Said Graphia. Currently, more people were attending this meeting of the Senatorum Imperialis. Aside from the members and elders that occasionally participated, there were all high-ranking members of all military branches and all heads of noble houses. After several centuries of steady development, Thonian Empire cannot stop progressing in its advancement. To boost up the production of the Empire and the efficiency of the government and power of the Empire, the nobility of the Thonian Empire shall be reformed. For the first thing, from today, nobles won't be managing their territories directly, but rather they will be managed by qualified governors with appropriate administrative skills. At the same time, noble houses would formally rule their territories, and real governance would be left to professionals to maximize resources and development. Benefits from the production would remain as they are right now. Second thing, noble ranks shall be reformed and shall be given only based on the pure strength alone. I announced with a powerful voice, as some people murmured, but many nobles could already see something like this coming, so they patiently waited for my next words. From today, nobility shall be the title of martial honor and strength, protectors of the empire and strongest fighters. All existing noble ranks shall be abolished and shall be replaced with the following: Imperator for the emperor and imperial house, elector lord which shall be reserved for houses of elders of the empire. Thonian High Lord, to be granted this title, head of the house needs to achieve Superdevil class. Thonian Lord, to be granted this title, head of the house needs to achieve Satan class. Thonian Viceroy, to be granted this title, head of the house needs to achieve Legendary class, and finally Thonian Ikez, to be granted this title, head of the house needs to achieve Ultimate class. Requirements for class shall be increased with the entire progress of the Empire's strength. Also, there will be only 13 High Lords, and to replace the old, a new must defeat the old. I stated as this brought a great shock to many who were present. With a single sentence, many noble houses have been instantly demoted to the Thonian Ikez, while some to Viceroy and few to Lord. Current High Lords were only houses of Leviathan, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, Valifor, Agars, Feles, Noir, and Behemoth. As the only patriarch of those houses has reached the Super Devil class. House of Lucifuge became an Elector Lord house. Members of the noble houses were the strategic resource of the Empire due to their bloodlines, which allowed them to get stronger faster and more efficiently compared to the common devils without. Those with a strong concentration of bloodline even have an excellent chance to become an Apocalypse class, and finally, combat prowess of those with clan traits was far superior to those without at the same rank. With this, nobles would focus their entire attention on training and getting stronger to get more prestige and benefits and not lose face and not lose against their rivals. I have made it even possible that one may even lose its position as noble if the house didn't produce powerhouses, and some other things must be fulfilled, but those who were present were scared shitless from that. Now that this is solved, the second decree. Active Militarization Reform Act. 1. After several centuries of development, our Imperialis Militarum could focus more on quality than quantity. Elite's armies of Grand Empire across the astral boundary have no more than 10 million soldiers, so that should also be our goal, as the Thonian Empire should have only that amount of soldiers, as it would be impossible to cultivate a higher number properly. I stated as Hela looked at time and nodded, while Lord Generals of the Imperialis Militarum agreed with this decision. What shall be the standard strength of the soldier after the final reform? Asked one of the Lord Generals. After Militarization Reform Act. 1 Imperialis Militarum would have 100 million soldiers, and after 200 years or so, we will activate Militarization Reform Act. 2 And stabilize army at the 10 million. Our standard strength should be copying that of Dresden Arcane Empire Grand Class with officers starting from the Ultimate Class. That should be the same as the elite armies of the strongest empire across the astral boundary. If we achieve this, our armies would be far superior to those of warlocks, where they are usually of great warlock standard, and only elite's legions are of starry sky warlocks. After resources started flowing from the Shao universe's Dolua plane, especially the immortal herbs that quickly became magic herbs, Empire's potion and pill production capabilities have skyrocketed. As I have bargained some alchemy inheritances from members of the Orden and obtained a lot from the Dolua plane, with enough resources, another popular occupation has popped out in the Empire, Arcane Alchemist. Currently, it has only 2 branches, Pill Refiner and Potion Maker. With this and countless herbs that are now growing across the entire Vader, it won't be a problem to generate a large number of pills and potions that could help many individuals achieve Grand Class in terms of physique and energy reserves. Right now, what our nation needs the most is to increase the number of the higher-end fighters and powerhouses and to cultivate at least several Apocalypse-class individuals or its equivalent. Having 3 is not enough, even in the dimensional gap, not to mention in the astral boundary, where even 6 Imperial Warlock courts that had decided greatly have tens of Warlock Monarch and several Holy Spirit Warlocks. Resources here are not enough here, but there is one place across the entire dimensional gap where there should be some things that would help some people to reach that level of power. I stated plainly as some of them already realized what I was implying. If we conquer Eevee and annihilate those 2 troublesome races, countless divine spark, god corpses, and many other treasures would fall into our hands that would increase the advancement of Empire by entire centuries. I said with a serious voice as the eyes of many sparked. Chapter 227, Plots and Schemes. We have got information that 2 Regalziva's Devastator Order members have been seen in the Andromeda Galaxy searching for something, namely his 2 underlings Dermato and Regala. It means that their master is not far away, and this could be a good opportunity to make some traps and ambush them. We can kill those 2 at first and subsequently ambush and assassinate Regalziva. Stated Hela slowly. Dermato and Regala are 2 very strong mighty stage gods, taking them out would be a great loss for the Eevees, and if we kill Regalziva, it will weaken Eevees by a great deal, perhaps it would boost up attacks from Itold on them, as right now Eevees have upper hand in their war. With the loss of Regalziva and his Devastator Order, the situation could change very quickly. I said. Additionally, Regalziva's Divine Spark should have at least some laws of destruction in it. Sighed Hela, as I was left shocked for a while. God's path of the astral boundary was specific in a way that gods didn't comprehend laws and their divine sparks didn't contain laws, but rather alternate weaker version to them, which was called divine authority. That was the reason why beings of laws or warlock that comprehended laws were able to easily suppress and kill gods of the same ranks. I wonder how Regalziva managed to incorporate laws into his divine spark. Then no wonder that the 3 leaders of the Eevees were so fearsome. If leaders of the Atoll did the same thing, then this would be even better loot for us. Law of Destruction was of great use to my next progress. Even though I was only a newly advanced being of law, I already had some glimpse of what should my path to be to reach the Lord class. Prepare the extra-dimensional prison formation, we will go after Eevees in the Andromeda Galaxy. I, Hela, and I will contact Jade Emperor to join us. I ordered as everyone nodded and left to prepare their things to do. At the same time, I went to the secluded room to contact Deus Ex Machina, alias Jade Emperor Okwang. This is Samuel Zentor, Deus Ex Machina, are you there? I said to the Tarot Devil card. Yes, what do you need? Have you reached Apocalypse class, and we can start the plan? Answered the voice of the Deus Ex Machina after a short time. I have, but right now, this is not the appropriate time for such action, though I can lay basics of the formation in the next 10 years. I am currently calling for something else. Do you know about Eevees and Ialda and their situation with my empire? I asked. Yes. You wish for me to join you on the hunt? He asked slowly. Indeed. We have a nice target. Regalziva is probably a pinnacle mighty stage god. His death would greatly benefit my empire, and I need to get my hands on his divine spark. If we kill him, you can keep all of his possession. As a mighty stage gods that have roamed dimensional gap for untold eras, he should have a lot of good things on his person that could help your avatar greatly. I expressed my reasons and even benefits for Okwang for joining in. His avatar was true immortal and heavenly being in his cultivation system, and his strength was currently no weaker than mine, perhaps more powerful. Our plan's success would be guaranteed with his help. Oki, send me the time and place where we would meet. Reposted Deus Ex Machina after some time of pondering about that. I understood that possession of someone like Regal Ziva was tempting to his avatar. Though in the eyes of his true body, what could have someone like Regal Ziva precious to be used for someone as strong as him, but his avatar in the astral boundary wasn't that strong, and it needed to reach the ancestral realm before it could be any use to him. For me, the divine spark of Regal Ziva was more precious as it contained laws, and the corpse of Regal Ziva could be used by Architect as a template for his final perfect mechanical living body. After finishing this, I went to Hela to inform her about the current situation, and also I needed to inform Azrael that he would need to be extra vigilant as he would be the only person on his level left in the Empire for the protection of our nation. I found Hela right now in her office. She rarely came here, as she tended to drop her work on adjutant and rather train or plan next military actions. "What has brought my dear husband here?" asked Hela as she sat on the chair and read a book. What a weird thing from her. Jade Emperor has agreed to participate in this mission. We just need to plan other detail, and we can take Regal Ziva out of the equation. That would leave Evis only with Saraselbs and Malvazoa. I said as I sat down on the opposite chair while Hela stood up and closed the book she was reading. With his death, the situation would be different as Atold would attack with more ferocity, but it also represents danger, as two races would view us with great suspicion and would surely try to attack us. She told me as she went to the door, locked them, and sat on my lap. But right now, we have other things to solve. She whispered as she kissed me passionately. Chapter 228, Targets Found. Andromeda Galaxy, Thonian Empire First Fleet, Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship. Adjudicator-class Juggernaut void ship was a monstrous behemoth that was around 50 kilometers in height, 60 kilometers in length, and 20 kilometers in width. It was actually a monster among capital ships, priding with firepower comparable to the Apocalypse-class Devil. After several centuries, Empire only had 3 such ships because scarce resources and other things limited their production, so it was tough to produce even a single Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship. I was sitting at the commanding center of the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship together with Hela and another guest, Okwang, who joined us in this quest for death. "So, what do we currently know about the location of the Regadamu and Demando?" asked Okwang as he sipped his tea that I had personally brewed. "They are searching for something in the Andromeda Galaxy. We don't know what they are searching for, but if Regal Ziva sent 2 of his most powerful lackeys to search for something, then it must be really something precious. Those 2 are only a bit strong, mighty stage gods, so Hela and I will deal with them and kill them as fast as possible. Their corpses and divine sparks would be of great use to the Empire." I said the current course of action as Jade Emperor nodded and agreed. Hela was silent and just enjoyed my company as she was hugging me like a plushie. Only 3 of us were in this room, aside from several custodians. Most of the void ships belonging to the Thonian Empire didn't have a large crew, aside from some soldiers and specialists. Usually, ships were working solely on the AI and a few specialized devils under the leadership of the ship's captain. "Activate scanners and search for those 2 bots." I told the AI of the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship and spent my time cuddling with Hela. Several days later. "Your Majesty, the scans have found our target," said one of my custodians as he woke me up from my slumber as I fell asleep after some time. Devils, among other races, could sleep for several days straight and even longer periods. For example, even Devil could enter hibernation. "Activate engines to maximum and wake up Jade Emperor and Hela," I ordered as the custodian bowed deeply. After that, I went to the commanding center and looked at the deep cold space before me. "AI, where are targets located?" I asked about the artificial intelligence of the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship. Each void ship of the Thonian Empire was armed with supreme artificial intelligence, created by Architect himself. However, they were not perfect AIs as they were not living ones, but their calculation abilities were unmatched. Request accepted. Targets designated as Dermato and Regadamu are located at the Astrex planet in a rep system of Aquarius star cluster. Answered AI of the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship. "When will we arrive there?" I asked the AI. Approximate time of the arrival is estimated to be 4 hours and 24 minutes. "Good, active battle protocols and send back notice that we have found Dermato and Regadamu and are proceeding to ambush them and kill them. Information is being now relayed back to the intelligence department." Answered the AI of the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship. After 4 hours we have arrived at the Astrex planet that was located in the Arep system of the Aquarius star cluster. It was an ordinary-looking desert world, not anything special, but apparently, there was something that attracted the attention of someone like Regal Ziva. "Activate sealing formation." As I ordered that, suddenly, hundreds of the void ships that were consisting of the First Fleet started activating certain devices and were surrounding the entire planet, thus creating an impenetrable formation that would act as a trap for anything that is on the planet. Even to someone as strong as Regal Ziva, it would take some time to break through the sealing formation created by hundreds of void ships. As the entire planet was sealed completely, I descended down to the planet together with Hela, while Okwang remained in the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship. In case Regal Ziva appeared sooner than predicted, he would at least stall him enough for Hela and me to arrive and support him in the fight. Those two bots are digging up something in the middle of the planet. They are already nearing the core of the planet, and apparently there is some kind of structure there, man-made structure. I stated as I received scans from the AI of the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship. It should be probably some kind of inheritance site. There were a lot of them in the astral boundary. Usually powerful existences constructed them, as they were about to die, so they constructed inheritance sites. Some of them were like tombs, filled with traps and treasures. Some of them were more complicated, like the one of the Devouring Magister, where I have inherited Law Crystal from him. That one was still controlled by the remnant consciousness of the Devouring Magisters, and to obtain the inheritance, one needed to pass the tests set up by the Creator. This one which Regadamu and Dermado were digging up, was probably just a tomb, as I didn't sense any kind of energy fluctuations belonging to somebody low aside from Hela, Jade Emperor, or those two scraps of metal. Shall we wait or follow them? Asked Hela as we were flying top the place where those two started digging. Follow. They will probably suffer at least some injuries during the excavation and subsequent exploration of the tomb. We can ambush and assassinate them during the exploration of the tomb. I said, as soon we have arrived at the place where the entrance was located. I cast several stealth spells on both of us. With my usage of Law's quality of my magic was superior, and it was not possible for someone not skilled in magic to discover us. Additionally, Regadamu and Dermado were focused on excavation works. Chapter 229, Killed. Hela and I entered the tunnel and just followed the path set by Regadamu and Dermado before us. After walking for more than half an hour, we have finally arrived at the underground temple that was located deep within the planet's inner shell, very close to the planetary core. This temple looked very old, far older than a place where I have found inheritance of the Devouring Magister. Be careful, there may be still some traps that those two didn't activate or manage to evade. I warned Hela as she nodded. This tomb could easily belong to some very strong arcanists. When arcanists were building their tombs, they usually constructed them with as many traps as possible, as they wanted many people to accompany them in death, and most importantly, they really didn't want someone to get their hands on their inheritance too smoothly. If this tomb really belonged to some strong arcanists, then it could be really problematic. We walked through the narrow tunnels and corridors of the tomb until we arrived at the enormous underground plaza, where I heard some sound like somebody was fighting. After I looked more precisely, I noticed two mechanical figures were fighting against some monsters. Both of the mechanical figures were 5 meters tall humanoid mechanical lifeforms with 3 eyes. This tomb isn't belonging to some arcanist. If yes, then those monsters would be stronger. Either this is the tomb of some strong warlock or god. I stated as I observed Regadamu and Dermado fighting several monsters, as they were getting injured by them. Prepare your strongest attacks. Soon enough, those two will unleash their strongest attacks to kill monsters. After that, we strike and kill them in one attack. I said as Hela prepared her necro swords. My plan was to kill them in one hit. I didn't really want to fight them in prolonged combat. As they were mechanical lifeforms, they could easily relay information back to Regal Ziva. I needed them dead before they could warn him about something. Regal Ziva would for sure come and search for the killer of his two underlings. After several more minutes, Regadamu and Dermado used their strongest attack, which depleted most of the divine power to kill the never-ending swarm of monsters. After all of those monsters were killed, I noticed that their energy reserves were not even at 10% of the entire amount. Now. I ordered Hela as she melted into the shadows and attacked Dermado, and I teleported next to the Regadamu and slashed with my Rosenkreuzes boosted up with the power of laws and the severed head of the exhausted Regadamu as Hela's necroswords pierced through the core of Dermado. Both of them were killed instantly. Fortunately. If not, it could greatly complicate things. Store the corpses, they would be of great use to Architect. I said as Hela stored the corpses of Regadamu and Dermado. I looked around and scanned the area. This is not the tomb of the Arcanist, probably just some high-ranking warlock or perhaps god. At least there should be some nice amount of the divine crystals if it belonged to some god. I thought. If it belonged to some high-ranking warlock, then there may be some precious warlock methods. Some of them could be adjusted to suit devils, though only those for the body-refining warlocks, as their body methods are pretty suitable for tempering physique after some adjustments. After searching this place for several minutes, I have found hundreds of the divine crystals, some weapons, and other things that were useless to me. Only the divine crystals were of some use to me. Aside from that, other things were trash. Maybe some warlock methods could be tweaked to some extent to be suitable for common devils for body tempering. Come on, we are leaving. Regal Ziva would soon notice that his two loyal bots have been killed and would come and search for their killer. We need to prepare some traps. I said to Hela as she nodded, and we left the planet and returned to the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship, where Okwang was already waiting for us. After I had boarded the ship, the entire Void Fleet has entered the stealth mode and quietly waited for the Regal Ziva to appear. "What have you found there down there?" asked me Okwang, as he was always curious about cultivation methods. "Just some warlock methods," I wanted to say. "I want an even higher level of alchemical knowledge. If possible, from other universes if possible, for someone like you who have been reborn in countless cultivation universes, you should have a lot of them." I stated my request. I needed as much alchemy knowledge as possible. The current level of alchemy was shallow. Even though I had to deal with Okwang, that was just some basic level alchemy knowledge from the astral boundary. Possible, in exchange, I want you for your empire to destabilize a few cultivation universes after your little realms becomes a lot stronger. So becoming a blade, not that I mind, as that would be something that we would be doing for sure. Even now it was a common strategy of devils, corrupting human nations for a little bit of power, creating wars and conflicts, and destabilizing entire factions. I agree, I said after some time of consideration. With the level of knowledge, you should have alchemy that would boost up your pill and potion level to extreme heights. With this, you could easily cultivate new legions of soldiers of much higher quality, answered Jade Emperor Okwang. Chapter 230, Plan was success. Several hours later. After waiting for several hours, Regal Ziva has finally appeared above the orbit of the planet where Hela and I have killed his two underlings. He looked pretty similar to them. He is a 7-meter-tall mechanical humanoid with 5 eyes in total, 2 on each side and 1 on his forehead that shines with gold. His body has a tint of black and purple with thick limbs. All 3 of us waited in the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship. "Shall we attack?" asked Okwang as he looked at the Regal Ziva as he was descending onto the planet. "Not now, let him descend down, and after we activate the suppression formation and trap him at the planet, we could start," I said as we waited until the Regal Ziva descended down onto the planet, and I have given the order to activate the suppression sealing formation that enveloped the entire planet and sealed it off entirely as the 3 of us have descended down at the planet. Now it was a perfect time to kill Regal Ziva, as none of us have bothered hiding our aura for Regal Ziva to find us. Soon enough, he found us and looked at us from the high. "Devil, God, and Cultivator, what an interesting trio," said Regal Ziva with a robotic voice as he looked at the 3 of us. I gave the nod to Hela and Okwang, who would be acting as close-quarter fighters, while I would be supporting them from the sides with my magic. Hela attacked Regal Ziva with her 2 necro swords, and Okwang attacked with his katana. Both of those attacks were terrifyingly strong, but Regal Ziva managed to defend against both of them as part of his left hand transformed into a huge shield. Meanwhile, Hela and Okwang created distance with Regal Ziva, while I started bombarding him with dark light weaponry and binding him with dark light chains, as Hela and Okwang started attacking him once more. I used the law of Devour to constantly drain Regal Ziva his energy through the dark light chains, to weaken him even more, and give Hela and Okwang an easier time in attacking him. One must admit that Regal Ziva was extremely strong to withstand constant attacks from Okwang and Hela under my support and suppression of my spells. Fortunately, after 20 minutes of the constant assault, he started showing signs of weakening, as, after several minutes, Hela managed to pierce his cores with her necro sword and Okwang with his katana, while my dark light chains drained all of his energy. "Fascinating, he is still alive," I said as I looked at the Regal Ziva, who was on the verge of death and had suffered such injuries that it would kill even me easily, and he was still alive. He is a mechanical life form, so he could survive as long as his divine spark isn't destroyed. Most gods would die just like other races, but these robots are really fascinating creatures, said Jade Emperor Okwang as he looked at dying Regal Ziva. "Indeed, but they are just an inferior race, and soon all Eevees would serve a greater purpose." I laughed as I used seals on the cores of the Regal Ziva and sent them into the extra-dimensional prison. I wanted him alive, or rather I wanted his cores undamaged, which would mean that Regal Ziva would survive, but Architect would devour him whole. I picked up the spatial ring, which was a precious thing in the dimensional gap, as most of the artifacts were destroyed or lost in the passage of time. I also cannot extract his divine spark as that would probably kill him, which would damage the cores which Architect desperately needed. With all of this, he could construct a perfect mechanical body, far superior to that of Eevees. "Here." I threw the spatial ring to Okwang, who caught it with a smile and scanned the content inside. "Not bad," he commented on his reward for helping kill Regal Ziva. "What now?" asked Okwang as he was very well aware of the strength of Eevee told, as both of their species were extremely strong with many mighty stage god. Especially their leaders were apparently very close to reaching Supreme God stage. "Nothing, we leave. Melvazoa will probably send somebody to investigate this as this could lead to great change in the war between Eevees and Atolds, with Regal Ziva's death and also the death of his 2 underlings. Sooner or later, they will trace this to the Thonian Empire or at least would be suspicious of us, but that doesn't matter. As soon as I reach the pinnacle of the Apocalypse class I will slaughter them all." Then even supreme gods won't be my match. I said as Okwang nodded in agreement, and we boarded the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship and left back for the Earth. Chapter 231, New Form. Vader, capital of the Thonian Empire Aner Londo, Imperial Palace, several days later. I was in my secluded place in the Sanctus Imperialis of Imperial Palace, where I was looking at the divine spark of the regal Ziva after the architect did what he wanted with his body as he was constructing his perfect living mechanical body. I got the divine spark sooner than I had expected and could now extract the laws of destruction from it. I used the laws of devouring on the divine spark as I started extracting laws of destruction. Laws are being absorbed. Laws of destruction have been detected. Law comprehension of law of destruction has reached 15%, 28%, 35%, 47%, 56%. Law comprehension of law of destruction has reached 58%. I revealed a small smile as I had extracted a lot from it. No wonder Regal Ziva was strong, and his attacks were far destructive than normal mighty stage gods should be. I muttered to myself as I grew stronger once again. Now the only thing I needed to do was to slowly raise my demonic energy reserves. I have comprehended a lot of laws, and several of them were at somewhat a high comprehension rate. However, my demonic energy reserves were still lagging behind. Increasing them was hard at this stage. The natural way of getting older was way too slow for me. Meditation could be of some use, but small, and then there were methods of artificial increasement of the energy reserves by using potions, pills, or other treasures. My comprehension of the dark light is at 43%, and slaughter is at 14%. With the addition of laws of destruction and devour, I should be able to easily reach dimensional class after comprehending the laws and mastering them to at least advanced mastery. I have said as I was thinking about my future advancement. That would be the most suitable course of action indeed. Said an elderly male voice as I turned around and saw an elderly man with white hair and beard, wearing a double-piece white suit with a vest, as he held a cane in his right hand. So you have finished construction of your body already? I asked a rhetorical question instead. As expected, it went according to the plan. Said architect as he nodded his head. Now that you have your body constructed, how strong are you currently? I asked as I looked at architect, barely tablet O sense anything from him. Mighty stage god of innate god. I can perfectly control all of my energy and my combat prowess. To evolve even further, I will need to devour and assimilate all Eevees. Stated the architect with great indifference. I already expected something like this. Architect embarked on the more evolutionary path, as to advance even further, he not only needed divine sparks but also assimilate beings of the same species or at least similar species. Excellent, now on the surface, show your strength as the pinnacle of the greater god, and you can start to assume the position as general matrix of the Mechanicum. Architect nodded at this as it was something accepted. After Regal Ziva's death, Eevees would remain more on their planet and focus more on their ongoing war with the Tolds. This would give us unhindered progress on mining resources of the Earth plane of its galaxies. I said. I have already notified Lord High Admiral, and we are currently coordinating in progress. Within a few centuries, we should have mined all resources in the entire Earth plane. By my calculations, if used currently, among other things, then we can expand our fleet to 100,000 void ships, including several space fortresses of Phalanx class, and probably even reconstruct the Black Stone Fortress. Stated architect. Even though I was mainly copying blueprints of the Solar Federation void ships, mine was way bigger and had more firepower and additional gadgets to them. So to construct even a single one, a lot of resources were needed. In truth, Earth plane wasn't that big, it housed only several tens of galaxies, and many of them were rather small and poor in resources, but it was still a treasure trove for the rapid expansion of the Empire. Excellent, always focus on recyclation of the resources and old tech. Pollution sucked in the immaterious universe, then who knows how would it look in the magical version? I stated as architect nodded. Thonian Empire was, how would one say it, eco-friendly. For several reasons, mainly because I have seen in my past life entire planets get pretty fucked up by waste and garbage, and pollution destroyed them entirely. Also, I personally hated wasting up resources, so I preferred to recycle old tech, obsolete void ships, and so on. With advanced arcanotech, Empire could easily reach a recyclation rate of 100%. Chapter 232, Human Conflicts Are Devil's Benefits. Several decades later, Baator, capital of the Thonian Empire Aner Londo, Imperial Palace. 44 years have passed since the moment when I, together with Hela and Okwang, have killed Regal Ziva and his 2 lackeys. During these 19 years, Thonian Empire has been steadily exploring galaxies in the Earth plane, mining resources and constructing void ships and other things, developing the Empire and the entirety of the Baator. Interestingly, humans were once again going to wage war among themselves. Usually, pantheons and supernatural factions had some unspoken agreement that they won't be meddling in conflicts of mortals. But today, it was a bit different. In past decades I have been negotiating with Amaterasu about our alliance, and after several years we have finally grown to some form of agreement. In truth, I didn't really care about the Earth, as when the dimensional gap is destroyed, it will take with it the majority of the Earth plane. Additionally, it would attract the attention of the powerful existence of the astral boundary. What I wanted was Izanami's life, more precisely underworld command sequence that was in her ownership. That would cause Shinto to lose their foothold in the underworld, or rather now in the Baator, but that was a small price, as right now, the entirety of the Baator was under the control of the Thonian Empire. Amaterasu agreed to my request, but in return, she wanted that we help Japan to not suffer any losses during the war that was coming, as humans would be waging another world war. In my eyes, they were just playing around, but for them, it was a serious matter. I have agreed and sent some experienced executors from the execution temple to give some help to Japan, as Shinto was under the watchful eyes of other pantheons to not meddle in this war, as during past centuries, Japan has been primarily led by Shinto gods, as they started intervening in matters of mortals. Shinto priests had a high say in the politics of humans in Japan and had enormous influence. At the same time, ancient clans and principal clans that served Shinto were de facto leaders of Japan. At the same time, Emperor was just a figurehead, or rather he just dealt with trivial matters. Usually, when mortals waged their wars, it was the greatest taboo for supernatural factions to intervene in them. What I ordered could be considered a violation of every tradition that was here for thousands of years in the existence of the supernatural. But with my strength and strength of the Thonian Empire as a whole, I didn't care. Might makes right. If you are strong, then you make laws and decide what is right and what is wrong. Still, my job was only to ensure that Japan reaps benefits from the war, even though I could already predict how things would end from the current course of action, as my spies and agents have infiltrated every human power on Earth and extracted all necessary information. What was troublesome was that Japan planned to attack China, which was the domain of Okwang, who was my ally, but after I had explained the situation to him, he just told me that as long as I didn't cause destruction of the entire nation or extinction of its people, he wouldn't care. Which was logical. Why would he care for mortals? But it was instead a question of honor. Of course, this entire war was a great thing, as many people will die, the more die, the better, as we could harvest the enormous amounts of souls from them to refine those souls into the divine crystals. And divine crystals are always of great use for the devils. Nowadays, there are almost no opponents that would obstruct us in collecting souls, as one of the best constructors who was Hades already, no longer is among the living. After this war ends, I can then send my people to bring me Izanami so I can extract her part of the underworld command sequence, and afterward, with the entire command sequence, I can finally initiate the first part of my grand plan by severing the connection of underworld with Earth and other planes. With that, underworld would recover, and it would grow more powerhouses. Several years later, everything went as expected. World War II ended as expected, with Germany being defeated, while Japan was forced back from China back to its territory. After the defeat of its allies, Japan continued waging war against the USA, whom they crippled after a successful attack on Pearl Harbor, which was successfully done only thanks to the intervention of spies from the Execution Temple and Intelligence Department. Several years later, after Japan secured hegemony over the Pacific Ocean, they were forced to end their war, as it put too much strain on their economy, and after they were forced out from mainland China, while they managed to keep some islands they captured from other nations, it was not enough. Most importantly, Amaterasu personally ordered Emperor to end the war, as she decided it was enough of the war and fighting. Meanwhile, what I have noticed is that the time diversion between Astral Boundary Universe and Shao Universe was constantly changing, jumping from different conversions every year, but I already got info from Mercurius that within the next decades, it will stabilize at 1:1. Resources from the Dolua plane proved to be crucial for the fast development of the Thonian Empire, especially the magical herbs. By importing immortal herbs and various metals and ores, there were even entire ore veins planted around the Baator as a whole. I was already preparing for my return to the Dolua plane after the time rate stabilized at the 1:1 to check up on some things, especially on the development of the Spirit Hall and on Silver Dragon King Guyuna, as she was still healing and I was curious how she has healed up. Additionally, I was thinking about inviting her to Longinus Drazian Orden. She would be a good addition. Also, it would mean that BBDong would have a permanent helper in her home universe. Chapter 233, Stirring of the Bloodline. Several decades later. Today was a day like any other day in the Thonian Empire of the Baator realm. I was comprehending the laws in the Imperial Palace, Sanctus Imperialis, as members of the Adeptus Custodes were guarding me until I have felt my bloodline stirring up for some reason. I remembered this feeling. As a primogenitor of my bloodline after Devarion bloodline source of original Lucifer and Lilith, I could be said to be the origin of devils, especially applicably to the Lucifer bloodline, and now I felt that new Lucifer has been born in a faraway Shao universe. So in the end, she got pregnant with my child. Apparently, I cannot avoid this anymore. I have long ago told my wives that I had slept with BBDong when I was drunk. Hela didn't care too much, but she told me she wanted to fight her, while Fia and Vina wanted to get to know her, as she could be considered as my unofficial wife. I didn't really like dealing with such troublesome things, so I have decided just to push that matter away and deal with it later. Unfortunately, it came back to me. Right now, the time lapse between Xiao Universe and Astral Boundary Universe has stabilized, and it is currently at a ratio of 1 to 1. Comprehension of the law of dark light has reached already a 49%. I will take a pause and go and visit BBDong to resolve some matters. I have muttered to myself. Xiao Universe, Dolua Plain, Spirit Hall. Nothing much has changed from the day I was here. Due to the constantly changing time lapse between two universes, more than a year has passed since the first time I have set my foot on the Dolua Plain. I have watched around and seen several cardinals and even some arch-cardinals of the ecclesiarchy that bowed slightly when they saw me. Each of them has gotten a lot stronger during this 1 year. Currently, the Spirit Hall could really be considered a hegemon among mortals by the mortal standards. I have felt that Dolua mortal realm has already recovered, and soon the density of the spirit energy will be rising to new heights, meaning that wild gods will start popping here and there in the Spirit Hall. Maybe some would ascend as real gods to the Dolua divine realm. Currently, there are 2 people guaranteed with such a thing, BBDong and Qian Daoliu. On my trip, I needed to meet with only those 2 to get the precise situations on the Dolua planet. Currently, I was headed to the Hall of Elders, where the strongest titled Doluos resided and acted as the Spirit Hall's hidden force. All of them were Spirit rank 97 and Spirit rank 98, with 2 at the Spirit rank 99. Your Imperial Majesty Lucifer. Greeted me Qian Daoliu, as he bowed slightly, together with another Spirit rank 99 limit Dolua, Jean Ayu, who seemed a bit different. Lord Qian, Lord Jean. I greeted them in the same polite manner. I must congratulate you, Golden Crocodile Duzluo, for obtaining inheritance. Which one did you manage to snatch? I said with a smile. Golden Battle God, a first-class god. He answered with a polite smile. Since the reformation of the Spirit Hall, many elders of the Spirit Hall that were stuck at their rank for a very long time not only got their combat prowess greatly enhanced by various elixirs exported from the Baator, got their battle armors or condensed spirit cores, but many of them, if not all, advanced in their spirit rank. Excellent, with the Spirit Hall factions will have 1 God King and 2 first-class gods. This would give you a great deal of power within the divine realm and council of the God Kings. Jean Aya was a very rigid man who followed high principles of justice and had very high morals. He was one of few that was, how would one say it, like the fact that Qian Sunji was killed by Mercurius as he never liked him, even though he was the son of his best friend. Why have you decided to visit us, Your Majesty? Asked Qian Daoliu as we sat down around one table with tea already being prepared for us. You should be aware that BBDong has given birth to a child. I asked as both of them nodded, and shortly afterward, they stopped in their tracks. It is. Indeed, it is my daughter. I stated expressionlessly, as both of them were surprised but not that much. It was quite easy to guess who was the father of the child. I need to talk with BBDong about some things and check up on my youngest daughter. I wonder how strong her talent will be. Spirit awakening happens when one reaches 6 years or? I asked. Indeed 6. Her talent will be for sure astonishing. Stated Qian Daoliu. We will see, as long as it is just a half of that of my eldest, then I would be satisfied. But talent isn't the most important thing, hard work, will, and determination outclasses it all. Talents I may create supreme one with just 1 trip to Imperial Treasury. I said mildly. Among my children, Surzex was the most talented and was already bordering the Apocalypse class, and soon his comprehension of the law of destruction will reach 50% after he successfully undergoes the law baptism, then it would be just a matter of time until he ascends as being of law. Additionally, Sigmar also wasn't that far from it. Though his path will be far more filled with thorns, as his path was a mix of mine and Hellas' innate godhood. Fortunately, Architect's research on Regal Ziva's divine spark gave a lot of information, so it should be okay. After drinking my tea and some talk with Qian Daoliu and Jean Ayu about the development of the Spirit Hall, I departed to find BBDong. Chapter 234, Renshue. BBDong was spending her time with her, or rather our newly born daughter, in a nearby private courtyard of hers. She looked at me as she held a baby in her arms before saying, "How did you find out?" She asked silently. "Bloodline, my dear, bloodline. The moment she was born, my bloodline signaled to me that another descendant of mine have been born, so here I am. To deal with undealt things," I said quietly, as BBDong's expression flattened, and I knew exactly what she was thinking about. "You don't need to worry, I won't be taking your daughter from you. I just want to solve the relationship between the 2 of us and about what happened," I remarked to settle her worries as I sat down next to her. "Could I look at her?" I asked as she nodded and gently passed me our daughter, that was still sleeping soundly. "Have you named her?" I asked. "Yes, she will have the name Renshue," answered BBDong shortly. "Lucifer Renshue, not sounding too bad," I said as I scanned my newly born daughter. Name, Lucifer Renshue. Race, Transdevil/Human Hybrid. Bloodline, Gremory, Lucifer. Age, 1 day. Spirit rank, 0, mortal stats. Strength, 7, mortal stats. Agility, 8, mortal stats. Vitality, 24, mortal stats. Martial spirit. Spirit scythe. Death soul devouring spider sovereign. Clan trait. Dark light. The devourer. Holy flame. Fascinating. I muttered as I looked at the results. I already saw that which martial spirits she would awaken, and additionally, she inherited 3 clan traits. Unfortunately, due to her unique heritage, she didn't inherit demonic energy, but rather those clan traits seemed to be tied together with the spirit energy. She has inherited a lot from me, and even from you. Reaching godhood shall be not a problem for her. I said as BBDong was shocked hearing this, and soon her shock turned to joy. What are her martial spirits? And what clan traits she inherited from you? Asked BBDong excitedly. She was aware of the clan traits, as they were bloodline abilities of the devil nobility. In the Dolua planet, there didn't exist, or rather maybe they did, the closest thing they had, was clans that inherited martial spirits through the bloodline of the clan. Twin spirits. One is offensive tool spirit called Spirit Scythe, and the second is a beast spirit called Death Soul Devouring Spider Sovereign. From me, she inherited 3 clan traits, Holy Flame, Dark Light, and Devour. She is second among my children to inherit 3 clan traits, truly fascinating. I answered as BBDong's eyes widened in shock. Death Soul Devouring Spider Sovereign should be mutation fusion between 2 of my martial spirits, Death Spider Emperor and Soul Eater Spider Emperor. She explained as I nodded. I will visit when I have time, but try at least once or twice per year. Also, every year on the day of her birthday, bring her to Baator to stay for several weeks. Spirit Hall can govern itself for some time even without your intervention. She nodded at that. I could visit maybe once or twice a year and stay for several weeks each visit, as I had my duties in the Empire, and there were a lot of schemes and plots that required my immediate attention. Additionally, I wanted her to bring Rinshue each year to Baator so she could stay there with me. When she grows older, she could stay there even for a more prolonged period of time. That way, she could get along with her siblings, as she was living in a different universe compared to the rest of them. How the development of the Spirit Hall is going on? I asked as I held my daughter Rinshue in my hands and talked with BBDong. As expected, it is going well. Even with the innovation of the imperfect artificial spirit souls, we have greatly lessened dependence on the spirit beasts. The addition of the spirit technology greatly increased the strength of the Spirit Hall, and we have slowly started gaining control over duchies, principalities, and kingdoms at the south of the Dolua continent, where the Balak Kingdom and Spirit City are located. Answered BBDong with a proud expression as she talked about achievements done by the Spirit Hall. Holy Templar Order has become a famous force on the continent around half a year ago when I have deployed one of the holy armies to destroy duchy which was ruled by evil spirit masters, as they were hiding there for a long time as sleeper cells. Our progress in the Sun Moon continent is going well. Currently, we are controlling several key people in the royal family of the Sun Moon Kingdom. After several elders from the Hall of Elders went there, things are going much smoother up there. When the Sun Moon Kingdom falls entirely under the control of the Spirit Hall, we can start conquering the entire continent. Several titled Duluos from there already joined the Spirit Hall after seeing the depth of our faction. While the Sun Moon continent had far more advanced technology compared to the Dolua continent minus Spirit Hall, the number of high-end powerhouses was far too low compared to the Duzlua continent. Spirit Hall, before the reform, contained more than 25 titled Duluos. Each of the empires has a similar amount of titled Dulos. Even some random kingdom in the Dolua continent will have one titled Dolua overseeing it. Even Clear Sky Clan had around 7 titled Duluos in the clan. The martial level of the Dolua continent was higher, and all titled Duluos wanted to advance, extend their lifespan, enhance their combat prowess, and so on, the thing that Spirit Hall will give them in exchange for their eternal and undying loyalty. Excellent. I commented on her progress, and truth to be told, I cannot wait to see how will this planet look 20 years later. After Silver Dragon King Guyuna recovers enough, and BBDong ascends as a new Azura god, a new dragon god can ascend and the final part of the plan for this realm could begin. Chapter 235, Dark Devil God Tiger. Star Doe Forest. Several hours later, I arrived at the Star Doe Forest to check up on the Silver Dragon King Guyuna and the rest of the spirit beasts and how they were doing. As I walked through the areas of the Star Doe Forest, I noticed something interesting. One certain spirit beasts that were preying on the other spirit beast with unique attributes, as it was touched by the laws itself. It is a black giant tiger, pure black all over, without a speck of another color. It is no less than 8 meters long, bulging with muscle, maybe weighing more than half a ton. It was clear that this one was still a very young specimen. The king mark on his forehead is also black, but a different shade of black from its fur, a black as gloomy as mist. Its red eyes brim with viciousness, but the most peculiar feature is its tail. The tail is much longer compared to ordinary tiger-type spirit beasts, it greatly resembles a scorpion's tail formed from countless bone joints with a giant hook attached that is oriented upward, and it glints with a cold light. It was a dark devil god tiger. What an irony. I muttered to myself as I observed the dark devil god tiger. I had some information about dark devil god tiger in my library. It was the very rare type of the spirit beasts. In legends, it is a mutation that occurred as an evil god descended on the white tiger, turning the white tiger's light attribute into darkness attribute, producing black wings of corruption, as well as scorpion tail-like devil god hook. The dark devil god tiger possesses an extremely overbearing talent. However, it doesn't mature through cultivation, and its cultivation is extremely difficult. It can rise in strength quickly only by devouring spirit beasts or human spirit masters' spirit power. Consequently, no matter in what environment the dark devil god tiger appears, it immediately becomes the focus of indiscriminate hatred of local spirit beasts that would exterminate it before it grows strong enough to threaten their lives. It was the perfect candidate as my familiar. I planned to contract it and bring it back to the astral boundary, as it was currently very weak, because it was basically a youngling. I could easily convert its cultivation system to that of the astral boundary. Its current strength was only around the commander level, which in terms of the Doluo ranks would be Spirit Elder. From the scans, I have noticed that it was only several years old, which was good progress, genuinely befitting the name of its species. In the Thonian Empire, it would be able to feed freely on criminals and other offenders that are usually thrown to Dodo, so she can absorb them as their fertilizer. Thanks to that, she has already grown to a pinnacle of the monarch level, and her next evolution was nearing. Only some corpses on the Super Devil class or its equivalent were needed for her to successfully evolve into a higher form. Meanwhile, Isla, my cute little wampus cat, was still a long way from leveling up, as she was too young, and now she had entered the slow phase of her growth. I walked up to the dark devil god tiger that was feeding on the deceased spirit beast and released some of my aura as the dark devil god tiger froze in its tracks. Like monster and magical beasts in the astral boundary, spirit beasts were intelligent creatures, especially those with exceptional bloodlines. This dark devil god tiger had an extraordinary bloodline, so he was very intelligent, and the moment he sensed my aura, he noticed that it was very similar to his own in the fundamental attributes, so he slowly came to me. I took out some divine crystals and showed them to the dark devil god tiger, as his eyes shined as he saw the divine crystals. While he didn't know what they were, he knew that they were very beneficial for him, so he looked at them in wonder and lessened his guard against me. If you want these, you will need to become my familiar. Afterward, you can have as many of these as you want, and you can eat beings and monsters without being hunted by anyone. I said to the dark devil god tiger. I explained everything that would happen if the dark devil god tiger became familiar. It was all sound and clear, and with the intelligence of the dark devil god tiger, he quickly understood everything and agreed to become my familiar. Good boy, you can now eat these. I said as I petted his head and gave him some divine crystals to eat. Afterward, the dark devil god tiger obediently followed me like a cub following its mother. Do you have a name? I asked as we walked through the Star Doe forest. Dark devil god tiger only shook his head in denial. Then your name will be Haitian, meaning black god. I named my new familiar as dark devil god tiger, now named Haitian nodded his head happily, apparently satisfied with his new name. Greetings, senior, said Dion as I arrived at the core area of the Star Doe forest. He was a lot stronger compared to before, probably on the grasp of the godhood, just a step away from becoming a divine beast. He should have perfectly digested the residual energy of the divine crystals that I gave him. Hello there. I have made a new familiar, I said as I pointed at the dark devil god tiger that was obediently following me. I see that, congratulations, said Dion respectfully. How are things going on? I asked as I started petting the head of the Haitian the dark devil god tiger. My lord is recuperating faster with the help from you. After 1 or 2 decades, she will be back to her full strength. Additionally, after fewer people are hunting spirit beasts, it is more peaceful here, and stronger spirit beasts are born and promoted, he stated as I nodded in satisfaction. Good, very good. Chapter 236, Daughters and Grandson. Baator, capital of the Thonian Empire, sometime later. 18 years since the birth of my daughter Rinshue. Several years later, Hela and Vina both gave birth to daughters. Hela's daughter was named Sigrun, and Vina's Rias. Rinshue was 20 years old and had already reached titled Doluo Spirit rank 94 and was just a step away from becoming Hyper Doluo. Coupled with her fearsome martial spirits and superior mastery over the clan traits, she could fight against Surzex or Sigmar for more than 10 minutes before being defeated. My relationship with BBDong changed as Rinshue brought us closer, and after some years, I have started slowly courting her. She was a nice girl, and after spending some time, I have come to like her a lot. Meanwhile, Rinshue got along with her siblings well, at least some of them. She was calm, composed and intelligent, and extremely competitive. Similarly to Hilda and Sigrun, she was allergic to Sigmar's and Surzeka's stupidness. Especially with Sigrun, as they were of similar age. Though one could say she had a terrible relationship with Rias. Terrible could be the wrong word, it was strong dislike, despisal bordering on hatred. Rias was an anomaly among my children, or rather she was very similar in nature to many children of nobility. She was lazy, didn't train or practice, and wasted her time lazying around or just watching human pop culture TV series and anime. This created great friction between her and Rinshue, who, on the other side, was very diligent, hard-working, and was already at the level of Super Devil, as she was already a titled Dolua. The same could be said about Sigrun, who had already reached ultimate class and started building her career in the Imperialis Militarum. In the end, I wasn't exactly the father of the year, as I didn't really spend much time with my children. I spent all of my time either attending my duties, training in seclusion, or sparring. Aside from that, I only spent time with my children when they wanted to train with me or teach them something. It was the thing I could never say no. Apart from that, I rarely had free time, and I needed to spend time with my wives. In the end, I never spent too much time with Rias, or rather almost none. It was a great surprise to me that Serzeka's and Serafal's child was born. It was a healthy baby boy named Abrasax Leviathan Lucifer, who inherited 4 clan traits, a truly unique little rascal. He was now only 10 years old and had already reached the pinnacle of the high class and soon would reach grand class. Now that I held 100% command sequence of the underworld after Shinto Pantheon sold out Izanagi, underworld was long ago renamed as Baator. It has started recovering laws of the astral boundary, allowing people to reach grand class and legendary class. Energy density was also rising, and the quality of the plane was rising. It has recovered to a proper grade 3 plane and soon would reach grade 2, as I connected it to the Shao universe to siphon some energy from it. Then I could change the Baator to my image. Grandpa, are you sleeping? Asked a low voice belonging to a little boy with colorful hair of red, silver, and black as he was shaking me. Nope, Grandpa was just thinking about something. And that brings up a question, what are you doing here, little thing? I asked even though I already knew an answer. He probably escaped somehow custodians that were tasked with watching him and evaded executoros of the execution temple. I don't know if I should feel worried or proud. Probably bit from both of them. I was bored, all that magic theory is boring, and I wanted to watch father training with other custodians. Additionally, great-grandpa Zekrom kicked me out of his office. He said with stars appearing with his eyes. Probably he destroyed something in Zekrom's office, things like that were often happening, as Abrasax was a little bundle of energy. Come, we are going to fight, show me how you have progressed. I said as Abrasax nodded happily, and soon both of us appeared in the training yard, which was currently empty as I activated protection shields. I just stood there while Abrasax took out a sword and got into a combat stance. His combat style was a mix of mine and Serzek's, though he leaned more into close combat than long-range combat or mid-range combat. With just a look, I could calculate that he would coat his sword with power of destruction. It was katana of monarch-grade secret treasure, a scarce thing that I have found in some ruins in the Earth Plains Andromeda Galaxy. After he coated his sword with power of destruction, he attacked me with a sword attack. Although he was only 10 years old, he was an excellent swordsman. I was delighted with his growth. I easily dodged every one of his attacks, as, from my point of view, they were slow and weak, but Abrasax already achieved adept-ranked mastery in every one of his clan traits, while his mastery in the power of destruction was nearing the master rank. It was a wonderful achievement. Very good, you are becoming better and better at a faster rate. I said. Seeing that my grandson was becoming already a grand class and with such high mastery over his clan traits filled me with pride. It almost overshadowed the sour feeling that I had one completely useless daughter that was a waste of space. At least due to imperial laws, she is getting 0 resources, even though she is a princess. Chapter 237, Rewards and Punishments, 1. Imperial Palace, Sanctus Imperialis, Throne Room. Today was an important day in the Thonian Empire of the Baator. An important ceremony was held currently, where I would be awarding titles to my children, as even the youngest ones have reached the age where they could hold responsibility. Or rather, every one of my children was already technically titled, but this would be officially confirming the title or another form of reward or punishment. Additionally, they would be formally taking some responsibilities as members of the imperial house. Currently, the throne room was filled with only a small amount of people. Only members of the Senatorum Imperialis, elders of the empire, and some other notable figures from those who were present. I sat on my throne, flanked by several members of the Adeptus Custodes under the leadership of Diablo, in their pristine shining golden armor, while my wives were sitting behind me. Announcing Lucifer Rinshue. Shouted the ceremony master as I watched my daughter walking from another room as she knelt before me. She has snow-white skin, slightly slender phoenix eyes, a face with somewhat stateliness, had a rather beautiful person with a cold and indifferent face that exudes dignity. She inherited my royal purple eyes and that cold, calculating look on her face. Imperial father. She stated. This ceremony was official business, so she couldn't call me as usually Dad. Lucifer Rinshue for your hard work in developing the Spirit Hall in the Shao universe, an immense talent that has been used to the maximum to reach title Dolua, which is equivalent to Super Devil class, and helping develop commerce and trade between Thonian Empire and Spirit Hall. I confirm your title as the Imperial Princess and award you with the title of Thonian Lord of the Empire. With this, you shall be awarded a fief within Vader that you will choose a proper administrator to manage in your stead. Additionally, for your achievement in cultivation, I award you with 1 Monarch-grade Divine Crystal, and you may choose any treasure within Imperial Vaults. I stated with an authoritative voice as everyone clapped in congratulations. Not many were surprised by this, as it was common knowledge that Rinshue was very talented and hardworking, and she was one of my favorites. Surzex, Hilda, and Sigmar are already over 400 years old, so they won't be spending time with their old men. Surzex would often train with me, though. I humbly accept the decree of your Imperial Majesty, said Rinshue, and she bowed deeply and left slowly. Announcing Vale Lucifer, shouted the master of the ceremony as another person entered the room. It was Rizavim's grandson Vale Lucifer. Born between a human woman and Razvan Lucifer, Rizavim's son, he was abused by his father greatly. He was born with Longinus Divine Dividing, which housed the soul of the Albion Guider, one of the heavenly dragons. After his mother died, he ran away from home before he was caught by members of the execution temple that brought him to the imperial capital in Orlando, as he was on the verge of death. Concurrently he was saved by Albion, who, with my help, turned him into Devil Dragonoid. Afterward, I took him as my own and brought him up as my own son, like Surzex or Sigmar, while Graphia took the role of mother for him. He was a handsome young man with light silver hair. He wore the standard military uniform of the Imperialis Militarum, signifying his rank as colonel. Imperial Father, he said as he knelt down. After I took him in, he called me father. Vale Lucifer, for your achievements on the battlefield, bravery, and strength. For your courage and martial prowess, intelligence during strategy, and leadership skills you have shown in the siege of Gralia, I award you with the title of Imperial Prince-elect. The moment I said that, everyone's eyes widened in a deep shock, including Vale himself. Among the Imperial House, there were several noble titles, from highest to lowest. They were Imperial Ancestor, reserved for me, Imperator, Empress, Imperial Elder, Crown Prince, Imperial Prince-elect, Imperial Prince/Princess, Imperial Lord, and Imperial Noble. Imperial Prince-elect was a very special title because it meant that the person bearing this title was second in line for the throne. Meaning if the Crown Prince became incapable to refuse to become Emperor, the Imperial Prince-elect would become an Emperor. In my eyes, both Surzex and Vale could ascend to the position of the Emperor, as in the end, the position was tied to my bloodline, and even though Vale wasn't my descendant, he was Lucifer, and in the end, he was still my son. I made it in a way that only a person truly worthy could ascend as the Emperor of the Thonian Empire. It was measured in martial prowess, leadership and administrative skills, ruling wisdom, and several other aspects. Only someone with the title of the Crown Prince or Prince-elect could become an Emperor. Others were deemed to be not qualified. Sigmar had superior martial prowess in some regards even to Surzex, but he lacked traits of the ruler such as patience and administrative abilities. Hilda was not suitable overall, as she was good at pure administrative work, but she often lacked the wisdom to see beyond some things. She was a very good office worker. Rinshue was destined for other things. Now, quiet, I shouted as everyone stopped whispering, and all the attention returned to me. Next, for achieving astonishing martial prowess and recruiting Albion Guider for the Empire, among other achievements, I award you with the additional title of the Thonian Lord of the Empire. With this, you shall be awarded a fief within Baator that you will choose a proper administrator to manage in your stead. Also, I am naming you as the leader of the Cows Brigade, with your first mission is to hunt down and kill Euclid Lucifuge, the traitor, and his merry band of human magicians Nilrem. I could see a single tear escaping his right eye before it evaporated as everyone held their breath. Chapter 238, Rewards and Punishments, 2. Cows Brigade was the strongest, most fanatical, and radical troop in the Imperialis Militarum. They were worshipping the Emperor, or rather me, as father of all devils. I was becoming a god in the eyes of the citizens of the Empire. Different from other gods in the Draconic Dais. But I can feel faith energy flowing to me even now. I have found a method to refine it to a demonic energy and thus allowed a new religion devoted to me to be established. Soldiers of the Imperialis Militarum long ago either worshipped me or admired me. And Cows Brigade was most fanatical. Strongest. All of them were at the Grand Class. After the second military reform that was carried out only several months before, the entire Imperialis Militarum had only 10 million soldiers. Cows Brigade had exactly 30,000 soldiers. And now they would be unleashing on some pests that were pestering the Empire. Nilrem and Clippeth. Both of them were basically created by Rizavim Levon Lucifer, my uncle, while Nilrem was consisting of magicians, martial artists, knights, or warriors banished from their factions or criminals. There existed another faction that worked together with them called Hexenact, which was led by an ultimate class which named Walburga. They attempted to rob one of the transportation vehicles belonging to the Magisterium of Arcane. Still, they didn't accept that it would be personally guarded by Magister Mephistopheles. The latter reached Super Devil class and could easily cast Forbidden Tier spells. He caught Walburga and annihilated Hexenact, and obtained information about Nilrem and Clippeth. They were good at hiding, as they operated only on Earth and in dimensional worlds or low-grade planes under the control of various pantheons. I tasked Valley with annihilating Nilrem. He was already a Pinnacle Satan class. At the same time, Euclid Lucifuge was only Ultimate class, so it should be an easy quest. I will finish your Imperial Majesty's mission to me. He bowed as he said. Announcing Sigrun Hellasdottir Lucifer Gremory. Continued master of the ceremony after newly named Prince-elect Valley Lucifer departed. Sigrun wore a similar outfit to Hela when I first met her. She had shining emerald eyes with long pitch-black hair that was tied to a ponytail. She looked like a carbon copy of Hela, aside from her haircut. Imperial Father, said Sigrun as she knelt on one knee. While your achievements on the battlefield are lesser compared to your siblings, you have outclassed them in the area of innovation of the Imperialis Militarum training regime, attempting to build a warrior culture in the entire Thonian Empire. I confirm your title as the Imperial Princess and award you with the title of Thonian Ikez. I said as Sigrun bowed. I hereby thank your Imperial Majesty. She was only 17 years old and reached ultimate class, later stages of it. It was a good result, considering that she spent a lot of time realizing her dream of creating a warrior culture in the Thonian Empire. Empire didn't have a specific culture but was rather a mix of several. While many of them were, to a certain degree, militaristic and warrior in nature, it was nothing compared to the pure warrior culture that breeds superior warriors that are unparalleled on the battlefield. Announcing Princess Rias Lucifer Gremory. Continued master of the ceremony. Hearing that my most problematic child came, I frowned while Venelana looked sad at what was about to come. Rias inherited Venelana's violet eyes and my long crimson hair. She was dressed as a typical highborn princess in a beautiful dress, contrary to how Hilda or Sigrun wore only a military uniform. Imperial Father, said Rias nervously as she knelt before me. My most problematic child. Contrary to your siblings, you have spent most of your time lazying around, hanging out with other wastes like yourself. Reaching only initial high class, having no achievements, no glory or anything to your name, living on the glory and power of the Imperial House. From today, you shall be stripped of your status as Imperial Princess, and you will be only considered as a collateral member of the Imperial House until you have proven yourself. Contrary to when everyone was shocked when I named Valley as Prince-elect, now nobody of the present was even a bit surprised. Only my daughter seemed frozen in shock as tears started flowing down her face, not managing to say a word. From tomorrow, you will present yourself in Execution Temple, and Grandmaster Valifor will take care of your training and assign you a mission, so you can become someone useful for the Empire. Now be gone. My voice boomed as two handmaidens went to Rias to help her stand up, as custodians appeared beside them with their halberds on their throats. She will take care of herself, leave. Rias's two handmaidens quickly nodded and hurriedly left the throne room. Soon enough, even Rias stood up and left the throne room. While some may see me as a cruel father, not even my children were an exception to the fundamental nature of the Thonian Empire, and that was a pure meritocracy. Not even my descendants cannot live with the resources of the Empire and do nothing. Right now, even though Imperial House held almost all of the power in the Empire, it needed to be an example of perfection for others and, more importantly, to live by the rules I had installed onto others. If not, it could lead to dissatisfaction among my subjects and could disrupt the feeling of the unity I have been trying to create. Especially among powerful noble houses, even though they respect my strength and won't act against the interests of the Empire, they could still follow the examples of the Imperials, and if they see one of us is just living on privileges, more may attempt to do the same, and that would in turn cause destabilization and degradation of the entire system. If the Emperor doesn't move, his subjects won't follow. Because of this, the Imperial House needs to be the perfect embodiment of the ideals and values upon which the Thonian Empire was established. There are no exemptions to this rule. Chapter 239, New Recruit at the Execution Temple, 1. Third POV. One day later, an unnamed mountain range in the Baator. Execution Temple was located in the depths of the unnamed mountain range in Baator, hidden from the eyes of others. Execution Temple headquarters was located deep underground, beneath the mountains. That was where their citadel was located. Right now, two members of the custodians brought Emperor's youngest daughter Rias Gremory to join the Execution Temple. Both custodians who brought the Imperial House members here were of the Satan class, as this place was filled with ferocious monsters. Many of the monsters that roamed this place freely were of monarch level, which was equivalent to the Satan class. Executioners of the Execution Temple thus trained even with entering their HQ safely by erasing their presence so monsters won't notice them. Suddenly, as they waited there, with Rias being most nervous about what was going to happen after she was basically stripped of all her privileges, three members of the Execution Temple appeared out of the shadows. All of them wore the standard black uniform of the execution temple that was similar to a priest gown, just with a cape covering their head together with metal masks protecting and hiding their faces. All of them had perfectly suppressed their aura, but based on their masks, one could see that 2 of them were of executioner rank, and the third one was senior executioner. Meaning all of them were of ultimate class at least. Nobody said a word, custodians just nodded at 3 executioners before they left, as senior executioner signaled Rias to follow behind them. From today, you will be a recruit of the execution temple. Although you have reached the initial high class, which was better than even disciple executioners, your combat prowess is lagging even behind that of a recruit. Your training will last for 6 months and starts from today when we arrive at the HQ. Grand Master Valifor will personally oversee your training as decreed by His Imperial Majesty. You have received servant class card peerage, right? Explained senior executioner to her as he stated his question at the end, to which she nodded her head nervously. This would be useful, muttered senior executioner as they proceeded to enter the deeper into the mountain range while avoiding all high-level monsters that were basically everywhere. While Rias was curious why senior executioner asked her that question. She got the servant class card peerage as a gift from her father a long time ago, when she wanted to collect her personal servants, and even prepared some suitable targets and how to obtain them. Citadel of the Execution Temple, Entrance Hall. The entire place was dark, with the only light being at something that seemed like a reception where one executioner of novice rank sitting and reading some book. Welcome, Honorable Senior Executioner and Executioners. What can I do to help you? Asked Novice Executioner with an indifferent voice. 1 uniform for Recruit Executioner. Stated Senior Executioner. It will be right away. Answered Novice Executioner as he disappeared and soon appeared from shadows, and passed him the uniform for recruits. Here, wear this. Ordered Senior Executioner as he passed the uniform to Rias, as she nodded and departed to room, which was for changing clothes, that was near to the reception. After several minutes Rias exited the change room clothed in the standard recruit uniform. You will not be saying your name, only your number as executioner. Your identity is of utmost secrecy in the execution temple, understand? Asked Senior Executioner as she nodded nervously. Excellent, now come, Grandmaster is already waiting. He said. Among the entire execution temple, only the identity of the Grandmaster was known among higher up of the Empire, only among members of the Senatorum Imperialis and some other military leaders. They soon entered the small room, where a man in a more luxurious version of the uniform was waiting as he was sitting cross-legged and meditating. Grandmaster. Senior Executioner bowed as he left the room and closed the door. Rule number 1, during your time here, your previous identity doesn't exist. You are like any other executioner that entered this place, just a number, nothing more and nothing less. Said Grandmaster Valifor in a stern voice as he looked at Rias. I understand, Grandmaster. She said. Every day, you will train with a special batch of recruits, as you lack even elementary combat skills. Training starts at 5 in the morning, be late, and you will be harshly punished. Every person that is not a full-fledged executioner lives in a shared dormitory. By the end of the week, I await that you will choose a weapon for yourself, and we will start weapon mastery training. For your clan trait, I will take the role of teacher. And be careful of this place in your competition, where everyone is equal and only might make right. Stated Grandmaster Valifor as she shuddered at the last part of the sentence. Execution Temple was, in a certain way, a lawless place, at least for trainees. Deaths here were common, as it was an easy way to dispose of their competition and get more resources. Nobody will do anything as long as you don't kill anybody in plain sight and dispose of the body. There were several cases where even noble descendants were killed this way. Especially when it was done among members of the younger generation. And she knew that if somebody killed her in this way, her father wouldn't move a finger. She was aware that she was seen as a disgrace of the imperial house. Even her own siblings scorned her, especially Hilda, Sigrun, and Rinshue, while Sigmar ignored her for being weakling and not of any interest to him. At the same time, Surzex, even though he wanted for everyone to get along, he had many other duties and couldn't be her protector from other siblings every time. I understand, Grandmaster. Also, after 1 month, you will perform simple missions to earn points that could be exchanged for rewards that will greatly enhance your strength. Stated Grandmaster Valifor as he returned to his meditation. Chapter 240, New Recruit at the Execution Temple, 2. 1 month later, the HQ of the Execution Temple. Again. Said indifferently Master Executioner, who was on the Satan class that served as drill master of this bunch of recruits. Soon enough, many of those who showed prospects would undergo trials of initiating. In the past month, Lucifer Gremory has lived a life that could be considered torturous to someone like her. Living conditions were shit for recruits, many of them slept on the ground or fought for available beds. In the end, after she got beaten several times and in one case, nearly killed by her co-recruit, she started realizing the cold reality of life. That, those without power were nothing. This wasn't an imperial palace or capital Aner Londo. Contrary to her eldest siblings, that experienced plenty of wars, as they were born during turbulent times and fought in many wars for expansion, she was born in a time of peace. In the safety of Sanctus Imperials of the Imperial Palace, life was heaven. After 1 month of training with Grandmaster Valifor and under various drill masters, she has not only reached the initial Grand Class but also most importantly, started getting better at controlling her clan traits and started learning how to wield a weapon. The weapon she chose for herself were twin daggers, as they were pretty suitable for her. She only now understood how far behind she was compared to her siblings. All of her siblings, in various degrees, were trained by their father, often being personally taught how to wield their clan traits to utmost perfection, tier magic system in every detail and aspect, and even trained them in combat. She did learn a bit about controlling and using the power of destruction from her mother after she forced her to learn. Still, her mother stopped teaching her anything after some time, as Rias never showed any interest in training, as she was busy and had many important things to do than argue with an adolescent teenager with a lack of motivation to do anything. Among all of them, Surzex and Rinshue were taught by their father practically everything from clan traits, tier magic, strategy, and many other disciplines. While Rinshue was a cultivator, she could use clan traits and imitate the effects of tier magic with her clan traits. She even learned scythe mastery from her father. Sigmar, Hilda, and Sigrun, too, learned from their father plenty of things, from magic to clan traits and many more things. After several centuries, their father reached forbidden ranked mastery and a scythe mastery and learned and perfected to master ranked mastery dagger and hand-to-hand. She was aware that her father never had much time to spend with them due to preparations for something big. From the little time she spent with her father, the majority of that was spent arguing about her lifestyle, which mostly ended in Rias storming out of the room. Of course, when she was little, she remembered that both of her parents would be constantly with her and playing with her. Only when she got a little older, several years back, probably 5 years ago, did everyone start getting busier and more occupied and stressful about something. Stop. Number, R0165, E419 come to me. Ordered Master Executioner as he shouted a number that belonged to Rias, as everyone stopped in their tracks. You have grown a good amount during this time, so I will now assign you a mission. Said Master Executioner as Rias nodded indifferently, though deep inside, she was a bit nervous about her upcoming mission. There is the movement of Human Magical, affiliated with Church that is creating foothold on Earth in USNA. Currently, USNA is a human country that worships devils and is under the direct control of the Thonian Empire. These human magicians and exorcists could be a great threat if left unchecked. As by orders of Grandmaster, you are going to deal with this alone. Leave none alive. Said Master Executioner as he passed her tablet filled with files of her targets. Altogether, hundreds of humans ranged from old people to babies. Executioners of the Execution Temple usually dealt with shady things and very dirty things like this. Massacring several hundreds of humans, among them, many infants were nothing new. Any problem with the mission number, R0165, E419? Asked Master Executioner as he looked at Rias as she hooked her head in denial. Even though she had never trained or attempted anything, she was very well aware that things like this were common around the world. USNA, or rather the United States of North America, was a human nation under the influence of the Thonian Empire that primarily worshipped devils as gods, mainly Zeoticus Lucifer as father of the all devils. They were a foothold on Earth, as practically every faction had their human vassals. Many humans from the USNA that proved themselves were recruited and either reincarnated as devils or turned into vampires and absorbed into the Thonian Empire. Excellent, the time frame for the competition of this mission is 1 week. You will depart tomorrow. Ordered Master Executioner as she nodded in agreement and departed to prepare herself for the mission. Chapter 241, Dragon Unification. Baator, Thonian Empire, Augustgrad. Augustgrad was a majestic city, filled with high-rise buildings and Gothic architecture, creating a unique feeling of the city. At the center of the city, there was an enormous pyramid that served as one of the headquarters of the Imperialis Militarum. Elder Crumcrutch, what have I thanked for your visit? Asked Lord General Albion Guider as his 6th Army Draco Eterna was stationed at the city of the Augustgrad. In his human form, Albion looked like a handsome middle-aged man, with draconic features such as draconic eyes, white scales around his hands, and some on his face. Over his head, he had 2 horns, as they stood there proudly among his shining white long hair. I think it may be time to unify all dragon factions that are existing at the draconic dais under the banner of the Thonian Empire. Most dragons are either living as hermits or in isolated flocks, and when I think about the things that are about to come, I don't want our kind to die a meaningless death. Stated Crumcrutch. Many of them won't listen unless the Empire has either Ophis or Great Red on their side. Answered Albion. Dragons were arrogant creatures, and even though Empire had several powerhouses on the level of Ophis and Great Red, they were not dragons, and there would be a lot of dragons, especially those at the immemorial level 2 or immemorial level 3, that won't listen. You should be aware that gaining infinite dragon god is impossible as it is destined to be devoured by his imperial majesty. The law of the void is surely irresistible. And Great Red is an obstacle that needs to be overcome, the guardian of the dimensional gap, but in the end, we don't need them. As Albion's eyes widened in shock, said Crumb-Crutch with a grin as he released a bit of his aura. An Elder Dragon, and I sense laws comprehended. Now that Crumb-Crutch has reached Elder Dragon class, he was an extremely fearsome fighter. Compared to Ophis or Great Red, Crumb-Crutch was far superior to both of them. He had comprehended Law of Fire and Law of Darkness, and he had a very high amount of mastery over them. Ophis lacked any of that, and while Great Red had some control over his Law of Dreams, its combat experiences were seriously lacking compared to battle maniacs such as Crumb-Crutch. So, who will you visit at first? Asked Albion as he deeply looked at Crumb-Crutch. Currently largest dragon flocks outside control and allegiance of the Empire are dragon flocks of Fafnir, Midgardsormr, and former Vritra's flock. After we absorb all these 3 flocks are absorbed, and this reached ears of all dragons across many dimensional worlds, countless of them would come and join. Presented Crumb-Crutch's plan for the so-called draconic unification. Vritra's flock shouldn't be any problem, as they are hiding and licking their wounds after Yahweh raided them. Fafnir and Midgardsormr could be a problem. The location of Fafnir is kept a secret after he was revived by Asgardian gods, and Midgardsormr's location is unknown. If possible, it would be good to revive Vritra, his unique abilities would come in handy. Said Crumb-Crutch. Any news about the latest holder of the boosted gear? Draig was Heavenly Dragon with the potential to reach Elder Dragon, same as you Albion. Unfortunately, last holders were avoiding Empire or were already recruited by other factions. Asked Crumb-Crutch after a while as Albion grimaced hearing the name of his rival. Though, he could at least boast that he got revived and had the proper body for almost a decade while Draig was still locked in the sacred gear. I have got information from the Department of Intelligence that boosted gear has been reincarnated somewhere on the Earth, but it is still not awakened. What is weird as it reincarnated around 13 years ago, so there are 2 possibilities. Either someone is blocking it and hiding it, or the host is worthless and didn't manage to awaken the sacred gear, meaning he will never awaken it without outside help. I have proposed to the Execution Temple to search for possible candidates and use independent class card to reincarnate them as devils to see if they have it. If not, we can always kill them and take just their sacred gears, if they have any. Usually, those with high potential or rather a high soul aptitude will awaken their sacred gears within their early years, while those with very high will awaken it the moment they are born. Those who have lesser soul aptitude will awaken it during their childhood around years 6 to 12, while those with weak soul aptitude will awaken it between years 13 to 20, but chances for that are close to 0. Then there are people with a soul aptitude of level 2 or lesser that won't awaken it in a lifetime without some outside intervention. If boosted gear was with such a person, then it would be for the Execution Temple to find him by using the method of trial and error. Recruiting Draig would be very beneficial for the Empire, as every individual that has the potential to become a higher form of existence is always needed. Across the astral boundary, only warlock monarchs and those of higher ranks or their equivalents could have some stable foothold in the universe. That would be probably our only chance. Hopefully, it will be done before the final plan starts. Stated Crumb-Crutch as Albion nodded in agreement. Before the final plan starts. After that, everything across the dimensional gap would be meaningless. If someone survived that thing, then they would be either destroyed or enslaved by stronger factions from the astral boundary. Then I will depart to visit our dragon friends and get them to our side. It would be a shame if they all died during that. Chapter 242, Kuo Town, 1. The year 2020, Earth, Japan, Kuo Town. Kuo Town was like any other ordinary town across not only Japan but the entire world. It was rather a small town, with a population numbering in several tens of thousands. At first glance, everything seemed to be ordinary and boring, only under the guise of the fact that Kuo Town was the only city under the direct control of the Thonian Empire in Japan and entire Asia. Thonian Empire bought this town from the Shinto pantheon at an outrageous price. Still, in the end, Thonian Empire obtained a foothold in Japan, from which they could keep an eye on their alliance with Shinto. Even though they were allies, the Imperial stance toward the Shinto pantheon was still cautious. They were not in the Eternal Alliance like the Spirit Hall, so there was still space for betrayal or some other kind of shady deal. The current Imperial Overseer was someone of a rather prestigious identity. Cleria Belial, Colonel Commissar of the Commissariat, sister of one of the commanding tribunes of the Adeptus Custodes, Dihauser Belial, and second wife of the Crown Prince of the Thonian Empire, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. She also bore the title of the Imperial Lord and Thonian Ikez. She was in the Satan class of the initial stage. Like many of the House of Belial that was Thonian Lord House, she mastered countless martial arts. She was a certified weapon master, coupled with her clan trait Worthless made her an extremely fearsome fighter in close combat. Cleria Belial was a young-looking woman that looked around in her early 20s, with short gray hair and gray eyes. My lady, Lady Citri, and Lady Gremory are waiting for you, should I send them in? Asked her attendant, that was dressed in standard uniform for members of the Commissariat. Send them in, they are probably bringing reports about the development of the territory. Ordered Cleria, as her attendant nodded and went to call in the guests. Soon enough, both of them entered the room. During these 2 years, Rias didn't change a lot in terms of appearance, but the aura around her changed, not only because she reached ultimate class, but her entire demeanor has changed greatly. After Rias entered the room, a second person that was accompanying her entered. It was Sona Surti, a sister of the first wife of Crown Prince of the Thonian Empire and heir to the House of Citri, that bore the title of Thonian Lord. She was a bespectacled young woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut, and violet eyes. As Rias entered, even though unwillingly, the execution temple, Sona was gifted with very bright and strategical thinking, so she entered Novice Imperialis and was especially talented in Void Fleet battles, as she was already a decorated commanding officer during the war with natives of the Earthern Plains galaxies. Lady Belial. Both of them bowed slightly as they greeted Cleria, as she had much higher social standing than both of them, but most importantly, her personal strength was at the Satan class, while Rias was only initial ultimate class and Sona were at the later stages of the Grand class. "Sit, what news do you have for me?" asked Cleria as she tipped something on the Arcanotech tablet. While Cleria was the imperial overseer of the Kuo Town, real management of the town wasn't done by her but by Rias and Sona, as it was an opportunity to learn something about the management of the territory. In the future, Novice Imperialis would task its officers with managing conquered territory until the Magisterium of Domestic Affairs and Territorial Management didn't dispatch anyone, so this was a great opportunity for Sona to learn to manage the town and population. There are suspicious movements from the subfaction of Fallen Angels of Gregory under the command of Kokabil. Several of the Fallen Angels are currently hiding in the Kuo Town, but we cannot locate them. From the message from Lady Kuroka, even some elements in church are in contact with Fallens, and apparently, remains of Nilrem are heading towards Japan. Stated Sona the information she got. Nilrem was ruthlessly hunted down by Prince-elect Vala Lucifer, who personally killed Euclid Lucifuge by severing his head and displaying it on the spike and slaughtered thousands of human magicians and even more those who were affiliated with Nilrem. Everything in the holy name of Father of all devils the Cows Brigade marched. This could be problematic. I will need to contact higher-ups for decisions about what to do. This way, Kuo may become a battlefield between Empire and renegades. Stated Cleria in a serious voice. That is not, unfortunately, all. There are at least 2 other factions that are moving this way, one of them is Utsasimi Agency, and the other is Wizards of Oz. The element that binds them all together is Kokabil, but there are signs that there is someone behind him that is moving pieces. Said Rias after a short time. Utsasimi Agency was formed by outcast members of the 5 principal clans and was rather a strong faction, as 5 principal clans were groomed by Shinto faction and had no shortage of ultimate class powerhouses, probably more than 20 and several comparable to Satan class. Utsasimi Agency even had access to several sacred gears and some strong artifacts. While Wizards of Oz were nothing new to the Thonian Empire. It was an association of magicians who had split up from Grauzabur, creating a realm in the dimensional gap in order to study and enhance their magic or rather hide as their leaders, successfully cheated Magister Mephistopheles out of some magic books and knowledge by the huge amount of luck, and since then Empire was searching for their trails, but they were really good at hiding. Wizards of Oz, that could be good, as the rats finally left their holes and came to the Rattenfanger. Said Cleria with a wide grin as she thought over this. Chapter 243, Kuo Town, 2. And there is one more disturbing thing. Said Rias after a short time of consideration. What? Asked Cleria as she looked at her. Hero Faction is on the move once again. Hero Faction is a group of relatively strong humans, most of them were at the ultimate class and had sacred gears and inherited souls of their ancestors, heroes. It is a faction that solely consists of humans, and all of them had some specialists to them, like already mentioned sacred gears, bearers of the holy swords or demonic swords, and some of them had even Lognanuses. It was created to fight against supernatural existences and protect humanity from them, or rather its goal was to kill everything supernatural. They operated only on the earth and fought against monsters or even other factions. During their last attempt to attack forces of the Empire on Earth, they came across of Imperial Prince-elect, who killed several of their members and sent rest of them fleeing, but due to Longinus dimensional lost, they were able to survive. Afterward, a sleeping agent among them, Arthur Pendragon, managed to obtain all crucial information about their faction, hidden members, and their exact strength before he deserted. That happened 1 year ago. A week ago, I have captured one human magician that was affiliated with Hero Faction, and after some interrogation, he spilled everything he knew about their recent movements. Stated Rias, proud of herself that she obtained crucial information for the Empire. What did you find out? Asked Cleria seriously. They are preparing for some kind of large-scale ritual to obtain some higher form of power. Though this time, it is apparently well planned and everything. I have already reported the situation to the Intelligence Department and Execution Temple, so they could start searching for them. Unfortunately, the one I have interrogated was just a grunt that was supposed to bring some magic tomes. Still, my understanding of magic is limited, so I cannot decipher them. Still, I can see that they are of the mysticism branch. Even Cleria was surprised to hear that. Mysticism was a very obscure branch of magic, and not many even across the entire Thonian Empire delved deep into it. Even the Emperor of the Thonian Empire was only a master of the mysticism with all of the time he spent researching it and his talent for magic. Mysticism revolved around various obscure rituals and the most complicated and profound secrets of the arcane. Even in the Dresden Arcanum Empire, a number of mysticism masters could be counted on one hand. Thonian Empire had one master emperor and several experts and adepts. It should be for George Faust, from information available on him. He was a pupil of Lord Magister Mephistopheles before he went rogue. By imperial decree, he is targeted as only for capture alive. Even as a human, his mastery over magic eclipses many young geniuses of the Thonian Empire, not to mention he also possesses a Longinus dimensional lost. Imperial Father wants to personally recruit him if possible. Cleria nodded in agreement with Rias's statement. I will send this tome to Magisterium of Arcane and Magic Research so they can figure out what ritual are they preparing for. I will also notify HQ of the Imperialis Militarum to send some support to guard the Kuo Town if it is attacked by forces we cannot handle. Stated Cleria. Whom do you think Empire would send? Asked Sona this time, as it was crucial information, as based on the person they would send, their lives here could drastically change. Probably Kao's brigade or Sardaukar forces. Stated Cleria plainly as both of them shuddered a bit. Both of them were so-called non-standard forces of the Imperialis Militarum, the elites of the elites. They didn't fall under the standard chain of command but answered only to the Emperor. Kao's brigade was infamous across the entire Draconic Dais. At the same time, Sardaukar force was a newly established military force, in nature similar to the Kao's brigade. Its commander was Arthur Pendragon. Along with the entire Pendragon family, the latter pledged their allegiance to the Thonian Empire for returning the sword Excalibur to them and awakening their draconic lineage. Sardaukar force were similar zealots to Kao's brigade, and all of them were swordsmen, the best ones recruited across the entire Thonian Empire from all branches of the empire. What about boosted gear? Did you find anything? Asked Cleria shortly after. Across Japan, there are tens of candidates with an aura that is similar to sacred gear. Lady Kuroka has assigned to my class servant peerage her younger sister, so she could cleanly search through the Kuo Town, as several of such aura are noted to be here. Up until now, we have found around 3 possible targets in Kuo Town. Unfortunately, we are searching for someone who is not capable of awakening the sacred gear by himself, meaning it makes our job very hard. Asnerd Rias her findings. After you find the host, it will be up to you to negotiate with Draig. Hopefully, the possible host would be someone that Dragon would despise. It would make your job easier. Indeed it would. One of the people is such person. If he is the holder of the boosted gear, then I believe I should be able to persuade Draig within few months, without the assistance of the Elder Crumb Crutch. Dragons were prideful creatures. Even Elder Dragon Crumb Crutch had a lot of trouble negotiating with dragons to join the Empire without beating them black and blue. Excellent, then report me after you have finished the task. Stated Cleria as both Sona and Ria stood up, and after a small bow, they left the room. Cleria tipped something on the Arcanotech tablet she was playing with. Connect me to the Lord General Matrix. I have a message for His Imperial Holiness about his daughter. I think he will be satisfied with her growth. Chapter 244, Sardaukar Forces. MCPOV. Vader, Thonian Empire, Salusa City. Salusa City was one of the major cities in the Thonian Empire and one of the last that would be built before the last plan happened. It was also a city where elite forces of the Imperialis Militarum Sardaukar forces were trained and stationed. I currently went here to have an inspection of the Salusa City and to take a look at the Sardaukar forces. Like the Kao's brigade, Sardaukar forces were all of the Grand Class, and their specialization was the sword fight. Each Sardaukar soldier had mastery over the standard Sardaukar sword style at master rank. Additionally, all of them were required to learn at least 2 additional sword styles and master them to expert rank, and have dual wield at least adept rank. Your Imperial Majesty. Greeted me commander of the Sardaukar forces, Arthur Pendragon. He was a handsome young man with blonde hair with a strand of hair across his face, clothed in standard white runic armor of the Sardaukar forces. Your Imperial Majesty. Shouted all 30,000 members of the Sardaukar forces as they knelt before me. All of them wore the same white runic armor, similar to that of Arthur, just a less declared. Runic armors of the Sardaukar forces were but special compared to the standard armor of the soldiers of Imperialis Militarum. These runic armors were downgraded versions of the runic battle armor of the custodians, meaning all of them had an inbuilt personal shield generator inside them. PSG, or the personal shield generator, was an arcanotech device that was capable of absorbing incoming energy attacks and storing them inside special containers. Subsequently, this energy stored is used by PSG to power itself up practically indefinitely and also could be used by the user to power up his attacks or enhance his physical capabilities. These runic armors were mid-grade artifacts, so they were incredibly precious in such large numbers, even in the astral boundary. Usually, not even large factions in the astral boundary cannot afford to arm all of their soldiers with such armor and weaponry. I could, as I didn't really create any resource reserves, everything that was obtained was instantly used, so the empire could grow stronger. We could store treasures and resources after the Thonian Empire had established itself in the astral boundary. I am especially pleased with the current state of the Sardaukar forces, they would become the pride of the Thonian Empire. I said to Arthur, who bowed in gratitude. I have a mission for you, Arthur. In the next few days, Sardaukar forces will ambush the supply line of the Eevees in the Rutten Plain in the Dimensional Gap. The number of Eevee soldiers that are coming there is around 250,000, and most of them are of the high class. Your mission is to leave none alive. Of course, you will get the support of the Navy, and I will dispatch some powerhouses under the leadership of Elder Zekrom Baal in case powerhouses of Eevees appear. I stated as Arthur's expression remained unchanged. I will complete the mission. Even though Sardaukar had a numerical disadvantage, Eevees in nature fought more with energy-based weaponry, which was primarily ineffective against Sardaukar forces due to the special nature of their runic armors. During the past years, skirmishes with Eevees and Atolls have become more brutal and common, now even on the larger scale as armies were commonly used. I had a good idea about the strength of the two races that had been waging war against each other for a very long time. Suddenly as I was talking with Arthur, my hollow brain lit up with an incoming call request. Hollow brains were special arcanotech devices, invited based on the technology of the Solar Federation. They had the shape of a bracelet and could be suited for a variety of functions such as light source, communications, making calls, transmitting messages, writing notes, wallet directly connected to bank account, timer, watch private communication mode, recording voice message and many others, and that was just civilian hollow brain. Then there existed military grade and even special models for high-ranking personnel of the Thonian Empire. The caller was Imperial Overseer of the Kuo Town, Cleria Belial, who was also the second wife of my firstborn son Surzex. Father-in-law, I bring urgent news obtained by Rias. Apparently, suspicious movements from Kokabil's faction are happening, together with remnants of Nilrem and other two hostile factions, Utsasimi Agency and Wizards of OZ. I would like to request support, in case Kuo is attacked. I grimaced hearing that. Now that Underworld had become Vader, it meant that I severed the connection between it and Earth. Teleportation was a very hard thing to do. It was possible only through large-scale teleportation circles, which were not many of those. I have just now assigned a mission for the Sardaukar forces, but Kao's brigade is currently without any assignment, so I will order Vala to depart to Earth and let Kao's brigade be on the stand, in case anything happens. I said to Cleria as she ended the call after everything was resolved. One more thing, I have noticed that Sigrun is among your officers. What is that about? I said as I looked behind Arthur at one person who tried to hide from my gaze. I am not aware of circumstances, but apparently, Princess wanted to be part of the Sardaukar forces and fulfilled every requirement, so I allowed it. Answered Arthur indifferently as I shook my head. In hiding your intentions in some aspects, you are very similar to your mother, dear daughter. I thought as I shook my head in defeat. Chapter 245, Progress of Familiars. After I returned from the inspection of the Sardaukar forces, I went to check up on my familiars as some of them were already close to evolution. All of my familiars lived in the Sanctus Imperialis, and the first one to check on, I went to take a look at Dodo. Some time ago, I gave her several corpses of Atolled spirits that were on the same level as superdevils, and even before that, I gave her corpses of some titled Duluos. Evolution for thorny flower species was very hard in the latter stages as they required a lot of nutrients to push themselves even further. When Dodo reaches Apocalypse class, she will be one of the most excellent guardians of the Imperial Palace, making it even more dangerous than it is right now. As I looked at my familiar, she looked happy, knowing that another source of fertilizer would be now delivered, which is partially true, as I had several corpses for her of high-ranking individuals that I had killed. When I studied her closely, I noticed that Dodo had already reached Emperor level and has evolved into Thorny Flower Demoness. Race, Thorny Flower Demoness. Level, Emperor, Pinnacle. Magical power, 2,549, mortal stats. Strength, 3,798, mortal stats. Agility, 2,654, mortal stats. Vitality, 4,987, mortal stats. Abilities, Take Root, Corpse Feeding, Poison Spit, Advanced Elemental Magic, Thorny Flower Vines, Spore, Thorny Flower Army, Plant Magic, Great Thorny Flower Trent, Thorny Flower Protector. Thorny Flower Army, 50,000 Grand Commander level. Great Thorny Flower Trent, 500 General level. Thorny Flower Protector, 25 Martial level. Such abilities and stats would be a problem to deal with even for many stronger super devils, especially its vitality was really terrifying, taking into account the fact that Dodo became Thorny Flower Demoness and reached Emperor level only not long time ago. Additionally, she had an entire army of Grand Commander level Thorny Flowers as her command, which was enough to draw even Super Devil, coupled with 500 General level Great Thorny Flower Trent and 25 Martial level Thorny Flower Protectors. She was an army on her own. This army was the result of cultivation through centuries as she ate and digested every death row criminal in the Thonian Empire and managed to create such a trump card for me. For that reason, I have let Dodo stay in the Imperial Palace, so she can protect my family. Dodo didn't do anything through the centuries, she just digested the fertilizer everyone brought to her. Be it me, my family, custodians that killed strong foes, commissariat who sent her hundreds of death row criminals every year, or scavenged corpses from battlefields that ranged from low class to even Satan class sometimes. All of that was used to cultivate Dodo and her flower army. As I was observing Dodo and thinking about how to help her evolve, even more, I heard Isla meowing at me as I lowered down, as I scratched her behind her ears, as she purred at me. Little Isla was no longer a little kitten as it was during the Great War, but now she was a full-fledged wampus cat that was just a bit smaller than Dark Devil God Tiger Haitian. After so many years of training, Isla was now monarch-level magical beast. Among my familiar, one could say she was the most normal one, as she didn't have the soul-devouring ability of Haitian or the ability to digest corpses as Dodo. Name, Isla. Race, wampus cat. Gender, female. Level, monarch. Magical power, 720, mortal stats. Strength, 525, mortal stats. Agility, 654, mortal stats. Vitality, 454, mortal stats. Abilities, illusion magic, mental magic, elemental magic, fire, wind. I was happy that Isla reached monarch level, even though the environment for monsters, magical beasts, and other similar creatures wasn't that good for them, as Baator only recently recovered and was recovering to a grade 3 plane, and magic density was slowly rising, and to increase it, even more, would require more drastic measure, that is not planned to be carried out now. Unfortunately, they would be truly useful only after my familiars reached Apocalypse class in the great scheme of things. Not that Isla complied as she liked to eat, sleep and cuddle. Every time my daughters or I came, she would always ask for pats, scratching, and cuddling. Meanwhile, my newest familiar, Haitian, and my other familiar, Jean were more bloodthirsty in nature, and they itched for a fight, thus, I often released them to dangerous areas of the Baator where they could fight. After the Baator started recovering, a lot of monsters and magical beasts of creatures started appearing in the Baator, creating literally forbidden zones. For example, Sunset Monster Mountain Range now was a true forbidden area, as it was swarming there with monarch-level monsters and even more emperor-level ones. Meanwhile, general-level monsters could be seen practically everywhere there, together with martial-level. Haitian, the Dark Devil God Tiger, was already at the general level and was growing steadily, while my last familiar, Jean has, reached emperor level a long time ago. Name, Jean. Race, Wolf God. Level, Emperor. Divine Power, 4,895, mortal stats. Magical Power, 7,982, mortal stats. Strength, 9,787, mortal stats. Agility, 12,154, mortal stats. Vitality, 8,142, mortal stats. Abilities, Darkness Control, Shadow Manipulation, Anti-Divine, Devour. Jean had the appearance of an enormous pitch-black wolf with shining red eyes. I have created him from the sacred Greer, the Longinus Canis Lycaon, through manipulation of laws, advanced magic, some mysticism rituals, and arcanotech. I managed to create a Genu living creature by extraction of the soul inside Canis Lycaon, giving birth to the wolf god. Not only did he retain his abilities to control darkness and manipulate shadows, but he also gained anti-divine ability, which made his attacks especially effective against anything divine, and also had the ability of Devour, which allowed him to devour energy to strengthen himself. Chapter 246, Schemes for the Gear. Third POV. Earth, Japan, Kuo Town, Kuo Academy, Occult Research Club building. Are you sure it is him, Chiron? Questioned Rias, a petite girl with white hair and gold eyes. The girl's front of her hair has 2 long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. She also wore a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. She had a pair of white cat ears and a pair of matching white tails, and her golden eyes were more cat-like. Smells like Valenisama before they got Albion out, though the smell is very, very weak. Answered Chiron. She was a rare variant of Nikomata and Nikosho. Nikomatus was one of the yokai species that bore a striking physical resemblance to humans, albeit with a set of cat ears and generally have 2 tails. They also have eyes with cat-like pupils. They have great reflexes and heightened senses, with a stunning talent for senjutsu and yujitsu. The majority of Nikomatus and Nikosho lived in the underworld, and after the formation of the Thonian Empire, they were absorbed into the growing Imperium. Their species quickly proved itself to be crucial for information gathering and producing strong hand-to-hand combatants. Chiron belonged to the Toju clan, which was the leading clan among their species, and bore the title of the Thonian Lord, as Chiron's elder sister was Satan-class Nikosho. Additionally, she was also a fiancée of the prince-elect Vale Lucifer. Then I think convincing Drake should be easier than one could think. Have you tried to sense his soul aptitude with your abilities? Those with high-ranking mastery over senjutsu could learn a secret method to check up on someone's soul aptitude based on their chi. Chiron was able to learn that method from her sister. HN. Inferior level 1 or superior level 0. Stated Chiron plainly as she continued munching on her sweets. Meanwhile, Rias's expression froze on the spot. With such soul aptitude, then even after reincarnating as devil, there is a very low possibility of awakening the sacred gear, and if even, it should be only twice critical. Said a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, very long black hair, and violet eyes. Her hair was tied in a long ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs with 2 strands sticking out from the top and sloping backward, with an orange ribbon keeping it in place. I am aware of that fact, Akino, but right now, the only option. What else could we do? I just need to keep him around as long as Drake won't agree to my father's proposal. If not, then I can only call Elder Crumb-Crutch to make a short process with him. Answered Rias to her best friend and also a caster of the servant class card peerage, Akino Haimjima. Akino was the daughter of Shuri Haimjima of the Haimjima clan of 5 principal clans. Barakil was shown as one of the newly promoted 12-winged archangel class fallen angels of the Gregory, who benefited from Underworld becoming Vader. When she was young, she and her mother were attacked by assassins of the Haimjima clan and fallen angels that were acting under orders of the Kokabil, who was also promoted to a 12-winged archangel class fallen angel. As the Empire closely monitored the movements of the Kokabil, one of the commanding officers decided to intervene, killing the assassins, and which resulted in Shuri asking for protection from the Empire, which they were granted. Empire has means to communicate with Drake even when boosted gear is not awakened, awakening twice critical is enough. Answered Rias. I have seen him talking with Fallen Angel this morning. They probably detected the same thing as us and want to extract his sacred gear, though I don't really know how did they do it. Stated Chiron as right now some Fallen Angels have infiltrated the Kuo Town, and they didn't really kill them to see what they were after. That's okay, it would be a good opportunity for reincarnating him. They probably want to kill him or force him to show his sacred gear so they could extract it. Answered Rias as she had a reason why she left the small group of middle-class fallen angels alive. I will send one of my familiar to deliver him the magic circle, afterward observe movements of the fallen. They should be related to Kokabil. Governor General wouldn't send any fallen into the territory of the Empire without noticing us in advance. Ordered Rias as both Akino and Chiron nodded. Also, Empire would send someone as reinforcement due to suspicious movement of several hostile factions, so prepare accommodation for them. Who shall be coming here? Asked Akino as she prepared to leave the room to carry out orders from Rias. Lady Cleria said that father has assigned a mission to Sardaukar forces so that it would be Prince-elect Vale, with Cow's brigade on the standby. Answered Rias as Akino nodded a bit in anticipation. Chapter 247, Reincarnation, 1. Later that day. Those fallen angels are really planning to kill him. I have tallied one of them to their nest. They are hiding in the self-made base in the mountains nearby Kuo Town. There are roughly 15 fallen angels there, with probably 100 rogue exorcists. They have built their rather nice magical defenses around the base. Summarized Chiron her findings, as she deeply frowned hearing that. As the fortress of the fallen angels was outside their territory, they could not attack them openly, as they would be trespassing the territory of Shinto, and fighting on their territory was a breach of the treaty between the Thonian Empire and Shinto Pantheon. Go and watch that human lowlife. Hopefully, he will use the summon I have given him, or my efforts here are useless. Said Rias, as she was a bit nervous. If her target died, then her efforts would be turned null, as sacred gear would return to Heaven's system, and they would need to wait until a new host of it had been born. She had already developed a strategy to keep him by her side as long as she needed, and that was until she reached an agreement with Drake. Class cards cannot control someone's mind to follow someone's orders without question. They just reincarnated someone into the predesigned race. They tied him to the ruler card, but the ruler cannot control his servants through the card, as they were not mind-controlling artifacts nor they contained compel spells or similar. She was very well aware that her target was a depraved pervert that could be fooled easily. It could be seen in the actual case with the fallen angel. A beautiful woman that he doesn't know walks up to a famous pervert and confesses to him. Even an idiot could sense something fishy going on here. Rias only needed to act a bit pitiful and control him through his carnal lust, nothing serious, just a bit teasing and empty promises. Then they could extract Drake willingly with Draing's consent or by force. Suddenly as she leaned over her chair, her hollow brain lit up with incoming call requests. When she saw it, she instantly picked it up. "Hello, my darling," said Rias with a soft voice as she picked up the call. "Goo, it still sounds weird when you greet me like that." The caller was Rias's childhood crush Prince-elect Vale Lucifer. Initially, Vala didn't really like Rias as she was more spoiled, but after her father sent her to the execution temple, there were many things she needed to learn, such as advanced magic that wasn't taught at the execution temple. She really didn't know whom to ask to teach her. Her siblings didn't have time, or like her sisters, they outright refused her, and the only person to teach her was Vale. Even though he was a seemingly arrogant and cold person, deep inside, he was compassionate due to his childhood experience when he lived with his grandfather and father. Valley was rather famous in the Empire for being a ruthless, cold, and arrogant person who looked down on the weak, and especially those who remained weak by their choice, even though they had an opportunity to get stronger. In his own words, he helped her only because her mother, Vanillana, was kind to him when he was a child, and he considered her as her own mother together with Graphia. Even though Valley was a close combatant, his magical knowledge was something to behold, as he was personally taught by her father every piece of magic. Her father even went as long as to use countless precious treasures to awaken dark-like clan trait in his bloodline and used blood adoption ritual so he could gain one of her father's clan traits, and he gained Holy Flame. Altogether Valley had 2 clan traits and 4 innate powers that were given to him by Albion when Albion transferred part of his bloodline origin to save his life. It was powers of division and absorption, reflect, reduce. Your father has decided to deploy me to the Kuo with Kao's brigade on the standby. He said as Rias was feeling complicated emotions inside. From the day when she was stripped of her title as Imperial Princess, she didn't spoke with her father even once. After 2 years, she had learned that life wasn't just having fun and lazying around in the Imperial Palace. Do you know that father was actively keeping eye on your progress? He even watched you sometimes training. He was happy that you have reached ultimate class and started to be more responsible. Stated Valley as Rias was frozen in shock. She never thought that her father would be keeping an eye on her after he banished her in reality. Even though she still retained the title of the Imperial Noble, her status, in truth, meant nothing. Probably if you obtained Draic for the Thonian Empire, he would name you Imperial Princess. Valley said after some time of silence. Have you already found the host? Asked Valley as Rias nodded. Yes, I will reincarnate him as my servant and try to convince Draic. I already have a few advantages, as probable host of Draic, won't be awakening boosted gear even after reincarnation due to low soul aptitude, and the fact that Albion is alive and kicking should also help a lot. Answered Rias slowly as Valley agreed partially with her statement. Be careful, dragons are very prideful, even to father, it took a lot of effort to convince Albion. For them, outside help is a disgrace, especially to strong dragons that were in the heavenly dragon class when they were alive, and both of them had very noble bloodline, so their pride and arrogance know no boundary, so you need to be patient. If I should give you a piece of advice, you need to convince Draic that his host is pathetic, or rather you need to force Draic to admit it himself. Chapter 248, Reincarnation, 2. Rias nodded at his words, as it was undoubtedly true that dragons were especially arrogant creatures. Even though devils were arrogant, none of them could reach the level of dragons. After some time later, in the evening of the same day, the park of Kuo Town was filled with trees, ponds, and grass fields. In the middle of it lies a water fountain. 2 people were walking side by side. One of them was a woman, and another was a man. The woman was an attractive young woman with violet eyes having a slender body with a large bust. She had long silky black hair down to her hips and wore a black skirt with a purple shirt. The man, or rather a boy, was of average height with short spiky brown hair, 2 short locks of hair behind his head, and light brown eyes. He wore Kuo Academy boys' school uniform, consisting of a blazer over a white, long-sleeved dress shirt with black highlights with a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes. Rias watched everything that was happening concealed under stealth spells as she slowly watched the show before her eyes. Suddenly the woman, whom they identified as the fallen angel, walked in front of the fountain and started revealing her true form as she shredded her clothing and changed to her true appearance. In the process of transforming, she grew taller, taking on a more mature appearance, and her eyes changed, taking on a darker, more evil look. Her clothing also changed dramatically, now consisting of black, strap-like objects, resembling leather, around and under her breasts, a thong-like piece held around her hips by 3 thin straps, gloves that ran right up her arms with small lengths of chains hanging from them, shoulder guard-like objects on her shoulders with 3 large spikes sprouting from her right shoulder, and black thigh-high heel boots. She looked like Hor, and her power is only around initial high class, so by this logic, if she is the leader of the fallen operating here, other fallen angels should be only of the middle class. Though Rias, as she watched fallen Hor as Rias nicknamed her in her mind, shot a light spear towards a human named Issei Hayadu, instantly piercing him. After that, Rainir, the fallen Hor, flapped her wings and left the place of the crime as Rias appeared next to dying Issei, as he activated the flyer she gave him through one of her familiars. She took out the independent class card that was used to reincarnate beings into devils that were not tied to any ruler. This one was a bit special as it was the so-called expandable independent class card, meaning it could self-destruct and kill its host when needed. Usually, it was sued by devils when reincarnating expandable individuals that are useful only for some specific mission or limited time. And such as the value he without his sacred gear was 0 coupled with his soul aptitude. Additionally, Rias hated perverts, so she thought she would do a world a service by disposing of him. She used the expandable independent class card. Suddenly, a magic circle lit up under the dying Issei, and everything went black for him. Now what? This is the first time I am reincarnating someone like this, troublesome. I will drop him by his home and solve it tomorrow," said Rias to herself as she lifted up Issei with one hand and dragged him like a sack of potatoes behind her all the way to his home, where she dropped him onto the bed while casting a few spells on him. After dealing with this matter, she returned to her base at the Kuo Academy, which was an old school building. It was a 3-story building, with the 3rd story serving as a clock tower. It has been painted white with a black roof with vines creeping up to the 2nd story. After she returned back, she opened her holobrain and proceeded to write a report about everything to send to her superior at the execution temple to let them know that the plan has started. Empire put a lot of importance on the recruitment of the Drake, as every being with the potential to reach transcendence, as they called it, was crucial for the future. While Rias was only novice executioner, as a member of the Imperial House, she was aware of what was waiting for them. The wider world is known as the astral boundary, where even superdevils were only stronger people, and true powerhouses were only those of the apocalypse class, elder dragons, warlock monarchs, or mighty stage gods. And there were even stronger existences such as fearsome Holy Spirit warlocks, warlock emperors, mighty arcanists, even stronger gods, and many, many others. While Thonian Empire might seem an unchallengeable faction in the Draconic Dais, they would be just a slightly stronger faction in the astral boundary. For example, they wouldn't be qualified to become a proper faction in Kangxi Plains' core world as they had only 4 powerhouses comparable to a warlock monarch. When she learned that, she was scared. Only then did she genuinely realize that her parents could not oversee and guard them all the time, and she needed to depend on her own strength. She knew that her 2 brothers, Surzex and Sigmar, were very close to reaching that level soon, and her mother and Aunt Graphia were also not far. Valley also told her that their father was close to reaching dimensional class. When someone like them who followed the path of laws reached dimensional class, they would be comparable in strength to the average Holy Spirit warlock's moment when they broke through. After some time of accumulating more energy, they would be quickly comparable to advanced Holy Spirit warlocks, and talented ones could reach the level of the Great Holy Fast. Chapter 249, Nefarious Plot. The next day, Rias went to meet Sona to discuss the problems with the fallen angels. Contrary to Rias, who was more combat-oriented and served as the executioner of the execution temple, Sona was more like an administration officer. She took the role of the student council of the Kuo Academy. Very similar to Rias, she had only filled 3 places among her class card servant peerage, as there were strict requirements for someone to be reincarnated. It was absolutely forbidden to reincarnate ordinary humans, even if they were magicians, and only special ones were allowed, as it was a wasting of the precious class cards. Sona had filled 3 classes, namely Caster, Berserker, and Saber. Caster of her class card servant peerage was a bespectacled young woman with long straight black hair that extends all the way down to her knees, with split bangs and heterochromatic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. In addition to wearing the Kuo Academy girls' school uniform, she also wears blue, semi-rimmed glasses with square lenses. Tsubaki Shinra, a former member of the Shinra clan and host of the Sacred Gear, Mirror Alice, was able to reflect attacks that were weaker or at the same level as the host. Her Berserker was a young foreign man with a large physique, looking in his late teens. He has gray hair with long bangs covering his eyes and a handsome face, and the highly well-built body of a warrior. Lu Garu is a former werewolf-slash-human magician hybrid that traded his human part for the devil part. He was the son of one of the werewolf chieftains that migrated to the Thonian Empire and became citizens of the Empire. Lu Garu became a berserker of Sona's peerage to repay gratitude for the Citri family, as they cured his father of illness. And the final member of the peerage was Saber, who was a young girl of pale skin. She was rather a cute girl with long, dark purple hair and sleepy golden eyes. Her hair is tied in a long braid by a bow with a purple skull, reaching all the way down to her hips. Grim Reaper, Benia Orcus. Grim Reapers, while were citizens of the Empire, not many could get to high positions within the Empire, as they were looked at with cautiousness as they were once enemies of the Empire that fought them to death and were fanatical followers of their god, Hades. This caused a great deal of distrust to form against the Grim Reapers in the Empire. "Sona, how are you this beautiful day?" asked Rias as she sat down across her friend-slash-rival. "Probably not as good as you. I take it that your yesterday's mission has been successful?" asked Sona as Rias nodded. "Indeed, and I got even awarded with mid-grade demonic energy crystals." Demonic energy crystals became more common as the Baator, formerly known as the Underworld, started recovering to what it was once in the past. Demonic energy crystals were very beneficial for the devils, as they could absorb the demonic energy crystals to increase their demonic energy reserves and reach a higher class. Rias was already ultimate class, but only at the initial stage, so several demonic energy crystals would be able to bring her power a significant increase. "I have come here to notify you that Chiron found a base of fallen angels that is trespassing on our territory. Unfortunately, their base is constructed outside of our territory and even has some basic magical defensive circles and formations. From what we know, there are several tens of fallen angels, with an unknown number of rogue exorcists, that could number in hundreds," summarized Rias, as Sona was mildly surprised. Someone from the Shinto must let them enter. Currently, without either huge effort or brute force, it is impossible to enter Japan without the interference of the Shinto gods. These fallen don't have anyone strong or skilled enough to enter, and in such large numbers, it would require at least a legendary class individual very skilled in spatial magic, meaning someone from the Shinto pantheon deliberately let them enter and cause troubles for us. Analyzed Sona situation quickly. Japan doesn't have any churches or influence of the Catholic Church or its branches, so there was no possibility of their personnel coming to Japan. These days, after Shinto gods had started meddling in the affairs of mortals, it was almost impossible to enter the territory of Japan without catching the attention of their guardians. If someone wanted to enter, he needed to bypass the barrier or force their way. Bypassing would require a skilled and strong magician with specialization in spatial magic, and those were rare even in the Thonian Empire. Forcing their way was impossible, as the barrier would withstand even attacks from super devils for some time. That left only one option: it was a trap for them. Even though Empire has a treaty with the Shinto pantheon, either side never treated each other as an ally. Especially among Shinto gods, it caused a lot of dissatisfaction, as they are viewing us as the ultimate enemies. The actions of His Holy Imperial Majesty are proving their doubts, so they want to kill us, but not openly, as that would cause instant war. They want to blame Gregory, which was cause war between Gregory and us, with us annihilating them. In the end, we would be weakened from the war with Gregory to some extent, and most importantly, we would be weakened from the fact that Gregory won't be absorbed into the Empire. Rias nodded at her friend's analysis. Among high-ranking personnel of the Empire, it was no secret that sooner or later, Gregory would be merged into the Empire. With Kokabil basically deserted the Gregory and now was who knows where, there was nothing that was blocking the merger. Unless some fallen angels killed the daughter of the Emperor, sister-in-law of Crown Prince, who was also the daughter of the prominent Thonian Lord. Chapter 250, Introduction. So what shall we do? Asked Rias, as she was not as good when it came to formulating complex strategies as Sona. Play along, what else is we can do? After Prince-elect arrived, annihilating those fallen would be secured even if some stronger fallen angels appeared. However, we should capture some of them for interrogation. We need to create a pretext for attacking them at their base so the Shinto gods won't accuse us of breaching the treaty between them and the Empire. Answered Sona mildly. I believe such reason will come sooner or later, as the fallen won't be silent. I think after they learn that I have reincarnated the person that they have killed, they will try once again, and I think I already have some way to find a perfect reason to leave our territory to attack them. Smiled Rias with a mischievous smile. What reason? Asked Sona curiously. Did you know that injuries by dark light are extremely hard to distinguish from those caused by fallen angels? Said Rias as Sona squinted her eyes. You don't mean? Rias nodded. Yes, after Valley arrives and when fallen make their move, I will have Valley injure me with dark light, causing me severe injuries with dark light. That would be proof that we need to leave our territory and attack fallen, without breaching the treaty with the Shinto. The treaty between Shinto Pantheon and Empire clearly stated that Empire could not provoke any kind of fight in the territory of Shinto that would affect the citizens of Japan. That could work. Empire doesn't want any kind of war conflicts right now. While the Thonian Empire was the strongest faction in the Draconic Dais, it didn't want to fight meaningless wars, as it would weaken them and hinder their growth for the astral boundary. While other factions were in the dark about the real strength of the Thonian Empire as due to the fact that Empire had immense defenses and didn't allow anyone to enter Baator, and also as the Baator started recovering and was severed from its connections with other planes in the dimensional gap, it was almost impossible to enter the Baator undetected. The Empire was aware that each pantheon had at least one mighty stage god that didn't participate in the creation of the dimensional gap. The primordial god was the title for any god that lived for a very, very long time. Such gods could cause a lot of trouble to the Empire, and gains were far less than losses in these cases. I will not take my leave. I have a pervert to introduce to his new life and then try to establish communication with Drake. Stated Rias as she stood up and left shortly after. After that, she returned to the Occult Research Club building and sent one of her underlings to fetch Issei Hayadu. As novice executioner, she had under her several disciples and initiates to follow her orders. All of them were AR the Grand Class and High Class. Soon enough, after several minutes, disciple executioner returned with Issei Hayadu, who instantly started staring at her chest without even hiding his perverted gaze. If not for the fact I need him alive, I would have already killed that perverted trash. Thought Rias in her head, as his behavior disgusted her to no limits. As someone who was brought up with a strict code of conduct befitting that of the member of Imperial House, behavior like this was unacceptable for her. Currently, there were only Rias and two disciple executioners of the Grand Class in the room, as Aquino was doing something else, and Chiron was having a call with her sister. Please sit down. Rias said to an absent-minded young man as he dumbly nodded his head and sat down at the chair opposite to her, as she stared at her breasts. Valley will beat him to death if they meet. Thought Rias in her head in the meantime. She quickly explained to him what had happened and that he had been reincarnated as devil due to being killed by fallen angel called Rainir due to having a sacred gear. Fortunately, in the execution temple, they were taught how to handle situations like this with the highest efficiency. After that, she proceeded to tell him some basic information, to which he didn't really listen, but that was also good, and in the end, she told him that there was a high possibility of him having a harem if he was strong enough and attained noble rank in the empire. Throughout the all-time, Rias kept on a seductive smile as she attempted to flirt with him, to create emotional attachment from his side for her, as it would be much easier for her to control him in the time he had remaining. I will do it, Bucho. I will be the strongest servant and become harem king. After some time, Issei shouted enthusiastically as Rias winked at him seductively as he left the room soon afterward. Monitor him all the time, in case he is ambushed by fallen angels once again. And observe his every movement, and everything about him. I wonder what he will be doing. If he starts training in an attempt to get stronger, it could be problematic, but also good, as he still didn't awaken even twice critical. This was he would be killed even by some random low-class thug. Ordered Rias to one of the disciple executioners, who bowed slightly and merged with the shadows. In the Empire, even commoners were at least the pinnacle of the low class. Just like Chiron said, his soul aptitude is trash, not even reincarnating managed to awaken even the twice critical. This is problematic. The spell I know was meant to communicate with already awakened boosted gear. Muttered Rias to herself as she opened her hollow brain and wrote a message to the Magister of the Arcane and Magic Research, Lord Mephistopheles, as he should be able to provide her with a new spell that would be able to communicate with the soul inside the sacred gear even if it is not awakened at all. Chapter 251, Meeting of Elders, 1. MC POV. Vader, Thonian Empire, Imperial Capital of Aner Londo. Today was a meeting of the elders of the Thonian Empire of the Baator and me. The first one to arrive was Zekrom Baal, who was already the same as I reached the Apocalypse class, and he reached it in the Law of Destruction. He often gave me notes about the comprehension of the Law of Destruction. In contrast, I gave him about the comprehension of the Law of Slaughter. Due to that, my comprehension of the Law of Destruction has already reached 62%. Zekrom, how are you these days? I asked as I welcomed my grandfather-in-law/friend. Collecting resources and treasures for the ritual. If it goes this way, I will become really broke. He grumbled as I nodded. The ritual he talked about was related to one of his descendants, Serord Baal, who was born without the clan trait power of destruction. When he was born, Zekrom invited me to inspect his condition and I found that he wasn't born without power of destruction, but rather it was dormant. I had a special ritual that could awaken it, but the process would require for the person undergoing it to reach later Super Devil class in the physical body first to have a chance at survival. Because clan traits of Devil have related to laws themselves, it was quite hazardous tampering with them in this way. With Valley, it was a different case, as Dark Light wasn't that aggressive law in nature. Still, the power of destruction originated from the Law of Destruction, which was one of the most aggressive laws. On the contrary, young Serord Baal showed an immense talent for the martial arts, Senjutsu, mastered Tuki, and became the youngest prefect of the Adeptus Custodes from its founding. At the age of 19, he was already legendary class powerhouse in physical strength, though demonic energy-wise, he was only high class. That was another reason why later Super Devil class for the physical state. When the ritual is successful and the clan trait awakens, it will cause demonic energy to overflow the body, and if the body is not strong enough, it could kill the host. Though even with awakened power of destruction, Serord will never use it like others. I can predict that he will incorporate it into his martial arts. Coupled with it, he would probably be the deadliest close-quarter combatant in the entire empire. He managed to tame Regulus Nemia. I would like for you to do the same thing as you have done with Canis Lycaon, said Zekrom proudly. Indeed, this was a very good catch. If I can resurrect it, Nemean Lion, as strong as Regulus Nemia, would easily reach Emperor-level monsters and could have a solid chance of achieving Apocalypse class. He would be a great familiar for Serorg. His other clan trait lion taming he inherited from his mother, was very strong, and if I mean very strong, then probably the strongest recorded in the history of the entire Vapula clan. Due to not inheriting clan trait of power of destruction, his relationship with his father was very strained as his father outright despised him. His mother was seriously ill, and several years ago, she had fallen into the devil's sleep, which was a very rare condition for devils and was hard to cure. Despite all of that, the only person among the Baal clan who supported him was Zekrom. As he got stronger, he saw potential inside him and was hailed as the strongest member of the young generation after Valley and Rinchiwe in the Empire. It was Zekrom's idea to send him to Custodians as it was the best place to develop someone's latent talent. What was surprising, and known only by Zekrom and me, was that Serorg was born with level 8 inferior soul aptitude, which was shocking by itself. Of course, I will just send him to be together, and I will have it done in several days. I stated as I nodded my head. After we had talked for some time, another elder arrived, and this time it was Crumcrutch, though he seemed tired. Yes, probably Ias looked at him. What happened to you? You look like shit, asked Zekrom with a mocking voice as he looked at grumpy-looking Crumcrutch. Hatchlings are happening, screaming, and screaming and screaming and screaming all the day, all the night. It is terrible. Oh, I remember that Tiamat was laying down eggs, so they must have hatched up. Shut up already, Crumb-Crutch, can we start the meeting? I have important issues to deal with. A told spirit at Mighty Stage God has shown up, and I want to obtain its divine spark. Stated Azrael, who had just now arrived. Now that everybody is here, the topic of this meeting is about the entrance of the Pale Blood faction into the Empire. How is the negotiation with them going? I said as I aimed my question at Zekrom. For now, it is going very well. After I have passed your message to Alucard and Brunstad, they have reconsidered their movements for the future. As two of them are basically wanted criminals of the Divine Blood plane, they cannot return there. There is also a high chance they would be hunted down if they entered any other plane that is either associated with or under the influence of the Divine Blood plane and its ancestors. Worlds with other species are out of the question too, and Baator is grade 3 plane with enough potential to advance to a grade 2 plane. So they are leaning to agree to our proposal. Summarized Zekrom his progress on this matter. I have also prepared to give them a seat of elder, which would probably be taken up by Brunstad as Alucard isn't really someone with patience or experience with these things. Splendid. Azrael, how are things with Gregory going on? I then turned my attention to another matter of this meeting. Chapter 252, Meeting of Elders, 2. Merging with Gregory was necessary for the Empire. While not as strong as a fraction of the Imperial strength, Gregory represented potential that we could significantly use. Especially if fallen angels are converted to Azrael's method of how he advanced. Additionally, while Empire had very advanced arcanotech, Gregory was far superior in research of sacred gear or rather entirely soulbound growth equipment and artificery due to Azazel's passion. Imperial technology never delved deep into the research of the sacred gears or soulbound growth equipment as a whole. While I had to some extent, but my success at reviving Canis Lycaon was more dependent on laws than on understanding it as a whole. Additionally, fallen angels were populous, numbering around several billion altogether, maybe 7 or 8, which would be a good population boost for the Empire. After Kokabil took his loyal ones, Azazel said that the Gregory is prepared for the fusion into the Empire. Stated Azrael slowly. Splendid. After Gregory has fused into the Empire, the last step in our plan will start. Refinement of the 3 realms will cause huge waves, and when Okwang reaches the next realm in his cultivation, we can begin tearing down the dimensional gap. I said as everyone turned extremely serious in a matter of several seconds. It is highly probable that when I start the ritual to tear down the dimensional gap, I would be attacked by all pantheons on the earth that wish to preserve it. We are currently aware that there are several mighty stage gods in the Olympian pantheon, Shinto pantheon, and Hindu pantheon. Their combined effort, coupled with their trump cards, especially if Shiva uses his position as God King, would be enough to propel him temporarily into the Supreme God stage. We are at a severe disadvantage up here in such a fight. The approximate amount of high-level enemies is more than 10, while we are 5, and if we recruit Pale Blood, it will make 7. Okwang would be able to handle Shiva in his boosted state, but the real problem would be if some of the hidden mighty stage gods became God Kings of the Shinto pantheon and Olympians. And if Eevee and Itolds are counted in too. I fear it would be a tough fight. I said grimly. This was the underlying strength of the factions of Dimensional Gap and especially Draconic Deus factions. After so many years of gathering information, spying, infiltration, and torture, we were able to get information on the hidden strengths of several factions. As I predicted, some so-called primordial gods were still alive and were slumbering and would awaken only in the direst time of need. Olympus had only one mighty stage god, Shinto had 3 slumbering ones, Hindu pantheon had together 4 slumbering, and coupled with Shiva, Indra, and Brahma, there were 7 mighty stage gods in the Hindu pantheon alone, which was terrifying. Even in the astral boundary, such force would be unmatched if they ruled in some random grade 3 plane. Even in the Kangxi plane, which was home of the warlocks, finding a living warlock monarch on the surface world of the Kangxi plane was a rare occasion, as right now, the core world was still separated from the surface world of the Kangxi. Fortunately, Olympians have been basically crippled after Titans broke out of their prison, so no gods from their side aside from Arenas will intervene. Asgard is still recuperating from the last stunt Empress Hela did by recruiting Surtur to form a burning legion as she fought with Odin, who woke up and he needed to use a lot of his power to defeat her. Several years ago, Hela infiltrated 9 Realm and negotiated a deal with Surtur to pledge his allegiance to the Thonian Empire. Surtur was an emperor-level monster, standing at the pinnacle of the realm. Not only that, but he was difficult to kill even for those in a realm higher than him due to his special nature. He had absolute control over millions of the fire creatures in the realm of Muspelheim. In the end, he agreed, and he created a burning legion by combining all the fire creatures until only 100,000 of them remained, each one at the pinnacle of the grand class. By the time the burning legion was created, Odin had woken up from his sleep and found out that Hela was in the 9 realms doing something nefarious with Surtur. He fought her as Surtur rampaged and slain several Asgardian gods before he escaped to the Baator with the entire burning legion intact. Meanwhile, Hela fought with Odin, forcing him to use all reserves of the pantheon that he recovered in centuries to defeat Hela, or rather to push her out. In truth, Hela's aim wasn't to even defeat Odin to kill him, but rather to force him to do exactly this. Killing Odin within 9 realms was virtually impossible for even her unless she was a pinnacle mighty stage god, but this result was equally good. We need to increase the number of high-end powerhouses in the Empire. Who is currently close to breaking through? I asked as I wanted to produce at least 2 powerhouses that could participate in such a fight. Captain General Diablo is apparently very close, same could be said about Crown Prince Surzex and Imperial Prince Sigmar. Reported Zekrom. Redirect all crucial resources towards them, and I need for them to reach that level as soon as possible. For Diablo, he was only recovering where he once was, but it took time, a long time. Meanwhile, Surzex and Sigmar had their own circumstances for their rather slow growth. But one was common for them. When they broke through, they would be fearsome existences at the same rank. Chapter 253, Catching the Criminals, 1. Third POV. Earth, Japan, Kuo Town. This morning, Lucifer Gremory received a report that one of the criminals that were being chased down in the Empire had managed to escape to Earth by using a magic transportation circle after she killed the guards on the service. This happened from time to time. When criminals were strong, they often searched for weakly guarded teleportation circles that connected Baator and Earth. Nowadays, most of such teleportation circles are heavily guarded, which meant that this convict had been planning it for a long time and was very cunning and probably even very strong to overwhelm the guards of the teleportation circle in a short time before the reinforcements appeared or other defenses were activated. Probably a pinnacle ultimate class powerhouse, muttered Rias, as suddenly one of the novice executioners assigned under her appeared from shadows. Lady Rias, I bring you a report about your reincarnated servant. Yesterday, Fallen Angel attacked him when they found out that he is alive. Of course, the Fallen Angel is no longer among the living. Reported novice executioner. Splendid. Also, has the word from the Empire arrived about the things I have requested? She asked shortly. Yes, it will be teleported this evening, answered novice executioner with a bow as he melted into the shadows. I will need to send Chiron to search for the convict, muttered Rias. Chiron, despite her rather cute appearance, was the pinnacle high-class devil/Nico show hybrid in both demonic energy and physique. She can even send Rias flying with one punch. Though one of her strongest abilities was the usage of senjutsu and yujitsu and other similar techniques, she was the best tracker and could easily search for targets. After some time, Chiron returned from the Baator as she was to visit her elder sister Kuroka. Chiron-chan, I need for you to search for a criminal that escaped here. He should be hiding somewhere in the Kuo Town, probably at the pinnacle of the ultimate class, so be careful, said Rias as she watched Chiron laying on the couch and munching on some sweets that she had brought from her trip. When I was returning, I saw that pervert talking to some nun, and she had a twilight healing to the top of it, said Chiron as she was eating her sweets as Rias froze in her spot. Nun. Here in Japan. How? Something is not right here. Japan was a place where wasn't even a single Chuck devoted to the Yahweh, so hearing that a nun was here didn't sound right. Rias knew that the nun should be Asia Argento, a former holy maiden that healed a devil, Diodora Astaroth, that was executed several days ago for being connected to Rizavim Levon Lucifer and for kidnapping female members of the church, raping them and torturing them to death. It was found out by his own mistake by letting himself be healed by Holy Maiden, thus ending in her excommunication. Intelligence Department investigated that matter and quickly found out that a devil who was involved was Diodora Astaroth. Then it was passed to a commissariat, where they arrested Diodora and quickly found out about his deals with Rizavim, information leaks, and even some suspicious connection to the fallen angels, which has not been clarified, but all evidence was pointing to a Kokabil's rogue faction. Diodora was sentenced to death, and his executioner was none other than his family, Ajuka Beelzebub, who also came from the Astaroth clan. Rias hummed about what to do with this situation. On the one side, it was confirmed that the Holy Maiden was already no longer a member of the church. What still made things problematic was the fact that when the higher-ups of heaven learned the real reason, she would be immediately put under their protection. While heaven was weak, another conflict with them was totally unnecessary, especially over one insignificant human with sacred gear. Those fallen are probably trying to extract her sacred gear. With their abilities, they could use only some crude ritual to do so, so she will die in the process. This is perfect. I don't really need to deal with this situation and could also obtain a sacred gear for the Magisterium of Arcanotechnology to research upon. Though Rias, as this would be nice merit for her. Currently, all operatives on Earth were under strict order to not evoke any kind of conflict with any faction due to preparation for something big, though Rias knew that they didn't want any war till the Empire was ready to tear down the dimensional gap. You can go and search for the target. I will deal with the matter with Devil and Nun, stated Rias as Chiron got up from the couch and went to search for the hiding criminal from the Empire. Twilight healing should be useful in research to create a portable healing device, don't you think, Valley? Asked Rias to Valley, who teleported her after some time after Chiron left. It should. From what I heard, Magisterium of Arcanotech has several prototypes of such devices, but they lack efficiency compared to Twilight Healing. After Michael started tweaking Holy System to increase the probability of sacred gears landing to already predestined members of Church, it became significantly harder to get our hands on sacred gears. Stated Valley as he sat on the couch. Before Yahweh succumbed to his injuries, he made many additions to a heaven system, the most important ones being that pure angels could reproduce without becoming a fallen angels, or giving full control over heaven's system to Michael. This made Archangel Michael a controller of heaven's system on the same level as Yahweh. All of that was achieved only thanks to the agreement that the Emperor of the Thonian Empire had with Yahweh, or rather it was due to the fact that he didn't kill him. In the end, heaven was still no match for Empire, even if some changes were made to heaven's system, but it wasn't as weak as everyone would expect from their losses during the war. Chapter 254, Catching the Criminals, 2. Won't you be joining me in search for it? With your abilities, it could be done in several minutes. Asked Rias, as indeed with Val's abilities, finding someone on the ultimate class that was hiding in a small town was nothing, but he just shook his head in denial. Noble, deal with it. I am going to take a look at our crow friends hiding at their base. Even if I heard it from you and Sona, I still feel uneasy about all of this. Think about it, why would anyone clear in their mind let them attack you and Sona if their strength is just a bunch of mid-class and low-class with one high-class against ultimate class even if they were hundreds? Of like those, it is useless. Most likely, it is a trap within a trap. Deduced Valley. As someone who spent the majority of his life in the Amri and leaning from the best among the Imperial House, Custodes, and Imperialis Militarum, which was skilled in military strategy as he was in scheming. I think that the real aim of the Shinto pantheon was to kill you indeed, and fallen angels up there probably tricked the Shinto by saying that they would kill you, but they want to capture you most likely. Before you make any moves, I need to take a look at the situation myself, and due to the fact that I cannot transport the entire Cows Brigade here, I will go alone or probably take only some of my subordinates. As Vala thought, several factions and people were scheming here against the Thonian Empire of the Baator, as this was a priceless opportunity. Rarely do members of the Thonian Empire's prestigious bloodlines leave the Empire's domain or Baator. Usually, no direct members of the Thonian Empire left Baator and set foot on the earth, and if they did, they would be accompanied by many powerhouses depending on the noble house. For example, the House of Citri was Thonian Lord House, directly related to the High Lord House Leviathan and Imperial House. Under normal circumstances, it was unthinkable that heiress of the house would leave for Earth basically with no protection. I have already reincarnated Draig, and from what I have seen, my job would probably be easy. Said Rias with a grin as Valley raised his eyebrow. As the former host of Albion, he was a bit curious, and even now, he was still technically Albion's kin, as he was transformed into a part dragon by him, making him a devil dragonoid. So? Valley asked while he looked at Rias. Depraved pervert with zero talent, not able to awaken sacred gear even after he was reincarnated, that would for sure hit Dragon's pride too much. Magisterium of Arcane and Magic Research already sent me a spell with which I would be able to communicate with him. Rias had a somewhat happy expression saying that his circumstances were doing her job more manageable. Still, be careful till you have not succeeded. If he leaves, then all is in vain. Valley lectured her. Rias nodded and started unbuttoning her shirt. Do you want to fuck before you leave? Asked she with a sultry voice. Several hours later, after the pleasure time was over, Rias got a message from Chiron that she had found spaced convict that was hiding in the Kuo Town. In the evening, Rias took her servants to an abandoned factory where a criminal named Visser was hiding. She was a dangerous devil at the pinnacle of the ultimate class, charged with casting a forbidden ritual that shot her to ultimate class at the price of tens of citizens of Empire used as a sacrifice. Rias stood there with her 3 servants, technically 2, as Chiron wasn't really her servant. Still, as Kuroka dropped her younger sister on Rias, she was in her care, as Chiron didn't want to stay alone in their home, as Kuroka and their mother Fujimai were often not at home. Their father had long perished during the tide of magical beasts when he led Imperialis Militarum to fight it. Unfortunately, even though he was the pinnacle legendary class devil, a monarch-level monster showed up and killed him. Fortunately, he managed to stall for enough time until reinforcements arrived and civilians evacuated and were awarded the posthumanly title of the Hero of the Empire. Today, we are going to fight a criminal that escaped to Earth. Issei, you will do nothing and just wait here with Akino, as this criminal called Visser is at the pinnacle of the ultimate class. Said Rias as Issei looked at her, or her boobs, or her, but it was clear he was clueless about what she was saying. You didn't read the introduction guide or remember anything I have said before? Asked she, annoyed that she had a useless servant. I am going to repeat it only once more. A power hierarchy exists that measures how strong a person is. Think about it like a level system or cultivation system. From weakest to strongest, there are low class, middle class, high class, grand class, ultimate class, legendary class, Satan class, and super devil class. though some classes exist above that. Currently, it is irrelevant, as it is almost nigh impossible that such lofty individuals would spare us some time. She explained slowly. So how strong I am, Bucho? He asked excitedly. Low class. Answered Rias plainly as Issei looked heartbroken that he was on the bottom of the ladder. How strong are those classes? He asked shortly after. Usually, it depends on the individual, on specific abilities and other aspects. Generally, the average low class can destroy an entire building with his strongest attack, middle class can do the same to a small town, high class to small city, grand class to a large city, ultimate class can wipe entire mountain, legendary class can destroy smaller subcontinent, Satan class can destroy entire continent at their full force, and super devil class can destroy small celestial bodies or asteroids. Explained Rias. Of course, this was only orientational because, as she said, it depended on the person. Those with high mastery over magic, destructive clan traits, or those who learned forbidden magic can possess even higher destructive power. Chapter 255, Catching the Criminals, 3. Issei gulped hearing all of that, as he now realized that supernatural world, as it was called, was filled with existences that could wipe out entire countries in a matter of seconds if they wished to do so. Indeed, the supernatural world of the Draconic Deus was a ruthless place, where those with strength reigned supreme and did what they wished. The only reason they rarely fought on Earth or acted there was a silent agreement between all factions that they wouldn't destroy Earth, as it was the source of faith for many pantheons and the source of souls and other resources. Right now, I will show you how the fights in the supernatural world are fought. Ria stated as she signaled for Chiron to follow her into the building. They entered together into the abandoned factory, where the criminal devil named Visser was obviously hiding. It was dark here. Rias and Chiron took the lead, while Aquino stayed with Issei in the backlands, as they wouldn't be fighting. This was a relatively high-level fight, and Issei could quickly perish here, considering that he was only a low-class individual. As they were searching through the abandoned factory, suddenly, several thunderbolts were shot at them, to which Rias cast a defense barrier that protected them all from incoming magical attacks. Aquino subsequently cast an illumination spell, illuminated the entire abandoned factory, and showed the culprit they were searching for. It was ultimate-class criminal Visser, and she looked like a hybrid between man and centaur. She had a voluptuous upper body with long, black hair, and her lower body was gigantic and beastly with 4 legs, each having sharp claws and a snake as a tail. Criminal Stray Visser, by orders of the commissariat, you are hereby sentenced to death for murdering 17 guards, escaping the prison transport, and for the original charge, casting a forbidden ritual that sacrificed a life of tens of imperial citizens in order to reach ultimate class. Ireus Lucifer Gremory, novice executioner of the Execution Temple, will carry out the judgment. Stated Rias in a formal voice as she observed Visser carefully. Stray devil was a term used for devils that cast a forbidden ritual to increase their strength by sacrificing others quickly. Though not the valid reason for that name, but rather each of these rituals had a terrible side effect of transforming the recipient into hideous monsters with grotesque shapes and looks. The moment Rias finished the sentence, she instantly created several orbs with her power of destruction and shot them towards the Visser. Despite her enormous size, she was relatively agile and managed to dodge most of the spheres, as only the last one touched her right hand as it turned it to dust. Realizing that she was no opponent for Rias, she decided to escape. In truth, she settled for escape. Moment Rias introduced herself, as fighting member of the Imperial House was plain suicide due to their clan traits and overwhelming power. As she was running away, suddenly a white blur appeared before her, and with full strength, she punched her to her stomach, sending her flying several tens of meters and crashing into the wall. As the dust settled, it revealed Chiron, armed with special gauntlets, who ended the escape of the criminal Visser. Shiro now looked different from her usual self, as she had more cat-like eyes, pair of cat ears, and 2 tails were waggling behind her. Despite being only at the high class, her physical strength was at the pinnacle of the high class, and Visser was ultimate class only in terms of demonic energy. Additionally, she was armed with a pair of gauntlets comparable to any legendary artifact in Earth myths. At that exact moment, Rias cast a binding spell that bound Visser in her place where she crashed, not allowing her to move an inch. Any last words, traitor? Asked Rias rhetorically as she prepared destruction orb in her hand before shooting it at Visser, obliterating her from existence. Now we are done, the only thing remaining is to file a report for the commissariat. Said Rias as she looked around her. MCPOV. At the same time, on the roof of the opposite building. I stood on the roof while watching the fight below me. Even though it was between ultimate class powerhouses, it was still entertaining. It appears that Rias had inherited from me, ending her opponents fastest as possible. That was a good thing to have. Father. Said a voice behind me as Valley landed down. So, what have you found out? I asked my adopted son/future son-in-law. I was happy that my daughter ended up with someone reliable and of noble blood, especially if that person was Valley. There are several 8-winged ultimate class fallen angels and one 10-winged cadre class fallen angel. The number of low-class to middle-class rogue exorcists is more than 200, other fallen are numbering in tens. This is a clear trap for them and... He stopped in the middle of a sentence. Pinnacle Intermediate God was hiding near the base of fallen. He finished with a stern voice as I just nodded my head in understanding. Kokabil, Melvazoa, Amaterasu, all of you are nothing more than just stepping stones in the path of mine and that of the Empire. I said in a low voice. It appears that Susanoo cannot wait, and Kokabil has joined hands with Melvazoa. Losses that Eevees have suffered in our hands force them to search for allies here to at least hinder our progress. Fortunately, those spirit gods are too arrogant to do something like this. Still, it doesn't matter. Valley, go and capture that intermediate god alive and give him to an execution temple for interrogation. I want to know what they are planning against us. If they realize our true goal, we need to move faster. I ordered as Valley nodded and teleported away. I looked at the people there. Drake, I hope we will meet soon. I said as I teleported back to the Baator. Chapter 256, Before the Attack. MC POV. Several days later, Baator, Imperial Capital Rainir Londo. So, what are the results of the interrogation? I asked as I was visited by Hilda, who was in charge of interrogating captured intermediate stage god by Vala several days earlier. As predicted, some kind of three-way alliance has been created between Susanoo, Melvazoa, and Kokabil. Hard to say what exactly it is, but it is clear that they are working together. Especially Melvazoa and Kokabil, as Melvazoa elevated Kokabil to an archangel class and invested a lot of resources into his legion of fallen angels so he could cause problems for us. An outcome that I have long ago predicted. Continue. I said. Certainly. From what we have found out, Susanoo allowed Kokabil to create a foothold in Japan in hopes that he would target Rias and Sona. Kokabil wants to kill them, while Susanoo wants to capture them as a form of insurance against our empire. Meanwhile, Kokabil was able to convince Susanoo with the backing of Melvazoa, as it seems that other pantheons are very well aware of the two factions of Eevee and Itold. The task of this intermediate god was to capture Sona and Rias moment they were about to be killed by fallen angels, then, they would negotiate their return to the Empire in exchange for resources they planned to use to resurrect another of their primordial gods. Summarized Hilda everything she has learned. While Kokabil just wants to avenge himself for the humiliation he suffered in the war in your hands, father. She finished after a short pause. This is troublesome, with Kokabil getting support from Melvazoa is the problem itself, while impossible to solve, it could hinder our progress if mismanaged. I muttered to myself. Immediately contact Gregory and report this situation, and push for the meeting between Gregory and Heaven as soon as possible. Send a message to Celestial Court that we can start, announce a state of emergency, active Judas Protocol. I said briefly as Hilda bowed and left to carry out my orders. Judas Protocol was a plan to cut all loose ends. When activated, Empire would send its best trackers and strongest powerhouses to deal with rise of him, his pawns, and other organizations that threatened the final act. Empire had many hidden enemies in the Draconic Dais waiting for their time to strike, and that time was coming very soon. My Emperor. Said a voice out of the shadows. Lead a group of your best men and assassinate all Susanoo's subordinates in mortal Japan, leave none alive, blame Celestial Court. Okwang is Oki with such development. I ordered. Okwang didn't really care about Shinto pantheon, even if the primordial gods were counted in. For him, they were just minor nuisances, so he won't care if I blamed Celestial Court for this series of assassinations. In the end, soon, it would cease to exist. It shall be done, my Emperor. Replied Grandmaster of the Execution Temple Kane Valafor. Third POV. Around the same time, Earth, Japan, Kuo Town. Absolutely not, you will right now cease all contact with that nun. Where do you think you have seen that? A nun fraternizing with Devi. Especially one that is the servant of a member of the Imperial House. Shouted Rias at Issei as she once again heard that he was hanging out with the nun. This time, it nearly got him killed as one rogue exorcist prepared a trap for him in an attempt to kill him. He was pretty lucky that Rias ordered one of her subordinates to monitor him, who saved his life and teleported them away. But Buchoshi is. He attempted to say something only to step in mid of his sentence as Rias's angry glare silenced him. No buts. You will immediately stop contact with that nun, am I clear? She asked threateningly. Yes. Issei answered dully as he left the room, leaving their Rias alone. Soon after he left, Aquino entered the room. You sure? He will go there and search for her. If he dies, it will destroy all plans. Stated Aquino. He will not, as we will attack their fortress too. Valley already knows their exact strength and will take several of his lieutenants from the Cows Brigade to attack the fortress. Issei's attack will be nothing more than just a distraction. Answered Rias, as already was finished, preparations were complete, and they would attack the fortress of the fallen angels. It was planned to happen today, but since they could create a better situation, then why not? they would use a pawn to create a chaos absolute and attack Fallen and their servants in distraction. Chapter 257, Purge of the Pests, 1. The same day, evening. It was a silent night in the Kuo Town in Japan. Under the shadows of the night, countless figures were moving to the outskirts of the Kuo Town area, to the nearby mountains that were the base for the fallen angels. Your servant has departed to rescue that nun about an hour ago. With this temp, he should have arrived at the location of the fallen angels. Reported one of the subordinate executioners to Rias. Excellent, inform Valley about this development, we are making haste to reach that place as soon as possible. Ordered Rias, as executioner bowed slightly as he melted in shadows. Outside of the Kuo Town, fortress of the fallen angels. So, what is the plan? Asked Rias to Valley. They were all standing on the top of some random mountain with a good view of the fortress belonging to the fallen angels. Rias was here together with Chiron and Aquino. All three of them were wearing a battle uniform, while Rias was wearing a runic armor, in a similar design to the one Valley was wearing, only distributed for the member of the Imperial House. It also had its own PSG or the personal shield generator. You and your servants deal with rogue exorcists in the outer area of the fortress. I, with my men, will dispose of all fallen angels that are hiding in the inner area. Currently, your servant is in the inner church where that fallen angel Rainir is performing an extraction ritual on that nun. 234 rogue exorcists ranging from low class to middle class, you should be able to kill them all within a short time. Then there are around 15 fallen angels at middle class, and one at the high class. Here is the map of the fortress. Summarized Valley the plan that was to be carried out. Now that the plan is clear, everybody start. Ordered Valley as everyone dispersed. After dispersing, Rias took Aquino, Chiron, and her subordinate executioners to fight in the fortress's outer area to annihilate all rogue exorcists up here. All of them were dressed in white clerical clothing and armed with light swords and exorcist guns. This will be, though. While they were stronger, they had a numerical disadvantage, especially after the fallen angels sensed that Rias was here. Hence, 2 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels appeared to comfort her, leaving Chiron, Aquino, and 2 disciple executioners to deal with rogue exorcists. Fortunately, those rogue exorcists were only of low class, and only a few of them were mid-class. Unfortunately, several mid-class fallen angels mingled between them, which was complicating things, but alas, it was time for the fight. 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels instantly rushed at Rias, knowing her specialty being long-range to mid-ranged combat. As they attempted to kill her in the close quarters, to the great shock of 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels, she took out pair of the beautifully crafted daggers and attacked 2 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels that were charging at her. She coated her 2 daggers in power of destruction to increase their attacking power, while at the same time, she skillfully dodged every attack that the 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels threw at her. While they were at the ultimate class, Rias noticed that they had a problem controlling their own strength, as if they were artificially elevated to the class. She knew that during the war between what was known at that time as Devil Faction, with Heaven and Gregory, Yahweh was mass elevating pure angels forcefully by using an enormous amount of divine crystals to build a strong army. 2 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels were shocked that she was rushing at them while dodging their attacks, as they panicked monetarily, before they started shooting a large amount of light spear at her, to which Rias just active her inbuilt personal shield generator, that defended her against all attacks, as they were absolutely futile. She appeared before one of the 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels, slashing at him with her daggers, slitting his throat in a split of a second. Blood splattered all around as the head sprung into the air, and the headless corpse fell onto the ground. Second 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels panicked and decided to escape. Most fallen angels were cowards to heart that only fought against someone weaker or someone as strong as them. When faced with a stronger opponent, the majority would choose to escape. Of course, this rule applied only to that of fallen not belonging to the Empire. As the 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angel was escaping, Rias flew instantly in pursuit and quickly attacked him with a power of destruction wave, aimed at his wings, turning them to dust as the 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels let out a horrendous shriek of pain as he fell from the sky, crashing onto the ground in an instant. After the 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels crashed down, it was a piece of cake to kill him, as she just threw at him several orbs from the power of destruction that obliterated his body to oblivion. These two were that strong. Fortunately, Valley mentioned that there are even legendary-class fallen angels up here waiting in the trap. Muttered Rias as she looked around the fortress and killed all enemies that came at her. All rogue exorcists or fallen angels of mid-class to high class were turned to dust under the might of her power of destruction. As she was strolling the outer area, apparently, all stronger fallen angels were preoccupied with Valley and his forces. Chapter 258, Purge of the Pests, 2. Meanwhile, as Rias was dealing with the 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels, Aquino and Chiron, together with 2 disciple executioners, were slaughtered their way through the hordes of rogue exorcists and weak trash fallen angels that were here and there. Most eye-catching in this fight was Aquino, with her holy thunder she inherited from her father, Barakiel. While she had not a good opinion of her father, bordering on the level of hatred, her mother convinced her to learn how to use her greatest strength. If not, she would not be graduating from the Imperial Magic Junior Academy as the best of her class. Every time she cast a spell, a group of the fallen angels and rogue exorcists were blasted to death. None of them could stand against the destructive power of the Holy Thunder. Meanwhile, as Akino was doing large-scale damage to everything around with her destructive spell, Chiron was disposing of fallen angels one by one in close-quarter combat. Due to her enormous physical strength, every punch took the life of one rogue exorcist or low to mid-class fallen angel. These rogue exorcists were only humans, their bodies were just only 3 or 4 times stronger than that of an average human due to strengthening from the holy power. Usually, humans in terms of physique were always weaker than supernatural beings if they were both at the same class. Chiron fought in her true form, which was her Nico mode, meaning it increased her physical strength even more, as she was in the so-called Sage mode, by tuning herself with the energy of the world, gaining a significant boost to her power. Her strength got to increase, and she was healing faster from injuries, and her stamina regeneration was several times more quickly, meaning she could fight for a prolonged amount of time. Additionally, it could even speed up the regeneration of the demonic energy. In the Empire, there were only a few Senjutsu masters, as it required specific aptitude to learn, mostly found only in yokai, monsters, or magical beasts. Though, it didn't mean that devils or other species could not learn it or its advanced form of Tuki. After several minutes, both managed to eradicate over 100 rogue exorcists and fallen angels that were protecting the area. Akino-senpai, a large group of more than 50 rogue exorcists and 10 fallen angels, is approaching from the fortress. Stated Chiron as she sent the last rogue exorcist flying with her punch. At the same time, Valle and his officers. Valle took his officers to the place where the several 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels were waiting in ambush under the leadership of a legendary-class fallen angel. Be careful, there may be some traps already prepared for us, though I doubt it as fallen angels are not smart enough, especially those under the leadership of Kokabil. He reminded his people as they nodded in agreement, though it never hurts to be careful. Soon enough, they quickly found several 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels, numbering more than 10, and among them were 2 legendary-class fallen angels, though all of these fallen seemed to be a bit different in appearance. They were all pale like a sheet of paper with black lines through their entire face, probably a whole body. Artificial elevation of mighty stage god, pretty crude. Apparently the god who did it regarded them as pawns to be disposed of, so he didn't bother to do a proper job. Thought Valle the moment he saw the fallen angels. He instantly realized that Kokabil either must have struck some deal with Melvazoa or became his subordinate, and either of them was bad news and a reason to kill him the moment he left his hole. Both pantheons of Eevee and I have the means to mass-produce strong powerhouses through artificial elevating as they have enormous amounts of divine crystals. While those powerhouses have an expiration date, as the rituals are not perfect to not waste additional divine power on them, they will die within several years after the ritual. Still, till then, they could cause enormous damage to the Empire. Wait for my command and ambush them. Valle sent a telepathic message to his lieutenants. They were under concealment spells, so they could silently ambush those fallen angels and kill them as soon as possible because Valle was cautious. Now that he had confirmed the connection between Kokabil's forces and Melvazoa and his Eevees, who knows if there weren't even some powerhouse from the Eevees? It could easily be some greater god or even mighty stage god of early stage somewhere here, and even though Valle was strong, he was not an opponent for someone like that. Eevees and I were dangerous foes that Empire was facing, and they were maximally cautious when dealing with either of them. Each one of those factions was strong with deep roots, and God knows what they were hiding. Chapter 259, Purge of the Pests, 3. As soon as Valle gave out the command, he and his officers all attacked 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels and 2 legendary-class fallen angels. As someone of the pinnacle of the Satan class, Valle used his clan trait Holy Flame, which was genetically transplanted into him, through mystic and arcane procedures of his adoptive father. He created a massive wave of the Holy Flame, which devastated all of the fallen angels that came into contact with it. Even 2 legendary-class fallen angels were turned to dust as they were devoured by the Holy Flame's wave, which purged their existence. After Valle's attack killed 2 legendary-class fallen angels and several 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels, his officers finished the job by killing injured fallen angels or those 8-winged ultimate-class fallen angels who survived and attempted to escape. Secure the area, leave none alive. Ordered Valle as he looked around, and then at the place where 2 legendary-class fallen angels were turned to dust by his Holy Flame. Our presence on Earth is not that strong, and given enough time, Kokabil, with his boosted fallen, could cause us great damages. Thought Valle in his head about this mission. They need to be dealt with as soon as possible. He then started typing something on his holobrain, sending a report to the HQ of the Imperialis Militarum about this new development, as the rise of the high amount of ultimate-class fallen angels under the leadership of Kokabil could cause problems for their operation on Earth. That was because most agents and other military personnel of the Empire that were operating on the Earth were mainly under the ultimate class. Meanwhile, in a church's inner area of the fortress, there was a fight between 1 reincarnated devil and 1 fallen angel. After Issei arrived at the place, he didn't encounter even a single fallen angel or rogue exorcists. Still, he didn't really overthink about that, and he just continued to search for the nun named Asia Argento. In the end, he found her in the innermost area of the fortress, in a church that was built there, as she was bound to a cross, while fallen angel, he remembered to be named Rainir, was performing some kind of ritual. Asia! He screamed, but it was too late, and the ritual was complete as a sphere of a green light landed in Rainir's hands. Too late, human lowlife. Scowled Rainir at him as she kicked down the cross with Asia's corpse on it, while Issei started crying seeing his friend die like that. Without thinking too much, Issei charged at Rainir, only to be kicked into his stomach and sent flying, crashing through several lines of wooden benches as he coughed blood. Pathetic. Frowned Rainir as she saw that the reincarnated devil couldn't handle a single hit from her. She slowly walked up to him with a cruel smile on his face as she created a light spear in her hands. I am going to enjoy killing you, very, very slowly. Laughed Rainir. Unaware to her, she was quietly being observed by Rias and Valley, who were hiding on the high floor of the church, silently watching the show. She is going to kill him, said Valley to his girlfriend, who just shook her head, uninterested in what was happening beneath them. She won't, she is playing with him. I want to watch if he awakens the boosted gear, if he doesn't, it would be for the best. Answered Rias, as she knew that Drake was probably observing what was happening. He for sure realized that his host was worthless, and if he didn't awaken the boosted gear in a life and death situation, she was aware that her negotiation would be much easier. And thus, they watched as Rainir was toying with Issei by beating him brutally, after which she started stabbing him with her light spear. Oki. I don't want him to die, at least yet. Muttered Rias as she teleported behind Rainir after Issei lost his consciousness, and with one orb of power of destruction, she insta-killed her. After killing her, she picked up the twilight healing from her corpse, or from what remained from her, as the upper part of her body was obliterated by her power of destruction. Valley, could you bring this back to the Empire? Magister Beelzebub is already awaiting it at Magisterium of Arcanotech. Stated Rias as she passed him the twilight healing after turning her attention to a bleeding Issei. What to do with you? She muttered as she looked at him. Maybe it would be best to negotiate with Drake right now, isn't that correct, Red Dragon Emperor? She asked as she started chanting a particular spell that was meant for this specific purpose. Chapter 260, Negotiation with Red Dragon Emperor. Sacred gears created from the strong beings were fundamentally flawed. The first problem with them was that the host could not grow stronger than the being sealed in his sacred gear in most cases. The second was that, even when mastered, due to the nature of sacred gear, one cannot show the full power of the being sealed inside the sacred gear. As soon as Rias finished the chant, she entered through her consciousness to the Issei's mindscape, where the soul of the Red Dragon Emperor Drake y Gotch. Rias looked at Drake nervously as she didn't know how the Red Dragon Emperor would react. What do you want here, young devil princess? Asked Drake in a majestic voice while he scrutinized Rias from head to toe. Even though the Longinus boosted gear was dormant inside its host, and Drake spent most of his time sleeping, he was very well aware of everything that took place in the life of his host. He observed everything, so he knew what was going on and about everything about his host. I have come to negotiate with you. Answered Rias as she looked at Red Dragon Emperor of Domination Drake y Gotch. Negotiate what, daughter of Crimson Emperor? Asked Drake in a deep majestic voice as he stood up and looked at Rias with his draconic eyes shining. During past centuries, he was very well aware of the strength of the Thonian Empire, as several of his hosts were killed by the Empire after either offending nobles or creating conflicts. His strongest host Belzerd even met with the Crimson Emperor of the Thonian Empire and was killed in a split of a second, even though he fought in Juggernaut Drive. Only then did Drake realize that the Emperor of the Thonian Empire had reached the level of beings of law. I came here representing my father to negotiate with you about the offer he made to you a century ago. Answered Rias as Drake roared in rage as he took it as an insult. She expected such a reaction, as dragon pride didn't know an end, but she had something prepared in her arsenal that would probably convince him in one go. Albion was revived long ago, and with help from the Empire, he will soon reach Elder Dragon class. She stated calmly, as Drake stopped in his tracks, frozen in one place, as he started at Rias with rage, thinking about that his rival had already got back his body, could freely fly through the sky and enjoy the pleasures of the physical body. Not only that, but evidently, Albion was already nearing the Elder Dragon class, which would mean that his rival would overcome him and leave him in the dust. Just thinking about it made Drake grimace and frown in annoyance that his longtime rival would leave him behind. Seeing that he was still not decided, Rias decided to push forward. Since Albion became a member of the Empire and was appointed as the Lord General of Imperialis Militarum, 6th Army Draco Eterna, he had earned enormous amount of riches, gold, artifacts, treasures, and countless pretty dragonesses are lining up to him every day, and not only dragonesses but also beauties of other races. Additionally, he is already stronger than you thanks to assistance from beings of law of the Thonian Empire. After hearing that, Drake took an enormous hit, and it wasn't everything, as Rias continued shortly. You see that your host is a worthless pervert with zero amount of talent, who cannot awaken boosted gear even when he was reincarnated as devil. And even if he did, what level would he reach with his personality? Probably ultimate class could be considered an impossible achievement for someone like him. And then, with his personality and behavior, it is highly possible that mighty Red Dragon Emperor of Domination would become something along the lines of Breast Dragon Emperor or a Pay Dragon. Such humiliation for mighty being as yourself is waiting behind the door. Everything that Rhea said continuously attacked all of the weakest points of dragons. She instantly attacked his dragon pride, which took an enormous hit hearing that his rival was already more powerful and had everything that dragons were actively seeking: treasures, women, and gold. And then, finally, she squashed the last amount of resistance he had by stating apparent facts about his current host and that he could be highly possibly renamed from Red Dragon Emperor of Domination to something humiliating as a Pay Dragon. Drake was very well aware of what his host was like. Dragons were naturally prideful, and the stronger they were, the more prideful they were, especially if they were titled dragons bearing some kind of title. They were incredibly proud of that fact, as not many dragons had a title. After some time of silence, Rias could see that Drake's arrogance was broken down. "So what do you propose, Devil Princess?" asked Drake. "I am not princess. I was stripped of that title years ago for my own arrogance and weakness, but one day, I will get it back for my merits and power that I have achieved." She corrected the Red Dragon Emperor as he looked at her curiously. "Now, the Empire is proposing you the same thing as for Albion. You will get your physical body back and will be given an official position within the Empire, preferably in one of the military branches of the Thonian Empire. Additionally, our beings of law will help you achieve the Elder Dragon class. As Elder Crumcrutch has reached that level, he would be surely able to help you in that regard." Presented Ria's proposition of the Thonian Empire for the Drake Y. Gotch. "I accept your offer." In the end, Drake decided to accept the offer from the Empire, as it was beneficial for him. "Excellent, now you only need to sign this." Rias clapped her hands in happiness as she took out Soul Geas and presented it to Drake. Chapter 261, Dealing with Liabilities. Signing a Soul Geas was obligatory for every citizen of the Empire, so they could not under any circumstances betray the Empire, or the laws of the universe would crush their own very soul. This rule was obligatory for even members of nobility and high-ranking officials. Contrary to commoners, these people were even under the stricter type of contract called Blood and Soul Void Geas. Blood and Soul Void Geas was a new type of Geas developed through arduous research based on the knowledge obtained by Emperor from the Longinus Dracian Orden, creating the probably strongest type of contract across the entire astral boundary universe. It even contained a lot from Okwang's original universe, Ancient Dao universe, which has extensive knowledge of these things, and Zeoticus managed to convince Okwang to help him in this one. In a way, the entire Orden could then use them. In the end, it became some kind of group project, where everyone in the entire Longinus Dracian Orden worked on this and created their masterpiece. Blood and Soul Void Geas could be broken by force only when someone reached a later stage of the Exarch realm or by someone in Lord class unparalleled in soul laws and similar aspects. It was the crystallization of knowledge of several universes. Drake was given Soul Geas only for now, as he didn't have a physical body. "Now, we only need to wait till the Empire gathers all necessary resources for your revival," stated Rias after Drake signed the Soul Geas. "And that would be when?" "I don't want to be stuck up in this hellhole for any moment longer," asked Red Dragon Emperor of Domination impatiently. "A few months maximally. You need to be aware that Empire needs to gather a few more resources, and several of them are extremely precious even across the entire astral boundary, and only Father can procure them." Drake nodded, satisfied with this answer. In the end, what were a few months compared to entire centuries? Most of the resources were gathered by Zeoticus personally, through the help of his colleagues from the Longinus Dracian Orden, to achieve a perfect revival, which was not an easy feat. After Rias finished negotiating with Drake, she returned to the real world from Issei's consciousness. While she was there, her executioner subordinates were already cleaning up the place by disposing of corpses, and soon enough, they would obliterate the entire fortress. "Bring him to Healer and heal him properly," ordered Rias to her executioner subordinates. MCPOV. Some time later. After an attack on the Fortress of the Fallen Angels, Empire obtained the allegiance of Heavenly Dragon, Red Dragon Emperor of Domination, Drake Y. Gotch, and Twilight Healing, which would serve the Empire as a model to develop similar artifacts for healing. They would be specially incorporated into the runic armors of Custodians and Sardaukar. Coupled with the quality of the runic armors and personal shield generators, they would be completely unstoppable on the battlefield. What was disturbing news, on the contrary, was information obtained by Intelligence Department that Kokabil with his group had appeared. He reached the level of 12-winged Archangel-class Fallen Angel and raided the Vatican. They killed several prominent exorcists and severely injured Vasco Strata and Ewald Cristaldi. Their aim was to obtain fragments of the Excalibur swords, and they obtained 6 out of 7 fragments. All fake Excaliburs, namely Excalibur Destruction, Excalibur Mimic, Excalibur Rapidly, Excalibur Nightmare, Excalibur Blessing, and transparency. The last piece, Excalibur ruler, was in the hands of the Empire, namely in the hands of the Thonian Lord family, the Pendragon family that joined the Empire. After raiding the Vatican and stealing all fragments of Excalibur, Kokabil and his goons disappeared into thin air once more. As I heard all of these reports, I knew what Kokabil would do next. He would attack Kuo and try to kill Rias and Sona. He knew that it wouldn't spark the war between Empire and Gregory, but it would create a great rift between our factions that are soon merging. Give the command, Your Imperial Majesty, and this Diablo will exterminate all of your enemies. Diablo knelt before me while he excluded a murderous aura not weaker than mine own. He has long reached the level of the Abyssal King Fiend that was comparable to Warlock Monarch, though his combat prowess would put many Apocalypse-class beings to shame. No need for that, Diablo. I will dispose of him myself. That pest was getting on my nerves for many centuries, and now, he would finally show himself up. I said with an authoritative voice as I looked at the gathered Imperial officials. For past centuries I rarely made a move by myself and let my subordinates deal with all things regarding attacking enemies of the Empire. Prepare contingent of custodians with my son as leader, they would depart together with me. I said. Diablo nodded at my order and departed to organize his custodians for me. Your Imperial Majesty, we have confirmed the connection. Shinto god Susanoo is in cahoots with Kokabil, who in turn is the servant of Malvazoa. By our information, Amaterasu knows about everything, but she lets it slide. They fear our close relationship with Celestial Court. After the slaughter of all Susanoo's priests, he got into contact with Kokabil and supplied him with weapons and divine crystals. Said one of the officers of the intelligence department. I just sighed at that. Alliance with the Shinto pantheon was signed centuries ago, mainly because they were one of the strongest pantheons, and we needed allies with strong influence on Earth. But I have long ago predicted an outcome like this, and because of that, I have already prepared for it. Good. Active the end protocol. Let Takamagara burn. I ordered with an emotionless voice, as everyone stopped in their place as blood froze in their veins. It shall be done, Your Imperial Majesty. I hated traitors, and alliance with the Shinto pantheon already lost its meaning the moment Susanoo colluded with Kokabil. Their time will come faster than others. In the end. When I tear down Dimensional Gap, I doubt that even a single god of Draconic Deus will survive the onslaught of factions of the astral boundary that are near. Chapter 262, Broken Toy. Kuo Town, several days later. Several days have passed since the extermination of the fallen angels, rogue exorcists, and their fortress on the outskirts of the Kuo Town. After that operation, Rias's servant Issei became depressed that fallen angels killed his nun friend Asia, but Rias was able to smooth things with a bit of flirting and seduction. Of course, it worked splendidly on the pervert, as she needed to have him in an adequate state. Rias has him completely wrapped around her finger, as he would do everything she asks him. While compared to her siblings, she was lacking in talent and strength, she made it up in scheming and plotting, and her specialty was emotional manipulation, which became her greatest strength. Right now, Rias was sitting in her office inside the Occult Research Club together with Valley as she leaned over his chest. I got the message that Kokabil has raided the Vatican and stolen all fragments of the Excalibur. It is predicted that he will attack Kuo Town with his remnant followers, and apparently, he has reached the level of Archangel class after pledging himself to service of Malvazoa. Stated Valley thoughtfully as he looked at Rias. While it was confirmed that elevated powerhouses were always weaker compared to those of the same rank that achieved it by themselves, Vala was the only pinnacle of Satan class. With his combat prowess, he could fight to stand still super devils, but defeating one is tricky. Even if Kokabil is artificially elevated to that level, Vala doubted that his combat prowess would be lacking, as Kokabil is known for being a fierce and experienced warrior. So the Empire is sending someone to deal with it, right? Asked Rias thoughtfully. Not someone, but the father is coming personally. He wants to kill Kokabil and also collect fragments of the Excalibur so they could be reforged into the Excalibur as it was once in the past, before being shattered by Elder Zekrom during the Great War between our factions. Answered Valley as Rias was shocked hearing that their father was coming here personally. Emperor rarely left the Empire or Baator altogether. He also sent me a message that he got most of the materials needed for the revival of Draig, and he would also extract his soul out of the Longinus after everything is dealt with. Said Valley after a short time of thought, while Rias sighed in relief. This meant that her mission was over, and she could finally return back to the Empire, and she had earned plenty of merits. Merit point system was established a few centuries ago to motivate all Imperial citizens to work for the Empire. These merit points could be used to exchange for precious resources, spells, and many, many other things. Even social status could be bought with them, as long a person has an appropriate power level. Those two things were undividedly tied together. One cannot become noble without proper strength and merit at the same time. Draig and Albion were very close to reaching Elder Dragon class during their life, and now after long years, Lord Albion is very close to the Elder Dragon class. Both of them are great additions to the Imperial military strength. Stated Rias. After talking for some time, both of them started making out passionately on the couch, forgetting the erect barrier around them. Meanwhile, as Rias and Valley were lost in their passionate sex, Issei finally woke up after resting for some time due to injuries suffered by Rainir's hand. He laid on the bed in the occult research clubhouse as he was bandaged. When he woke up, the first thing he remembered was what happened and how he lost consciousness after being tortured by fallen angel Rainir after she extracted sacred gear out of Asia and killed her. He stood from the bed to see Bucho Rias as he wanted her to ask, why didn't she save Asia? During the short time he knew her, he became attached to her, and rarely not in any perverted means, but instead, he had the desire to protect her. As he exited the room, he searched for the Rias's room as he barely could walk because his entire body hurt like hell, but yesterday, he got assured from Rias that it would heal quickly as devils had a high healing factor. Soon he arrived at his destination until he froze in his tracks when he heard moans of pleasure from the room, as his heart started beating extremely fast and despair overwhelmed him. Like a fool he was totally engrossed by Rias, and it took only basically nothing for Rias to make Issei fall in love with her. She was, after all, an expert at emotional manipulation. Even though she was greatly humbled during her training to be an executioner, she took great pride that her elders at the execution temple praised her for being a prodigy when it came to emotional manipulation for past centuries. Hearing those moans intensify, he started feeling a weird feeling, like something was torn apart from him, and in his last attempt of hope or desperation, he resisted peeking inside, as he feared what he would learn or see. Like one would say, hope dies as the last one. He didn't dare to peek through the door, but in the end, his curiosity got ahead of him as he tried looking through the keyhole, which was possible with his heightened senses. After he looked through the keyhole, unaware to him, tears started flowing down his face as he stumbled backward and fell to the ground. After he started crying, he stood up and left for his room, with a lifeless expression on his face as if something broke inside him. Chapter 263, End of the Cockroach, 1. Japan, Kuo Town, several days later. For the past few days, Rias, together with Valley, were preparing for the Kokabil's attack on the Kuo Town. Meanwhile, Valley was also responsible for preparing Kao's brigade for the invasion of Takamagara, as Empire decided to destroy their pantheon after one of their leaders helped Kokabil and indirectly Melvazoa. The plan was to destroy the entire Takamagara by some kind of arcanotech weapon developed by Lord Magister Ajuka Beelzebub. By calculations, it should severely injure even mighty stage gods to the point of being on the brink of death. This would destroy the entire pantheon, leaving Thonian Empire just to kill those who, managed by some luck, survive, and they could subsequently absorb various yokai factions across the whole world. One must know that the yokai clans of China have long ago migrated to the Baator and pledged themselves to the Thonian Empire with a bit of help from Okwang. Rias, your perverted servant, is behaving weirdly, even though he is entirely weird. Sneered Valley as he observed Issei, who was like the lifeless husk of his former self. I don't really care. In upcoming days, Kokabil will attack, and after father kills him, then Drake will be extracted to be revived, and the pervert will be killed. Answered Rias, though she had some ideas in her mind about why he behaved like that. We didn't erect the barrier the last time. Maybe he heard or saw us. If that is the truth, then hopefully he will not fall, that would complicate things. Thought Rias in her head. Even though his soul aptitude was beyond trash, there still existed a slight possibility of something happening due to him being the host of the boosted gear. No matter how small or trash someone's talent was, in the situation of extreme emotional stress or desperation, they could forcefully awaken their sacred gears and, even by force, activate the juggernaut drive. Still, with the presence of Emperor here or when he would be here, it would be no problem, but if he went berserk now, then that would be a serious problem. Even though sacred gears created from some strong creatures or beings cannot display their full strength as they were flawed fundamental, they can still display about 70% of the power of sealed being, and on rare occasions, this number could reach even 80%. But even 70% of power belonging to Heavenly Dragon that was near to reaching Elder Dragon class was terrible news for them. Even though she and Valley had some protection artifacts and treasures, they could not directly teleport to Baator, as the plane had already recovered enough, so direct teleportation how it was centuries ago was impossible. They could only escape and hope he wouldn't pursue them or be slow enough for them to escape. I will assign an additional executioner to observe him, and in the worst case, I can activate the self-destruction of the independent card to dispose of him. Then though, I would have only 30 seconds to catch his soul and extract Drake, or Drake's soul would return to Heaven's system. Stated Rias Kami as she thought about her possible choices and their outcomes. Soon enough, it was evening, and Rias was prepared to go to sleep as she was tired from an entire day of dealing with paperwork and directing her subordinates to prepare for Kokabil's attack. As soon as she lay on her bed and wanted to sleep, Valley barged into her room with a frown on his face. Barrier around the Kuo has been breached, he said briefly as Rias quickly stood up. This barrier was erected by Valley and his lieutenants from the Cow's brigade and would be hard to breach even form of a boosted-up Kokabil, which meant only one thing: the enemy was far stronger than they had anticipated. Has he showed up yet? Asked Rias. Not, probably waiting for something, but I got a message from father that he is already here and observing everything from shadows. By his words, Kokabil won't kill us easily or fast, as he is too confident or arrogant in his new strength, and additionally, he wants spectators to watch his show so that he will be theatrical. Father wants to wait to hear what he has to say. Because Kokabil believes we are dead meat, he would say to us many things, and father is curious who among other factions of Earth area threat to our plans. Apparently, Shinto Pantheon isn't the only one that is moving against us and is a threat. Explained Valley their current plan. So we are partially baits, right? Asked Rias shortly after. Indeed, if you look at it, but nothing can happen to us under the protection of father so that we would be okay. Answered Valley. Indeed, under the Apocalypse-class powerhouse's protection, there was zero possibility that Kokabil could even tough them. Come, we need to go and entertain our guest. Kokabil should be already somewhere nearby. Stated Valley as he looked at Rias and left the room. Chapter 264, End of the Cockroach, 2. Soon after, Rias and Valley arrived at the courtyard of the Kuo Academy, which was empty. Rias instructed her servants to hide, as they would be of no use in this situation, and told them to remain in the Occult Research Club building because that one was warded with powerful defensive spells. Should we erect the barrier? Asked Rias to Sona, who was standing near the school's building with her servants. No, there is no need. Stated Valley as he didn't really care if their fight wiped out even the entire town. In the end, the causalities would still be only humans and nothing more or less. You with your servants go and hide in case this thing becomes really messy. In the worst case, activate teleportation formation and escape back to the Empire. Valis stated, and while Sona wanted to refute him, she knew that she was weak. With only a high-class level of strength, she was not qualified to engage even Kokabil's soldiers. So, in the end, she just nodded in agreement. Valen knew that their father didn't come alone and brought with him the entire contingent of the custodians at the legendary class and Satan class, and even Surzex was somewhere present. With his strength of pinnacle superdevil class and having successfully undergone law baptism, he was unmatched at his level. Truth to be told, he would be able to fight and kill weaker warlock monarchs and mighty stage gods by himself at his level of strength. After everything was dealt with, they waited for some time until a creeping presence descended on them. Oh, you are waiting for me to grant you your death. How pathetic. Scowled Kokabil as he looked at Valley and Rias, who were waiting for him in the courtyard. Soon after Kokabil had descended, hundreds of fallen angels descended after him. Valley could observe that all of them had similar conditions to the fallen angels he had killed at the fortress outside of the Kuo Town. Compared to the rest, Kokabil was far worse at it, as his skin was almost black from the black veins pulsing through his body. So what, pigeon? Did Aunt Hella beat you so much that you lost your brain and became muddled inside your head? Mocked him Valley. As Kokabil was visibly greatly angered by his provocations, he took out a sword that looked like an abomination of many swords pitched together by force. So he attempted to recreate Excalibur. Even though that sword is blasphemy even to exist, I can feel a dangerous aura coming from it. Thought Valley as he observed the sword in Kokabil's end. Another fucking Lucifer, you always ruin everything. The Great War was time for us, fallen angels, to rise to the top. Everything was perfect. God died, and 4 Satans perished by his hand. Devils were exhausted, and heaven was drastically weakened only if it wasn't for your damned father. He came with overwhelming strength and developed arcanotech that devastated our armies, and then he established his empire and crowned himself an emperor. But, my new ally granted me new strength that will allow me to repay the humiliation that I have suffered at the hands of that bastard and his war master. Laughed Kokabil as he flayed his energies at full, showing that he was already the pinnacle of Archangel class. So you think you will achieve anything by killing us here? Asked Rias as she looked at Kokabil, who stopped laughing maniacally for a second before he released a bloodthirsty grin. Yes. If nothing else, I will at least repay that bastard by killing his adopted son and daughter. And additionally, I will still be able to rile up Empire against Gregory, which would cause more fallen angels to flock to my banner, and with strength from Melvazoa, we will together attack the Empire and annihilate it from existence. Not only us, but other pantheons are also riling for war, especially Shinto and Olympians. Laughed Kokabil as he explained his master plan. Now, you 2 devils would be the first ones to be killed by this newly reforged Excalibur. Said Kokabil as he readied his sword, while Valley frowned. With that. It looks like some kind of aberration. Commented Valley as Kokabil's expression darkened slightly. It doesn't matter as you will still be killed by it fucking devil mongrel. Shouted Kokabil as he slashed at Valley, who stood fearlessly with a smirk over his face as suddenly humongous presence descended onto everyone as Kokabil stopped in his track, not even able to move an inch. Or maybe I will kill this bitch at first. He stopped in his tracks as he looked at Rias. As he said that, suddenly everyone heard someone shouting. Leave Bucho be, you bastard. Meanwhile, Rias cursed in her mind at her stupid servant that was causing trouble. This was probably the worst situation that could happen because if Kokabil killed Issei, then their plans for extraction of boosted gear would be null. Insect. Kokabil just titled his head, seeing some devil running towards him, but he sensed that this devil was so weak even a newborn could outclass him in everything. He just shot one light spear that instantly severed his legs, as he fell down in a puddle of his own blood while he screamed in pain. Now, where were we? Yes, killing you, of course. Laughed Kokabil as he turned back his attention to Valley and Rias. Really? Asked Majestic Voice out of nowhere, as it sent Kokabil flying, crashing into the barrier that was erected at the same time as the presence descended onto them. When Kokabil saw the figure to whom the voice belonged, he was instantly overwhelmed by the endless rage and despair that his plan had failed. He was just a pawn on the greater board of an endless game of schemes. Now he understood why both Valley and Rias stood there without fearing anything, as they were already aware that their father was here and observing everything long ago. Chapter 265, End of the Cockroach, 3. MC POV. Really? I asked in a majestic voice while I released my aura, causing Kokabil to crash into the barrier that I had erected before I descended down here. Don't worry, Pigeon, everything here is just a game, and you have played your part excellently. In regard to Shinto and Olympus, you don't need to worry, as they will be destroyed very soon, as we have reached an agreement with Shiva and together with Okwang, we have decided to tear down the dimensional gap. I stated as I enjoyed Kokabil's rage, while Valley and Rias, who stood behind me, were deeply shocked by this revelation. Not only by the fact that two of the oldest pantheons on the draconic dais would be soon destroyed but also by the fact that Shiva has joined in tearing down the dimensional gap. In the end, dealing with Shiva was easier than expected. Hindu pantheon had several mighty stage gods, so they would be a huge problem if they attacked us during the ritual, but apparently, Shiva, too, wanted to tear down the dimensional gap so he could get stronger. I negotiated with him and provided him with the location of the Grade 3 plane that lacked any strong gods, so he and his faction could safely develop there. That plane was young and had a great chance to evolve into a secondary Grade 2 plane in a few 100,000 years or million years if it evolved slowly. Civilization was there on the same level as in any other world controlled by gods, as there were some gods, but they were weak. The entire plane had only one mighty stage god. Surzex deal with other pests and kill them all, they have inside them residual divine power, extract it and condense crystals, it would be then just a waste of resources. I ordered my eldest son, and he immediately went into action. As my orders were to extract the residual divine power, he couldn't use power of destruction as that would disintegrate their bodies. I did it because I hated wasting resources, no matter how rich I was, it remained with me since I was weak and had almost nothing. As expected from my eldest son, he skillfully used dark light to send a wave of dark light spears, instantly annihilating a large number of Kokabil's subordinates that he brought with him, while custodians started killing those who were lucky to survive or the weaker ones whom Surzex didn't even attack. What a symphony of carnage and death. I grinned as I watched my custodians butchering the remaining fallen angels. So, you see, Kokabil, you were not worth even of being a stepping stone in my path. I said lightly as I put my hand on his head, as he knelt before me. You have confirmed my suspicion about our enemies, so you can die that your death benefited the Empire greatly, and for that, I hereby thank you deeply. I said as I could see his rage as he released holy flame from my hand and burned the entire Kokabil to dust, not even his soul was spared from being burned to nothingness, denying it an opportunity for reincarnation. Clear this place and repair everything. Erase memories of mortals here and prepare for the meeting. Kuo will serve as a place of change. I said to Surzex, who appeared behind me soon after I had killed Kokabil. Also, inform Azazel and Michael and the Magisterium of Foreign Affairs that I want this to be prepared within next week. I said as I turned my attention to Rias's servant and holder of the boosted gear, who was still alive after my custodians stabilized his injuries, and he was still conscious. Pathetic. I sneered just by thinking such a piece of trash wanted something with my daughter as I walked to him. You did a good job, Rias, in securing Drake, and during the past 2 years, you have matured a lot. As a father, I can say that I am proud of you, my daughter. I said as I suddenly hugged my daughter because I was really proud of her achievements. After that, I turned my attention to Rias's servant Issei, who was still listening to us, not properly understanding what was going on. Even stupid. I said as I kicked him in the stomach, causing his body to turn backward, laying on his back as I chanted a spell. In an instant, invisible chains appeared around his entire body that pierced through his body like a hot knife through a piece of butter. Rs Bucko UHPL. He attempted to say with blood coming from his mouth. Don't dare to say my name, you piece of degenerated pervert. If not for orders, I would have castrated and tortured you for your lecherous gaze over my body every time you saw me. Scoffed Rias as she went closer to Valley, who hugged her. For Rias, Issei Haida was the most hated person on the planet because every time he saw her, she could feel his gaze at her like she was a piece of meat. That lecherous and perverted gaze that was stripping her down always filled her with a feeling of humiliation. In her anger, she threw 2 mini throwing knives at him, piercing his eyes but not killing him, just causing him to go blind and in enormous pain. Rias, control yourself. Valley, take her away, or she will kill him. I said though I wanted to kill him too, extraction of sacred gear by the crudest way I have found was better than killing him instantly. This would at least torture him with immense pain. And to be not left behind by Hela, and because of my pettiness, I have increased his pain receptors to their maximum and cast several spells on him that won't allow him to pass out. Pathetic waste, you think you can lust after my daughter and think of her through your degenerate waste. Don't worry, your death will be as painful as possible, and I have already sent my soldiers to torture and kill every one of your blood. I said with a mischievous grin as I could see and feel the despair, anger, and rage. Chapter 266, Son of Destiny. Bloodline Extermination. Something I got from Okwang as he was talking about his own universe, ancient Tao universe, and various universes where cultivation existed, that of the Okwangs and similar. Cultivator clans and sects would often annihilate everyone for even the slightest amount of offense. People there really had a very high amount of pride, arrogance, and pettiness, and God knows nothing else. In the end, even though I usually kept it very well hidden, I also had a fair amount of arrogance and pettiness inside me, but I knew how to control and mask it perfectly. Soon after, I returned from my thoughts to the real space and activated the extraction ritual. Magic circles behind Issei's tortured and beaten body activated as he started shrieking in pain because it was tearing his soul apart. After several minutes he shrieked of pain quieted down, as blood flooded his mouth and he could even scream properly, and his eyes exploded from the enormous amount of pain. If not for several spells I have cast before on him, he would die, but alas, in my sadistic nature, I wanted to torture him even more. Afterward, I cast a ball of light that flew out of his body when the ritual was done. Finally. As I looked at Issei's body that was changed to beyond anything before, I have muttered, probably even Hela would be proud of me to torture someone to such an extent. I stretched my hand and cast a particular spell that trapped escaping soul of Issei Hayadu. Even if the chances for your reincarnation are almost zero, but alas, as son of destiny of Draconic Deus, it still exists, and I prefer to cut down all loose ends. I released energy of the Fateless One that invaded the soul of Issei Hayadu and started devouring it like a mad until the entire soul was devoured by the energy of the Fateless One, which then subsequently returned back to my body. When it returned, I found out that my demonic energy reserves had increased tremendously, reaching almost 700 units, and even my physique was strengthened by a significant amount. Who would have thought that from absorbing the soul of Son of Destiny, I would benefit greatly? Son of Destiny could be called a protagonist of the word. The world itself would bend world laws to help him get stronger, give him fortuitous encounters and basically give him the easy road to power. Usually, people like this would get stronger at an unprecedented rate that opposed all common sense. They are almost impossible to kill once they fully awaken to the Son of Destiny. So basically, they were enormous pain in the ass, like cockroaches. But in the end, there exists no free lunch. Son of Destiny was created only for one purpose. When the world itself felt immense danger from something that could lead to the destruction of the world, it would create a Son of Destiny. In this case, the danger should be Eevees that wanted to invade Draconic Deus, but it then probably shifted to Thonian Empire that wanted to tear down Dimensional Gap. Fortunately, Issei Hayadu didn't ever fully awaken as Son of Destiny, only half awakened, because the majority of the Son of Destiny power was dormant and waiting to be awakened. If my guess was to be correct, he would fully awaken as one only when he managed to awake boosted gear. Then he would truly become Son of Destiny of DXD or aka protagonist of the word. Fortunately, he was dead, not even his soul remained. I conjured a massive amount of holy flame as I burned down his abomination of the body till not even dust remained. I then only stared at the environment of Kuo Town as I was thinking about something. "Are you okay, father?" asked Surzex, who returned to my side. "Yes, did you know that guy was Son of Destiny of Draconic Deus?" I asked as I pointed at the place where the body of Issei Hayadu was before I destroyed it. Really? This revelation shocked Surzex because he knew what that title represented and the power that came from it. Indeed. Rias earned great merit with this, as I think this Son of Destiny was created to destroy Thonian Empire because of our plans. I said to Surzex as he nodded in agreement. I never thought that Rias would mature so quickly. Muttered Surzex. Because he was the eldest of all siblings, he wanted for all of them to get along well, but in the end, he had his duties, and he wasn't extra close to the younger ones as much as he was to Sigmar or Hildegard. While Sigrun and Rinshue were more close to him than Rias, even though they shared the same mother, alas, Surzex spent most of his time training and fighting or ruling. Sigrun and Rinshue were eager to learn from their eldest brother. At the same time, Rias was more interested in lazying around than training. Dire circumstances are the best teacher under all of the heavens. I answered him with one sentence. Come, I need to talk with Rias and Valley. I said shortly after, as we have left custodians to do their job. Chapter 267, Fulfilling Promise. You have earned really grand merit yourself this time, my daughter. I said to Rias as we sat inside her office in the Occult Research Club building. According to the Imperial law, you can exchange the merit, so what do you wish for? I asked as I studied her expression and wondered what she would ask for. I want part of my merit to be exchanged to raise my title to Imperial Lord, and the rest I want to exchange for resources for training. I was somewhat surprised by her request. It seems she really matured. If it was still old Rias, she would turn everything to restore her title and return to the Imperial capital. It seems that you have finally become an adult. Good, very good. Everything shall be done by tomorrow, and your resources will arrive this evening. I praised her after hearing her decision. Thank you, Father, she said in a quiet voice. Also, I have an additional mission for you, I said as I conjured something to drink as I was thirsty. What mission? Asked Rias. You will go to Kyoto and bring a message for leaders of yokai factions at a later date, I said lightly. After Takamagara was destroyed, I planned to coerce both yokai factions to migrate to the Empire. Many yokai have strong, miraculous, and potent abilities and have the potential to reach the high levels of power that I plan to use. Yes, Father, answered Rias. During this mission, she would learn to negotiate and diplomacy, which were essential skills for anyone of the Imperial House. Also, there is an extraordinary mission for you to complete additionally, I said in a severe tone as Rias perked up, hearing my words. What special mission? She seemed curious. As you know, the leader of the Western Yokai faction Yasaka has a daughter named Kunu, around 12 or 13 years old. What I want is to take this jade with you and see if there is bloodline resonance between it and Yasaka's daughter. She was born a short time after your elder brother Singer disappeared for a while, and after she was born, I felt something stir in my bloodline, but it was suppressed soon, I stated as Rias's eyes widened in shock hearing my suggestion. It was highly possible that my idiotic son didn't even know that he had a daughter with Yasaka. Or rather, due to his battle-maniac tendencies and brash personality, after Yasaka found that she was pregnant, she severed ties with him and didn't even tell him that she was pregnant with his child. Truth to be told, I would probably do the same thing in her place. It would explain that stir I have felt in my bloodline, though her if Kunu was really my granddaughter, then her bloodline from Sigmar's side didn't awaken completely, or else I would have clearly felt it, not in just in the form of the stir of bloodline. After you confirm it, do nothing and just inform me directly, I stated as I needed to handle this carefully. If Hela found out about it, then she would break Sigmar into two. Of course, Father, answered Rias swiftly as this was really a precarious situation. And before that all, I have decided to hold a conference between Empire, Gregory, and Heaven. It is time for Gregory to merge into the Empire as it was planned and make some things clear with the Heaven, I stated with a serious voice. I will prepare everything with Sona, said Rias as I smiled with satisfaction. Afterward, I talked with Rias about more things and asked about some things that Vina told me to do. Most of them were about when she would have grandchildren from Rias because Abrasax was entering his more rebellious phase and didn't want to cuddle with his grandmother, to which Vina was sad, and she wanted another grandchild. As I left the Occult Research Club building, I opened my holobrain and contacted the Patriarch of the Pendragon family, who became one of the major noble houses of the Empire and held the title of the Thonian Lord. And with Arthur, I had a hunch that it won't be long before they are promoted to the High Lord, as Arthur has the potential to reach Apocalypse class in the Law of Sword. Your Imperial Majesty, said the voice of Uther Pendragon, who was basically an older version of Arthur, just with a beard. I have obtained the remaining 6 fragments of the Excalibur. You can bring them to Grandmaster Durin to reforge them, I said to Uther Pendragon as I could see tears escaping his eyes. It was understandable that after the death of King Arthur, Heaven stole the Excalibur from the Pendragon family, and they barely survived the attack of Heaven on them during that time. They were gathering the fragments through the centuries, but in vain, as their power was not enough to even confront the church who held the fragments. So he was beyond happy to live to see the Excalibur in his former glory after Grandmaster Durin will regorge it. I will depart to Ironforge and notify Arthur. Ironforge was home to all dwarves throughout the Empire and was the blacksmithing, runesmithing, and alchemy capital of the Empire. Grandmaster Durin was the most skilled blacksmith and runesmith of the Empire that was also extremely well versed in alchemy and magic. Excalibur was a monarch-grade artifact of the growth type that had the potential to grow stronger. If Arthur reached Apocalypse class, he would be able to bring out the full power of Excalibur. Currently, I have dispatched Sardaukar to pacify a particular civilization in a nearby galaxy. It was a civilization of humans that had developed in a hostile world, were innately physically very strong, and developed a martial society. Sardaukar force didn't have a long list of battles as they were only recently established, only a few years back, so they needed something to temper them through fire and blood. Chapter 268, The End of 3 Biblical Faction, 1. Earth, Kuo Town, several days later. I sat down at my temporal residence on Earth together with Zekrom and Azrael as we were waiting for the summit to begin. During that, we spent our time drinking some fine alcohol that was brewed by the best of the Empire. So what do you think? Will Michael, in the end, agree to it? I asked 2 elders/friends as we were sitting around the small round table. Hard to say, it will depend on various factors, but it is indeed the truth that they are done in the Draconic Dais, and if your wife takes them in, they would be practically starting over, but as Azura has said, they could thrive there. Answered Zekrom my question. Some time ago, I gave a proposition to Michael. To migrate all angels into the Dolua universe, where they would be remade into angels of Dolua gods, or rather gods that were on the side of Spirit Hall. I have conversed this with Azura, and he stated there was no problem with this, on the contrary, it would greatly benefit the Spirit Hall and its future gods, as angels were powerful, and after conversion, they would grow even more powerful, as Dolua universe was far more suitable for them, due to greater abundance of divine power. While they would be abandoning heaven, they would have the path to survival. Nowadays, heaven is one of the weakest factions across the Draconic Dais. They lacked powerhouses and even ordinary soldiers. Additionally, because their religion was limited only to a small part of the world, the amount of faith energy they got was small, barely enough to sustain heaven's functioning. Due to my interference, Christianity as a whole was practiced only in some countries of Europe, mainly Italy, France, Spain, Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, Hungary, and Russia. After the Great War, their influence dropped greatly, and I had done everything to prevent their faith from spreading. That was all. Romania and surrounding countries were under the control of Bloodkins, Greece and surrounding countries worshipped Olympians, which could go so on. During the years, my relationship with BBDong calmed down, and I started courting her after some time a year ago. We officially had our wedding. Maximally, she would be strong enough to ascend as a new Azura god in a few years. Also, I wanted her to take over Angels of Heaven because as the void insect swarm was around the Dolua universe, she could cultivate another strong force of fighters to combat them if they invaded their universe. It would be a win-to-win situation for everyone. Spirit Hall could absorb angels, angels could survive, and we could let Baator devour heaven. As the strongest divine kingdom of the Draconic Dais, it would be good if Baator devoured it and got stronger. It could greatly increase the energy density and even expand, especially for the later plans. We need as many of things like this as possible. I stated in all seriousness. As Baator has recovered to a grade 3 plane, it recovered all of the laws same as those in the astral boundary, and some restrictions started appearing. For example, it was becoming harder and harder to speed run the training and cultivation, so Bay becoming ultimate class after a few years of training. But that was not necessarily a bad thing. People would get much stronger, and more resistant to magical attacks, and their combat prowess would be increased by a tremendous margin and other benefits. I have also noticed that the Baator was slowly advancing, and I intended to help it reach secondary grade 2 plane by tearing down the dimensional gap. At the same time, as dimensional gap would be torn down, all of the Draconic Dais and all of its planes would be sacrificed to advance Baator and relocate its position within the astral boundary. This was the deepest secret that was known only to elders of the Thonian Empire, me, my wives, Okwang and Shiva. Have we already located Rizavim and his goons? Asked me Zekrom as I nodded in agreement, as several days ago, the Department of Intelligence located the precise position of Rizavim and several organizations that he was secretly controlling or working with against the interests of the Thonian Empire. I will send Crom to clean it. He has been upset over past years, and after Tiamat had hatchlings, he cannot fight or go away for a prolonged time, so he would appreciate this mission. Additionally, we need someone of our class to deal with this to prevent any kind of missteps. Dragons were extremely protective of their young ones, and Tiamat was especially so. She basically forced her husband to protect them every minute because she was only satisfied when he protected their offspring when she was attending to her duties. But in the end, hatchlings were like babies, they cried a lot and demanded a lot of attention, and like most of the men, Crom could not deal with it as well as Tiamat. As we discussed various things, I have felt that Azazel has already arrived with an entourage from the Gregory. Chapter 269, The End of 3 Biblical Faction, 2. I have arrived to welcome Azazel, as he had grown to become my friend during the past centuries as we conducted many experiments together, as he was a fellow researcher and scientist like me. Contrary to me, who experienced significant appearance changes due to several evolutions and advancements, Azazel still remained the same as I had first seen him. Today he wore a V-neck maroon long coat with a wide, open high collar that opens up at the hem. The long coat also featured 2 black belts around the waist and 4 black bands on each arm, 2 of the bands at the wrist and the other 2 near the elbow. He wore gray slacks and brown shoes. Azazel, my friend, welcome. I welcomed him happily. Fortunately, my wives were not present as they collectively disliked the men. FIA had a general disdain for perverts. BBDong tried to kill him once because he stared at her with a perverted gaze. Hela thought he should be castrated, and it would solve all problems. While Vina was more subtle and didn't openly threaten the men, she didn't like him around as he would always stare at her bust. I knew that Azazel probably hardly could control his vice, which was similar to the sin of the devil, and his vice was lust. In the end, it was the reason why he fell from heaven and became one of the first fallen angels after Azrael. Behind Azazel were 2 of his trusted aides, namely Penemu and Shemhazai. Lady Penemu, Cadre Shemhazai. I greeted both of them, as they bowed in return. Your Imperial Majesty. Both of them greeted me politely. Shemhazai has the appearance of a handsome man in his 20s, with silver-white hair and purple eyes. His outfit consists of a purple beret hat, a purple trench coat over a black vest, white pants, and black boots. Meanwhile, Penemu had long purple hair and a rather larger breast with the figure of a seductress. She wore similar clothes to Shemhazai. Come, others will arrive soon. I signaled them to follow after me. After that, we arrived at the meeting room where Zekrom and Azrael were already waiting, and I started talking with Azazel about new topics of research in the field of arcanotech and sacred gears. During the centuries, Azazel made astounding progress in his research of sacred gears, and one could say he laid down a path for alchemists and artificers of the Empire to start refining soulbound growth-type artifacts on their own. This time, I have brought together with me my familiar Haitian, the Dark Devil God Tiger. He has already reached the Emperor level and was a terrifyingly strong magical beast, though I still viewed him instead as a cuddly furball. I loved cats and cat-related species, they were my first choices for familiar, and after them were wolves and other unique creatures. After some more time, the final participants of this meeting arrived, representatives of Heaven, Michael, and Gabriel. Ironically, this is the first time I am meeting Gabriel or seeing her, as I have never seen her during the Great War, and she rarely left Heaven. I must admit that she was indeed beautiful. Gabriel has the appearance of a gorgeous woman with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure, truly deserving her title as the most beautiful woman in Heaven. Welcome, Lord of the Heaven Seraph Michael and Lady Gabriel. I greeted them politely, and both of them bowed to me slightly. We greet His Imperial Majesty of the Thonian Empire. They said. Now that everyone is gathered here, we can start out a discussion. I said as we all sat down around the round table. I sat together at one side with Zekrom and Azrael, Michael and Gabriel sat behind the other part of the table, and finally, Azazel with Penemu and Shemhazai sat behind another. We have gathered here to discuss the future of our factions. Now, Azazel will start. I said as I wasn't really a fan of useless talks, and I liked saving time. From onwards, the Gregory disbands and will be merged into the Thonian Empire of the Baator. The moment he saw that I could feel the will of the Baator stirring in excitement, as now, all living creatures of the Baator were under my control. Meanwhile, Michael and Gabriel, while they were surprised at this development, it wasn't that shocking. In regards to Gregory, it was only a matter of time until they would be either destroyed by a stronger faction, internal conflict, or absorbed into the Empire. Now this is solved, Michael, what do you say about our proposition? I asked as this was the last thing to be discussed. Aside from bolstering the power of my wife's faction in the Dolua universe, there was another reason why I was giving Angels of Heaven a way out. After I had ascended to the being of law, I could see lines of karma, and I could sense that if I slaughtered angels, I would get something bad from the universal will or, like cultivators would say, heaven. This was the problem. The universal will recognized us, devils, fallen, and angels, as part of the same source, which made it impossible for one of the three to slaughter or annihilate the other two without any side effects, which means that the universe will punish the one who did it. While I could suffer more minor punishment thanks to my fateless one physique, which could affect even karma to a certain degree, the same cannot be said about my empire. Probably great misfortune would befall onto the Thonian Empire. Okwang taught me method how to read luck of my empire. While an abstract term, luck was something that every faction had, but only a few knew how to utilize it properly. The higher the luck of the faction was, the more the faction would be favored by the heavens themselves, or that Okwang said to me. It meant that factions with a really high amount of luck could survive any tribulation, and they would find a way to survive in almost every situation. Chapter 270, The End of 3 Biblical Faction, 3. As the astral boundary wasn't a cultivation universe, only a minimal amount of people knew how to use it, as the concept of luck wasn't really known, similar to how astral boundary lacked in terms of unique physiques and their usage overall. I learned Okwang how to manipulate the luck of my faction to my benefit, and even though it was arduous, it was totally worth it. Sometimes, I have wondered how narrow-minded most civilizations were. They stuck to their own power system or cultivation system, not bothering to take the better things from other civilizations or universes. Even in the same universes, higher-ranking civilizations that occupied stronger planes looked down on the weaker ones, even if they had something worthwhile. After I discovered this fact, this weakness only solidified my aim to create an ultimate civilization. Even here, in the galaxies belonging to the Draconic Deus, Empire obtained some useful things from the lesser civilizations. So, Michael, have you come to a decision? I again asked the leader of heaven as I had started growing impatient. Yes, we have. Angels of heaven will migrate to the new place, but only under the condition that you can lift the reproduction restriction and advancement restriction from heaven's system. Said Michael. There is no need, and it won't work that way. When Yahweh created you, heaven's system didn't have anything with the restriction placed on you, it only controlled them, but those restrictions are placed on you genetically, so even if heaven's system is destroyed, it will change nothing. After you migrate to the Dolua universe and receive the baptism of the universe, everything would be solved instantly, as you would convert to a new power system, and your reproduction problem would also be solved. I explained to him. Yahweh's restriction on the pure angels was really something to marvel at. I managed to create something that would destroy them only after I reached Apocalypse class. Only then could I create genetic serum coupled with a special ritual that lifted the restrictions from the fallen angels under my command. On the contrary, pure angels that would be migrating to the Dolua universe had it more manageable. The moment they entered the Dolua universe, they would receive something like an invitation from Azura, which in turn would create baptism for all of them granted directly by the universe itself, which would cause their rebirth. Their class would be transformed into the spirit cultivation, their restrictions would be lifted, and all of their defects like fertility problems would be solved. Then we agree. Though, what will happen with heaven itself? He said. Heaven would be devoured by Baator. It is the magnificent divine kingdom, stronger than any pantheon dimensional world any other. It would speed up the development of the Baator. I stated my plans for heaven, and while Michael didn't look really surprised, Gabriel looked sad that their home would be absorbed into the Baator. Alas, there is nothing they could do about it. When can you start moving out of heaven? I asked Michael. Give us a few months. He answered as I nodded in agreement. Everything at the side of BBDong was ready, as they had completely taken control over a fifth of the Dolua continent and the entire Sun-Moon continent was long gone under their control. Angels could settle down on the Sun-Moon continent and regain their strength there. It was a good place for development. Contrary to the Dolua continent, the Sun-Moon continent was less populated and had many places where angels could settle down before BBDong ascended as a new Azura god and took all angels into the divine realm. Excellent. Now that everything is solved, everyone could go their way. I said, as everyone nodded, some happily, some more reluctantly. Soon after everyone went their way and I was left in the room alone as I was pondering about some things. Soon, we would be entering the great game. I wonder, will we survive? Indeed we are strong, but the factions of the astral boundary are much times stronger, with many more powerhouses, deeper foundation, and countless artifacts at their disposal. I said to myself silently. I need to reach dimensional class as soon as possible. Refining 3 realms for Oakwang would be the perfect opportunity for me to increase my comprehension of the laws of slaughter and destruction. I could greatly benefit from it. If I devour residual energy, then even my demonic energy reserves would be increased exponentially. My comprehension of the law of dark light was increasing day by day and soon would hit 100%. Then I only needed to finish comprehension of 1 or 2 other laws and raise their mastery over them to adept rank, so I could safely advance into the dimensional class. I also needed to make myself a new weapon, as my side was not that suitable for me. Oakwang told me that cultivators in some cultivation systems could create natal weapons, and to my surprise, Weissman had done the same thing and created a similar method for arcanists. Unfortunately for me, I didn't have the proper materials for it, but I have already decided to make myself a blade staff, as I was more of a long-range combatant but also needed something that would help me in a close combat while not sacrificing the ability to boost up magic and energy manipulation altogether. Chapter 271, Meeting in the Yharnam. After I left Kuo Town, I went to Romania, to Yharnam. Bloodkin races were someone who I intended to absorb into the Thonian Empire a long time ago, even more than fallen angels. On top of their military strength, they had 2 beings on the same level as me, even though they were currently injured. 2 Grand Prince kindreds, Alucard and Brunstad, and were not ordinary ones, but they have apparently comprehended some laws, so their combat prowess was very high. Unfortunately for them, they were wanted fugitives in their home, so they could not return back to the divine blood plane under any circumstances. I appeared at the outskirts of the Yharnam, the holy city of the pale blood. Soon after, I teleported here. Both Brunstad and Alucard teleported here as well. Gentlemen. I greeted them politely. Emperor. Both of them said. As I was observing them, I could see they had recuperated by a great deal. They probably were able to get their hands on some corpses of killed titans and gods from Olympus, so it was no wonder they were regaining their strength at a fast tempo. Now, you know why I have come. Did you agree? And before you say anything, I bring you a message from one of your true ancestors Caddis Atrama D. Rizel, that the kill order on you have been taken down, but you are forever banished from the realms of influence of divine blood plane, such as the decree of the primogenitor. I asked them a simple question. It was all about joining the Empire. As I passed them a message from Christoph Lohengrin, both of them were expressionless, but I could see some signs of relief and sadness from them. In the end, while they won't be chased down and killed, they could never return home, which also wasn't that good for them. Did we have another choice? Asked Brunstad, more to himself rather than to me. Indeed, they didn't have a lot of choices. After the dimensional gap is destroyed, then they, with their injured forms, could only flee and leave everything behind, maybe save some of their closest kin, but that is all. Then, I can interpret it as you are agreeing. I asked as both of them nodded. Great, then sign this. I exclaimed happily as I passed them 2 blood and soul void Geases. After they read it, they both signed the blood and soul void Geases. After you join the Empire, every one of your subjects, or rather now my subjects, is required to sign one of those. It is to prevent any kind of betrayal, corruption, or anything that might harm the interests of the Thonian Empire. With the invention of the blood and soul void Geas, the crime rate was lessened by nearly 80%, as they were more effective than the common type of Geas that I have been using for my empire before. Though there were still people who could find loopholes, those were for more minor offenses, and for that, the commissariat was always ready. The goal of the blood and soul void Geas wasn't to aim for criminals but to prevent people from betraying empire, causing havoc, misusing their position to oppress others, or similar things that would damage the stability of our nation. I believe you can transport the city on your own, right? I asked them as they nodded in agreement. Yharnam was a special city as they could teleport it and change its location if needed be, and I have already prepared a place for it in the empire. What about our soldiers? Asked Alucard as we walked through the streets of the holy city of Pale Blood. They would be merged together and create another army of 1 million, where you will nominate someone to take as Lord General of that army. Of course, that person needs to be competent and pass several levels of reviews in terms of his adequateness. I stated as the empire was strictly ruled by 2 things, power and merits. Then I think it should be Valerian, he is most suited for that role. Said Alucard as he shamelessly nominated his descendant to the role. He was his favorite one as he came from his only wife, Sarah's Victoria. He would need to go and get schooling from Lord General Behemoth to quell his personality a bit. He did a splendid job with his son Jabberwock and my son Sigmar. Indeed it had done wonders. I knew that Valerian Teeps was a strategic genius and fearsome fighter, but he had the same problems as Sigmar, or rather the same personality, and he could not properly rein himself in. How long would it take for you to recuperate from your injuries completely? I asked as I looked at Brunstud and Alucard. I needed them in their top shape for things that will come, not with their combat prowess at 3rd or even weaker than that. It depends, we need as much blood of strong beings to regenerate faster. Answered Brunstud. I will send what we have in our treasury, and soon Empire would launch an attack on the Olympus, so you can join the fray and grab yourself some gods to suck dry. I said. While Takamagara would be destroyed by something that could be called a planet-destroying bomb, I have planned to lay a siege on Olympus. There were several reasons for that. First is that since Shinto started meddling and cultivating their forces, their wealth and treasures were lesser than even Olympians who hoarded everything inside Mount Olympus. The second reason was that Takamagara had more mighty stage gods. In contrast, the Greek faction as a whole had only one, and that was Uranus. In the end, it was not worth attacking Takamagara and instead destroying it entirely. Additionally, I have a feeling that Amaterasu would be prepared for such an attack. Meanwhile, the Olympians were weaker and weakened significantly after the Titans once again, and they had plenty of treasures as they hoarded everything. So that made them my prime target. Chapter 272, Lady Yasaka. Several days later, after the meeting, the supernatural world was in a state of deep uneasiness. Soon news of Gregory merging into the Thonian Empire and angels of heaven accepting peace with the Empire were known across the entire supernatural world. Of course, both Gregory and heaven were weak compared to other factions, they could still be used to deal some damage to the Empire. Now, one became one of it while the other had shut down entirely and recalled all of its forces. I went to heaven and destroyed heaven's system and lifted up the restrictions done on angels through the heaven system. I didn't expect that Yahweh would also use it to plant some restrictions on them. The one that felt the greatest pressure was currently the Church. After heaven shut itself and heaven's systems were basically destroyed, they have lost all communication with heaven. After all pure angels returned, they lost the military support. They were left only with a few humans on the ultimate class and sacred gear users. In the end, I predicted that soon, they would be destroyed, as their rate of danger fell to 0, meaning there was a high probability that some nobles of the Empire would attack the Church on their own to quell their grudges. Even if Ike's ranked house attacked, it could deal Church a tremendous amount of damages, and if some viceroy houses joined the fray, it would be entirely annihilated within a span of weeks. For Ike's ranked house meant that head of the house was ultimate class, and there were several other ultimate class powerhouses in the house except for him, same for viceroy, just with legendary class and so on. Of course, in the future, requirements would be adjusted as the strength of the Empire is growing day by day, but so is the personal power of the nobles, as they are dedicated to training and getting stronger due to the nature of the Empire. Third POV. Kyoto, Japan, Earth. Rias arrived at Kyoto together with Akino and Chiron and headed to meet Lady Yasaka, the yokai leader and apparently the mother of her elder brother's child, which would make Yasaka her sister-in-law. After she exited the train, she noticed that Lady Yasaka was already waiting there for them. In her human form, she appears as a young woman with a voluptuous figure and very long blonde hair with matching eyes. She is a woman with delicate facial features, and her eyebrows are cut very short and round, a symbol of nobility. Her hair is usually tied in a loose ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs that end in a spiral, with tight bandages to keep it in place. She wore a traditional shrine maiden attire, and over that, she wore a white coat held closed by a red ribbon and a golden crown. "Princess Rias, I welcome you to Kyoto," greeted her Yasaka as she bowed lightly to Rias. "I thank you for your personal welcome, Lady Yasaka." Rias bowed back to her as she thanked her. Yasaka was, in the end, the leader of a faction, even though it was rather an insignificant faction compared to the Empire, but her personal strength was way above Rias, not to mention she might have had a child with her elder brother Sigmar. "What is bringing you here, Princess Rias?" asked Lady Yasaka as she looked at Rias. "My father sent me here with a proposal for the yokai species, Lady Yasaka," said Rias as she looked at Yasaka, who instantly became much more serious. "Of course, Your Highness, please follow me." Yasaka signaled Rias to follow after her to the reverse side of Kyoto. As the major hub of the yokai, Kyoto also had a reverse side, which was inhabited by yokai creatures only. Of course, people of other supernatural races were present, but in lower numbers than yokai. Soon, Yasaka led them to her house, which was an enormous Japanese-styled mansion guarded by fox yokai and Karasa Tengu. After they arrived at Yasaka's residence, they noticed a young girl running to her. She had the appearance of an elementary school student. She had golden blonde hair tied in a ponytail and matching eyes. She also has 9 golden foxtails and matching ears. She wore the traditional Miko outfit and tall geta with white tabi. The sleeves of her haori feature a giant red star-shaped pentagram, surrounded by 5 smaller pentagrams in between the points. "Kunu, you are here," said Yasaka affectionately, as Rias felt that the jade her father gave her started stirring violently when Kunu approached it. So she is indeed elder brother's daughter. This will either make things easier or more difficult to deal with, thought Rias as she observed Yasaka chastising Kunu for running into the house and behaving inappropriately for a young lady in her position. "This is my daughter, Kunu. Kunu, say hello to Princess Rias Lucifer Gremory of the Thonian Empire of Vader," introduced Yasaka Rias to her daughter Kunu. "Greetings, Princess Rias," said Kunu cutely as she made an elegant bow. "Greetings, young lady of the West Yokai faction." Rias returned the greeting with a similar bow. "Kunu, and go and play while I will talk with Princess Rias," said Yasaka as Kunu ran off to play, while Rias and Yasaka went to a place where they could talk freely. Chapter 273, End of the Pantheon. After Yasaka sent her daughter to play, Rias and Yasaka went to a more private place where they could talk freely. "Actually, my father sent me here for 2 things, one of them is more formal, and another is more personal. For the first, I will start with the formality. The Emperor of the Thonian Empire is proposing for the West Yokai faction to be merged into the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Of course, all yokai will get the same benefits as any other citizens after signing blood and soul void Gias," said Rias seriously, as Yasaka's gaze hardened. "As you surely know, Your Highness, West Yokai faction is vassal to the Shinto pantheon, similar to the East Yokai faction. I doubt that this is an appropriate proposal," said Yasaka slowly as Rias looked indifferent to this statement. "Indeed it is, for now," said Rias quietly, as Yasaka's ears perked up hearing this. "What do you dash?" Suddenly she stopped in the middle of her question as she stood up and looked in the direction where the entrance to the Takamagara was located. Several minutes earlier, Takamagara. "So, why have you called us here, sister?" asked Susanoo as he looked at his sister Amaterasu. "I want to know, why have you been helping enemies of the Empire to murder the daughter of the Emperor and another one of the important noble heirs, brother?" Amaterasu asked as Susanoo shrugged. "They are dangerous, and God knows what they are doing in the dimensional gap. You have heard the rumors that the Empire wishes to tear it down, so they could access the astral boundary," answered Susanoo, as he was always most warmongering among the 3 of them, but even Amaterasu could see some sense in his words. Even she has heard disturbing rumors around that the Empire, Celestial Court, and Shiva's faction of Hindus had some kind of silent agreement that they would destroy the dimensional gap. Other facts didn't help that, primarily in past centuries, the Empire aggressively conquered and exterminated countless civilizations out there for resources. Even if you are right, if they find out about your involvement, it would cause war, a war we are not ready to wage. We have only one sleeping mighty stage god. In contrast, Empire has several apocalypse-class beings. We can only stay defensive in the potential conflict and hope our pantheon world is strong enough to cause Empire such losses that they would drop the siege and retreat. If not. Suddenly Amaterasu sensed something weird in the Takamagara. "What it is, sister?" asked her other sibling Tsukuyomi. "The pantheon world is sealed," she said with a pale face, as suddenly a teleportation circle activated, bearing the sigil of the Thonian Empire, and a huge arcanotech device appeared from it with the shape of an egg, as it gleamed in the red light. In a split of a second, the red light enveloped the entire Takamagara, and the explosion devoured everything, not even dust remained. Meanwhile, outside the Takamagara, several people wearing military uniforms of the Imperialis Militarum were standing and watching the spectacle. I must say, you did a marvelous job developing this Magister Beelzebub. Praised elderly Lord General Behemoth as he gripped his walking cane. Behind him were several generals and even some Lord Generals of the Imperialis Militarum. Even Lord Marshal Militant Empress Hela was present, together with members of other branches, especially Novus Imperialis, including Lord High Admiral. Everyone came to observe the destruction of the Takamagara, or more precisely, to see the first generation of the weapons of mass destruction developed by Magisterium of Arcanotech. DMM bomb or Dark Matter Magicule bomb was the first type of mass destruction weapon that was able to destroy entire worlds easily. Its explosion is comparable to the attack of weaker Holy Spirit warlocks or dimensional class powerhouse. The results were acceptable. Within the next 1,000 years, we went to develop weapons that could injure warlock emperors and similar powerhouses, which itself is a rather ambitious goal within such short time. 1,000 years may sound incredibly long, but in reality, it wasn't. During countless years of experimentation and research, it was found out that the natural lifespan of a devil is around 10,000 years, and with each class, it would increase by a few centuries. However, in the higher class, it will be increased by a few thousand years if calculated correctly. Then the lifespan of a devil before reaching Apocalypse class should be around 100,000 years. Tier 11 powerhouses and similar already stood on the pinnacle of any universes, if you don't count those entities above. So it already happened? Questioned Rias as she looked at Yasaka. How? Asked Yasaka with a shaky voice. Several centuries ago, Father managed to get into the Takamagara, as he was on an audience with Shinto gods. During his short stay there, he placed there a seal with a special Arcanotech artifact, crafted with advanced Arcanotech and strong magic. Now, it has just activated and transported a weapon into Takamagara, which instantly exploded, thus destroying the entire dimensional pantheon world. Explained Rias as Yasaka realized that the entire Shinto pantheon was no more as Takamagara was destroyed and all of its gods were killed in that massive explosion. In that case, I agree. Responded Yasaka as she realized that her faction had lost its biggest backer. Splendid, my brother will be happy to meet his partner and daughter. Clapped Rias happily while Yasaka paled considerably. Chapter 274, Attack of the Unseen Enemies. How did you find out? Questioned Yasaka as she looked at the princess of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, only subsequently to realize how stupid a question it was. Actually, my father felt that someone was born to his line when little Kuna was born. But, something was wrong with her bloodline, so he didn't pay a lot of attention to it, and only recently did he give me something to test the bloodline resonance. Though I would like to ask, how and why? Now that you have accepted the offer, you need to know that this matter needs to be resolved immediately. Explained Rias, as Yasaka took a deep breath before she started explaining. I met your brother several years ago when he went to challenge greater gods of Shinto to fight him. I led him to Takamagara. After that, he stayed here and searched for some opponents to fight, among hidden yokai hermits, and in the end, he was pestering me to fight him. I don't even know how it happened, but after some time, I fell in love with him. After one night, I found out that I was pregnant, but deep inside, even though I love Sigmar till now, I realized that he was not suitable to be a father. I didn't want my daughter to have a father who would be obsessed with battles and fighting, thus neglecting her or even endangering her. I wanted a father for her who would care for and spend time with his daughter. So I didn't tell him anything and let him leave. Explained Yasaka sadly, and to some extent, Rias could relate to her. She knew very well that Sigmar was the last person that should be taking care of a small child. If Aunt Hela found about it, this would get messy, though not for you, for Sigmar, she will beat him to a pulp. Hela wanted a grandchild, as she was jealous that Venelana got a grandchild before her. In the end, all of her father's wives were still competing against each other. Grafia and BBDong knew they had lost this contest, as Hilda was too occupied with her career and Rinshue was too young and too focused on the development of the Spirit Hall. But Hela didn't like losing at all. I think that you should at first talk with Aunt Hela and only then to talk with Sigmar. Aunt Hela will surely straighten him out for you, and then you can shape my brother to proper husband material. Stated Rias with a mischievous smile. As Rias and Yasaka talked to each other, suddenly they felt a disturbance in the Magicules in the area. Attack. Stated Rias, as Yasaka instantly active defense around her palace. How many are there? Asked Rias while Yasaka was currently scouting the area. Hundreds, all humans. Wizards of OZ, Magicians of Nilrem, Utswimi Agency, and lastly Hero Faction. Stated Yasaka as she sighed in relief because none of the enemies was stronger than Ultimate Class. She herself was at the pinnacle of the Satan class, Rias was the peak of the Ultimate Class, and she had several yokai at the Ultimate Class and even some on the initial Satan class. So they have attacked here, though do you know why have they attacked you, Lady Yasaka? Asked Rias, while Yasaka shook her head in denial. In the end, it doesn't matter, as you are already a member of the Empire. Stated Rias as she tapped on something on her hollow brain and sent a message that they were under attack. She then looked through the window to see the leaders of the attacker. Chow Chow and George, of course, it would be those two. muttered Rias as she observed the leader of the hero faction and the vice leader of the hero faction. Chow Chow was a handsome young man with short black hair and blue eyes. He wears a combination of a Japanese school uniform, more specifically, the gakurin worn by Japanese schoolboys in the fall, and ancient Chinese attire. George was a young man with black hair and spectacles. He wore a mage-style robe with a feathered cape over his uniform. Yokai soldiers were already armed and took a defensive position against their invaders, while Yasaka and Rias remained inside the palace behind the barrier together with yokai soldiers. "How long before your reinforcements arrive?" asked Yasaka as she was reluctant to let her soldiers die in vain, so she ordered them to play it with defensive battle, where they had an advantage. Traveling between Draconic Deus and Baator was hard. When Baator recovered to a grade 3 plane, the laws have returned, and apparently, it was close to evolution once more, so opening a portal to another plane became a hard thing to do, contrary to what it was in the past, where free teleportation was possible. Soon, they were on the standby already, returning from their mission. They should be here any minute, answered Rias, as she observed the barrier around them blocking all the magical attacks from the hero faction, Nilrem, Wizards of Oz, and Utswimi Agency, but soon the barrier started showing cracks, as it wasn't that advanced compared to advanced magic that Thonian Empire possessed. Several minutes later, enormous portals appeared all around the place, and men and women in pristine white runic armor, armed with swords, started marching out of them in neatly ordered formations. "Sardaukar!" shouted one with more decorated armor, who was their commander, and by his order, all of them stopped and readied their swords. "We are the blades of the Emperor. Those who stand against us fall." He shouted once more as all of them got into combat position and looked at the human enemies. "Attack! Leave none alive!" he commanded as hundreds of Sardaukar rushed at the human magicians, heroes, and other individuals that were associated with them. Chapter 275, The Emperor's Blades. In their panic, magicians of Nilrem and Wizards of Oz started barraging Sardaukar with their magic spell, only for their shields, and runic armor shrugged them off like nothing. Soon enough, it was too late for the Wizards of Oz, magicians of Nilrem, and others of the Utswimi Agency, as the Sardaukar started engaging them in close combat. Every time Sardaukar slashed their sword, one life was taken, as their enemies were slaughtered like cattle waiting to be butchered one by one. "Those are?" asked Yasaka, with a shaky voice. She watched white-armored knights slaughtering their enemies like nothing while spells of their enemies bounced on against them, not leaving even a single injury. "Those are the Sardaukar forces, one of the 3 elite forces of the Thonian Empire, together with the Chaos Brigade and Burning Legion. They are led by their commander, Arthur Pendragon, who is currently engaging the leader of the hero faction Chow Chow in single combat," explained Rias as she watched Arthur Pendragon, who had already reached legendary class wielding reforged holy sword Excalibur, pushing Chow Chow back with each sword strike. As Dragonoids, which was more like a humanoid dragon, Pendragons enjoyed great physical strength and high aptitude for magic. Additionally, they were able to cast innate dragon magic. Meanwhile, Sardwalker commander was battling Chow Chow. Sardaukar slaughtered magicians and wizards alike. Their spells were utterly ineffective on the Sardaukar. They just cut down everything in their path, leaving countless corpses behind them. Only members of the hero faction were able to stand against them and even kill several Sardaukar soldiers before being overwhelmed by the number and strategy employed by the Sardaukar against them. Sardaukar was ordered to capture them alive so the Empire could extract their sacred gear in case they refused to submit. Executioners of the Execution Temple already captured several members of the hero faction. Hero faction had a plan to send several of its members through another path and encircle Yasaka. The person they sent was the possessor of the Longina sacred gear annihilation maker, Leonardo, and several other members who were there mainly for his protection. Unfortunately for them, they were not a match for an ambush of the executioners, who quickly defeated them and captured them. Ria stood there with Yasaka as they observed how the Sardaukar were subduing one member of the hero faction after another, and after Heracles fell to several Sardaukar that decapitated his limbs, their entire little invasion has been brought to an end, as everyone knew that they had been defeated. Arthur has knocked out Chow Chow, who, with his balance breaker, managed to give even Arthur some wounds, as Chow Chow was very strong in that form, reaching the combat prowess of the weaker Satan class. Still, in the end, it was not enough. After that, other members of the hero faction that stood up were only Jean and George, who surrendered after the others were defeated, and Siegfried was killed by Arthur when he interrupted a fight between him and Chow Chow. George was a pragmatist who joined Chow Chow only because he promised him arcane knowledge after all supernatural factions were destroyed. Meanwhile, Jean was a former exorcist of the church who went rogue due to practices of the organization itself. "It is done, that took longer than I predicted," muttered Rias as she observed Sardaukars cleaning the battlefield and killing injured members of Nilrem, Wizards of Oz, and Usumi Agency. At the same time, the outskirts of Kyoto. MCPOV. "Come on, Hela, what is taking you so long?" I said to my wife as we were going to visit Yasaka. The second I felt the resonance from the jade I had given to Rias, Hela instantly wanted to take a look at her granddaughter, and at the same time, she wanted to beat her son. Unfortunately for her, and fortunately for Sigmar, he was somewhere in the Draconic Dais in some galaxy, subduing another spacefaring civilization that was a bit more developed as they have developed in a psionic way. Their civilization had even people comparable to Ultimate Class, and their strongest psionic was around peak Satan Class. So Sigmar was sent to deal with them. Their civilization controlled an entire galaxy that was rich in some crucial ores and precious materials that were very important for arcanotech development and advanced weaponry. Empire was waging wars for resources in the Draconic Dais galaxies to obtain as many resources as possible, to improve our capabilities. I have arrived with Hela at Yasaka's place, and for some time, we have observed Sardaukar slaughtering magicians and wizards and other pests that were gathered here. It seems we have obtained a few sacred gears with this. I muttered as I observed knocked out members of the hero faction. What will you do with them, dear? Asked me, Hela. As always, they would be broken down and researched. They are defective in the end, though the true Longinus is unique, so I will task Azazel and Ajuka together with Grandmasters of Ironforge to reforge it and give it to Valley. He lacks a weapon that could grow alongside him, and he has talent with a spear. I have answered and said my plans for the sacred gears. In my eyes, they were nothing more than a bunch of defective products that made their users heavily dependent on them. But researching them greatly benefited the Empire, as we have developed runic armors and other weapons based on them. For example, PSG, the personal shield generators, were developed mainly from data obtained from researching the sacred gears. Chapter 276, Family Talk. Soon, we arrived with Hela at Yasaka's palace, where Rias and Yasaka were already waiting for us. Probably, Rias thought I would come, so she went to wait for me there. Your Imperial Majesties. Bowed Yasaka as she welcomed Hela and me. You don't need to bow, we are basically family. I said as Yasaka had a weird expression on her face, but in the end, we all entered inside her palace, where we sat around a tea table as I started brewing a tea for us. Rias escaped captives back to the execution temple and interrogated them. If some of them decide to surrender, then give them blood and soul void geas, if not, then send them for forceful extraction of the sacred gears. However, you know whom you need to kill from them. Also, notify all Imperials operating on Earth to retreat back to the Baator. I have ordered. It was already time. I have already got information about where Ryzavim was hiding and will deal with him, and soon the End Protocol will destroy all enemies that would be able to endanger the process of tearing down the dimensional gap. Please, here is the tea. I presented a tea to Yasaka and Hela while also pouring a cup for myself. It tastes great. Complimented Yasaka my tea. Now, why are we here? First thing, Yasaka, your faction has 1 week for evacuation to leave for the Empire. Soldiers of the Imperialis Militarum, Commissariat, and civil officials of the Magisterium of Domestic Affairs and Territorial Development will coordinate and help with everything. I have said, as Yasaka nodded, as they were now citizens of the Empire and needed to relocate to the Empire as soon as possible. Now, the second thing. The situation between you and our son Sigmar. I have said, as Yasaka became serious one more and Hela had a sour expression on her face. Yasaka started explaining her story to both of us as I listened with an indifferent expression. Still, Hela looked like she would explode at any second. Contrary to Hela, Sigmar had a problem controlling his bloodlust. Even though his time with Lord General Behemoth benefited him greatly, many of his unsavory personality traits still remained. Because of that, Yasaka was very reluctant to let him raise their daughter Kunu. Hela made a remarkable journey from the time I met her, and she could perfectly rein in her battle lust and bloodthirsty nature if needed, as she had learned it over time. After she gave birth to Sigmar, I was genuinely surprised by how gently she could be. Don't worry, my daughter-in-law, after we arrive back home and that unfilial son returns, you will see how I will deal with him. Said Hela as she consoled Yasaka, who was on the verge of tears because it must have been hard on her. How do you want to introduce Kunu to all of this? I asked as I was a bit worried about my granddaughter. She was younger than Abrasax, so I didn't want to make this situation difficult for her or to cause her some kind of trauma. Slowly, after mother-in-law talks with Sigmar, I will talk with him about all of this so she can have some time to adjust herself to the situation. Said Yasaka as I nodded in agreement. I will send a contingent of the custodians to serve as your permanent protectors as you are hereby members of the Imperial House with your daughter. After we have talked more with Yasaka, I have decided to return to the Baator, as I had a mission to complete, which was to hunt for my uncle Ryzavim Levon Lucifer after his location was found. Hela remained behind to spend some time with her daughter-in-law and observe her granddaughter. Yasaka didn't want to introduce them right now, but Hela insisted that she wanted to meet her, so in the end, Yasaka gave up and let Hela meet Kunu. Baator, Thonian Empire, Imperial capital of Aner Londo. After I have returned back home, the first thing I needed to deal with was Valley, who was trying to force himself to participate in the mission of killing Ryzavim, though I was greatly reluctant to let him in. The simple reason for that. Trihexa. Ryzavim was probably trying to release Trihexa, which was problematic by itself, and truth to be told, I didn't want for my adoptive son to be caught in my with Trihexa where even pinnacle super devil class powerhouses may perish like flies. I was taking only Diablo and Surzex with me, as they were strong enough, as Surzex has undergone law baptism with law of destruction, and he would soon reach apocalypse class. Law comprehension was an arduous path, and if not for Zekrom becoming apocalypse class by comprehending law of destruction, Surzex and Vina would have a much harder time comprehending laws. Comprehending laws without outside help was a hassle and took too much time. If one was lucky, if unlucky, then one may spend comprehending laws for centuries and even millennia and comprehend nothing. You have reached Super Devil class. If you can dispose of one of my stronger attacks, you may participate in the mission. I said as I threw at him Forbidden Tier spell that would be able to kill weaker mighty stage god with ease. It was a lightning spell, Bararak Psycha. To my shock, Valley at first divided the spell's power and then used the energy to reflect the spell, successfully blocking one of my stronger attacks, which was an outstanding achievement on its own. You may go, but you will listen to everything Diablo says, Oki. I said as Valley nodded in agreement. I then left and went to meet with Diablo to discuss our strategy for capturing Rizavim. While that guy was weaker than us considerably, he was slippery as a snake, even more than Kokabil. So it was good to be prepared appropriately. Chapter 277, The Last Loose Ends, 1. Devils were species created for war. The Great Old One designed our power system to have the strongest attributes of the Arcane Path, Warlock Path, and Evolutionary Path. As long as there were sufficient resources, it was easy for devils to advance almost effortlessly to the Tier 8, aka Super Devil. After that, it was all about comprehending laws, and that was where many were stuck and could not move on. While our power system gave us overwhelming combat prowess at the Apocalypse class and higher compared, for example, with Warlocks or Fiends, but reaching it was extremely hard. Surzex was stuck for centuries at the Super Devil class and was very slowly comprehending the law of destruction. His average rate of comprehension was 1% per 3 to 4 years, but even that could be considered as very fast, and he also got pointers from Zekrom who long ago became being of law when he comprehended law of destruction. My own comprehension of the law of destruction has already reached 65%, Darklight was at 60%, and Slaughter was at 22%. In contrast, my mastery over the law of Devour has reached perfect from advanced not long ago, meaning that I could devour laws more effortlessly. Now I was meeting with Surzex and Diablo to decide the next course of action. My lord, we have located Rizavim hiding in the same pocket dimension where the Trihexa is sealed. By our observations, he has been hiding there for entire years. It is highly possible he has managed somehow unseal it and will use it against us. Reported Diablo as I nodded indifferently, while Surzex looked stressed. Indeed, Trihexa was a very powerful Apocalypse class monster. As the beta recovered, there were a few Tier 9 monsters that popped out, precisely 2. Still, neither of them was strong enough to threaten the Empire. Additionally, Krumkrich hunted one of them down so he could eat it with his family. Apparently, it was mainly for his hatchlings. Trihexa will not be a problem. Even if it was at full force, I would be able to subdue it, not to mention now, after it was sealed for several centuries, it will not have even a fraction of its power. Rizavim probably has broken some seal on it, so it could partially recuperate, but maximally it would be at 40% of its peak, and even that is an overestimation. I stated, as killing Trihexa, even if it was at its peak, won't be that hard for current me. In truth, I wonder how many gains I will obtain from killing that creature. From what I have observed during its fight with Yahweh, Trihexa had comprehension of several laws. Still, due to the law of chaos that messed with its mind, it couldn't control them properly. Also, it made it impossible for it to advance into dimensional level monster. I wanted to obtain a crystal that contained its comprehension over the law of destruction to reach a 100% comprehension rate. With the law of slaughter that I will finish comprehending when I will help refine the 3 realms for Oakwang and Darklight, I would be lacking only one law to comprehend to ascend as dimensional class and pursue the path before me. I could trade the crystal of law of chaos within Orden for something of equal value to either Mercurius or Kazikla Bay. Both of them would surely be interested in such an object, as the law of chaos is one of the universe's fundamental laws. Also, we will take with us several legions of mechs and 5th Fleet. Trihexa has a troublesome ability to spawn something akin to spores like Dodo, so they will be dealt with by mechs and fleet. The corpse of the Trihexa will be used to feed my familiars and as Dodo's fertilizer. Currently, Empire has 5 fleets. Each fleet consisted of 1,000 Lunar-class cruisers, 500 Avenger-class Grand Cruisers, X-100 Destroyer-class battle cruisers, X-10 Emperor-class battleships, and 1 Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship, which acted as commanding post for the fleet. Thanks to our plunder, we were already constructing the 6th Fleet, and even 1 Phalanx-class space fortress was in construction, though it lacked a power source for now. I have then telepathically called my familiars. Each of them was at the pinnacle of the Tier 8 and could already participate in the more high-leveled fight. Jean and Haitian were even bigger than before, looking like ferocious predators, but they were nice little goofballs that liked to play with me. While Isla's size didn't change a lot, but she was more graceful, and her illusions and mind-controlling abilities were an absolute pain in the ass. It was predicted she could easily mind-control weak-willed warlock monarchs, and her illusions could fool anybody below tier 11 powerhouse, meaning they were pretty powerful. Isla jumped in my lap as I scratched her behind her ears, exactly like she liked it, while Haitian attempted to approach Isla, only to get hissed on by her. While Jean just laid next to my chair and barked happily. I let out a small chuckle as I observed their interactions, especially when looking at Isla and Haitian. Both of them were felines, and apparent, Haitian wanted to mate with Isla, to leave behind a strong progeny. I wonder how strong it would be descendant between Wampus Cat and Dark Devil God Tiger. Chapter 278, The Last Loose Ends, 2. Now that my familiars were as strong as they were, they could be deployed in real-time combat situations. In truth, once they have reached Tier 9, I plan to search for a sealed plane, which is similar to civilization level as Earth right now, and unleash one of my familiars and army of monsters there. Mainly for shits and giggles. How many people has Rizvam left? After the Empire had started hunting for Rizvam and his pawns, there were not many left. Even his most loyal dog, Euclid Lufakuj, was caught by Valley and beheaded. Probably 0, with loss of Nilrem, Oz, and Utsasimi agency. Rizvam is left with only Clippeth, which should be consisting of 1 or 2 evil dragons that somehow survived, till this day and weren't killed by Empire or other factions. Answered Diablo as I nodded in satisfaction. Valley and Surzex will deal with evil dragons together with Haitian. Diablo, you will deal with Rizvam with Isla. She will be able to see through any illusions or traps that Rizvam has prepared, and Jean will search the entire base for anything that we could have missed. I will go and kill Trihexa. I ordered as everyone nodded as the plan was created for the mission. After adjusting small details, I teleported all of us to the location where the Trihexa should be sealed and where Rizvam was hiding. I still wondered how he managed to find this place and break through the seals. Realistically speaking, there were only 2 possibilities. One of them was that he had some kind of special artifact that allowed him to break through any magical seals and wards. Second, he got help from someone who could, and only one person, or rather 2, came to my mind. Melvazoa and Resetorus. Those 2 pests are always creating obstacles for my empire and me, but in the end, it doesn't matter, and soon they would burn. As we have teleported here, I looked at Surzex, Valley, and Diablo, who were standing behind me together with my 3 familiars, Jean, Haitian, and Isla. So he still retained some of his pawns. I muttered as I scanned the entire area and found around several hundred magicians and 1 very strong magical presence of ultimate class. Hexanact. They were a collection of stray magicians, who were expelled by the Magicians' Council and various other magician organizations. Created by one of the former leaders of the Wizards of Oz, Walburga. Along with Hexanact, there were also 2 evil dragons, Apophis and Azidahaka. Both of them had reached heavenly dragon level and were nearing pinnacle, though, from the energy waves they were releasing, I could see that their class was pretty unstable and reached by force. Rizvam probably used some kind of ritual to use the energy released by Trihexa to elevate 2 evil dragons to heavenly dragon class. Valley, you and Jean will deal with magicians of Hexanact, Levin none alive. Surzex kill those 2 lizards. Diablo with me. I gave orders as both Valley and Surzex nodded and went to do their own things. Jean went together with Valley, while Haitian target with Surzex and Isla went with Diablo and me. Soon enough, we have arrived at exactly the same place where Yahweh has fought against the Trihexa and sealed it, only to find Rizvam here and waiting for us, apparently. Rizvam. I said emotionlessly. Zeoticus. He looked at me with a mischievous grin. You were waiting. I stated the oblivious truth. Indeed I was, and so were my friends here. At that moment, he said that I had felt 2 auras. One of them was pretty familiar as it belonged to the Trihexa, and I was surprised that it had already recovered to its peak, but the other one was unknown. It was as strong as Trihexa, and it belonged to a god. It was a similar aura to that of Regal Ziva, and the only choice was Melvazoa. Trihexa looked precisely the same as I remembered. However, it lacked the mindless look in its eyes, as it was controlled by something, and as I looked at the Melvazoa, I noticed something. He stood there next to the Trihexa without any Trihexa attacking him. Melvazoa looked very similar to Regal Ziva, only the shade of his metal was different, and he was much stronger than his younger brother. It was being controlled, and it was a very high form of spiritual control that should be impossible by the standards of the Draconic Deus. So you have joined hands with Resetorus, Melvazoa. I have asked a rhetorical question. Indeed we have, you and your empire have caused us a lot of damage during the centuries. What answered me was a blinding figure of light that shined as it descended down from the sky. It released no weaker aura than Melvazoa. All of them are in the one place, this is so exciting. I thought in my mind. Melvazoa and Resetorus were pinnacle mighty stage gods, while Trihexa had combat prowess at a very high level, even for the apocalypse level monsters. You see, in my entire life, I have never had to fight at my full with only a single exception. I said as I unleashed my proper form, as 12 enormous wings sprouted from my back, together with 2 sharp thick tails, and 2 pairs of horns appeared on my head, as my aura became even more heave and filled with slaughter and killing intent, so much that Reawakening in the background had problems standing, and activated some magic item to teleport out. The moment he teleported out, Diablo went and pursued him. Even though all 3 of them were extremely strong, I could fight them and kill them. I have long suppressed my battle lust, but now I could fight to my heart's content. Chapter 279, Battle of the End, 1. The moment Diablo left, Malvazoa, Resetauris, and Trihexa, under control of the Resetauris, instantly attacked me with energy attacks. I just grinned at that as I used Law of Devour to completely absorb their attacks, while at the same time, I used Rosenkreuz, my mystic code, to cast hundreds of forbidden tier spells. All of them were Barorex Psycha as I powered them up with energy devoured from attacks of Malvazoa, Resetauris, and Trihexa and released them onto them. When they saw what happened, Resetauris swiftly used Trihexa as a meat shield to block all incoming damage, as hundreds of forbidden tier spells fell onto the massive body of Trihexa as it roared in pain. I could see that it was injured from these attacks, as every single one of them contained power above Pinnacle Super Devil, and in their number, they could easily injure Apocalypse-class beings. If not for Trihexa's terrifying defenses and vitality, it would have killed it. It seems that they have severely underestimated my control over the Law of Devour, or rather they probably never thought that I had ascended as the Apocalypse class through the Law of Devour. Their information from Reawakening probably hinted that I have become Apocalypse class through the Law of Dark Light. If that was the truth, then it was good for me, as they were not aware of my capabilities and my true strength. Ironically, the moment I have injured Trihexa, I noticed that Resetauris lost control over it as it rushed madly at me without caring about anything, as Malvazoa and Resetauris attempted to encircle me and trap me together with Trihexa while they would probably finish me after I was tired out from the fight with that monster. So whatever, while Resetauris and Malvazoa joined hands, they were not accustomed to working together, and everyone was doing their own thing, as they refused to cooperate properly. They let me fight with Trihexa as both of them were attacking me from a long distance, but unfortunately for them, it was useless, as I managed to dodge all of their attacks or devoured them while fighting Trihexa. The fight went on for 1 hour as the cycle repeated itself. Until Trihexa became enraged by the fact it couldn't hit shit and started gathering an enormous amount of energy powered up by the Law of Chaos. I grinned at that as I prepared my mystic code Rosenkreuz as I cast a protective ward around us, while at the same time, I started using Law of Devour with my right hand to catch the massive energy attack that Trihexa threw at me and held all of that energy in my hand as I used the Law of Devour to absorb it entirely and create small-sized orb condense from the energy, as I threw it at Resetauris. Resetauris quickly stretched up several protective barriers around him. Still, unfortunately, the dark light orb that was created from the condensed power of Trihexa coupled with my own power proved to be too much for him, as his barriers were shattered like glass. He was hit by the orb, sending him flying until I lost him from my view. Meanwhile, Malvazoa went into hiding and waited for me to fight with Trihexa to end, as he noticed that energy attacks were effective on me. Due to the Law of Devour, I was able to dispose of them. Not only that, but I have also managed to increase my demonic energy reserves by more than 100 units and strengthen my physique tremendously. It took me relatively a short time until I have figured out and thoroughly analyzed the combat style of Malvazoa and Resetauris. Truth to be told, it was utterly bariatric, and they just used their brute power to overpower anything. Though that was understandable because both of them were a pinnacle mighty stage god, who never fought anyone on their own level, aside from each other. A heavy majority of their attacks were energy-based, which made them heavily ineffective against someone like me, who could use the Law of Devour just to absorb or redirect them. That was the overpowering ability of the Law of Devour. As long as my opponent is in the same realm as me, and his energy has the same or lower quality, I can basically devour them effortlessly. For example, if I faced an attack from Holy Spirit Warlock or Dimensional Class Powerhouse, then it would be futile, as I would be overwhelmed by the enormous energy. I gripped my scythe Rosenkreuz and teleported next to the Trihexa, boosting up the sharpness of my scythe with Law of Dark Light, Destruction, and Slaughter. I slashed at one of the legs of the Beast of Apocalypse, severing it in one precise slash. Not taking any pauses, I flipped backward and slashed at its second back leg, severing it too, as the Trihexa roared in pain, while it fell onto the ground, unable to stand up, as it lost 2 of its back legs. While I was still an Arcanist at heart, I have learned a lot from Hela during my long life, as she was adamant about teaching me how to fight with weapons, and she was a genuine weapon master. She was able to handle practically any kind of weapon at master-ranked mastery very least. And if I did good, I would get a reward from her at night, so it was totally worth it. At the same time, as Trihexa fell onto the ground, I have conjured hundreds of dark light weaponry and started bombarding Trihexa with them. Each one of them had enough power to kill a weaker Super Devil class individual in a single hit, and they were in hundreds, barraging Trihexa's heads from taking any action against me, as I teleported to its front legs while severing the right front leg. Subsequently, I have severed its left front leg. After Trihexa was down, I conjured countless dark light chains to completely bind it down as I flew and landed on its stomach. Chapter 280, Battle of the End, 2. After it was bonded entirely down and two idiots outside couldn't do shit about that, I have slashed at its chest, creating a vast wound there as I looked at the cores. Trihexa had several cores, which represented all laws it comprehended, though it couldn't correctly use them. I saw their law of chaos, of course, but then also the law of destruction, darkness, poison, and some others, that were probably obtained through the law of Choas, as it has absorbed beings of law and assimilated its laws. Of course, it also had the Master Core, which was the one with if life force and all magical power. All monsters formed cores at a certain level. Some sooner, and some later at their path. I stretched out my right hand and used Law of Devour onto the Master Core and started devouring all of the life force and magical power in it at a tremendous speed as I increased the power of the wards that were protecting me. Melvazoa and Resetauris instantly noticed what I was doing as every passing second, Trihexa was growing weaker and weaker, and I was growing, on the other hand, stronger and stronger. My physique was slowly rising to the peak of the Apocalypse class, together with my demonic energy reserves. Demonic energy reserves have crossed 800 units. Demonic energy reserves have crossed 850 units. Demonic energy reserves have crossed 900 units. Demonic energy reserves have crossed 950 units. Demonic energy reserves have crossed 979 units. I heard the voice of the architect in my head. I grinned devilishly as I felt a new power flowing through my body. In energy-wise, I was already at the peak of the Tier 9, and not only that, all of my physique attributes have crossed over 800. I noticed that my wards were already showing some cracks, as Trihexa died when I had completely devoured the Master Core. After that, I turned my attention to Crystal, which contained the Law of Destruction, and used Devour to absorb it completely. Comprehension of Law of Destruction has reached 100%. After I heard that, I turned my attention to Resetauris and Melvazoa, which managed to destroy protective wards, but it was too late. I have already got what I wanted, and even if these two were supreme gods, it wouldn't change the outcome that they would die here. I lacked a completely offensive-based law that would boost up my offensive powers to a wholly new level, and now after comprehending the Law of Destruction, I finally had something that I desperately wanted. Comprehending the Law of Destruction basically boosted the destructiveness of all my attacks to a whole new level of destruction, and on top of that, I could use the Law of Destruction to strengthen up the destructive aspect of any attack. For example, right now, I have conjured several dark light orbs and infused the Law of Destruction with them, and shot them at Melvazoa and Resetauris. When the orbs came into contact with Melvazoa and Resetauris, they instantly destroyed their protective barriers and hit both of them at full power, sending them flying several hundreds of meters. When they were flying, I instantly used this gap to use my favorite technique, the Gate of Babylon, full opening. This time though, it was even more dangerous, as each weapon made out of dark light was not boosted up by bits of Law of Dark Light but also infused with the full power of Law of Destruction, making those weapons even more deadly than they were. In a split of a second, hundreds upon hundreds of dark light weaponry were being shot each second at Melvazoa and Resetauris, that were recovering from being hit by dark light orbs, as they were severely injured by that attacks, as I now realized how destructive the Law of Destruction was, somewhat ironic. In front of such a barrage of dark light weapons from the Gate of Babylon, full opening, they could only defend against a furious and aggressive offensive, but to no avail, as with each passing attack, both of them were getting more and more injured, especially Resetauris. Melvazoa, on the other hand, was depleting more divine power than Resetauris, as he was a mechanical life form at the base, and as the attacks were destroying his body with relative ease because it was not made from metal that would be able to withstand full power of Apocalypse class being, he needed to burn more divine power to hold his body in one piece. Soon as I saw both of them struggling, I steadily increased the output and started releasing Forbidden Tear spell one after another. My demonic energy regeneration was tremendously fast, so I barely noticed that I had lost some energy. Truth to be told, unless I directly used laws to make attacks, energy exposure was minimal. I could use Law of Destruction to make waves of pure Law of Destruction that looked very similar to clan trait Power of Destruction but was more destructive and intense. Such kind attacks would really put a strain on my demonic energy reserves, but if I just infused my clan traits or magic with laws, the cost was negligible. After several minutes, I saw Resetauris bleeding heavily, with countless severe wounds, as he took some kind of talisman and teleporter away, leaving his ally alone with me. I didn't bother to do anything about fleeing Resetauris. I knew that he would be recuperating decades with his injuries, and I planned to send Hela and Zekrom and Architect to dispose of EXE Planet for all after Architect assimilated Melvazoa and reached Pinnacle Mighty Stage Innate God. Chapter 281, 1 dead, 1 to go. Contrary to what many thought, my fights were not long either, they were flashy. I usually ended them as soon as possible. Even before every battle, I calculated every possibility the fight could go and end, so I always opted for the fastest way to end the battle. My own calculation abilities were inferior only to Architect in the entire Thonian Empire and were even superior to runic quantum computers. So, coupled with some usage of the fate algorithm, which I already learned to use, so it didn't cause a backslash as I am the fateless one, I knew the end of most of my battles with 90% certainty. After Resetorus fled, I have been felt here with only Melvazoa, that has his body destroyed from the large part and was holding it together only by burning his divine power. I conjured a wave of law of destruction and slashed him, destroying his body and carefully controlling the law of destruction to leave out his divine spark undamaged and also preserve his mechanical core, which contained some important things for Architect. After it was done, I collected those two things and stored them inside my dimensional storage. After I stored the corpse of Trihexa in my dimensional storage, I scanned the entire area for anything of some value, but I didn't find anything of value. After some time, Diablo returned, with unconscious Rhizavim, as I ordered for him to be captured alive, and after that, Surzex and Valley returned. Everything is done. I asked as all of them nodded in agreement, meaning there was no single soul alive in this entire place after they were done with it. My familiars were especially helpful, as they were able to sniff out all hiding places of those rats, meaning nobody got to escape. Afterward, we all teleported back to the Empire. After returning home, I ordered Diablo to deliver Rhizavim to the special holding cells beneath the Imperial Palace, where I would experiment on him and his bloodline ability Sacred Gear Canceller. If I am not wrong, I could hopefully activate such ability in myself after some research. This ability was strong, as it could cancel the connection between a user and probably any kind of soulbound equipment. After it was researched, I could kill Rhizavim, he still had his uses until then. Right now, Empire has withdrawn all forces from Earth, and all of them returned back to the Baator in preparations for the final step. Now, I wanted to relax, and I sensed that all of my wives were at the Imperial Palace aside from BBDong, who was in the Xiao universe. I went to our private garden, where Vina took care of her plants and flowers of various exotic species, and it was also a place where Dodo was sleeping most of the time and protecting the entire Imperial capital. When I entered the garden, I saw Fia, Vina, and Hela sitting around the smell tea table and having a tea party. When they saw me enter the garden, Vina instantly stood up and hung around my neck like a koala. Vina was always most affectionate and didn't hide her feelings or affections, contrary to Graphia and Hela, who were more modest in this regard. Especially Fia, as she thought such behavior was inappropriate anywhere besides the closed door. Hela, prepare invasion force. Melvazoa has been killed by me, and Resetora suffered severe injuries. It is time to invade the EXE world. Annihilate both species to the last person, leave none alive. I said to my wife, who nodded with murderous glee in her eyes, as she was eager for the battle of extermination. As I thought, even though Hela changed a lot, her bloodthirsty nature never disappeared, but that was something I was rather thankful for because it was a very arousing part of her personality that attracted me a lot. People who would profit from me killing Trihexa the most were my wives, cause I have seen that Trihexa had also comprehended the law of ice, which I planned to give to Graphia, while it also had several others, which I planned to distribute among my family later. At first, I will let Venelana choose among them, so she can advance to Apocalypse class sooner, or if she chose to ascend through the law of destruction, she would have comprehended 2 laws the moment she became Apocalypse class. I sat down with my wives as we drank tea that Fia brewed. It was one of my personal stash, exported from Okwang's ancient Tao universe, so it was very delicious and nutritious for the soul. The tea is splendid. I think that our Fia will soon reach my level in the art of tea brewing. I praised the tea, as I really liked it a lot. Chapter 282, Laying the Refining Formation. I enjoyed time with my wives as we drank time and talked about miscellaneous things. After some time, I realized that it was time to meet with Okwang and decided that it was time for me to set up refining formation across the 3 realms. I finishing the tea and having some pleasures of the flesh, I send a message to Okwang to meet me at a designed place. So it is finally a time. Muttered Okwang as he saw me arriving at the place where we decided to meet. Indeed, now I could set up the refining formation across entire 3 realms so you can refine them entirely and break through the next realm of your cultivation. How many avatar bodies are you going to absorb to break through to the Autarch realm? I asked. Autarch realm was one of the highest cultivation realms in Okwang's ancient Tao universe and was similar to Exarch of the astral boundary. Around 10, our clan is planning a huge expedition to the Infinite Abyss universe to hunt for resources, and together with us, the Demon Sealer sect will participate. I will personally participate, so what to say? Do you want to buy some bloodline samples from me then? He asked as I nodded. Bloodlines of powerful fiends would be good for me, as they could evolve my lineage to an even higher level. Okwang's Jade clan was the most powerful force in their universe, as it had 2 divine thrones, and both of them were of higher ranks. Divine throne powerhouses can advance by absorbing the newly birthed divine throne. Not only that, they had whole bunch of tier 13 experts and some of them were as strong as the divine throne ones. Those 2 of the Jade clan who were divine thrones were Okwang's grandfather and the second one was the founder of the Jade clan. Come, we should start laying down the formation. I said as we flew to the 3 realms. How many living beings are there? I asked as I observed the three realm, which comprised from the immortal realm, nether realm, and heavenly realm. Trillions, possibly more. I have cultivated them for countless millennia in the hope of this, and almost all of them all cultivators, and countless of them are of a higher level. Unfortunately, the system I have designed is flawed and allows one to cultivate only to the same level as ultimate class. On the contrary, the gods that were born here or ascended are plenty, and there are even several mighty stage gods. Stated Okwang as he looked at the three realms. Where should we start? He asked me as I scanned the entirety of the three realms with my magic and laws. We need to lay eyes of the formation at places where is the highest concentration of the energy here. Dragon veins and other natural places. Immortal realm is exactly in the middle between heavenly realm and nether realm, so it would be the pillar of the refining formation. Now, as an apocalypse class being, it was very easy for me to create such a large-scale refining formation and activate it. We have flown with Okwang across the entire immortal realm, searching for all places with a high concentration of energy, and lying there are the so-called eyes of formation, which, when activated, would interconnect with each other, creating superformation. After several hours of flying and creating formation, the entire immortal realm was done. Finally, now only nether realm and celestial realm remained. Also, do you have any kind of artifact that would filter bad karma from this? I have asked. Yes, several of them. I raised an eyebrow hearing that. Give me one. I said as he shrugged and, to my surprise, threw me some kind of crystal's ball, which was karma refining artifact. In regard to karma, cultivators had more developed this concept and were more understanding of it than we in the astral boundary. On the other hand, karma was hard to attach to beings of law, but I have always preferred to rather be safe than sorry. After resting for some time, we went to the nether realm and repeated the process. Search for places with high energy density, lay the refining formation, and repeat until all of the nether realm was covered by the refining formation. The celestial realm was the last one. It took more than one whole day to go through all three realms and lay the refinement formation. Ironically, the celestial realm took the least time to go through and lay down the formation. When do you wish to start? When I activate this, realms themselves would be refined. If my guess is correct, it should be enough to not only advance by one realm but two realms at the same time. I said as, at the same time, I marveled at how genius I was for designing such a powerful formation. I really outdid myself because I want to use this to comprehend the law of slaughter and use the residual law energy released by this ritual to use it to comprehend the law of dark light. Then I would be only a small step away from reaching dimensional class. I will go and take some things, wait for me for one day. I have waited and, in the meanwhile, observed what Okwang was doing, as I was scanning the entirety of the three realms in real time with a bit of help from my refining formation, as it had many uses in the hands of a very skilled magic user. Okwang was basically robbing libraries of all factions and storing them in a space ring. Chapter 283, Refinement of the Three Realms. After some time, he returned after robbing practically every piece of knowledge he was able to get his hands on, meaning everything in the three realms. After he returned, he threw me that ring, where he stored everything that civilizations of the three realms in Draconic Deus created. After you copy that, bring the ring back. He said as I nodded. When you reach your breakthrough, hide in the dimensional gap. It should be able to accommodate you even with your strength. I will contact you when to break down the dimensional gap. I said as he nodded. When Okwang reaches his new cultivation realm, he won't be able to remain in the Draconic Deus and would need to inhabit the dimensional gap. Additionally, with his strength after the breakthrough, he would be able to tear down the entire dimensional gap easily on his own. Though before that, I needed to make some preparations for moving the entire plane to another part of the astral boundary. I can start my breakthrough, you can start the ritual. Said Okwang as we both teleported to the dimensional gap, and Okwang sat cross-legged and started his cultivation season, while at the same time, I activated the refinement ritual. I used my mystic code Rosenkreuz to control the formation as all of the three realms trembled. The earth shook, the sky broke, and space itself was being broken every second, as the cores of the three realms were being drained of their energy. All of that energy was being transferred to Okwang, who was using it at his advancement. After several minutes, all of the living beings started being affected by the refining formation, as it started draining their energy at tremendous speed, and when their energy was completely drained, their life force was being drained instead. With each passing minute, millions of beings across the entire three realms died, and this number was exponentially increasing as the massive slaughter was unleashed by the formation, which was now working at 100%. Comprehension of law of slaughter is increasing. Comprehension of law of dark light is increasing. Demonic energy reserves are increasing. Physique is being refined by energy released from the ritual, the physique is being strengthened continuously. I smiled, hearing Architect's voice in my head as I continued controlling the refining formation, as I moved an enormous amount of energy to Okwang, who was absorbing it at tremendous speed, and I sensed that he would be soon breaking through to the next level of his cultivation system. After 10 minutes, Okwang started breaking through, and I could feel enormous pressure from him as he successfully broke through to the next cultivation realm. The second he succeeded, his absorption speed of the energy from the refining formation surged to new heights, and I started boosting up the performance of the refining formation as the three realms started crumbling away slowly. Right now, it was already half an hour from the moment I had activated the refinement formation, and all living beings in the three realms were already long dead, refined by Okwang to boost up his cultivation. Soon, his strength started rising as the three realms were being absorbed, and their cores were already being refined. After 10 minutes, the process of the refinement of the three realms stopped, as planar cores were devoid of energy, space started cracking, and an enormous black hole was being created in the place where three realms were formerly stationed and connected to the draconic dais. Soon Okwang slowly opened his eyes as he and I observed how the black hole absorbed remains of the three realms, floating crystals, parts of the landscapes, and shards of the three realms, which were far bigger than the entire planet Earth. After several seconds, we both heard an enormous explosion, the black hole collapsed, and the explosion destroyed everything. Even the entire draconic dais started trembling violently, as I could see people on Earth screaming that the end of times was beginning. Some living species across the galaxies of draconic dais were shouting and panicking. Eevee and I felt the explosion and looked with fear in this direction. Comprehension of law of slaughter is increasing. Comprehension of law of slaughter has reached 100%. Comprehension of law of dark light has reached 97-89%. Demonic energy reserves have reached the limit. Physique has been increased significantly from the residual energy. Architect, calculate my stats. It shall be done. Calculation done. Name, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. True name, Dismason, Devil Talent, Sithis, Mental Protection, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana, Archeron, Full Counter. Race, Trans-Devil Fiend, Pure Blood. Bloodline, Devil, Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horned Fiend. Age, 784. Class, Apocalypse Class. Life Form Level, 2, Tier 1. Soul Aptitude, Level 9, Superior. Laws, Devour, 100%, Dark Light, 97-89%, Slaughter, 100%, Destruction, 100%, Lightning, 19%. Demonic Energy, 1000. Strength, 979. Agility, 988. Vitality, 1000. Vader Command Sequence, 100%. Law Control. Devour, Advanced. Slaughter, Basic. Destruction, Basic. Clan Trait. Dark Light, Forbidden. The Devourer, Law. Holy Flame, Forbidden. Magic Systems. Tier Magic, Forbidden. Devil Magic, Forbidden. Norse Runic Magic, Forbidden. Abyssal Runic Magic, Forbidden. Human Magic, Forbidden. Mysticism, Master. Secret Method, Fate Algorithm, April 6th. Masteries. Scythe, Grandmaster. Dagger, Master. Hand to Hand, Master. Blade Staff, Expert. Chapter 284, Done is Done. Right now, I was standing at the limit of the Apocalypse class. For me, the only way to get stronger was to comprehend more laws and increase my control over them and then subsequently ascend to the Dimensional class. In Dimensional class, one would be searching for his own path, and when one realized his own path, the task was to fuse the laws comprehended and create the path itself. Of course, this process of fusion was extraordinarily arduous and took centuries upon centuries. I hoped that I would reach the Lord class within the next 2,000 to 2,500 years. That would be the optimal thing for me. Fortunately, thanks to my Law of Devour, I could quickly reach the pinnacle of the Dimensional class in energy terms and physique after devouring some strong enemies or precious treasures and consuming a ton of resources. In truth, I could advance to the Dimensional class even right now if I wanted, but that would be detrimental to my future advancements. Right now, Baator was still recovering and was only a grade 3 plane, which would mean it wouldn't be able to hold me unless I sealed my power. With its natural recovery abilities, I could predict that Baator would evolve into a secondary grade 2 plane within the next 100,000 years, which was a brief time considering we are talking about planar evolution. Still, alas, I didn't have that much time. Thus, I plan to use the moment when the dimensional gap is torn down to further push the evolution of the Baator. By my estimates, the energy released by tearing down the dimensional gap would cause practically every planet located within the dimensional gap to explode to smithereens, which in turn, I plan to use for my benefit. When the dimensional gap is torn down, it will release an enormous wave of energy. If it came in contact with the planar core, it would overrun the planar core, causing it to explode. This is true for every plane under grade 2. I have ordered the newly founded Magisterium of Outer Plane Development which I entrusted to Sigmar, as he was suitable for that role, and he could hone the administrative skills he learned in the army to go through every plane across the dimensional gap or at least those which weren't destroyed by Eevee and I, and after mining all of their resources, to plant their specific arcanotech device along with magical formation. With these additions, when the planar core would be overruled with massive energy levels, Arcanotech device would activate the magic formation, drain the entire plane dry, and transfer all of that power to Vader to further the planar evolution. By Architect's calculation, what we have prepared should be barely enough to evolve it to a secondary grade 2 plane, which would easily hold dimensional class existences and similar, though energy density would be comparable to even grade 1 planes. Even now, when it was still grade 3 plane, Magicule particle density was comparable to some grade 2 planes, while Draconic Deus, which housed Earth and other galaxies, had energy density not even at the level of some grade 7 planes. Right now, I have significantly benefited from this entire ordeal. Not only I have increased my strength several times over, but I have also gained knowledge of all factions across the 3 realms that Okwang germinated over tens of thousands of years. While many of that would be unusable, it would still serve as a source of inspiration and could be adjusted to the needs of the Thonian Empire. Have you finished your breakthrough? I questioned Okwang as he nodded in agreement. While I wasn't able to break through one more realm, I have still had power comparable to Pinnacle Holy Spirit Warlock, said Okwang with a grin. When Warlocks reached Holy Spirit Warlock rank, the gap in the same rank compared to Arcanists was cut down significantly. Many Great Holies had higher combat prowess than Magister Arcanists due to the fact that upon reaching Holy Spirit Warlock realm, Warlocks condensed something akin to a pseudo-immortal body, which made them extremely hard to kill. Many used this to their advantage to execute forbidden methods with high destructive powers, rivaling Magister Arcanists, who had comprehended multiple laws. Of course, in front of being of laws with highly destructive laws like Law of Destruction, they could just obliterate them from existence. Repeatedly using these forbidden methods usually results in severe backslashes and sometimes even such that their immortal bodies could handle it. I will need a few more months to install World Engine to the planar core of Baator that I got from Kasikla Bay. After that, when I gather last allies and those who will depart with the Empire, I will send you a message, and you can tear down the dimensional gap. World Engine was something that Weissman crafted for me, and it was a particular type of tech that allowed someone to move an entire plane to anywhere in the universe. Really marvelous thing. Unfortunately, it was a one-time use. But that was enough to relocate the Baator. While the dimensional gap was located in a good location, unfortunately, the moment it was torn down, it would attract the attention of Warlock Emperor-level powerhouses and other equivalents, which was a death warrant for current me and my empire. Fortunately, Mercurius found a suitable part of the astral boundary, which was without the presence of any heaven-defying powerhouse or faction, where we could safely develop. Just basically a desolate wasteland with a lot of primitive civilizations and space for us to conquer. Chapter 285, Invasion of EXE, 1. Baator, Imperial Capital of Aenir Londo, Imperial Palace, several months later. As expected, the destruction of the 3 realms created havoc across all factions residing in the Draconic Deus minus, of course, Empire and Shiva's faction. After some time, I gave out law crystals to my wives. Venelana and Graphia advanced to the Apocalypse class as well. And after absorbing the law crystals, the Empire now had 7 entities of that level altogether. From my children, Surzex would be the first to reach the Apocalypse class. After he had undergone law baptism, while his progression slowed down considerably, I could see that he was increasing his comprehension of the law of destruction by 1% per 10 years. This was a swift advancement, truth to be told. Right now, the final preparations for the invasion of the EXE plane are finished, and I have decided to participate myself. EXE, with the current strength of the Empire, is no longer a threat, as the majority of their strongest mighty stage gods were killed, Resetorus is seriously injured, and even someone with the power of Pinnacle Super Devil can kill him, and their factions are weakened. It was time to begin the harvest. The First Fleet to Third Fleet, each consisting of 1,000 Lunar-class cruisers, 500 Avenger-class Grand Cruisers, 100 Destroyer-class battle cruisers, 10 Emperor-class battleships, and 1 Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship would be departing for the EXE plane. Of course, together with Majestic Fleet was carrying 1st Army to 4th Army, altogether 4 million soldiers, together with Cow's Brigade and Sardaukar forces. Additionally, 5 Apocalypse-class beings participated in this invasion, me, my wives Hela, Fia, Vina, and Architect and Crumb Crutch. Lord Admiral Orlok was placed in charge of the 3 fleets. At the same time, Hela would command the 4 armies of the Imperialis Militarum. The ships are ready to enter the dimensional gap. Approximate time of arrival at the EXE plane is estimated to be 17 hours and 45 minutes, Your Imperial Majesty. Lord Admiral Orlok told me while I was sitting on my throne in the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship. Depart. I ordered as Lord Admiral Orlok bowed to me, as he went to carry out my order, as thousands of void ships flew to the enormous portal that opened above the skies of the Baator and entered the dimensional gap. Several hours later, Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship, Command Center. Zeo. I heard someone calling my name in a soft voice as I opened my eyes. I have fallen asleep. I have asked more myself as this was rare for someone like me to fall asleep. NN. Nodded Vina that I had indeed fallen asleep. We would be soon reaching EXE plane, and our sensors have caught defensive network of Eevees. Also, there are some Atolled mixed in. Apparently, after killing most of their powerhouses, these two races started protecting their plane together. I stood up from my throne to inspect the information that our scanners found out, and indeed the EXE plane was very well fortified. It was the same grade as the Draconic Dais, a grade 3 plane, but the living conditions were that of the GNU grade 3 plane. Vina, call Lord Admiral Orlok. I said to Vina as I observed the technological marvel of the Eevee species. Really, the technological level of the civilization created solely from the evolved artificial intelligence has reached really terrifying heights. Their level was really similar to the Solar Federation, though they had far superior technology in terms of offensive and destructive weaponry from what I could see. Fortunately, Thonian Empire had even more superior technology due to centuries of tedious research of countless departments and magisteriums. Your Imperial Majesty. Greeted me Lord Admiral Orlok, as he entered the command center, as I signaled him to come to me, as we have observed hundreds upon hundreds of void ships flying through the dimensional gap. How is the trip? I asked, as the void fleet rarely made such long trips in such high numbers through the dimensional gap, mainly due to the fact that Ophis or Great Red tended to ambush our ships, and we cannot have someone on their level each time as an escort. Good, without those annoying lizards, we can sail without any problems. Stated Lord Admiral Orlok as I nodded. Hearing his words, I knew that he was a man of a few words. It appears that those pests have fortified their plane. I said as I admired my beautiful void fleet. It won't be a problem, Your Imperial Majesty. All of our ships are armed with advanced stealth systems, so we will hide outside the range of their scans and use a Judicator-class Juggernaut capital ship to destroy the pillars of the fortification line. In contrast, battleships and the rest of the fleet would destroy the rest of the fortification line the second after the pillar is down. With this method, we can dispose of their strongest defense before they can even react. Even if they have stationed someone to guard the fortification line, on board, we have 5 Apocalypse-class entities, one could go down and lure them away. Explained Lord Admiral Orlok his plan while I nodded in satisfaction. Very well, carry out. I ordered as Lord Admiral Orlok went to carry out what he said before. Architect, what are your chances of evolution if you absorb every Eevee on the plane? I asked after a while. 97-89%. And there is an additional 37-98% chance of me entering the Supreme Stage Innate God within the next 500 years. Good. Chapter 286, Invasion of EXE, 2. Outside of the EXE plane. On the command center of the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship. Lord Admiral, the enemy didn't station any powerhouses to guard the fortification line of their plane. Reported one of the technicians, who was responsible for scanning the area to the Admiral Orlok, as the old Admiral's lips curled into a smile. Prepare all weapons. Entire Void Fleet shall attack predestined points in the fortification line. Commanded Lord Admiral Orlok as I sat on my throne and observed everything. Hela was already with her soldiers, awaiting deployment, while Vina and FIA departed to some other places, where they would attack when we landed down. After several minutes of coordination and preparation, everything was prepared, as Lord Admiral Orlok gave a final command, and several thousand void ships of various classes fired all at the same time at their already pre-designed targets. From the command center of the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship, which had specially crafted and magically enhanced sky glass windows, I could see enormous explosions happen all around the EXE plane as the fortification line was destroyed in a direct hit. Not only that but also countless space cracks appeared around the EXE plane. While the EXE plane was grade 3 plane, which could hold Apocalypse-class entities and similar, the combined firepower was already on the level of the D-dimensional class, especially just the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship had the firepower of peak Apocalypse-class. It was so powerful that it distorted a space a bit, but such damage wasn't actually that much, as just within several hours, it would be repaired. But, it was enough, as space cracks greatly lessened the effort that was required for us to enter the plane. Usually, getting hands-on with the planar command sequence was nigh impossible, and I was able to do it, by just a fluke, that some gods of the underworld had infused it within their divine sparks. Usually, such a situation was impossible, and I knew that even Warlock Eternal that ruled grade 1 Kangxi plane didn't hold 100% of the planar command sequence. On the contrary, Weissman had it. From what I have observed, Melvazoa, when I killed him, didn't have his part of the command sequence with him, so there were either several possibilities. First was that, like Hades, he never fused with it personally but rather infused it with some kind of divine artifact. The second one, he left it back at the EXE before he departed to ambush me. So, theoretically, there is a high possibility that Resetorus obtained his part of the planar command sequence. He can enforce many things when one has more than 50% of the planar command sequence. For example, typically, entering a plane isn't especially hard, you don't get repelled or anything, just a bit suppressed, but that could be adjusted by spending a long time within the plane, but that only applies to the situation when one is entering plane of higher grade, from plane of lower grade. With enough high planar command sequence, one could enforce the rule to a plane, so people entering it would be repelled, cannot enter if they are not strong enough, and other things. Of course, such things would be useless against us in this situation as EXE plane is just a grade 3 plane and it is not strong enough to repel us, because if I combine my power with my wives and Crumb and Architect, we can use effortless force our way to enter, even if the plane itself is forbidding us to enter. Move forward, said Lord Admiral Orlok, as void fleets moved forward and slowly entered the inner perimeters of the EXE plane, as I left the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship, and Crumb, Architect, Hela, Vanillana, and Graphia appeared in the dimensional gap, and entered the EXE plane to force our way for the void fleet to safely land. We could suffer enormous casualties if we were attacked when entering the EXE plane by someone strong. When we entered the EXE plane, I have felt refreshed, as this was really a strong plane with very high energy density, even compared to other grade 3 planes. After everything is done, the planar core would be used as material to advance Baator. I have thought in my head. Contrary to the general plan, EXE planar core would be better used separately to prevent excessive loss of energy. Hela, you remain here and coordinate the landing. Vina and FIA will go and deal with the incoming powerhouses that are coming our way. Crumb and Architect, you go and deal with Eevees. I will go and kill Resetorus and other remaining atolls that are still alive. I have said, as everyone went to carry out my orders as I departed to the place where I sensed Resetorus. My power was already on the border of the dimensional class, so I could go unhindered across the entire EXE plane, and on top of that, they were already greatly weakened. Chapter 287, Invasion of EXE, 3. Soon enough, I arrived at the capital city of the atolled species. It was enormous, far more extensive than the imperial capital of Aner Londo, filled with churches and temples dedicated to their gods. Interestingly, the majority of the inhabitants were weak and were not even of the atolled species, those were only a few thousand of them. The majority were foreign species that were actually slave worshippers from races and civilizations conquered or destroyed by spirit gods atolled. Altogether, this city has a population of more than 1 billion, generating an enormous amount of faith for the spirit gods of atoll that was worshipped by them. I was currently hidden by several stealth spells, so Resetorus or other mighty stage gods couldn't find me as I observed the capital city of the atolled civilization. Aside from Resetorus, I have sensed other 2 mighty stage gods who were present at the moment. Still, they were several times weaker compared to even injured Resetorus, so they must be some new advanced ones. I started gathering pure energies of Law of Destruction and Law of Slaughter as I condensed them into a single orb. At the same time, I observed the capital city of the atolled species. After the orb was big enough, I threw it onto the city and watched the destruction unleashed. The moment the orb from the condensed energies of Law of Destruction and Law of Slaughter fell down, an enormous explosion took place that devastated everything in its path. Instantly, dozens of greater gods under the leadership of 2 mighty stage gods appeared and tried to stop the explosion wave that was spreading across the entire city with unstoppable speed. As hundreds of millions died with each passing second, they erected a barrier, only for it to be shattered in a first impact, obliterating all greater gods to dust, not even their divine sparks remaining, as they were thoroughly annihilated. Fortunately for 2 mighty stage gods, they realized the situation when the barrier shattered and tried to flee, only for me to strike them down with several dark light weapons created from the Law of Dark Light, imbued with Law of Slaughter for better offensive capabilities. I then swung my scythe, beheading 2 mighty stage gods in one hit, as they were already on the verge of death from being hit by my dark light weapons. I stored 2 corpses in my dimensional storage as I looked at the palace, which belonged to Resetorus, as it was the only building that remained standing. Meanwhile, with Architect and Crumb changed to his enormous dragon form, as in that form his combat prowess was highest, and flew side by side with Architect to the mechanical capital of the Eevee race. Contrary to the atolled species, Eevees were a race of machines that exterminated all life, so they only had one city, and the rest were only some outposts, military bases, and fortresses around their territory. With Melvazoa killed, and their other strongest mighty stage gods being killed as well, they had only 4 mighty stage gods remaining, and they were of the weaker bunch. As they passed through their outposts, Architect absorbed every single Eevee they had found or encountered, further boosting up his own evolution. Eevees were like nutrients for him, as they were all the same type of mechanical life form, though Architect was far more evolved, especially after he absorbed the remains of Melvazoa and his divine spark. Architect, where are strong enemies? Asked Crumb. He watched as Architect absorbed thousands of Eevees into his body while his power increased slightly. Soon, they are in the capital of their race, while one of them is currently in the process of being killed by Lady Vanillana. Answered Architect as he looked at the battle-hungry dragon. After that, they flew to the capital of the Eevee race, where they were stopped by 4 mighty stage gods that flew high in the air, as Crumb grinned at this sight. These 4 are mine to play with. I will save bodies and divine sparks and mechanical cores, though. Said Crumb as Architect merely nodded as he departed to the capital city of the Eevee species. At the same time, Crumb roared was enormous dragon roar, paralyzing those 4 mighty stage gods. He then rushed to the nearest mighty stage god Eevee and swung his tail at him with full force, shooting the mighty stage god down from the sky as a shock wave was created from the impact. After one of the Eevees was shot down from the sky, the other three broke free from the paralysis inflicted upon them by the dragon roar and went to attack Crumb with their strongest attacks. Unfortunately for them, the dragon hide of the elder dragon wasn't something that bunch of newly advanced mighty stage gods without the support of their divine kingdoms could break. Especially elder dragon with a powerful and exceptional bloodline. All of the energy-based attacks of their weapons just shrugged off from his scales, not leaving even traces of some kind of injury. Crumb then opened his enormous mouth and breathed a huge wave of dragon breath. The wave of flame was around several kilometers in height and width, completely enveloping three mighty stage gods completely. The heat was so intense that without the support of an enormous amount of divine power, their body parts started melting slowly, as their bodies were made of metal, but it was not so strong to resist the full might of Elder Dragon's dragon breath. Chapter 288, SEHS Protocol. I was flying high above the now already, the former capital of the Atolled race, as I got a message from Architect that they have arrived at the capital of the Eevee race and engaged their powerhouses, or instead Crumb wanted to went. Similar reports were sent to me from Lord Admiral Orlok that my wives completely obliterated mighty stage gods that attacked them, and now my fleet and armies were landing and awaiting the order for SEHS. SEHS was an abbreviation for Systematic Extermination of Hostile Species. It was standard protocol during the planar conquest, implemented in the military doctrine of military of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. It was usually applied in several cases. The first one was the situation when we encountered a civilization that wouldn't surrender no matter what. The second was the situation when the species was dangerous to be left alive or wasn't valuable to the empire. The third was only theoretical, and that was colonization. Still, that was only theoretical as the empire didn't colonize other planes. Both Atolled and Eevee species were not useful for the empire, so it would be better to exterminate them. Additionally, the annihilation of them would significantly boost the strength of the empire, as we could harvest countless divine sparks and corpses of gods from Atolled, and Architect could assimilate all Eevees to advance to the supreme god stage. After destroying their capital, I have started unleashing law-powered attacks on the barrier surrounding the palace belonging to Resetorus until it couldn't hold anymore and broke into thousands of crystalline shards. I cast another spell, destroying the palace, revealing the underground chamber where Resetorus was recuperating, ironically surrounded by a vast amount of treasures, divine crystals, and countless other precious things. Some of them would be considered ultra-rare even in the astral boundary. You have recovered rather fast, considering the number of treasures and other things you have at your disposal. It is understandable. As I looked around the underground chamber, I stated that I had affirmed to be some kind of treasury or vault. Resetorus started at me with immense hatred in his eyes. Still, he didn't say anything, and even if he attempted, I wouldn't listen to the dying man's words, and I was never a fan of letting my enemies have their last words. I cast a dark light spear boosted by law of destruction as it pierced through his head, killing him on the spot instantly. I then stored his entire corpse and started going through my loot as I inspected the things that Resetorus had collected throughout his long life. There were tons of divine crystals of various grades, even hundreds of monarch-grade divine crystals, entire pond of the immortal spring, which was a peerless treasure across many universes, especially in cultivation ones. Immortal spring was a top-tier resource that was able to heal almost any kind of injury, regardless of one's power. Additionally, for example, warlocks at Warlock Monarch Realm used it to condense their immortal bodies within an extremely short time. Not only that, I have noticed that there were other precious things, like nuclei of apocalypse-class monsters and precious ores like purple-veined immortal crystal which could be found only in areas with a very high concentration of natural energies. There were also several Empyrean-grade ores and even some weapons. He must have found some inheritance site or ancient battlefield. I muttered to myself as I inspected all things that I had gained from this venture. After some time of checking this vault, I stopped in my tracks. But, if only Atolled had an advantage like this, they would have annihilated Eevees long ago, meaning, Eevees should have a similar treasure hoard if not larger than them. I said, as I instantly sent a message to Architect, who was in the process of dealing with Eevees, and indeed after several minutes, Architect informed me that they had found a treasury of the Eevee race, which was under their main HQ, which Architect easily opened, as he had assimilated Malvazoa. As expected, Eevees also had an enormous treasury. And they had something that shocked me to the core. Several law crystals. This was a grand boon for the Empire, as we could create several Apocalypse-class beings with these law crystals, and additionally, I would be soon reaching the dimensional class. As I stored everything inside my dimensional storage and went to check if I didn't forget anything, I saw a flower in a small metal box. Umbara Soul Flower. I froze at the spot when I recognized the plant. How? Umbara Soul Flower was one of the few things documented across all realms of existence that could help an individual to attain level 10 soul aptitude. It was an absolutely priceless treasure of heaven and earth, rarely found even in the astral boundary. Even mighty figures would wage wars for this little thing. I originally wasn't talented. My talent was trash. I increased it through my own effort, through my name Dismason, and by consuming tons of treasures to advance the soul aptitude. With level 9 superior, I could reach XR class, yes, but with many hardships. But if I increased my soul aptitude to level 10, then an entirely new world would be opened, especially when it came to comprehension of laws, which would be speeded up 100-fold. I carefully lifted up the black box with Umbara Soul Flower and stored it inside my storage as I cast the last spell, obliterating the entire place from the face of the earth, and flew away. Chapter 289, Starfall. In the end, the entire invasion of the EXE plane wasn't really without any hindrance, and after killing their top powerhouses, my armies carried out the merciless slaughter of what remained of Eevees, Itold, and other enslaved races that were under their rule. I got a message from Architect that he was done with assimilation of all Eevees, and he would be reaching Mighty Stage God within the next year or so. Additionally, he even managed to evolve to an even higher form of mechanical life form. Meanwhile, Hela was overseeing the ongoing extermination of all life forms and collecting their corpses, as even corpses of weak Itold could be put to good use. Vina was right now in the process of distributing mech to mine resources across the entire EXE plane as I ordered for it to be completely devoid of any resources within 1 year, an almost impossible seeming task, but after millions of worker-type mechs were dispatched from the Empire together with hundreds of thousands of Imperial citizens that would be helping mechs, it could be done. After I had returned to the capital ship, I sat upon my throne and thought about some things. Right now, after comprehending several laws, I could clearly see how our universe worked and that Weissman was right in certain things that he said to me. No wonder he wished to leave for a pure magic-type universe. While Arcanists functioned a bit similar to cultivators, they fundamentally could not advance without sufficient knowledge of their magic. Otherwise, they would suffer injuries if their magic went out of control. I took a look at the Umbara Soul Flower before I ate it and felt a miraculous effect in my soul, as I felt an indescribable feeling when my soul aptitude was increased to level 10, inferior. When I opened my eyes, I felt like a totally new world was open to my eyes, as all laws became more transparent than before. It was a really wonderful feeling. After that, I started comprehending the law of dark light, which had current comprehension of 97-89% and soon was moving up, just several seconds after I started comprehending the law of dark light. 98%. 99%. 99%. And that was where I stopped. I knew that I would automatically reach the dimensional class when the comprehension rate reached 100% because I was already at my limit. Archanists reached Magister rank when they comprehended 3 laws. The fact that I was able to comprehend 4 simultaneously while being Apocalypse class showed that I had broken the limit. Right now, there was nothing for me to do at the EXE plane aside from creating spell formation to refine planar core and transfer all that refined energy to our own planar core of the Baator, but that could be done at a later due, as right now the plane was just conquered. Now excavation and mining works were just started, and it would take a year before I could refine the plane, so I departed back to the Baator. After returning to the Baator, I went to my workshop, as I went to work on something that I had long forgotten, the tier magic system. Initially, after reaching Apocalypse class, I have thought that it was there where the tier magic system would end, in law manipulation, and a new tier was impossible to achieve. And yet, I was wrong. Only after several decades of studying the laws and how they warped reality when used I have finally found a proper path for my tier magic system. My initial thought was that, after reaching Apocalypse class and mastering the tier magic to become Forbidden Magician, one could directly use the laws to power up original tier spells to adjust their destructive prowess. I have simply termed it as the Law Tier Magician, and now I have finally finished final preparations to create a whole new world for the tier magic users after reaching Forbidden rank. The real problem with my previous solution was that, even if someone used their laws, the spell itself would still be, for example, strategic tier if it was original. The root of the spell model wasn't changed, merely enhanced. This, in turn, often caused significant instability, which in turn made the entire process of using law magic extremely dangerous for the caster. Now, I have come to a solution. Spell model, created purely from the elements of the comprehended laws and perfected with an essence of the universe that each being of law can harness to a certain degree. I have immediately activated protective wards that could withstand the destructive power of peak dimensional class. My workshop had the second strongest defense in the entire Imperial Palace, with the first being the vault. And I then started constructing the spell model and creating the magic sequence. At the base, I used my Law of Dark Light and Law of Destruction, as I carved every piece of the runic matrix with exact precision and supplemented with the origin of the Baator and astral boundary universe for greater stability of the spell itself until the runic matrix was finished, and the spell was ready to be cast. I didn't realize it, but it took me more than 10 minutes to create it, which was a very long time. Then I cast the spell, as the environment was brightened, and descending start fell onto the target, as the entire sealed area shook violently, but nothing was damaged outside of the sealed area. On the contrary, the sealed area was turned to rubble, and extreme heat saturated the air. Initial dimensional class. Architect record this spell, termed Starfall. The first spell of the Starlight tier. I said excitedly. Chapter 290, Dimensional Ragnarok, 1. 1 year later. As expected, 1 year later, all resources of the EXE plane were mined, and its planar core was extracted, refined, and all of that energy was transferred back to the Baator to strengthen its planar core. As I predicted, the extraction was successful, but I needed to send even more people to help in the mining and harvesting works. Currently, all forces belonging or affiliated with the Thonian Empire have long ago retreated back to the Baator, as the preparations for the process of tearing down the dimensional gap were done. Soon Okwang would tear down the dimensional gap. I would activate the world engine to move the entire Baator to a different location of the astral boundary to prevent invasion after the dimensional gap is torn down. At the same time, as the dimensional gap is being torn down, I would use that moment to reach dimensional class, as I have already comprehended enough laws, and my control over them reached an adequate level after training. After my soul aptitude reached level 10, control over the laws became much easier. My Emperor, everything is prepared, said Diablo from behind me as I observed Imperial Capital Aner Londo. Sever remaining dimensional pathways, and activate planar refinement formation and prepare to activate the world engine. I ordered as Diablo nodded his head and disappeared. There were only a few dimensional pathways that acted as the only way to go from or out of the Baator, as most of such paths were destroyed by us a long time ago. The reason for destroying the remaining ones was not only for Baator to remain safe during the process but also to prevent attacks from factions of Draconic Deus. There was a high chance that they would try to attack us the moment this entire process started. Still, without dimensional pathway, they cannot enter the Baator. Additionally, with my authority over the command sequence, it was a basically unreachable place for anyone under the dimensional class. At the same time, I opened a portal to the dimensional gap, where several people were already waiting for me. Most notable was, of course, Okwang, together with Crumcrutch and Architect. Has Ophis and Great Red been dealt with? I asked as all of them nodded. As per your order, both Ophis and Great Red have been subjugated and are currently unconscious, safely sleeping in my palace, said Crumcrutch. Excellent, then you can return back to the Baator while I remain here with Architect to control the planar refinement formation. He then just left to join Zekrom and Azrael in overseeing the activation of the world engine that would move Entree Plane. In my predictions, this place would be swarmed with countless entities on the 9th and 10th tier within 1 hour since the dimensional gap's destruction. Okwang took out his sword, the Blade of Tatkatha, and took a battle stance. Can I start? Asked Okwang as I nodded, and he started releasing his power at full, as the space started cracking around him, and the entire dimensional gap started shaking. Suddenly, he slashed through the dimensional gap. As it started cracking, like a broken mirror, millions of space fragments started falling down, as the dimensional gap was half destroyed by one of Okwang's stronger attacks. But he didn't end it here and attacked once again with even bigger force, as the space cracked, and several planes in our immediate surroundings were instantly destroyed by the huge force. Instantly, we were enveloped by blinding light, and everything went silent, and absolute silence enshrouded the area as Architect and I were controlling the planar refinement formation to refine destroyed planes and redirect their energy towards the Baator. In a moment, everything broke down, and countless stars shone brightly in the dark space as I felt heavy laws befall on me like I was undergoing some kind of baptism, and I felt that several things have changed in my entire being as I felt that my entire existence was right now being adjusted to that of the astral boundary universe after the dimensional gap was destroyed. Astral boundary, it is beautiful, I muttered as I observed countless stars in the dark sky, from which each one represented a plane. In a split of a second, a ferocious energy wave was going through the entire area where the dimensional gap existed once, and it invaded every plane, overwhelmed the planar core with enormous energy levels, and caused it to self-destruct. At the same time this process was going on, I, together with Architect, were controlling the planar refinement formation, which was going on at 110%, because tens of planes were being refined at the same time when the energy wave released from the destruction of the dimensional gap hit them. I could feel that this process was really helping, and Baator was getting an overwhelming amount of energy with each passing second, speeding up its natural process of evolution to secondary grade 2 plane, which would be able to hold existences on the level of dimensional class and similar. Chapter 291, Dimensional Ragnarok, 2. Meanwhile, the energy wave was nearing Draconic Deus, which was noticed by factions on it. All of them started panicking like hell. Most of them, if not all, have realized that this was done by the destruction of the dimensional gap through a collusion of the Jade Emperor and Thonian Emperor. When all pantheons woke their slumbering mighty stage gods from their sleep, they consulted about what to do. Some wanted to attack Empire, but that was futile because they soon realized that the dimensional pathways were destroyed. Constructing new ones would take weeks, if not months. An energy wave would hit the Draconic Deus within 1 hour. Shiva and his pantheon have left through a specially constructed dimensional gate to another plane that they have bought from the Empire. Basically, what remained in Draconic Deus were either enemies of the Empire or neutrals. Humans were not included, as they were not important in the greater scheme of things for the Empire. I could see that Odin had woken from his Odin sleep, activated the Yggdrasil's travel function, and teleported the entire 9 realms out of the area before it was hit by the energy wave. Hela specifically asked me not to seal the space around the draconic dais. I knew such an outcome would arise from the situation. Mainly due to her mother Frigga, even though Hela often put on a rough front, I knew that she wanted to visit her, but comprehension of law of darklight has reached 100%. I heard the voice of the architect, or rather his sub-AI consciousness, and I knew that I was reaching the next level. Unlike warlocks, who were basically magical cultivators and didn't require to comprehend laws to advance, devils were required to do so. Comprehension of laws didn't just increase someone's combat prowess and personal power but also reforged your entire being basically, it was like becoming a higher existence. Such was the profoundness of the law comprehension. My entire body was being reforged, as I felt my physical strength being tremendously strengthened, to the point of reaching a standard of the average physical strength of Holy Spirit warlocks. This was another advantage of law comprehension, as people who comprehended laws usually had strong physical bodies. Host has reached dimensional class. Lifeform level has increased. Architect scan. Name, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. True name, Dismason, Devil Talent, Sithis, Mental Protection, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana, Archeron, Full Counter. Race, Trans-Devil Fiend, Pure Blood. Bloodline, Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horned Fiend. Age, 784. Class, Dimensional Class. Lifeform Level, 2, Tier 2. Soul Aptitude, Level 10, Inferior. Laws, Devour, 100%, Darklight, 100%, Slaughter, 100%, Destruction, 100%, Lightning, 21%. Demonic Energy, 3059. Strength, 2545. Agility, 2577. Vitality, 2512. Vader Command Sequence, 100%. Law Control. Devour, Advanced. Slaughter, Advanced. Destruction, Advanced. Darklight, Basic. Clan Trait. Darklight, Law. The Devourer, Law. Holy Flame, Forbidden. Magic Systems. Tier Magic, Starlight. Devil Magic, Forbidden. Norse Runic Magic, Forbidden. Abyssal Runic Magic, Forbidden. Human Magic, Forbidden. Mysticism, Master. Secret Method, Fate Algorithm, April 6th. Masteries. Scythe, Grandmaster. Dagger, Master. Hand-to-hand, Master. Blade Staff, Expert. I observed a numerical increase in my stats, as I felt many times stronger. Only my Law of Lightning was stuck at the 21% of comprehension rate, but fortunately, it didn't hinder my ascension to dimensional class. Still, there was a moment when I realized my upcoming problem. While I have seen glimpses of my path, I have realized that I have comprehended laws would be a nightmare to fuse together. Usually, the most potent laws, or rather when laws were of the higher grade, were harder to fuse. I still hadn't received my true name, as that would be only received when I entered Vader. Now that I have reached dimensional class, my control practically over everything, be it demonic energy or laws, increased tremendously, and pressure on Architect and me, controlling planar refinement formation decreased significantly. Right now, the majority of the planes across an area of the former dimensional gap were already destroyed by an enormous energy wave that was generated through the destruction of the dimensional gap. Soon, Draconic Dais, as it started collapsing down, was utterly destroyed within several minutes. My planar refinement formation refined its energy and sent it towards the Baator, which started evolving into the secondary grade 2 plane. After Draconis Dais collapsed, the energy wave continued forward, greatly weakened as it soon dispersed after traversing some long distance. It is done. I have muttered as Baator has evolved into the secondary grade 2 plane, and I would need to restructuralize it. Are you going to leave? I asked as Okwang nodded and took out a special talisman that was from his home universe. Indeed, I have already sent some Greel Holies and several entities on the same level are heading this way as we speak. Stated Jade Emperor, as I turned serious because I too sensed them coming now that I had achieved dimensional class. Then it would be appropriate to part our ways. I said, as Okwang nodded and his body dispersed into countless particles and vanished from here, while Architect returned to the Baator and instantly activated World Engine, which started activating. A new era is coming. I said as I looked at the astral boundary. After several seconds I entered Baator. Several minutes later, space shook as the entire plane had been torn out, leaving behind only a massive space crack. Chapter 292, Orion Catered. Kangxi Plane. Kangxi Plane was one of the few Grade 1 planes that could hold eternal ranked powerhouses. Thus, warlocks controlled the entire plane as one of the strongest occupations across the whole astral boundary. If the Grade 9 plane was as big as the average planet, then Grade 8 plane was x10 that of the Grade 9. Grade 7 plane was x10 that of the Grade 8. Grade 6 was x10 that of grade 7. Grade 5 plane was x10 that of the grade 6. Grade 4 plane was x10 that of the grade 5 plane. Grade 3 plane was x50 that of the grade 4. Secondary grade 2 plane was x100 that of the grade 3. Primary grade 2 plane was x150 that of the secondary grade 2 plane. And finally, grade 1 plane was x250 that of the grade of the primary grade 2 plane. The entire Kangxi plane had only 2 continents, but they were even bigger than the primary grade 2 plane, several times at that. These 2 continents, called the Eastern Continent and Western Continent, often termed Eastern World and Western World, ruled entire collections of subcontinents, island, archipelagos, and other minor landmasses in their sphere of influence. These 2 different worlds had a different cultures, traditions, and even great disparity in strength, as 7 out of the 8 warlock emperors originated from the Eastern warlock world, while only 1, Da Emperor, originated from the Western warlock world. Smaller landmasses, like subcontinents, island, and so on, always followed the culture of their main continent. So for example, subcontinents attached to the Eastern world would follow their culture and everything. Same about those attached to the Western world. Right now, the entire Eastern world was ruled by the Great Cloud Dynasty, and Western world was divided between 3 dynasties, namely Brest Dynasty, Baator Dynasty, and Kader Dynasty. These dynasties often changed one from another every few thousand years, and if someone was unlucky, then even a few centuries. Like now, when previous rulers of the Great Cloud Dynasty were overthrown by the Bai family around 500 years ago. Kader Dynasty. Orion Kader was one of the many children of the emperor of the Kader Dynasty that ruled over the third of the Western warlock world. Emperors of each dynasties have tens if not hundreds of children, with countless women. Though Orion Kader was only a starry sky warlock, despite his age, he showed that his talent was low. Currently, he was lurking through his manor in the capital of the Kader Dynasty before entering a small room and activating a protective formation that separated this room from the rest of the world. After that, he took out a small device, which activated the moment he took it out. So? Asked an ominous voice from the device as Orion Kader shuddered in fear. All materials are prepared to build a small gate in that place called Thurandot subcontinent. I have verified that there is the really extensive underground world, which would be appropriate for a base, and the level of native warlocks is low, the strongest is only Great Warlock Realm. Reported Orion hurriedly, not wanting to displease the entity he was talking with. Very well. After the first ones come to the Kangxi plane, you will receive your payment. Immediately depart for the Tsangji plane and construct the gate. Ordered the voice after the device turned off automatically, and Orion Kader sighed in relief. He was not talented, and his strength was pitiful for someone of his age. So, in his endless pursuit of power, he did one of the things that were considered the greatest taboo on the Kangxi plane. Deal with outsiders for power. Even though it was taboo, countless warlocks signed contracts with demons of the infinite abyss blood races of the divine blood plane for power and let them rampage across the Kangxi plane to plunder its resources. He made a deal with devils from the plane called Baator. It was a new plane discovered around 1,000 years ago by previous rulers of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Initially, it seemed like a very weak secondary grade 2 plane after some explorers entered the Baator. In their greed, the Great Cloud Dynasty ruling family, Yen clan, decided to conquer the plane as fast as possible to prevent any other competitor from obtaining its resources, and assembled the majority of their army, numbering almost 7 million warlocks, all of the great warlock standards, coupled with countless starry sky warlocks, moonlight warlocks, glorious sun warlocks under the leadership of more than 200 bright world warlocks, and 20 infinity warlocks, entered the plane known as Baator. Leading them was the emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Yen Hai. After they entered the Baator, while it was suspicious for them that they didn't encounter any natives, and only after traversing several hundreds of kilometers did it happen. Suddenly, in a split of a second, the entire space was sealed, and all forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty were attacked by countless devils of various classes, far outclassing those of the same rank, even if not counting superior runic battle armors and weapons of denizens of the Baator. Commanding this army were 5 people on the level of Supreme Infinity Warlock with more than 50 devils and other beings on the level of Infinity Warlock. On top of that, all under the watchful eye of several beings on the level of Warlock Monarch. One could deduce it was an absolute slaughter that none survived. After this, the Great Cloud Dynasty's power was weakened severely, and after several centuries, the power of the Yen family was so weak that their subordinates betrayed them, and by family became a new ruler of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Only some recording artifacts were purposely left intact, so they could be used and found as evidence. So, slowly but steadily, Baator became one of the most dangerous planes in the current astral boundary. There were even rumors that it was guarded by powerful beings not inferior to the legendary Great Holies of the Warlocks. Chapter 293, Betrayal of the Species. Even despite that, no devil of Baator has ever set foot on the lands of the Kangxi Plain. While the common warlock populace was highly ignorant of the true reason, deep-rooted factions with thousands of years of history were aware that it was due to the existence of the so-called core world, which housed warlock monarchs, holy spirit warlocks, and slumbering great holies and warlock emperors. But that didn't mean that the Thonian Empire that ruled the entirety of the Baator didn't have an influence over the Kangxi's plain surface world. Countless warlocks every day used various obscure rituals to make a deal with them, as Kangxi Plain was a very lucrative place for denizens of the Baator. Chaos times were coming, strife in the universe was becoming more intense than ever, and there were rumors of the warlock dynasty's awakening in upcoming centuries, so everyone was even more agitated. And right now, Orion Catered was given a task by his master to open a portal for them to enter the Kangxi Plain. What Baatorians were mainly interested in were magic stones, various treasures, and knowledge of the warlock civilization. Right now, he took 2 of his loyal guard, who was Glorious Sun Warlock, and departed for the Tyrannid subcontinent. Tyrannid subcontinent was weak even by comparison with other subcontinents, as the strongest powerhouse was only that of the Great Warlock realm, which was pitifully weak. But it had a very extensive underground world, which was inhabited by Hellions, and that was his target, where he would construct the astral gate to Baator. Then his job would be done, and he would get soul baptism pill. Tyrannid subcontinent. After several days, Orion Catered arrived at the outskirts of the Tyrannid subcontinent together with his Glorious Sun Warlock. After they arrived, Orion ordered his guard to gather information about the current state of the Tyrannid subcontinent. The entire Tyrannid subcontinent was controlled by 6 warlock groups, namely, Warlock College Antalya, White Elephant Ivory, Eyes of Justice, Rose Garden, Savage Claws, and Black Dragon Tower. Under each of these factions were multiple nations and smaller attached warlock organizations. All of them had several great warlocks, so they were weak and were of no threat. The only problem was that each of them was backed by force in the main continent, but judging by the strength of these organizations and the subcontinent as a whole, it was apparent that the power of their backers was low, and they were just some third-tier factions, with strongest probably being Glorious Sun or possible Bright World. My prince, the closest entrance to the underground world, is nearby, in a place called Western Thundercloud Mountains. Reported Orion Catered's guard, who returned from gathering information, as both of them flew to the place, the guard mentioned. Western Thundercloud Mountains were located in the Satsuma Marquisdom in the Black Dragon Empire, which was backed by the Black Dragon Tower. According to legend, during the period of the Third Warlock Dynasty, the Transcendent Dynasty, some fiend gods escaped from the human warlocks and established the rebel headquarters known as the Underworld with the help of a peerless secret treasure. Throughout the entire main world, many places with insufficient stability were affected by the fights of the countless experts and were broken off, forming subcontinents. Tyrannid subcontinent was one of them. There was also an underworld in Tyrannid subcontinent. Soon enough, Orion Catered and his guard Alan arrived at the Western Thundercloud Mountains. There was an entrance to the underground world in a small remote valley. The first layer of the underworld is more than a dozen kilometers away from the edge of the enormous crevice that leads toward the surface world. The majestic fortress Demonic Snake Fortress was built there. If compared to fortresses in the underground world of the main continent, it was trash, but by standards of this precise subcontinent, it was really something. This place was operated directly by the Black Dragon Empire's military and held the so-called dark races at the standby. This entire demonic snake fortress was inhabited by tens of thousands of soldiers of the Black Dragon Empire and countless warlocks of the Black Dragon Tower. Lay the formation, lock the entrance. Ordered Orion Catered. While Orion was weak in terms of cultivation and his talent was low, he had wits and knowledge, and he knew why he chose the Tyrannid subcontinent. Not only this subcontinent was weak, but its underground world was too weak compared to other subcontinents, not to mention the main continents. In his extensive study and coupled with the information he got from the Baator, he was able to deduct that the underground world of the Tyrannid subcontinent had only 5 layers and on the 5th were sealed 3 or 4 Holy Spirit Warlock-ranked Hellions according to legends, which made this underground world prime target for Baator to make their headquarters. Right now, the core world of the Kangxi Plain is still separated from the surface world, and it will be several centuries so. This meant that the strong powerhouses of the human warlocks were the Infinity Warlocks. But there were some sleeping warlock monarchs and Holy Spirit warlocks that chose to slumber in the surface world in case an invasion occurred, so they could swiftly defend and notify the core world, which would then send their powerhouses to intercept it. After the entrance to the underground world was sealed, Orion Catered and his guard Alan attacked the demonic snake fortress and put everyone in deep magical slumber. After that, they started constructing the astral gate as per the order of the person of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Constructing such a small astral gate took several hours, and after it was finished, Orion took out several magic stones, and the astral gate activated and connected to the plane of Baator. Outside it, a man with long crimson hair with black streaks clad in runic battle armor exited as he radiated power far eclipsing out even the strongest infinity warlocks he came into contact with. Chapter 294, On the Kangxi. Abrasax Leviathan Lucifer, son of the Emperor of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, current Crown Prince, and also someone who inherited 4 clan traits. Descendant of the Imperial House Lucifer and Thonian High Lord House Leviathan. While he was already 2,500 years, he was still stuck at the Super Devil Law baptism, but his combat prowess was far outclassing many warlock monarchs of the warlock world due to his terrifying high combat prowess. This is the second time that I have entered Grade 1 plane, though this subcontinent's magicule density is too poor. Complained Abrasax as several custodians emerged from the astral gate, all on the Super Devil level. All of them were on either Satan class or Super Devil class, and several of them were already on the Apocalypse class. During 2,500 years, custodians underwent the most tremendous change among all military forces of the Thonian Empire. From the Baator, Abrasax brought him 10 custodians on Super Devil level and 50 on the Satan class. This power was enough to conquer half of the surface world of the Tsangji plane, but that would be a foolish thing to do. As a direct descendant of the imperial house and line of the ancestor Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer, he had access to very sensitive information. He knew that Kangxi plane was dangerous as fuck. The core world of the Kangxi plane was extremely dangerous for the current strength of the Thonian Empire. So, basically, without at least one Tier 11 powerhouse, it was too dangerous to make big moves in the Kangxi plane, which had currently 6 warlock emperors in it, as Golem Emperor was deceased. Dawn Lord, who was emperor of the Dawn dynasty, was also killed, but he had God avatar. Hence, he basically switched to God path, which caused the remaining warlock imperial courts to have a great deal of hatred for anyone associated with the Dawn dynasty. Soon more people emerged from the astral gate. Many were members of the Execution Temple and Mechanicum, while some were members of the Magisteriums. Their task was to create a permanent foothold in the Kangxi plane. Even though it was dangerous, Abrasax was aware that many of the higher-ups of the Empire were convinced that since the core world is still sealed, and unless they made something stupid and didn't alert those strong Great Holies, their presence would be overlooked, and they could siphon resources from the Kangxi plane to the Baator. Why Baator's foundation couldn't be compared to that of warlock imperial courts, but it had grown too fast within just 2,500 years, mainly due to them siphoning resources from various planes, especially those lower-ranked and other universes. Devils of Baator were extremely cunning. They purposely avoided all primary Grade 2 planes and specifically target weaker planes, maximally those where there were only strongest beings comparable to mighty stage god or warlock monarchs. Planes like Fesua Plane, even though they had only a few mighty stage gods, were left out because there should be many of such gods sleeping. If not, they would have been conquered by arcanists or warlock long ago for resources. But thanks to that, the power of Baator slowly grew, as compared to warlocks, arcanists, and devils didn't require such a high amount of cultivation resources, which made their needs much smaller. For example, suppose you calculate the number of resources to reach Infinity Warlock Realm. In that case, 5 to 7 devils could reach Super Devil class with the same amount. They cultivated countless powerhouses on the level of Super Devil, many on the level of Apocalypse class, and several dimensional class powerhouses. And now, it was time to target the First League. Primary Grade 2 planes and Kangxi plane as it was single not unified Grade 1 plane among discovered Grade 1 planes. Abrasax took out a small red pill from his spatial storage and threw it to Orion Catered. Here is your payment. The soul baptism pill allowed one to increase soul aptitude to a higher level without any kind of side effects. It was very effective and appropriate as payment for allowing Baator to the Kangxi plane. While to warlocks, it seemed like a peerless treasure, to Thonian Empire, it wasn't, mainly due to their trade with the celestial court of the ancient Tao universe. Immediately seal all entrances to the underground world with our most powerful sealing wards and add protective arcano tech. Abrasax ordered for the magicians of the group and some members of the Mechanicum. Custodians will go and subjugate all native races. Those who will join give them blood and soul void geas. Those who do not exterminate to the last one. Hellions are to be put down at sight. Ordered Abrasax as everyone went to carry out their orders. Hellions were experiments that were created during the time of the Taboo dynasty by the research of the Taboo Emperor in collaboration with several arcanists that studied this topic. They were creatures created for a single purpose, and that was destruction. After some time, they created even Holy Spirit Warlock ranked Hellions and even 3 Hellions on the level of Great Holy. Secure the entire layer, and continue until the 3rd layer. The 4th one, leave it be for now. Chapter 295, 9 Layers of Baator. Baator, 9th layer of Nessus, Holy Imperial Capital of Aenir Londo, Imperial Palace, Sanctus Imperialis. Time flew really fast. I still remember times from several thousand years ago when Baator was still a fledgling faction located in the dimensional gap. Now it has grown into a powerful faction that lurked in the shadows and preyed on countless planes as its armies plundered its resources and foundation to strengthen ourselves, and lately, it was strong enough that we have started infiltrating primary Grade 2 planes and even had constructed small foothold on the Kangxi plane. After moving Baator to another location, I used my authority over the plane to divide it into layers in a similar style as Infinite Abyss Universe was stylized. Basically, Baator had 9 layers that were each interconnected to each other, and by my usage of my command sequence, I have made it that way. It was impossible to enter the Baator. There existed only one entrance to the plane, which was located on the 1st layer of Urnus. This rule cannot be broken even by Tier 12 powerhouses, and only Tier 13 entities, as they were called, could force their way into the Vader. Still, as long Vader got stronger, even they would need to slaughter their way through 9 layers to reach the final bastion. Additionally, each layer had its own ruler that I appointed through a primordial contract. These rulers could even use the power of the entire layer to help them fight and boost their combat prowess, and while the boost wasn't exactly significant right now, as all layers were rather weak, aside from the last one, in the future, even Dimensional Class Devil would have the power to fight equally Warlock Emperor with a boost from the layer. First layer Avernus, ruled by joint control of the military forces. This layer had the size of an average grade 9 plane and was just one huge military fortress, with countless defensive wards, spell formation, Archnoatech tower, fortresses, and other things to make it absolutely impenetrable. With my genius, it would require minimally pinnacle tier 11, meaning Warlock Emperor or someone similar with overwhelming strength to force their way, due to all things that I have put there. Its defenses were also improved and created in collaboration with Dresden Arcanum Empire, which was officially an ally to the Thonian Empire. Second layer Dis, ruled by Thonian High Lord House of Noir with its current Lord Diablo Noir, former Captain General of Custodians, after he retired and appointed Serord Bale as his successor. The main capital of Dis was Tempest, and it had the size of a grade 8 plane. Third layer Mina Uros, ruled by Thonian High Lord House of Beelzebub with its current ruler Magister Ajuka Beelzebub. Mina Uros was also the place where most breakthroughs in the research of Arcanotech were made, and it had countless Arcanotech facilities and factories. And it had the size of a grade 8 plane. Fourth layer Phlegethos, ruled by Thonian Elector Lord House Crutch with capital Dracane. It was a place mainly inhabited by dragons, as many dragons lived in the Phlegethos due to it being the layer under the rule of Elder Crumb Crutch. Also had the size of a grade 8 plane. Fifth layer Stygia, ruled by Thonian Elector Lord House Gregory, which was the surname of Elder Azrael. Its capital was the city of Arthea and had the size of a grade 8 plane. Fifth layer of the Baator had the largest number of the fallen angels across all layers as it was created by the newly founded House Gregory. Sixth layer Malbolge, ruled by Thonian Elector Lord House Bale with its ruler being Elder Zekrom Bale. Its capital was called Kaladin, and contrary to the power of destruction of the Bale clan, this city was a beautiful place, probably the most beautiful city in the entire empire, as it combined humble architecture with beautiful nature. Seventh layer Maldamini, ruled by Thonian Elector Lord Houses of Brunstad and Teeps, home to the all-vampires, kindreds, and pale blood of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Its capital was, of course, Yharnam. Eighth layer Cania, ruled by Thonian Elector Lord Azura, but due to the fact that Azura still officially didn't join the Thonian Empire as one of the elders, the place was temporarily managed by the Imperial House from the capital of Cania, Insomnia. And finally, the ninth layer Nessus, which was ruled by the Imperial House of Lucifer and by me directly, with its capital of the holy city of Aenir Londo. Nessus had the size of a proper secondary grade 2 plane, so it was the biggest layer of them all. Among all layer rulers, only Ajuka wasn't someone of tier 10, as all of the others reached that level of power in their respective power systems. But Ajuka was very close to that level, and his power and techniques were enough to deal with many Holy Spirit warlocks effortlessly. After 2,000 years of ruling, I have passed the crown of the Emperor to Surzex. As expected, Valley refused outright as the only other person who could become an emperor. Thus Surzex became an emperor of the Thonian Empire. I retreated to the depths of the Sanctus Imperialis to quietly train, comprehend laws or study magic rules. Chapter 296, Invasion Soon to Be. I observed the holy imperial capital of Aenir Londo from the balcony of the Imperial Palace. The city didn't really change from the time when it was founded, as it still had its nice Gothic feel even with all of the Arcanotech devices and buildings. Has it succeeded? I asked as I sensed Surzex enter the balcony. He was already a mighty Apocalypse-class powerhouse that was able to contend against ordinary Holy Spirit warlocks. Apocalypse-class devil that has comprehended one law could easily match even Pinnacle Warlock Monarch if they have high control over their law. If Apocalypse-class had comprehended several laws, they could contest against Holy Spirit warlocks. Meanwhile, Dimensional-class could match Great Step Holy Spirit warlocks due to multiple laws they have comprehended. Of course, there were other factors, such as control and mastery over the comprehended laws, and laws itself that were comprehended because some of them were more powerful than others. Surzex was still an Apocalypse class, due to his relatively slow progress, as he had multiple clan traits, meaning he had a predisposition for several laws that hindered his progress. Still, on the other side, his combat prowess was terrifying. For example, Vina has reached Dimensional class some time ago, but in terms of pure combat prowess and efficiency, she could suppress Surzex only because she could tire him out. Yes, they have successfully entered Kangxi Plain, evaded all detection treasures, and established a foothold in one desolate subcontinent in their underground world. Abrasax told me that he would soon reach Apocalypse class, and then he would advance further in the underground world and control it entirely. Currently, he has detected there several Warlock Monarch Hellions that would be dealt with instantly after he reached Apocalypse class, and the only thing that would be remaining then would be several Holy Spirit Warlock ranked Hellions that are sealed on the 5th underground layer of the Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world. Fortunately, they show no signs of awakening. Still, even if they awakened, their power would be greatly weakened. After some time, Abrasax would deal with them after Valle and his brigade arrive there. Reported Surzex as I nodded at the progress of my grandson. Good, for now, the most important is to establish a safe foothold in the Kangxi Plain. We have enough time. For now, we will turn our main focus on the secondary grade 2 planes, so we can plunder them. Kangxi Plain is well guarded, but as long as we establish there a foothold and steady network, we can slowly spread our influence among human warlocks and get a countless stream of resources. I stated, as for now, our focus was shifting on the secondary grade 2 planes that were ruled by gods, who were tricky enemies to deal with. Gods could easily suppress those of the same realm or even higher with the support of their divine kingdom. Before Thonian Empire could deal with powerful gods, we purposely avoided all of these planes where were strong gods. All secondary grade 2 planes had several supreme stage gods slumbering in them, based on information that I have obtained from Khazikla Bay. Now, Empire has grown in terms of strength, be it a number of powerhouses and or arcanotech level, our army got stronger, and our mechanical legions were unparalleled across the wide universe. Will you take care of this personally, father? Asked Surzex, as he stood beside me, and I felt something rubbing on my leg, and when I looked, it was my familiar Isla, who had already long ago reached Apocalypse class. Yes, I have reached a limit and haven't fought a serious fight for centuries. I want to see how my decomposition magic rule would fare against the divine kingdoms of the supreme gods. Fesua Plain is one of the weaker of all hundreds or so grade 2 planes, and among primary ones, it is at the bottom of the ladder, as it has only several mighty stage gods, and neither of them is very strong. On top of that, current in the entire plane, we have confirmed that only several mighty stage gods are awake currently. Hence, it means we will have an easier time making moves. I stated as Surzex nodded at my statement. The first target in the great game was carefully chosen to be a Fesua Plain. Even though Fesua Plain was a primary grade 2 plane, it was weak. Even though not many primary grade 2 planes had existences on the level of Warlock Emperor, there existed a few, and those planes which lacked one had at least one or two great step Holy Spirit Warlock ranked powerhouse. Though they were in a deep slumber, several of the primary grade 2 planes that gods ruled even had myriad god emperors in them. I have personally planned to make a move and conquer the entire Fesua Plain. Even though it was weak, it should have enough underlying power to deter forces like Warlock Imperial Courts, which, even though it had declined, had tens of Holy Spirit Warlocks each. So, even though Fesua Plain was weak compared to other primary grade 2 planes, its hidden power should not be underestimated. That was why I decided to head there and control the situation personally. In regard to gods, Baator only had a few of them because I significantly restricted the number of people who would be assigned god slots here. The reason for that? I obtained a method that allowed me to use and refine faith to create a godhood, but not as gods of the astral boundary. Still, this method was obtained from a different universe. I brought it from Rotspin, who, on the other hand, got it who knows where. Chapter 297, Father of All Devils. The reasons why I have decided on this step were numerous, and one of the main ones was to obtain even greater strength than before. For thousands of years, citizens who worshipped me as God were more and more, especially among the commoners, creating an enormous amount of the faith power that went towards me every passing second. I had also reached the limit of what I could do with the faith power with my own methods, and I couldn't suppress the rising religion of my persona, and soon, after several centuries had passed, I had to invest a lot to suppress me forcefully becoming God in the Baator. In the end, I asked members of the Longinus Drazian Orden for help, and Rotspin presented me with a method to create a godhood from another universe. This type of godhood was far superior to the gods of the astral boundary. Gods of that universe were divided into demigod, lesser god, common god, and paramount god. Demigods were equivalent to pinnacle super devils, lesser gods to apocalypse class, common god to dimensional class, and paramount god to lord class. Gods that practiced this kind of godhood path would be considered as equals to the beings of law. Their division was based on the strength of their godhood, which was rated through the godhood index. The advantage of this method was that people didn't need to depend on their worshippers to advance and supply the power of faith and could advance by themselves. Secondly, using the power of faith to refine godhood in this method didn't have any side effects. Even if one's worshippers were killed to the last one, it wouldn't affect God in any way, contrary to gods of the astral boundary, who will slowly wither. While through the usage of these methods, gods lacked the divine kingdom, they made it up with their terrifyingly strong bodies and energy resistances to any kind of energy. Additionally, the Godhead condensed acted as some kind of energy factory that was able to create an almost endless stream of energy. After I have created a Godhead through this method, I have instantly ascended as lesser god with godhood of Father of all Devils. After additional 1,000 years and some centuries, I have increased my godhood index to almost the limit of common god. Right now, my physical strength was comparable to the pinnacle of Great Step Holy Spirit Warlock and soon would reach Quasi-Empyrean, meaning my body strength would be comparable to almost Empyrean treasure. Additionally, I have obtained a ton of abilities, like I can create blessings and become entirely immune to holy and light elements. Also, my energy regeneration capability shot to the limit, and even if I constantly used magic rules to fight, I would hardly find any difference, as my god had supplemented me with an enormous amount of demonic energy every second. Coupled with my previous abilities, I was walking an energy generation factory. On top of my terrifying physical body, there were only a few tier 10 existences that could compete with me aside from those at the half step to the next realm. In the entire Baator, people who had condensed godhood and were worshipped as gods in the Baator could be counted on the one hand. I have also inspired myself by Time Emperor, who forged peerless Empyrean grade treasure, God-slaying spear, who killed anyone who tried to become god in the Kangxi Plain and crafted one too, though its grade was only holy grade, but it was enough to kill anyone who will try to ascend without my permission. Currently, the only widely worshipped gods, aside from me there, were only Hela and Sigmar, who practiced this method and transformed their divinities into this type of godhood, and after that, their strength grew exponentially. Of course, a few people were allowed to become gods, but they were few, and each of them reached at least lesser god. And there was another reason why I forbade anyone to ascend as god in Baator through the method of the astral boundary. As I held command sequence of the Baator, I was an ultimate ruler of the plane, but it didn't mean I could be everywhere and forbid anyone ascending as god through an occupy god slot, which would require permanent attention from me, and that was not realistic. What I aimed for was to fuse all god slots, present and future, into me, becoming the sole god of Baator. This, coupled with an entire control over the command sequence, would make me almost unkillable because as long as Baator existed, I would exist. Even if I am killed, I would be reborn without losing my strength and progress, and due to my true name Isaiah, I would be reborn instantly, as this would greatly boost my rebirth abilities. If this succeeded, only tier 13 beings and higher would have the ability to kill me, or rather for the better word, erase me from existence, as in a certain sense, I would be unkillable. Not only this, but if I ascend as god of Baator, I could name apostles that would share this ability of mine, meaning my closest family would enjoy this form of immortality. Of course, this wasn't finite, I could still be sealed somewhere or killed through special methods. The biggest downside of this method was if Baator was ever destroyed, while I wouldn't die from it, I would be injured so severely that recuperation would be nigh impossible. Still, the probability of the secondary grade 2 plane being destroyed is very, very low, so I opted for this method. For centuries, I have been slowly adjusting Baator and refining the plane's will. Even at the 100%, command sequence didn't mean absolute control, as strong or unique planes still had consciousness of their own and could resist the control to a certain degree. This plan could be executed when Baator became grade 1 plane, only then I would be able to infuse all god slots into my body and evolve to an even higher form of being. Chapter 298, After the Millennias. After Surzex left the place, I was left alone on the balcony as I observed the Imperial City. I could feel people praying to me all the time, and not only in the Baator but also in the other planes, which were either conquered by Baator and the local population or in Kangxi Plain or other places. I felt an endless stream of the power of faith flowing to me. Architect, do a deep scan. I stated in my mind. Name, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. True name, Dismason, Devil Talent, Sithis, Mental Protection, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana, Archeron, Full Counter, Xerius, Prime Evil. Race, God Devil, Transdevil Fiend / God. Bloodline, Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horned Fiend. Age, 2, 800+ years. Class, Dimensional Class / Common God. Life Form Level, 2, Tier 2. Soul Aptitude, Level 10, Inferior. Laws, Devour, 100%, Dark Light, 100%, Slaughter, 100%, Destruction, 100%, Lightning, 100%, Space, 41%. Magic Rules, Starfall, Decomposition. Godhood, Father of all devils. Concept, Void, 3%. Demonic God Force, 7,451. Godhood Index, 92 million. Body, Peak Great Step Holy Spirit Warlock. Baator Command Sequence, 100%. Law Control. Devour, Advanced. Slaughter, Perfect. Destruction, Perfect. Dark Light, Advanced. Lightning, Advanced. Clan Trait. Dark Light, Law. The Devourer, Law. Holy Flame, Law. Magic Systems. Tier Magic, Starlight. Devil Magic, Forbidden. Norse Runic Magic, Forbidden. Abyssal Runic Magic, Forbidden. Human Magic, Forbidden. Mysticism, Grandmaster. Secret Method, Fate Algorithm, June 6th. Masteries. Scythe, Grandmaster. Dagger, Master. Hand to Hand, Master. Blade Staff, Grandmaster. I have progressed tremendously during these 2,500 years. Not only have I reached the dimensional class limits, but my body strength was also even higher. I have completely comprehended the law of lightning and increased my control over it to advanced. Most importantly, I have created 2 magic rules, Starfall and Decomposition. Magic rule was something that only the most skilled and knowledgeable practitioner of magic could use and handle. Construction of just one required a profound understanding of not only magic but also laws that were used in the creation of the magic rule. Starfall magic rule evolved and perfected the form of the first Starlight tier spell I have made. It had extreme destructive capabilities. With my current strength, if I use Starfall magic rule, I could easily obliterate anyone under Quasi-Empyrean. Meanwhile, Decomposition magic rule was even something more special and terrifying. Usage of the Decomposition made one the best anti-mage, as Decomposition allowed one to disrupt any kind of magic, spell, and even the majority of the energy-based techniques and attacks. It took me more than 900 years of study to construct the Decomposition magic rule and additional 300 years to master its usage in combat and perfect it to a usable state. The essential progress I have made was not the creation of these 2 magic rules but rather a grasp of the concept of void. Void was what houses all universes, realms, worlds, and other spaces. The majority of people who chose to roam the void for opportunities were on the level of the Great Old One and Divine Thrones. Even eternal ranked power hopuses were only at the bottom of the ladder in the void. To clarify something, Great Old One wasn't any kind of power level of cultivation realm, but rather a collective term for people who achieved a certain level of strength, some of them maybe even stronger than the average Divine Throne. Of course, those were very rare. To be considered a powerhouse even in the void, one needed to be a paragon. And to become paragon, one must grasp a concept, truly become a conceptual entity, and absorb the essence of a void. Each paragon was a unique conceptual entity that anyone else could not replicate. For example, suppose someone has the concept of fire. In that case, no other person can have that concept because the conceptual entity of fire was already born. I obtained 2% of the concept of void from devouring Ophis thousands of years ago. After 2,500 years, I have increased it only by 1%. The difficulty was on a totally different level. The reason for that was simple. Usually, people who could grasp concepts are either at the Great Old One or Divine Throne. But, just these 3% increased my combat prowess tremendously, even more than my comprehension of several laws. Through ascending as God, I have also evolved as God Devil. One of the gains of the evolution was that my demonic energy has mutated and evolved into a higher form of energy, which I termed as demonic God force, as a commemoration of my demonic godhood. As a higher form of energy, it was superior to old demonic energy, as 1 unit of demonic God force was equivalent to tens of that of demonic energy. It essentially caused me to fuse 2 paths, creating an absolute unique path for myself. With the number of worshippers, I would have reached Myriad God Emperor stage long ago if I had followed God's path of the astral boundary. My actual method required a tremendous amount of the power of faith to increase the godhood index rating. By my calculations, the amount of power of faith I was receiving far eclipsed several Myriad God Emperors together. On the other hand, the power I obtained from the increasement of my godhood index rating far eclipsed any progress gods of the astral boundary could make. And finally, my newest part of the true name Xerius came with an ability called Primeval. It allowed me to store negative energy created from sinning. Basically, everyone who did anything related to 7 deadly sins would have created something I called energy of sin. I automatically absorbed that, and I could burn this energy reserved in exchange to obtain an explosive increase in power. Suppose I went all out, including usage of Primeval. In that case, I could theoretically newly advanced Warlock Emperor or some trash arcane lords with unstable and weak paths. However, I have never tested it, as I had never encountered such an entity, as I was careful to lay low for now. Cunningness was in the nature of devils, so before I reached half-step I, not Lord class, I planned to avoid attacking or fighting entities on tier 11, especially warlocks. They had great problems containing their arrogance, something that probably came with every cultivator. Chapter 299, Life of Emperor Xerxes. 3rd POV. Xerxes was emperor of the Thonian Empire of the Baator for several centuries after his father passed him the crown. There were only 2 candidates for the position of the emperor, the second one aside from Valley, who was too much of a battle maniac to hold any kind of administrative post. Sigmar was never even considered for the position, and he was even vocal about that he didn't want to be an emperor. Sigmar was a typical warmonger who would unleash countless wars and create an immeasurable number of conflicts for the empire, something that the empire didn't really need. It always chooses its foes carefully. Today, as always, Xerxes has been dealing with foreign relationships for many decades. Today he was meeting with the ambassador of the Dresden Arcanum Empire. Dresden Arcanum Empire was currently one of the strongest factions in the astral boundary. There were very few factions that could match them in terms of power. Dresden Arcanum Empire was under the protection of Exarch and had 4 arcane lords and tens of magister arcanists. While in terms of numbers, they were inferior, but individual combat prowess, they were superior, as the path of the Arcanists was very similar to that of devils, as they focused on comprehension of laws, and many of them even had their own magic rules. Surzex was stuck at the Apocalypse class for a long time due to numerous clan traits and numerous laws he was comprehending. Still, his combat prowess was comparable to an even weaker dimensional class powerhouse if he went all out. Today he was meeting with the representative of the Dresden Arcanum Empire, who was from the Yatagami clan, one of the most prestigious clans, due to the fact that the clan founder was the closest confidant of the ancestor of the Dresden Arcanum Empire. Thonian Empire had very few allies in the astral boundary. Of course, they could be counted on one hand, and the closest ally was Dresden Arcanum Empire mainly because they were similar in power system and mindset. Of course, the close relationship between the two ancestors of both empire was one of the deciding factors. Your Imperial Majesty, bowed the ambassador of the Dresden Arcanum Empire to the current emperor of the Thonian Empire. Even though Thonian Empire was a young faction compared to truly ancient behemoths, like Warlock's Imperial Courts, Dresden Arcanum Empire, or other even older factions, their progress was absolutely terrifying. Just within 3,000 years or so of their existence, they have managed to produce several powerhouses on the level of pinnacle Great Holy Steppe Warlocks. Several of them were so troublesome to fight that even their strongest Magister Arcanists would reconsider their chances thrice, especially against the elders of the Baator and Layer rulers. Surzex nodded in acknowledgement as he wore his regal outfit and had the imperial crown crafted from the Longinus Alpheka tyrant upon his head, consisting of a circlet of gold and jewels fitted around a central silver band. "Ambassador Yatagami, what brings you here?" asked Surzex with a slight smile over his face. "Your Imperial Majesty, I bring a message from our emperor that Dresden Arcanum Empire is interested in making a move against Dawn Imperial Court, or at least at what has remained from it. The enmity between Warlocks and Arcanists was an irreconcilable one, and if Arcanists were enemies of Warlocks, then it was natural that Devils would become one too. Among all Warlock dynasties, Dawn Dynasty was hit hardest and was practically destroyed, and what has remained has retreated to seek shelter under the clone of the Dawn Emperor. Dawn Lord was the only one who created an avatar that became God in the Dawn Plane, primary Grade 2 plane. His aim was to become Myriad God Emperor in that plane and then evolve the plane into a Grade 1 plane, theoretically allowing him to create a new cultivation level for gods. Unfortunately for the Dawn Lord, and fortunately for others, he didn't succeed even till this day, as other Warlock Imperial Courts were crafty enough to sabotage the growth and the population of the Dawn Plane. Of course, the Thonian Empire would do everything in our effort to bring down the Dawn Lord," answered Surzex swiftly, as he was aware that Dawn Lord and his goons were targets of the Thonian Empire, mainly because Dawn Lord sealed Captain General. For Arcanists and Baatorians would be incredibly beneficial for them, as it would significantly weaken Warlock as a whole. And due to terrible relationships between other Warlock Emperors and Dawn Lord, it would be harder for them to help them to survive. And all that possible loot they could obtain from plundering treasuries of one of Warlock dynasties. "How would we be dividing the loot obtained from it?" asked Surzex. "The treasury would be divided 50/50ths, aside from that, what everyone kills it is his," replied Ambassador Yatagami, as Surzex nodded in agreement, as that was acceptable for him. "How is the strength of the Dawn Lord?" questioned Surzex. "From what we have found, he countless Warlocks serving him. Many of them are Warlock Monarchs and several Holy Spirit Warlocks. There should be at least 3 Great Steppe Holy Spirit Warlocks. Among gods, Dawn Plane should have even more than Warlocks, but we don't have concrete numbers, as it is hard to infiltrate the Dawn Plane properly," replied Ambassador Yatagami. Surzex nodded in agreement, as infiltrating such planes as Dawn Plane was extremely hard. Dawn Lord did a great job by combining methods of gods and Warlocks. That plane was under the constant watch of several Supreme Stage gods and Great Steppe Holy Spirit Warlocks and had several surveillance treasures monitoring it all the time. Then we should attack associate planes under control or influence of the Dawn Lord and his forces first," stated Surzex as Ambassador Yatagami agreed with him. Gods such as the God of Dawn had their claws in many planes. Chapter 300, Star Regions and Meeting. The entire astral boundary was divided into several ones that could be called astral regions. Central Star Region was basically in the middle of the astral boundary, where the Dresden Arcanum Empire was stationed, together with several territories of some factions backed by Tier 11 powerhouses. Kangxi Plain, controlled by Warlocks, was also located here as other significant planes for Warlocks and Arcanists. Divine Star Region was one huge area controlled by gods of various planes. It was confirmed that there should be at least 5 to 7 myriad god emperors. Still, as almost no one returned alive from that area, pieces of information are vague about the state of the Divine Star Region, as gods are highly protective against anyone attempting to set their foot there. Then there was the ancient Eternity Star Region was filled with too many factions to count and boasted the highest amount of Tier 11 powerhouses and several inheritance sites of eternal ranked powerhouses. Unfortunately, it was enveloped by war between countless factions, and there was never a day of peace. That was why everyone from other star regions stayed away from the ancient Eternity Star Region. Vader was located in the Desolate Star region, which was basically a newly created region by an expansion of the astral boundary universe. It wasn't that strong compared to other star regions but was as big as others. Of course, aside from these, some minor star regions existed, but they weren't that important, at least for now. Today, I called for the meeting of the Senatorum Imperialis to discuss some important matters before my departure for the Fesua plane. Besides, I have planned to bring my wives with me to go on an adventure together. Almost all members of the Senatorum Imperialis remained the same for 2,500 years. Only High Lord Agiras retired from his post several centuries ago, and the new Magister of the Domestic Affairs and Territorial Management was chosen. Surprisingly, it was Sona Citrigaru, sister-in-law of my son Surzex. Sona, after several decades, married her former Berserker-class servant, Lu Garu, who entered Imperialis Militarum and became Lord General of one of the armies, Silver Legion Army. He was an extremely strong werewolf of the Apocalypse class, with his physical body being unmatched at the same level. While Sona wasn't weak, she had difficulty reaching Apocalypse class, and she wasn't a combat-oriented person. Her husband was very famous, actually, as he once fought 5 peak warlock monarchs simultaneously and killed them all. Those 5 were found on some grade 3 plane that we found in our star region. After it was proved that there didn't exist a connection between these warlocks and Kangxi plane, we attacked. Lord General Lugaru led the attack. Aside from this change, Tiamat has recently retired, and my daughter Hilda has taken her place as Commissar General of the Commissariat. Meanwhile, my wives Vina and FIA enjoyed their jobs very much, so they continue to occupy their posts to this day. However, Hela was on the verge of finding a successor to her post because she wanted to go into fights more often, especially now that turbulent times were coming. Current candidates for the post were Valley Lucifer, commander of the Cows Brigade, and Arthur Pendragon and commander of the Sardaukar forces. Though Hela opted more for Arthur compared to Valley, as Arthur was more calm-headed and more suited for administrative work, and more essentially, Arthur's son with my daughter Sigrun, Arturius, who was born around a century ago, could succeed his father as commander of the Sardaukar. At the same time, Valley, being over 2,500 years old, didn't have children even if he had 3 women. Something that Vina and FIA greatly nagged him about, and FIA told me that his wives planned some scheme to impregnate them. And there was a new addition to the Senatorum Imperialis, who was Ecclesiarch of the Ecclesiarchy. After I had decided to ascend as God through my special method, and Hela and Sigmar, with few other trusts, did the same, we needed an effective way to gather the power of faith and regulate everything related to worshipping other individuals that ascended as gods and me. Currently, there are only 2 common gods, and the others are lesser gods. Surprisingly, the post of the Ecclesiarch was given to Rias, which nobody could expect. But alas, she has proven to be very responsible and has grown much during the centuries. Even though she lacked talent compared to her siblings, or other family members, she was cunning and skilled in negotiations and scheming. Also, I wanted someone from the Imperial House to take up that post. While Rias was only a peak super devil, as her soul aptitude held her back, and she refused to take any outside help in increasing it, only her own effort, something that I was especially proud of, she was intelligent and could deal with all those religious fanatics. Additionally, the fact she was family to the majority of gods worshipped in the entirety of the Vader helped a lot. Elders were also present for the meeting of the Senatorum Imperialis. As usual, Grafia opened the meeting of the Senatorum Imperialis, and at first, some minor things were discussed. Now, for a reason, I have called this meeting of the Senatorum Imperialis. I said with an authoritative voice. As many of you know, our empire had grown enough to stop feeding on the weak, and we could now properly hunt the strong. For that, I have chosen Fesua Plain, a secondary grade 2 plane with several supreme gods sleeping there. This will be the first plane conquered, plundered, and absorbed into the Vader. I stated as everyone held their breath. For many centuries, Thonian Empire only preyed on the weak planes and left stronger ones alone. We had rarely attacked higher grade planes, and only when we were sure it was an easy task, and there was no backing for the factions on the plane.